On that day, the Emergency Response Center received a phone call. The operator assumed it was a prank and chose to disregard it. However, the following day, the esteemed academy received a mysterious email containing detailed manufacturing instructions for the new lithography machine from the windmill. Nation, the scholars were left utterly bewildered. Days later, the emergency center received another call, and the next day, the Eagle Sauce Kingdom announced that a museum had been robbed of its priceless artifacts. A fortnight later, the center received yet another enigmatic call. Ahem, if I happen to have acquired the nuclear weapon manufacturing manual and 2 warheads from the unattractive nation, would I be considered an arms dealer? Shall I dispatch a carrier to escort you home, my esteemed lord? Chapter 1. Is this illegal? Hello, this is the Public Security Bureau's Emergency Response Center. How may I assist you? Sir, this is the Emergency Center. Please refrain from jesting. If there is nothing else, I shall terminate this call. Kindly dial again in case of an actual crisis. Persistent prank calls may be deemed illegal. Thank you for your cooperation. The capital's Public Security Bureau call center. Wang Xinxin rubbed her forehead, preparing to hang up on what was evidently a frivolous call. Such calls were received in droves daily, wasting public resources and testing one's patience. Unless the prank was particularly egregious, first-time offenders would typically be given a verbal warning rather than an immediate summons. However, upon hearing her intention to end the call, the voice on the other end grew frantic. No, please don't hang up. I'm not joking, I genuinely want to know, is this illegal? Wang Xinxin, exasperated, replied, Sir, I must warn you again. You are already suspected of harassing the emergency hotline. If you continue with this trivial jest, I will forward your information to the technical department for location tracking and an educational visit. I assure you, I have no intention of harassment. I am genuinely in a hurry. Just tell me, is this illegal? If you tell me, I will hang up immediately. With that, Wang Xinxin hung up the phone. In an apartment abroad. Phew, it turns out this can indeed be done. Now I can rest easy. Lin Yang gazed at the lithography machine manufacturing manual before him, which was several centimeters thick, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Indeed, it was true. That call had been made by him. The reason for such a bold action was that he had crossed over. Not long ago, he had transitioned into this parallel world and had bound himself to the essential system of a traveler, the National Treasure System. By completing the system's tasks, he could accumulate National Treasure Points. These points could be exchanged in the system's marketplace for various extraordinary items, including advanced technological marvels and even products from extraterrestrial civilizations. The more tasks he accomplished, the greater the value he amassed, allowing him to exchange for increasingly outrageous items. The task assigned by the system was equally bizarre. The initial directive was for him to procure the recently announced Enhanced Manufacturing Manual for photolithography equipment from Windmill Country. At first, he was reluctant. Wasn't this akin to an old man consuming arsenic? However, the reward for the task was so lavish that it dazzled his senses. Consequently, he acquiesced. He possessed a modicum of patriotic sentiment within him. After all, the system enveloped him, shielding him from all surveillance, while also fabricating an identity for him. He successfully infiltrated the premises and secured the most critical documents. Reflecting on the audacious endeavor of pilfering the manual, he felt a twinge of exhilaration. It was thrilling, yet one aspect puzzled him. Why did the system necessitate his personal involvement in the theft? Given the capabilities of the system, it could have effortlessly replicated the document. Thus, for the sake of caution, he dialed a number to ascertain whether such actions were legally permissible in his homeland. After all, his elementary school teacher had imparted the lesson that stealing was inherently wrong. As for how Windmill Country would perceive the matter afterward, that was of no concern to him. Once assured that he faced no repercussions, Lin Yang pondered and subsequently searched for the contact number of the Shaanxia Institute of Science and Technology. The rewards for this mission were bifurcated. The first part involved acquiring the manufacturing manual, while the second reward hinged upon successfully constructing the photolithography machine. Completing both tasks would yield additional benefits that he had secured the manual, yet it was nearly impossible for him to fabricate the device single-handedly. Since he had already obtained the latest illustrated manufacturing manual, it would be a waste to let it go unused. Meanwhile, it was the dead of night in his homeland. In the duty room of the Shaanxia Institute of Science and Technology, a young staff member named Wang Guang, freshly graduated this year, was engrossed in a document when an urgent Phone call abruptly interrupted his concentration. He instinctively answered the phone, and before he could utter a word, a youthful voice resonated from the other end. Hello, is this the Shanxia Institute of Science and Technology? I have the latest illustrated manufacturing manual for photolithography equipment from Windmill Country. I will upload it to your official email shortly, so please keep an eye out for it and do not mistakenly delete it as junk mail. With that, the caller abruptly hung up. Wang Guang was left holding the phone, momentarily bewildered. What has happened? Did he truly hear what he thought he heard? The latest manufacturing manual for photolithography equipment from Windmill Country? An illustrated version? And it was to be sent to their email. Have I been working overtime so much that I've begun to hallucinate? Wang Guang rubbed his eyes vigorously. To alleviate his fatigue, he logged onto a niche forum frequented by scholars of various high-tech fields. Typically, when researchers required a break, they would post on this forum to rest while engaging in discussions and sharing insights with one another. Recalling the earlier phone call, he swiftly composed and posted his first message of the evening on the forum. Dear family, who understands? I've been working overtime to the point of hallucination. I just received a call, and the person on the other end claimed to have obtained the latest manufacturing manual for the lithography machine from Windmill Country, complete with illustrations. They said it would soon be sent to our institute's email and urged me to check carefully to avoid deleting it as spam. Ha ha ha, really? Is that for real? What kind of researcher are you? Shouldn't it at least be an academician? Exactly. Do you look down on others? How dare you call yourself a researcher? Hey, little photon, when you receive the email, remember to share it with us so we can all have a look. The thread quickly became lively beneath the post. Wang Guang glanced at it for a while, feeling his fatigue dissipate, and he decided not to dwell on the matter any further. T.O. obtained the latest manufacturing manual for the lithography machine from Windmill Country. What a joke. That item is secured in Windmill Country with a level of protection comparable to nuclear weapons. In fact, it might even surpass it. If one could acquire the manufacturing manual for a lithography machine, wouldn't it also be possible to obtain the manual for nuclear weapon production? Yet, despite not taking it to heart, Wang Guang couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if one day our country could truly develop advanced lithography machines. Ding dong. Just as this thought crossed Wang Guang's mind, a notification popped up on his computer screen. Manufacturing Manual for Lithography Machine. Upon seeing the email's title, Wang Guang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Is it really true? Chapter 2. You'd better have a reason unaccountably. Wang Guang's hands began to tremble slightly, as if they were beyond his control. He moved the mouse to the email, inhaling deeply several times to suppress his excitement before finally clicking to open it. The moment he did, the glaring words Photolithography Machine Manufacturing Manual appeared before his eyes, instantly plunging Wang Guang into disappointment. Indeed, it was a prank. He sighed, unable to discern whether it was a sigh of relief or dismay. It is well known that if this manual had genuinely been sourced from the Windmill Nation, it would be impossible to be in commercial Xiaowen. The materials from these foreigners are invariably in their own languages. He was about to close the email when, just as the cursor was about to exit the page, a dense line of foreign text suddenly caught his attention. Wang Guang paused, immediately leaning closer to the computer screen. Moments later, a look of astonishment crossed his face. The densely packed foreign text was, in fact, a translation of the Photolithography Machine Manufacturing Manual. Moreover, the grammar was remarkably precise and rigorous. Was this truly a bilingual version? Suppressing his inner shock, Wang Guang continued to read further. The more he read, the more astonished he became. After only half a page, he found himself utterly bewildered by some of the content. Especially upon encountering the first three-dimensional image, his astonishment reached its zenith. The intricate formulas, profound principles, and the extraordinarily detailed captions conveyed that this manual was likely authentic. Furthermore, the sender had taken the time to translate it. An exceedingly meticulous translation at that. The level of expertise displayed in the translation was at least that of an academician. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to translate such specialized terminology with such precision. Terminology that left even him feeling perplexed. With swift movements, Wang Guang began to scroll rapidly through the document. Although he had completely lost comprehension from the latter half of the first page, he persevered until he reached the end. Confirming that the entire document was indeed a bilingual version of the manual filled him with exhilaration, causing his body to tremble and his cheeks to flush. Particularly thrilling was the inclusion of an untranslatable, pure foreign language version of the manual at the end of the bilingual document. This revelation rendered Wang Guang utterly restless. Even though he couldn't and oppose, T grasped the content that followed. The knowledge he could comprehend was undeniably professional and intricate, suggesting that, regardless of whether it pertained to a photolithography machine, it was of paramount importance. He glanced at the time. It was already 1:30 in the morning. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and swiftly dialed a number. Teacher, I have received a particularly significant email. Please come immediately. What email? Can it wait until tomorrow? It's quite late, came the drowsy voice of a middle-aged man on the other end. No, teacher, you must come at once. I cannot forward it, nor can I wait until tomorrow. Please hurry to the institute as quickly as possible. It is imperative. Wang Guang's voice trembled. The middle-aged man on the other end of the line fell silent for a moment, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation, and then responded in a deep tone. All right. Xiao Guang, I will arrive within 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Wang Guang felt as though all his strength had been drained, collapsing into his chair. Yet his eyes widened in an unblinking stare at the computer screen, as if it contained something far more vital than his very life. Time passed slowly. For Wang Guang, those 10 minutes felt like an eternity, akin to 10 days. He found himself glancing at the clock every few seconds. Finally, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the duty room. Xiao Guang, it's me. Wang Guang sprang from his chair and hurried to open the door. The visitor was a middle-aged man in his 50s, somewhat portly, none other than Zhao Zizhen, the esteemed academician and director of the institute. As soon as Zhao Zizhen entered, he furrowed his brow and inquired, what on earth has happened that necessitated my presence at this late hour? Wang Guang pointed to the email document on the screen and whispered, Professor, you should see for yourself. I dare not confirm it. What is this? A manufacturing manual for a lithography machine? Or a graphical version? Zhao Zizhen's frown deepened upon reading the title, his displeasure evident. Xiao Guang, you can and amp, oppose. T possibly be calling me here to witness some sort of prank at this hour? Then, Zhao Zizhen and amp, oppose. S entire body quivered involuntarily. This is impossible. How could this be? Is this truly a manufacturing manual for a lithography machine? These formulas, these principles. As he spoke to himself unconsciously, he rapidly scrolled through the document with trembling hands. It took a full 5 minutes before Zhao Zizhen managed to compose himself. He turned to Wang Guang, his voice quaking as he asked, who sent this? Wang Guang promptly recounted the details of the mysterious phone call he had received. Zhao Zizhen's eyes widened further in disbelief. What? You mean to say you received a mysterious call from abroad, and they claimed to send the manual for the lithography machine? And indeed, it has arrived? Yes, Professor. Wang Guang nodded fervently, acknowledging his own limited understanding of the material. Is this real? As he spoke, Zhao Zizhen turned and glanced at a red button in the duty room. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively pressed it. Buzzing filled the air. An ear-piercing alarm resonated throughout the entire institute. Outside the duty room, a security door descended, sealing off the entire area. Even the main entrance was barred by another security door. What is happening? Who triggered the level 3 alert? Who is on duty tonight? Other staff members who were working late or on night shifts rushed out in astonishment, staring at the lowered security door, all of them stunned. This signified a monumental security incident within the institute. From the moment the security door descended, no one was permitted to enter or exit freely. Violation of this rule would result in severe consequences. Teacher, what is this? Wang Guang was utterly astonished. Soon, several senior academicians arrived at the duty room. Their expressions far from pleasant. One of the academicians, who appeared to be of a similar age to Zhao Zizhen, spoke directly, Old Zhao. Summoning us at such a late hour, depriving us of our sleep, and even invoking a level 3 security alert. This better be of utmost importance. Zhao Zizhen disregarded his remark and pointed to the document displayed on the screen, gravely stating, Esteemed colleagues, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at this hour. But the matter at hand is of great urgency. Please help me ascertain whether this information is indeed accurate. The group immediately turned their attention to the document. After each of them perused it, their faces began to flush with intensity. Chapter 3. The Bureau of Anomalies. The atmosphere in the duty room was enveloped in an eerie silence, even though the room was filled with distinguished academicians at that moment. After perusing the manufacturing manual of the lithography machine, each individual stood with mouths agape, yet not a sound escaped their lips. They exchanged glances, their astonishment palpable in the air. Observing the silence, Zhao Zizhen rapped the table lightly and inquired, Esteemed colleagues, can we ascertain its authenticity? The expressions on their faces indicated that the manual sent by the mysterious individual was indeed genuine. However, he required a definitive confirmation from the assembled scholars to proceed with the report. This matter was of great significance. He felt a heavy burden of responsibility resting on his shoulders alone. The academicians exchanged looks once more, and then an elder scholar spoke on behalf of the group. Zhao, proceed with the report. Although they were nearly certain that the document was the authentic manufacturing manual for the lithography machine, their meticulous nature as academicians compelled them to maintain a rigorous standard. Despite the apparent validity of the manual, they refrained from making absolute claims until it had undergone testing. After hearing this, Zhao Zizhen took a deep breath. Since we are in unanimous agreement, from this moment forth, no one in the institute is permitted to leave, including all present, until we confirm the absolute accuracy of this manual. Agreed. The academicians collectively nodded. Therefore, I will elevate the security alert from level 3 to national security level. Regardless of who they are, any items that have been used must be centralized and destroyed. Simultaneously, all mobile phones, computers, and any means of external communication will be temporarily prohibited, and no information regarding this manual shall be disclosed in the slightest. Zhao Zizhen declared with solemnity. No one voiced dissent, for the manual in question was the most advanced lithography machine manufacturing guide available. Such precaution was entirely justified. Even though the room was filled with eminent scholars, at that moment, everyone willingly complied, surrendering their mobile devices. In a swift turn of events, an older scholar, realizing the urgency, nearly frantically pushed aside Wang Guang, who was seated at the computer, and commandeered the machine for himself, fixated on the manual as he commenced his calculations. Yuan, you are quite cunning. The other academicians remarked in jest as they joined the fray for the computer. Zhao Zizhen paid them no mind. Knowing these seasoned scholars understood the gravity of the situation, with the sole copy of the lithography machine manual at stake. Even if they were to engage in a fierce scuffle, they would not dare inflict any harm upon the computer. He promptly reported the situation. Meanwhile, Wang Guang appeared somewhat anxious at his side. Zhao Zizhen caught a glimpse of Wang Guang's furtive movements and furrowed his brow. Are you concealing something from me? As Wang Guang's mentor, Zhao Zizhen was all too familiar with his student's demeanor. Such fidgeting clearly indicated that there was something weighing on his mind. Zhao Zizhen's expression suddenly shifted, his gaze fixed on Wang Guang with an almost predatory intensity. You haven't truly shared the manufacturing manual on the forum, have you? He demanded. Wang Guang, startled, quickly reassured him. No, I only sent the manual after shutting down the forum. The moment I saw it, I contacted you immediately. I never dared to post it there. A sigh of relief escaped Zhao Zizhen. That's good. Those rascals will likely dismiss it as a mere jest. He relaxed slightly before sternly instructing, remember, from now on, you are forbidden to access the forum or contact anyone else. Wang Guang nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at gray. Meanwhile, upon receiving Zhao Zizhen's report, the Anomaly Management Bureau was set into motion. This bureau, formerly known as the Bureau for the Management of Abnormal Phenomena, operates directly under the cabinet and is the most elite and enigmatic department in the Shanxiao realm. Only in the face of exceptionally significant events does this agency become involved. Yet now, the usually tranquil conference hall of the Bureau was ablaze with light. Yi Guhong, the Bureau's chief, stared at the contents of the manufacturing manual for lithography machines that had been handed to him, struggling to maintain his composure. His hands clenched tightly together. A mysterious phone call and an enigmatic email had introduced such an unbelievable artifact. It had been years since he had felt such a jarring shock that made his scalp tingle, even at this late hour, and despite being over 50. He felt no fatigue. On the contrary, he was invigorated by the prospect. If Shanxiao could possess its own state-of-the-art lithography machines, no longer held at the mercy of Western powers, the nation's scientific research capabilities would undoubtedly experience a transformative leap within just a few years. The thought sent a tremor of excitement through his body. He then turned to the equally exhilarated other officials of the Bureau. Clearing his throat, Yi Guhong addressed them. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just discovered that the number used to call the Academy of Sciences dialed the Emergency Response Center in the capital half an hour ago. Here is the recording of that conversation. He initiated playback. Could it be that this manual was stolen? Everyone was momentarily stunned, even with their esteemed positions and vast experience. They were taken aback by this revelation. Those present had witnessed many grand events and understood the significance of acquiring such a manufacturing manual from the Windmill Nation. The implications were staggering. If such an item could be procured, What else might this young fellow be capable of obtaining? What are your thoughts, everyone? Yi Guhong inquired, suppressing his astonishment as he rapped the table for attention. At that moment, the typically composed and seasoned officials, accustomed to facing great storms, gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide as saucers, mouths agape. As they processed Yi Guhong's question, one official finally spoke up, Elder Yi, if this manual was indeed pilfered by that young fellow, we are likely to face some tumultuous times ahead. Securing the lithography machine manual is undoubtedly advantageous, but the source of its acquisition, that is quite hard to believe and somewhat awkward to discuss. Another official then remarked, indeed, we must not allow such a young talent to falter abroad. The others nodded in agreement. Chapter 4. A second call. An oddity. Yi Guhong promptly made arrangements, stating, additionally, please add this number to the white list in the emergency response system. The responsible parties were momentarily taken aback. He had a premonition that the call would indeed come again. A slight smile graced Yi Guhong's lips. His intuition proved correct. 2 nights later, in the same late hour, the Emergency Response Center in the capital received yet another enigmatic call. The center and AMP, Oppo's staff recognized the somewhat familiar voice and the nonsensical utterances. Wang Xinxin was momentarily stunned. You again? If memory serves, it was you who spoke of the lithography machine manual just 2 days ago, correct? Wang Xinxin held the phone, feeling somewhat exasperated at receiving yet another call from this eccentric individual. The voice on the other end seemed to recognize her as well, expressing mild surprise. Officer. What a coincidence. It and AMP, Oppo's, you again. Coincidence? Didn't and AMP, Oppo's, I warn you last time? If you continue to waste public resources with such frivolous pranks by dialing emergency numbers, I will have to summon you. Wang Xinxin spoke sternly. Cough, but I and Oppo's am not joking. The caller protested. Even if you suspect me of being an antiquity smuggler, I would still manage to extricate you. Wang Xinxin felt a surge of annoyance and chose to fill the conversation to its fullest, eager to see what further absurdities this peculiar person would utter. Then, the line went dead. Wang Xinxin was taken aback. He hung up just like that? Truly a strange character. She muttered to herself and decided not to dwell on the incident. Yet, she silently resolved that if this individual dared to misuse the emergency line again, she would have the technical department locate him and administer a stern reprimand. Meanwhile, within the Bureau of Foreign Affairs, when Lin Yang and Oppo's call connected to the Emergency Response Center, Yi Guhong and his colleagues were immediately informed, and they swiftly initiated surveillance. The responsible parties exchanged glances, their pupils constricting in shock. Could it be that this individual intended to pilfer? To procure antiquities for shipment back to the homeland? Recalling the previous call, wherein the tone mirrored this one, Yi Guhong and his colleagues could not help but entertain such thoughts. Once the call concluded, Yi Guhong rapped his fingers on the table, casting his gaze over the faces of his colleagues, and spoke in a grave tone. What are your thoughts on this matter? Oh, you are quite confident in this individual? Yi Guhong continued to tap the surface. And what about you? He inquired of the others. We concur. We concur. Yi Guhong made further arrangements, a profound sense of anticipation glimmering in his eyes. Following the last call, the Academy of Sciences had received the lithography machine's manufacturing documentation that very night. This time, he hoped the wait would not be overly lengthy. After a brief pause, Yi Guhong spoke again, eliciting wry smiles from the responsible parties. Everyone, please proceed with your preparations. Yi Guhong recognized that this matter seemed to pose a challenge for them, so he refrained from pressing further, quietly nurturing his expectations. Morning arrived. Xinxin. A sudden exclamation jolted Wang Xinxin's spirit, prompting her to gaze towards the source of the voice. With surprise, she exclaimed, Brother, what brings you here? It was indeed Wang Guang. I came to see you. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Is it something monumental, a matter of great significance, or perhaps misfortune? Wang Xinxin and Oppo's demeanor instantly shifted to one of anxiety. Rest assured, it is indeed good news. However, I am unable to disclose any details at this moment. We have all signed a confidentiality agreement, and should this information be leaked, it could be treated as treason. Wang Guang and Oppo's serious expression was laced with excitement. Is it truly that grave? Then you mustn't say anything further, Wang Xinxin urged immediately. No, she shook her head, but then, as if struck by a thought, she couldn't and Oppo's help but add, however, I and Oppo's encountered quite an eccentric individual. Eccentric? In what way? An eccentric whose story is quite difficult to articulate. What? Wang Guang and Amp, Appo's expression transformed in an instant, his eyes wide with astonishment. Sister, was it you who answered that emergency call? Indeed, was and Amp, Appo's. It rather dramatic? Wang Xinxin nodded, oblivious to Wang Guang's shifting demeanor, assuming he was merely taken aback. She continued to speak for herself. Chapter 5. Do you think he can do it? Indeed. Is that even a question? Wang Xinxin took a sip of soy milk and couldn't help but chuckle. Xinxin. Wang Guang suddenly became serious. You haven't mentioned this to anyone else, have you? No. Why? Wang Xinxin looked at Wang Guang in confusion. It's nothing. You mustn't tell anyone else, Wang Guang admonished earnestly. I'm not that idle, Wang Xinxin scoffed. And by the way, brother, have you taken the wrong medicine? Do you really think this guy can pull it off? Just listen to me, all right? Wang Guang's expression turned grave. Why are you taking such a joke so seriously? Wang Xinxin was perplexed. A conversation? What conversation? Why would the leader want to talk to me? I haven't and Appo's done anything wrong. Wang Xinxin was even more bewildered, reaching out to touch Wang Guang and Appo's forehead. You don't and Appo's have a fever, so why do you look so off? No conversation? That shouldn't and Appo's be the case, Wang Guang muttered. The mysterious big shot had indeed acquired the manufacturing blueprint for the lithography machine, and since Wang Xinxin was the first to receive the call, it was odd that they hadn't sought her out for a discussion or to sign a confidentiality agreement. This left Wang Guang puzzled. According to standard protocol, anyone privy to such information would be closely monitored immediately, just like all those in the Academy of Sciences who were informed, including himself, who had to sign several relevant agreements overnight after confirming the accuracy of the manufacturing blueprint. Yet, Wang Xinxin had not done so, which was out of line with the usual procedure. However, Wang Guang soon dismissed the thought. The notion of obtaining the lithography machine's manufacturing instructions from the Windmill Nation was simply too absurd for any reasonable person to believe. Moreover, the Windmill Nation would surely not willingly expose the theft of the manufacturing blueprint. This indicated a significant flaw in their security system, if disclosed. Their partners would undoubtedly hesitate to continue their collaboration, resulting in substantial losses for the Windmill Nation. Perhaps these reasons explained why they had not urgently sought Wang Xinxin to sign a confidentiality agreement. The loss of artifacts from the Eagle Sauce Museum would certainly be impossible to conceal. How perplexing. Indeed, as Wang Guang surmised. Obtaining the lithography machine and Appo's instructions from the Windmill Nation was so far-fetched that Yi Guhong did not make special arrangements to talk to Wang Xinxin. This was not due to a lack of diligence, on the contrary. It was wise that such an extraordinary and even ludicrous matter be known by as few people as possible. After all, the Windmill Nation would not proactively reveal the theft of the manufacturing blueprint until the truth came to light. Any ordinary person hearing this would likely dismiss it as a mere joke. This matter could remain confined within the Academy of Sciences for the time being. As for Wang Xinxin, she was always under surveillance, and if any unexpected developments arose, a conversation could be arranged later. Furthermore, although it was indeed incredible to have procured the manufacturing instructions for the lithography machine from the Windmill Nation, it was highly likely to have been a mere coincidence. Hence, there was no need for a fanfare or to have someone not closely related to the matter sign a confidentiality agreement, lest it backfire. Yi Guhong did not anticipate that Wang Xinxin would receive 2 consecutive phone calls from the other party, thus the confidentiality agreement regarding Wang Xinxin was already in the works. This statement immediately piqued the interest of several other academicians. At that moment, Zhao Zizhen entered the room and glanced at Wang Guang upon hearing this. Wang Guang initially intended to concoct a casual excuse. However, upon seeing his mentor's arrival, he realized that his fabricated tale would not deceive Zhao Zizhen. He slowly remarked, I am fine, mentor, there is something I wish to discuss with you. The latter part was directed towards Zhao Zizhen. Observing this, the other academicians refrained from further inquiries. Zhao Zizhen furrowed his brows slightly, glanced at the hesitant Wang Guang, and then turned to exit the laboratory, stating, Let us discuss this outside. Wang Guang followed closely behind Zhao Zizhen, casting furtive glances as though he were a thief. This demeanor prompted Zhao Zizhen to frown once more. Did you not have something to say? Speak up. What has made you so cautious this early in the day? Zhao Zizhen understood his student well. Wang Guang would not behave so anxiously unless it were a matter of great significance. Zhao Zizhen paused, his face turning crimson. This is quite astonishing. I momentarily lost my composure. It's nothing, mentor. I was even more startled when I first heard it. Wang Guang offered a way out for Zhao Zizhen. Ahem. Are you speaking the truth? Did that individual truly say such a thing over the phone? Zhao Zizhen could not resist confirming once more, though this time his voice was considerably softer. Wang Guang nodded solemnly. Indeed, Minner. I was contemplating sending an email to inquire whether the esteemed individual could assist our institute in procuring additional materials, but I hesitated, feeling it might be impolite. Which left me somewhat perturbed. Do you genuinely believe he is capable of such a feat? Zhao Zizhen glared at Wang Guang. Chapter 6. Theft. A chuckle escaped Wang Guang and Appo's lips in response. It appears you truly believe he is capable of achieving this, does it not? Zhao Zizhen continued, inquiring further. What makes you so confident in his abilities? Wang Guang scratched his head, realizing that the teacher had unwittingly tossed the question back to him. Stop being so cheeky. Zhao Zizhen shot him a glare. All right, I want to hide it from you, teacher. I genuinely believe you should be able to accomplish it. Wang Guang took a deep breath, adopting a serious tone. After all, the security level of the Little Eagle Museum cannot possibly compare to the security surrounding the manufacturing specifications for lithography machines in Windmill Country. What do you think, teacher? Zhao Zizhen nodded slightly, acknowledging the reasoning, yet retained a hint of skepticism. Oh, Wang Guang was taken aback. Have you forgotten the fundamental principle of our research? At all times, regarding any matter, one must maintain a degree of skepticism until absolute confirmation and assurance are attained. This is how we arrive at the most accurate results after countless experiments. Zhao Zizhen admonished. Yes, teacher, I understand. Wang Guang acknowledged his lesson. Now, you mentioned wanting that individual to assist us in procuring some information. What exactly do you wish him to gather for us? Zhao Zizhen refocused on the crux of the matter. I Haven and Appo's precisely figured out what information to request, but I find that he is quite remarkable. And I wanted to see if he could help us gather some materials. Anything applicable would suffice, Wang Guang admitted, feeling a bit shy. You, my friend? I never realized how quick-witted you are. Your line of thinking is commendable, but you mustn't inquire about this matter. Zhao Zizhen cautioned earnestly. Why not? Wang Guang asked, perplexed. Zhao Zizhen cleared his throat and replied slowly. The fact that he managed to obtain the specifications for the lithography machine is already a significant favor. We are unaware of the methods he employed, nor the dangers he faced. It is rather shameful for us to benefit from his efforts without considering the risks he undertook. How can we so easily ask for more? Such a request would not only exacerbate his risks, but also give the impression that we, at the Academy of Sciences, are utterly incapable. Wang Guang's mouth opened in surprise, his head bowing slightly. I apologize, teacher. I failed to consider this. Do not blame yourself. It is only natural to have such thoughts. Zhao Zizhen did not reproach Wang Guang but reminded him to be more considerate of others in the future. We sit in our office, effortlessly acquiring top-tier information, yet we cannot fathom the peril he faced in gathering it for us. Yes, teacher, I see my mistake. Wang Guang and Appo's head lowered even further. Ah, teacher you. This statement left Wang Guang utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been chastised for speaking out. And now the teacher seemed to suggest otherwise, leaving him in a state of confusion. Ah, youth, always a bit impetuous. Although I too believe he is likely capable. We must ultimately let the facts speak for themselves. Wang Guang was rendered speechless. Remaining silent for a moment before giving Zhao Zizhen a thumbs up, a teacher is indeed a teacher. The student has learned well. Children? Wang Guang took note of Zhao Zizhen's choice of words, but upon reflection, he realized there was nothing amiss with such a designation. Those artifacts, in a certain sense, are indeed the treasured offspring birthed from over 5,000 years of civilization during the Shang and Xia dynasties. He too felt a surge of excitement in that instant. In the afternoon, at 3:00 and Appo's clock, it was an unremarkable day, with many office workers just beginning their afternoon tasks. Some employees, idly browsing the news online, suddenly stumbled upon a sensational piece of information that swiftly engulfed major media platforms, catapulting to the top of trending topics in no time. The Little Eagle Nation's National Museum was rumored to have been robbed. Numerous priceless artifacts had vanished overnight. Initially, netizens dismissed the news as a joke. After all, what sort of place was the National Museum of Little Eagle Nation? How could it possibly be robbed? Yet, upon seeing the publication's attribution, the netizens could hardly remain calm. Multiple media platforms had sourced the news from a single account known as official media. News from official media could not possibly be false. Especially regarding such a significant event, errors or omissions were out of the question. Thus, once the authenticity of the news was confirmed, the netizens were thrown into a frenzy. Is this for real? The National Museum of Little Eagle Nation has actually been robbed? Who could be behind such a feat? Incredible. Come forth so I may pay my respects. This is truly unprecedented. At this moment, I am exceedingly eager to discover what precisely has been stolen and whether our artifacts still remain intact. Goodness, this is a grave concern. These treasures belong to us. Though they may currently reside in another's possession, their fate must be known. If their whereabouts are lost to us in the future, it would be even worse. Fear not. Numerous local media personnel are already on site to assess the situation. The time difference with Little Eagle Nation means it is only just 8:00 and amp. Opos, clock in the morning there. Yes, I am currently studying abroad, and it is indeed morning here. I have heard that the museum staff arrived for their early shift, only to discover upon opening the doors that a robbery had occurred overnight, leaving them utterly stunned. Stunned indeed. What a relief, what a relief. Beneath the news article, comments were flooding in at an astonishing rate of thousands per second. Many were urging compatriots in Little Eagle Nation to go live, eager to witness firsthand the unfolding developments. Chapter 7. The moment the blade is revealed, the live broadcast commenced as the netizens wished, and it was initiated by an official media account. A comprehensive 360-degree coverage captured the scene of the theft at the Xiao Yingjiang National Museum. Through the screen, one could observe that the once artifact-laden museum now appeared far from chaotic. The most exhibition cases were conspicuously empty. My goodness. It seems that this was not a case of violent destruction, but rather a meticulous removal of the exhibits from within the display cases. The professionalism of the operation suggests that it was executed by a gang, does it not? It is undoubtedly the work of a group. Otherwise, how could it have been accomplished without any noise? It is well known that the premises are under constant surveillance, and one person alone could not manage to both steal items and evade the cameras simultaneously. Rumor has it that, last night, the surveillance room reported no unusual activity, indicating that a particularly skilled hacker may have infiltrated their system and altered the live feed. Good heavens, it seems that the plot of a blockbuster has spilled into reality. Such a fantastical occurrence has truly transpired. However, have you noticed that the items missing from the display cases appear to be exclusively our cultural relics? While none of the foreign jewels seem to have been stolen, is this a targeted attack on our artifacts? For heaven and amp, Opos, sake, if I find out who is behind this, they shall not escape my wrath. You up there, stop boasting. With their capabilities, even if you knew who they were, what could you possibly do? Unity is essential. We must remain united. In the live chat, an array of netizens began to comment, attempting to discern any clues through the ultra-high-definition cameras. Their initial amusement transformed into a growing sense of indignation. To target our cultural treasures is simply unforgivable. Meanwhile, the individuals from Xiao Yingjiang transitioned from outrage to a degree of calm. As long as their exclusive Western jewels remained intact, the artifacts from the Xia Dynasty, which they had appropriated centuries ago, were merely lost. Though the theft of their own museum's treasures was somewhat embarrassing, it was not entirely intolerable. Some even resorted to mocking the Xia netizens, but they were swiftly silenced by an overwhelming backlash. In the Bureau of Foreign Affairs, within the same conference room and at the same table, hearty laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, what a relief, truly exhilarating. Yi Guhong could not resist tapping the table, his eyes glistening with emotion. Although there was no evidence yet linking this incident to the individual who called, Yi Guhong was convinced that Lin Yang was behind it. After all, the call had been received just last night, and by the following morning, the Xiao Yingjiang Museum had been robbed, with all the missing items being artifacts of the Xia Dynasty. If one were to assert that there was no connection between these events, he would not believe it. Hence, even without receiving a follow-up call, Yi Guhong promptly initiated the previously agreed-upon plan. The department responsible for international correspondence was immediately taken over. The other leaders were equally exhilarated. The second-in-command, Tang Wenxing, had reddened eyes. Although the artifacts had yet to arrive, he seemed to have already convinced himself that these treasures would undoubtedly return safely. Elder Yi, there remains another question. If those artifacts return successfully, should we make their arrival public? Inquired the third-in-command, Han Zhaoyu, his plump face glowing with anticipation. Well, Yi Guhong rapped the table thoughtfully, for the truth was, he had yet to decide whether to announce it. An announcement would undoubtedly invite a myriad of complications. Yet to remain silent would feel a disservice to Lin Yang. Observing his contemplation, the other leaders refrained from interrupting. The matter was of great significance. Every decision they made required utmost caution. Should we publicize it? The leaders exchanged grave glances, their expressions turning solemn. Of course, we must. Yi Guhong and Apos. S voice rose slightly. We cannot allow the efforts of that individual to remain in obscurity. He deserves to be honored as a hero, although we do not yet know his name. His deeds should be recognized by the world. As he spoke, Yi Guhong gradually rose from his seat, gazing distantly towards the direction of the little eagle sauce. He continued, Our Shangxia is no longer the Shangxia of decades past. If we cannot safeguard what has already returned to our homeland, or if we fear to stand up for it, how can we justify the tireless efforts of countless individuals who have come before us? It would render us a laughingstock for our lack of courage. Elder Yi speaks with conviction. The leaders agreed fervently. Our Shangxia has labored for decades, with countless compatriots striving for the purpose of becoming the most steadfast support for any child of Shangxia in critical moments. Now is the time to unveil the sharp edge of our resolve. The leaders' expressions turned resolute. Yes, Elder Yi, we understand. We will make comprehensive preparations for the return route of the Little Eagle sauce, both at sea and on land. Chapter 8. Please accompany us to the Great Science Institute Wangguang. Upon witnessing the news of the theft at the Little Eagle Nations Museum, felt a rush of excitement that turned his face crimson. It must be the work of a mastermind, undoubtedly. Clenching his fists, he sprang to his feet and dashed to Zhao Zizhen and Apos' office. Teacher, have you seen the news? That individual has truly accomplished the impossible. Look at your flustered demeanor. How many times have I advised you to maintain composure in critical situations? Zhao Zizhen admonished gently, though a hint of exhilaration crept into his voice upon closer inspection. I was simply overwhelmed with excitement. Wang Guang chuckled sheepishly. How could he not be exhilarated? The mastermind was nothing short of extraordinary. From acquiring lithography machine manufacturing technology from the Windmill Nation to extracting artifacts from the Little Eagle Nation's museum, each of these feats alone would be monumental. Yet, the mastermind had succeeded not once, but twice. Wang Guang could hardly fathom how such accomplishments were achieved. At that moment, in Wang Guang's heart, Lin Yang had ascended to the status of his ultimate idol. He had rushed to Zhao Zizhen's office to inquire if it was now appropriate to send an email. He yearned for a deeper connection with his idol. Zhao Zizhen gestured for him to calm down and, after a moment of contemplation, said, Yes, you may, but refrain from asking him for assistance with materials. Simply express our gratitude. We should not burden him with additional troubles at such a critical juncture. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of the police dispatch center, Wang Xinxin awoke from her slumber, instinctively reaching for her phone to check the time. She was instead met with the breaking news alerts from various apps. The Little Eagle Nation's National Museum had been robbed, and all the stolen items were artifacts from our country? Wang Xinxin was taken aback. Then, a jolt of realization struck her, and she sat upright in bed, fixated on the news flashing across her phone screen, caught in a whirlwind of shock and confusion. Simultaneously, the bizarre phone call she had received the previous night replayed in her mind. This thought possessed an uncanny power, echoing relentlessly in her consciousness. Could it be that this was indeed the doing of that individual? But how could that be possible? Wang Xinxin was utterly bewildered. This was the National Museum of the Little Eagle Nation. How could it be so easily robbed? She squeezed her eyes shut and then opened them wide, as if to confirm she was not hallucinating. However, the official live broadcast emanating from her phone incessantly reminded her that the Little Eagle Nation's museum had indeed been robbed overnight. Not a single artifact that rightfully belonged to Shangxia remained. She wished to believe it was mere coincidence, for it was truly too incredible to fathom. Yet how could such fortuitous events occur in reality? Wang Xinxin felt a chill run down her spine. At that moment, she recalled her earlier encounter with her brother, Wang Guang, when she mentioned this very incident and his somewhat peculiar reaction. Upon hearing her recounting of events, Wang Guang did not take her words lightly as a jest. Rather, he solemnly cautioned her against divulging the information to others. At the time, she paid little attention to his warning, but in retrospect, it is evident that Wang Guang's reaction was rather unusual. Wang Xinxin herself began to feel a sense of disquiet. That morning, Wang Guang had mentioned a significant occurrence at the academy, stating that any disclosure would be treated as treason. Now reflecting on it, it seems highly probable that this momentous event pertained to their acquisition of the manufacturing manual for the lithography machine. Beyond this, Wang Xinxin could hardly fathom what other matter could be so grave. Particularly troubling was the memory of Wang Guang inquiring whether anyone from above had sought a conversation with her, followed by his insistence that she refrain from wandering about in the ensuing days. At the time, she was perplexed as to why she would be summoned for a discussion and why she ought not to roam freely. It has now dawned on her that her brother's admonitions were undoubtedly linked to their receipt of the lithography machine's manual. Panic surged within her as she considered the implications of such a significant event being tied to her twice consecutively. She feared she might be compelled to sign a confidentiality agreement like her brother and the others. A sense of trepidation enveloped her. Though signing a confidentiality agreement in itself was unremarkable, the unease was inexplicable. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a knock resonated at the dormitory door, accompanied by a low, authoritative voice. "Wang Xinxin, please accompany us. There is a matter requiring your assistance in the investigation." Meanwhile, on a sun-kissed beach, Lin Yang reclined leisurely on a sunbed, basking in the warmth of the sun. In his mind, he heard the voice of the system. "Congratulations, host. On completing the series of tasks related to the return of cultural relics, you are awarded 100 points of national treasure value and 1 achievement point." 100 points of national treasure value? Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although this sum may seem modest, in the system's marketplace, an entire set of manufacturing manuals for a state-of-the-art 0.1 nanometer lithography machine costs merely 20 points of national treasure value. It is worth noting that the last time the manufacturing manual for the lithography machine from Windmill Country was submitted to the Academy, it only garnered 20 points of national treasure value, which was just sufficient to exchange for the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine manual. While further manufacturing rewards are yet to be received, they are unlikely to amount to much more. After all, these are ancestral artifacts, and their worth is undeniable. Lin Yang sighed in awe, then curiously inquired, "System, what exactly is an achievement point?" The last time he completed a task, he did not receive any such achievement point. Please note, host, that achievement points hold considerable value. Do not squander them indiscriminately. There is also an achievement point marketplace. Let us take a look. Lin Yang expressed his surprise. In addition to the national treasure value marketplace, there was indeed an achievement point marketplace. As he spoke, a virtual screen materialized before him, visible solely to his eyes. At the top of the screen were the 4 characters denoting the achievement marketplace, and below were the items available for exchange. The first item to catch his eye was a finished version of the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine, priced at 1 achievement point. Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. 0.1 nanometer, and it's a finished version? System, what does this finished version entail? Is it an item that has already been manufactured? Lin Yang inquired. Chapter 9. Series Tasks. Indeed, host, the system mall offers items that are fully manufactured by the system, ready for immediate use upon exchange. Oh. Lin Yang and Appo's gaze flickered as he contemplated whether to proceed with the exchange. After all, this was a finished product lithography machine at 0.1 nanometers. The latest lithography machines from Windmill Nation operate at 3 nanometers, and this nearly represents the pinnacle of current technological advancements, with little room for further progress. If he were to directly exchange for the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine, the various technological blockades currently facing Shangxia would not only be dismantled, but would also grant them a significant lead. However, the system seemed aware of his thoughts and suddenly interjected. Host, this system advises against wasting achievement points on exchanging for the finished lithography machine. Achievement points are invaluable. The host may consider exchanging for the lithography machine manufacturing blueprint available in the National Treasure Value Mall, allowing the technicians of Shangxia to create it independently. Oh, why is that? Lin Yang furrowed his brows slightly. Therefore, this system recommends that the host prioritize the exchange of technical blueprints over finished products. For each successful creation of the corresponding item by the Shangxia technicians using the blueprints, the host will receive a national treasure value reward. The system and Appo's words piqued Lin Yang and Appo's interest. Are you suggesting that teaching them to fish is preferable to simply giving them fish? The host may interpret it in such a manner. Then why even offer these finished products? The essence of finished products lies in their utility during emergencies. Consequently, the points required for exchanging finished items far exceed those for blueprints. Lin Yang began to comprehend. The system indeed desired Shangxia to master the manufacturing technology, rather than merely reaping the benefits. What a remarkable system. According to the system's design, once more advanced technological items are acquired, obtaining lower-tier technological products from the same series will no longer yield national treasure value rewards. Furthermore, the raw materials for manufacturing lithography machines are relatively high in value. The system has taken into account the certain technological delays experienced by Shangxia and Appo's technicians. thus advocating for the initial production of standard lithography machines as practice to minimize potential losses. Lin Yang's eyes widened. Is this system truly so humane? It feels almost extraordinary. It seemed as though the system was intent on gradually guiding Shangxia from lower-tier to higher-tier technology, even considering the need for initial practice with inferior products. Curiously, Lin Yang inquired, "System, if I follow your suggestion, can I always exchange for lower-tier technology for them to practice with, thereby earning some national treasure value before introducing more advanced technology? Theoretically, it is possible." What does that mean? Well, Lin Yang blinked, beginning to grasp the system's implication. It appeared that this advantage could only be exploited in the early stages. However, he couldn't help but wonder if this setup was somewhat futile. All right, Lin Yang rubbed his temples. It seemed that the system's design, at least for now, had no significant flaws or redundancies. In the end, he posed a rather pivotal question. "System, when you mentioned that the return of cultural relics is a series of tasks, are you referring to the kind of series tasks that can be completed multiple times?" "Oh, by instances? Not by items?" Lin Yang inquired sharply. Why didn't it oppose to you mention this earlier?" Lin Yang suddenly felt as though he had missed out on a fortune. If only he had conducted the tasks in multiple batches, he could have reaped the rewards of the system's achievement points. Currently, his national treasure value stood at 120 points. Yet he possessed only a single achievement point. The pain. It was excruciating. Just as Lin Yang was lamenting his misfortune, he was abruptly rendered speechless. The system was indeed ruthless. It had effectively sealed off all avenues for exploiting rewards. However, in the next moment, Lin Yang set aside his grievances and hurriedly inquired, "What criteria determine the regional divisions? Are they based on national or provincial units? Furthermore, if such a setting exists, wouldn't it mean that one could simply find a single cultural relic from each region to fulfill the task?" Given the system and Oppo's current performance, it undeniably operated as a patriotic system, yet this particular arrangement left Lin Yang somewhat perplexed. It seemed to imply a rather casual approach to task completion. Nevertheless, the system's subsequent explanation swiftly dispelled his doubts. Although each region was categorized as a single task, collecting all lost Shang and Xia cultural relics within that region would yield additional achievement point rewards. For each collection task completed within a tertiary region, the host would receive a corresponding tertiary bonus. Completing a collection task within a secondary region would not only grant all the tertiary bonuses from its associated tertiary regions, but also provide an additional secondary reward and a special lottery opportunity. Please note, if all collection tasks within a primary national region are completed, a mysterious exclusive grand prize will be awarded. Chapter 10. Guardians of Cultural Heritage. Lin Yang could not help but roll his eyes at the complexity of it all. A task involving the collection of cultural relics seemed unnecessarily intricate. Lin Yang mused to himself, "No wonder it's the system. You truly have a knack for this. It's remarkably simple, direct, yet rather ruthless." Choosing not to dwell further on the topic, he inquired, "How many other lost artifacts remain in the city of Shaoxingjiang? Do privately held relics count towards the task?" Lin Yang was taken aback. "Of course, as long as they are artifacts from the Shangxia era, they are considered mission objectives." "Well then," Lin Yang replied, smacking his lips, "it appears I must resort to thievery." Without hesitation, he abandoned his leisurely beach bath and headed straight for the target and Oppo's residence. Shortly thereafter, breaking news surged on his social media. 2 wealthy collectors in Shaoxingjiang have been robbed. All their Shangxia artifacts have mysteriously vanished. This revelation left the already stunned public utterly bewildered. The theft of Shangxia artifacts from the Shaoxingjiang Museum now extended to private collections as well. Could it truly be that the thief targeted the relics? People wondered aloud. Who could possibly be audacious enough to rob not only the museum but also private collections? Good heavens, I have a sudden inkling that this might be the work of a significant figure from Shangxia, someone speculated. How could one not deduce this? The objectives are so clear. Only the relics were taken, while other valuables remained untouched. This is not typical behavior for a mere band of thieves. After all, artifacts are notoriously difficult to liquidate, and with the current global attention on them, there would be no reason to steal solely for monetary gain. This does seem to hold some merit, another agreed, wiping away a tear. If that is indeed the case, I would dare to call him a hero. Let us refrain from wild speculation for now. This is no trivial matter. We shall await further reports. Although the robbery of the 2 collectors ignited a flurry of discussions, suggesting a potential connection to the Shangxia people, The lack of substantial evidence led to a swift decline in discourse surrounding the sensitive topic. Within the Bureau of Foreign Affairs, Yi Guhong and several officials were momentarily taken aback upon hearing the news. What are your thoughts, everyone? Could this new theft, this new incident also be linked to that individual? Yi Guhong posed the question. Director Yi, it is difficult to ascertain at this moment. However, if it is indeed the same person acting with such audacity, he truly embodies the essence of righteousness, replied Deputy Director Tang Wenxing earnestly. The others nodded in agreement. Yi Guhong slightly inclined his head, clenched his fist, and solemnly declared, let us maintain vigilant surveillance over overseas shipments. Once the items arrive, everything will become clear. Additionally, we must continue to strengthen our communications with him. Regardless of whether he is responsible for these events, we must ensure his safety. Understood. The officials hurriedly departed, each engrossed in their respective tasks. Yi Guhong sat alone in a chair, engulfed in a sense of anticipation he had not felt in a long while. He was filled with both hope and trepidation. Congratulations, host, for completing the series of tasks related to the return of cultural relics in your current region. You have been awarded an additional 100 points of national treasure value. As this is your first time completing such a series of tasks, you will also receive an extra achievement point in the exclusive title, Guardian of Cultural Relics. With this title, each time you complete a task related to the return of cultural relics in the future, you will receive an additional fixed reward of 10 points of national treasure value. Meanwhile, Lin Yang was in high spirits. After retrieving the relics from the two private collectors, he received a series of notifications from the system. The additional reward of 100 points of national treasure value equaled that of his task completion reward. It seemed that he should endeavor to complete more of these series tasks in the future, especially since he had also acquired a title. This bestowed upon Lin Yang a sudden sensation akin to playing an online game. Of course, this title was not something he could wear like in a game. It merely appeared within the system. It did not manifest as an additional title bar above his head. Nevertheless, the extra reward of achievement points was still limited to just one, indicating their rarity. Lin Yang resolved to be prudent with his use of achievement points going forward. He requested the system to swiftly check which other cities in the region could allow him to undertake tasks related to the return of cultural relics. Having tasted success, Lin Yang was eager to complete several more tasks. However, he found that cross-regional checks were not permitted. All right then, what other tasks are available? Lin Yang mused, slightly pouting. How long will that take? Moreover, even if the lithography machine is successfully manufactured, it is unlikely to be publicly announced, right? Lin Yang paused in surprise. When the lithography machine is successfully manufactured, the system will notify the host, so there is no need for concern, came the response. Very well. And what about the relics? How long until they arrive in the country? Chapter 11. Fees and donations. So it is indeed possible to achieve spatial jumps? Lin Yang found himself momentarily dazed. He had merely spoken offhandedly, yet to his astonishment, the system genuinely possessed such remarkable capabilities. Indeed, host. As long as your national treasure value is sufficiently high, this system can fulfill nearly 99% of your desires. 99%? Almost? Is it not 100%? Are you not omnipotent? Lin Yang exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Very well, then how much national treasure value is required for a single wormhole jump? Lin Yang inquired with curiosity. Lin Yang's gaze flickered. I can comprehend that the fees vary according to distance, but what do you mean by achievements? Oh, so if I accumulate more achievement points, I receive a discount on your services? Lin Yang stated directly. Yes, the host may understand it this way. Then I must ask, are these achievement points calculated based on current achievements or historical ones? For example, if my achievement points increase in the future, but I spend some, how would the charges be calculated? Lin Yang queried. How much? 1,000? Why so much? Lin Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. For such a short distance, it requires 1,000 national treasure points. This cannot be right. Lin Yang felt utterly exasperated, realizing that the system did not recommend frequent use of this service, as if he possessed an abundance of national treasure points to squander at will. So, system, your pricing is akin to a base fare, correct? Even for short distances. Once activated, the minimum charge remains quite high. The host may interpret it thus. Additionally, it is related to the technological civilization level of the host country. If the Shangxia civilization can be advanced, the fees for this service will decrease. What does this mean? Lin Yang's pupils contracted. Country? Not planet? He inquired sharply. Indeed. Host, you only need to assist in enhancing the technological civilization of your own country. Oh, Lin Yang nodded slightly. It was manageable to assist Shangxia. But if he were required to help other nations, it would pose a significant challenge. Setting aside other considerations, he certainly could not assist the little cherry blossom. Thinking of the little cherry blossom, Lin Yang's eyes suddenly sparkled. System, are there any related tasks concerning the little cherry blossom nation? If I could leverage the system to create some chaos there, it would be utterly delightful. Please await the return of cultural relics and the successful manufacture of a lithography machine by Shangxia. Lin Yang was not disheartened, for the system had not stated there were no tasks related to the little cherry blossom. Moreover, even if there were none within the system, once he accumulated more national treasure points, he could still create some mayhem in the little cherry blossom nation. With this thought, Lin Yang felt a surge of anticipation. Within these 3 days, he planned to explore other regions of the Little Eagle Nation, hoping to complete a few more tasks related to the return of relics and thereby gather some achievement points and national treasure value. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the course of these 3 days, discussions surrounding the theft at the Little Eagle Sauce Museum have spiraled into a frenzy within the country. When encountering acquaintances, it feels almost impolite not to exchange a few words on the matter. After all, for a full 3 days, the Little Eagle Sauce has offered no leads regarding the theft of their museum artifacts, rendering them a subject of international ridicule. Yet, as 3 days have elapsed without any progress from the official channels, global skepticism regarding the investigative capabilities of the Little Eagle Sauce has inevitably surfaced. Moreover, considering the time that has passed, it is entirely plausible that those treasured artifacts have already been funneled through unofficial channels and dispatched overseas, thus becoming a source of international mockery. However, beyond mere amusement, the populace is far more concerned about the whereabouts of these invaluable relics. These treasures, bequeathed by our ancestors, are cherished possessions, and the loss of even a single piece is profoundly distressing, let alone the simultaneous disappearance of over 10,000 items. Ultimately, these artifacts belong to us, and though they may have been lost under the Little Eagle Sauce's watch, their preservation remains of utmost importance. The absence of a definitive statement from the authorities has left many netizens feeling unsettled. Yet just as everyone presumed that this incident would fade into obscurity, becoming yet another unsolved mystery of the modern age, an unexpected announcement ignited a firestorm online. The Shangxia Cultural Relics Bureau declared that they had received an anonymous donation of artifacts from overseas, totaling a staggering 12,068 pieces of Shangxia antiquities. In that instant, everyone was left in a state of utter astonishment. Chapter 12. To be called divine, countless netizens found themselves momentarily silenced upon encountering the news that had suddenly been elevated to prominence. What had they just witnessed? The astonishing figure of 12,068 artifacts. This revelation prompted bewildered glances among them, for this number corresponded precisely with the count of the artifacts reported missing from the Little Eagle Sauce Museum and the homes of 2 private collectors. Was this mere coincidence? An identical thought surged within everyone's mind. If it were coincidence, it was far too coincidental. Yet, if it were not, how could one possibly elucidate this fortuitous occurrence? The total number of artifacts lost from the Little Eagle Sauce Museum and the 2 private collectors amounted to 12,068. Now, the announcement of received artifact donations matched that same figure. It is difficult not to ponder whether there exists a connection between the two. Thus, after a brief silence, the online community erupted into an unprecedented fervor. Goodness gracious, what have I just witnessed? What is the Cultural Heritage Bureau saying? They received overseas donations, or rather, artifact donations. And the quantity is neither more nor less than 12,068. Dear heavens, am I hallucinating? Someone, please confirm that this is not real. Shock. Astonishment. Just as 12,068 artifacts were reported lost by Little Eagle Sauce, we simultaneously announced the receipt of an identical number of artifact donations. To assert that there is no correlation between the two would be beyond my belief. Tears were shed. This time, they were genuine. This is simply too incredible. This must be the handiwork of the titans of our Shangxia. Otherwise, such fortuitousness would not be conceivable. Indeed, as the losses occurred there, we received a corresponding number of donations, and the timing was impeccable. There is no doubt that this is the work of our Shangxia's eminent figures. Ha! I can't help but cry as well. All I wish to convey to the benefactor is, please accept my homage. I would call them divine. My mind is flooded with images. Just imagine, our Shangxia as thief, master thief, daringly infiltrating the Little Eagle Sauce Museum and the collectors' homes, retrieving each artifact solely to return them to their rightful home. The mere thought ignites a fervor within me, sending shivers down my spine. To the person above. Your words have truly moved me to tears. The imagery is so vivid, so poignant. All netizens, at this moment, were ablaze with excitement. Though some remained perplexed about how this had transpired, no one had the inclination to ponder further. Amidst the exhilaration, a few netizens could not help but express their concerns. At such a juncture, with Little Eagle Sauce announcing the theft of their museum, could our announcement of receiving donations affect diplomatic relations? Indeed, to be candid, I had previously entertained the notion that if this were indeed the doing of our own, it would be splendid. But I never dared to imagine that the authorities would so boldly proclaim it. Indeed, I had previously contemplated that if our people were involved, even if the authorities received the artifacts, they would likely keep it under wraps, considering the delicate nature of the matter. However, I truly did not anticipate the government's forthrightness, showing little regard for the sentiments of the Little Eagle. Haha, I, for one, find great satisfaction in this. When those individuals pilfered our treasures centuries ago, they certainly did not take our feelings into account. The remarks made above hold merit. Moreover, our Song Dynasty is no longer the Song Dynasty of a century ago. The government's direct announcement signifies our newfound confidence to confront the West, embodying the spirit befitting a great nation. What a commendable declaration! We, the illustrious Shang, have nothing to fear. I suspect that the government's decision to announce this now may intentionally provoke the Little Eagle, for no matter how they may flail, they are powerless. Haha. I am quite curious about the expressions of the Little Eagle and Imp, Appos, as associates at this moment. They must be quite entertaining. Hiki, regardless. Matters of diplomatic relations are beyond the contemplation of a common citizen like myself. I only know that I am elated today. Indeed, in celebration. Our company has declared a holiday, and we have gone out for drinks and skewers. Our company also closed early, and we all went together. At this moment, the return of the artifacts has become the most trending topic. There is a palpable sense of jubilation nationwide. Within the Bureau of Cultural Relics, Yi Guhong's face was flushed with excitement. Throughout these 3 days, he had been quite anxious, pondering what to do should there be an interception or seizure along the way. He had scarcely enjoyed a full night's sleep during this period. Just minutes before receiving the report, he was still wondering if, after 3 days, the artifacts had remained silent, fearing that something unfortunate might have occurred. Having been on constant alert, he promptly completed the reception and inventory. A total of 12,068 items, not a single one missing, and each in pristine condition. As he gazed at the high-definition images transmitted from the Bureau, Yi Guhong felt his eyes moisten. These artifacts, which should have returned home long ago, had languished in the West for centuries before finally making their way back. It is difficult not to feel exhilarated. Not only Yi Guhong, but the other leaders of the Bureau were equally thrilled. They continuously examined the images, seemingly intent on etching the likeness of these artifacts deeply into their memories. He truly accomplished it. After regaining his composure, Yi Guhong gently tapped the tabletop. Indeed, he did it, Elder Yi. The other leaders instantly turned to Yi Guhong, filled with awe. It is astonishing. Even now, with the facts laid before us, I still cannot fathom how he managed it. Having witnessed countless grand occasions, Yi Guhong was equally shaken within. His inner astonishment was no less than that of the online observers. The second-in-command, Tang Wenxing, spoke up, his tone tinged with concern. Upon his words, the atmosphere grew tense once more. Chapter 13. If you lack ability, do not complain, for they are all eager to witness the extraordinary individual capable of achieving 2 remarkable feats. Such prowess, although it may sound somewhat unpalatable when spoken aloud, is undeniably extraordinary. After all, being able to effortlessly access the top-secret archives of the Windmill Nation suggests that there are likely very few places he cannot infiltrate. Acquiring the manufacturing manual for lithography machines in the Windmill Nation cannot be accomplished merely through thievery. It indicates that Lin Yang must possess an exceptional ability to fabricate a convincing false identity. In such a locale, entry is virtually impossible without a legitimate and lawful identity. Hence, Lin Yang must have meticulously crafted an exceedingly plausible identity to gain access. Otherwise, lacking legal status would result in immediate detection and subsequent arrest for unlawful intrusion. This incited a degree of concern among Yi Guhong and his associates, prompting several leaders to furrow their brows in contemplation, deeply troubled by Lin Yang's safety. The leaders were momentarily taken aback. Do you believe, Elder Yi, that he will accomplish more astonishing feats? Tang Wensheng and others exchanged glances. I do not know. Yi Guhong replied, shaking his head. In response to the astonished gazes of the leaders, he murmured, "Yet I cannot shake the feeling that this is merely the beginning. Therefore, we must maintain our previous vigilance and await his next communication. As for the safety concerns, given that he could so flawlessly fabricate an identity, it stands to reason that he should not encounter significant issues in that regard." This was evidenced by his ability to procure the lithography machine manual from the Windmill Nation and subsequently arrive safely in the land of the Little Eagle Sauce. Yi Guhong spoke with calm assurance. Hence, prior to Lin Yang sending them a distress signal, their role was simply to ensure cooperation. Congratulations, host. The first batch of artifacts has been successfully transported to Shangxia. Due to the official announcement from Shangxia, your actions have become widely known among the populace, who now regard you as an unsung hero, awarding you a measure of prestige points. Congratulations, host, for receiving prestige points for the first time. You have earned a point of achievement. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the exclusive title of emerging talent in recognition of your prestige points. In the land of Little Eagle Sauce, Lin Yang was suddenly met with a flurry of notifications, causing him to pause momentarily before inquiring, "System, what exactly are prestige points?" "Huh, what does that mean? Is this of no use? Is there no prestige point marketplace?" Lin Yang was taken aback. "Cannot be consumed?" Lin Yang's brow furrowed. "System, could you explain this in a manner that an average person could easily and quickly comprehend? What is the purpose of this? And what of the exclusive title? Does it serve any function?" Lin Yang's eyes widened in curiosity. "Then why did you just say it has no current use? Are you jesting with me?" Lin Yang could not help but roll his eyes. The system fell silent. "And the title? What utility does that title have? Is it akin to the achievement point titles, providing additional benefits upon acquiring prestige?" Lin Yang inhaled deeply and posed his question once more. "Then it is meant for observation, isn't it?" Lin Yang replied in exasperation. "What level of technological advancement is required?" He pressed on. "What use are you then?" Lin Yang retorted with a hint of sarcasm, losing the desire to inquire further. Subsequently, Lin Yang posed another question. "System, to what extent has the lithography machine manufacturing at the Shangxia Institute of Technology progressed?" Chapter 14. This is a secret previously. The system indicated that once the Academy of Sciences manufactured the lithography machine, it would autonomously notify us. This suggests that the system possesses the capability for constant monitoring. It has been a few days now. The Academy should have made significant progress. Wouldn't you agree? Given the Academy's formidable strength, their previous inability to produce such technology was solely due to deliberate technological embargoes from the West. However, with the manufacturing guidelines now readily available, creating an advanced lithography machine should not pose a great challenge. Has it already been completed? So soon? Upon hearing the system announce that production was finished, Lin Yang felt a tinge of astonishment. He had anticipated that they would manage to fabricate a substantial portion, but he was taken aback to learn that the machine was fully assembled and undergoing final debugging. It appears I have somewhat underestimated the capabilities of our great nation. Once the shackles of technological restriction are removed, our manufacturing prowess is indeed unrivaled. A sense of pride began to swell within Lin Yang. He promptly instructed the system. "I will continue to gather artifacts. Inform me immediately once the debugging is completed." Over the past few days, he had been tirelessly traversing various regions of the small Eagle Nation, attempting to collect artifacts and fulfilling several repatriation missions. Unfortunately, rare were the locations that possessed qualifying artifacts. The Academy of Sciences. The Academy has been sealed off for several days now. It can be said that, without a pass, not even a fly could hope to enter or exit. Surrounding the Academy, 2 small teams have been temporarily stationed, conducting round-the-clock patrols. Additionally, hundreds of ultra-high-definition cameras equipped with night vision capabilities have been installed, ensuring comprehensive surveillance of the vicinity at all hours. This stringent security is aimed at preventing any information regarding the lithography machine from being leaked. Within the Academy, all individuals privy to the details, led by Zhao Zizhen, have had their communication devices confiscated. Specialized signal jamming equipment has been deployed to obstruct any external transmission of information. Indeed, any message sent from within the Academy is meticulously monitored by designated departments. This level of control is unprecedentedly strict. Yet, no one has expressed dissatisfaction, on the contrary. Everyone is exceedingly cooperative. Particularly those academicians responsible for the lithography machine's production are eager for no disturbances to interrupt their work. Indeed, it is true. The entire manufacturing process of the lithography machine has been directly overseen by these esteemed academicians. After several days of near-constant labor, the first lithography machine, crafted according to the manufacturing guidelines, has finally been completed. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the moment to witness the fruits of our labor over these past days, Zhao Zizhen exclaimed, his eyes bloodshot, yet gleaming with excitement. Old Zhao, do you truly believe this device will operate successfully? An academician suddenly inquired. Yuan, what do you mean by that? Zhao Zizhen retorted, his eyes narrowing. I mean no offense, it's just that, at this critical juncture, I suddenly find it all rather surreal. Just moments ago, the esteemed academician reached out to caress the lithography machine, his voice trembling slightly. This marvel is the fruit of our labor. Logically, I should not entertain such thoughts, yet I cannot help it. I am genuinely fearful of even the slightest issue arising. His words instantly resonated with the other academicians present. Ah, now that you mention it, Yuan, we too share this sentiment. It truly evokes fear. Zhao Zizhen paused momentarily. Then his eyes sparkled with determination as he replied, I fully comprehend your feelings at this juncture. But I can unequivocally assure you, this machine will encounter no problems whatsoever. Absolutely none. Seeing Zhao Zizhen's unwavering conviction, academician Yuan and the others exchanged glances before inquiring. Old Zhao, we have a question for you. What question? Though we confirmed from the onset that the manufacturing documentation is authentic, a lingering unease remains. Yet you, from the very beginning, seem to harbor unwavering trust, especially heightened in the past couple of days. We are all curious. Why do you possess not a shred of doubt? Academician Yuan articulated the collective curiosity of the group. All eyes turned to Zhao Zizhen. He was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that the other academicians would inquire about him rather than the lithography machine. However, he quickly responded with a smile. I am afraid I cannot divulge that. It is a secret. A secret? The academicians were momentarily stunned. Indeed, a secret. Zhao Zizhen affirmed earnestly, his gaze subtly shifting among them. In truth, he too had harbored concerns initially. Yet upon learning that the Cultural Relics Bureau had announced a donation of artifacts from overseas benefactors, his worries regarding the operational success of the lithography machine dissipated entirely. Although the Bureau referred to the donor as anonymous, he was certain it was the same benefactor. Moreover, the manufacturing documentation had originated from this individual. Thus, Zhao Zizhen was now imbued with an unwavering confidence 1,000-fold. Seeing Zhao Zizhen's seriousness, the academicians refrained from further inquiries. Zhao Zizhen, regaining his composure, cast his gaze over each individual present and declared with solemnity, Now, let us commence operations. He could hardly bear to wait any longer. Following his proclamation, the expressions of the gathered academicians turned grave, their eyes fixated on the machine that was about to commence its functions. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at this moment. The academicians grew increasingly anxious. The closer they drew to the climax, the more tension mounted. Even Zhao Zizhen, who had placed his complete trust in the process, could not suppress a flicker of apprehension in the final seconds. At last, amidst the anxious gazes of the assembly, the lithography machine successfully initiated its operation. It worked. Ha ha ha, it has truly succeeded. Splendid, absolutely splendid. Several elder academicians were unable to contain their tears of joy. Although the lithography machine was not a product of their own research, its presence would liberate Shangxia from reliance on others in numerous scientific endeavors. These academicians have dedicated their entire lives to the advancement and development of commercial progress, and thus, even though it has not been solely through their own efforts, they still feel a profound sense of excitement and joy. Zhao Zizhen is elated. The lithography machine has been successfully manufactured. And now it is time for significant advancements in various aspects. Chapter 15. A sense of unease within the Bureau of Foreign Affairs. Yi Guhong and several other officials promptly received the report from Zhao Zizhen. Upon reading the report that indicated the successful operation of the lithography machine, they could hardly contain their excitement. This singular piece of technology had obstructed numerous pathways in various domains. Yet now, that pathway had been cleared. How could one not feel exhilarated by such news? Moreover, possessing a high-end lithography machine equated to having the capital to ascend to the pinnacle of cutting-edge technology. This was of paramount importance. The contributions made to the nation were monumental. Yi Guhong clenched his fists. Even he found it challenging to fully fathom the profound impact this lithography machine would have on the entire research sector of Shangxia. Such a monumental contribution was beyond the scope of numerical evaluation. Over the next 2 or 3 decades, Yi Guhong dared not imagine the remarkable surge that the entire nation would experience. Such contributions were worthy of being enshrined in history. The third official, Han Zhaoyu, took a deep breath and inquired of Yi Guhong, Elder Yi, should we announce the news regarding the lithography machine to the public? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room became noticeably tense. Yi Guhong's expression turned grave. They had unhesitatingly chosen to announce matters regarding cultural relics. However, when it came to the lithography machine, they had to proceed with caution. Cultural relics, while significant, ultimately lacked the capacity to provide formidable technological strength. Their value was largely symbolic. In contrast, the lithography machine represented tangible technological prowess. This technological strength could be transformed into military power. The adage, "Those who fall behind will be struck," has held true throughout the ages. The present situation was no exception. This was precisely why Western nations had previously imposed restrictions on high-end lithography technology. Now, thanks to Lin Yang's breakthrough, this barrier had been dismantled. It was indeed a joyous occasion. However, if mishandled, it could escalate into a formidable crisis. Currently, Shangxia occupied a delicate position in the eyes of Western nations. Although Shangxia had made rapid advancements in recent years, instilling a sense of caution among Western powers, it had not yet reached a point of genuine fear. Yet, should they suddenly announce a significant breakthrough in lithography technology, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions, particularly from the Windmill Nation. And such a technological advancement would immediately elevate the perceived threat of Shangxia to alarming levels. While it may not lead to a state of war, a series of retaliatory measures across various fronts would be inevitable. Economic sanctions and targeted business collaborations could follow. Although the nation currently stood resilient against such threats, it would still incur substantial costs, resulting in considerable losses for many domestic multinational corporations. This could potentially trigger a cascade of adverse repercussions. While they were not fearful at present, they had yet to attain a level of strength sufficient to confront the entire world. Thus, in many respects, the nation was intentionally downplaying its capabilities to avoid provoking global scrutiny too soon. Therefore, the matter of the lithography machine must remain undisclosed for the time being. Yi Guhong spoke in a low voice, his fists clenched tighter. Ultimately, we are not powerful enough. We must endure. We must persist a little longer. Announcing the production of advanced lithography machines might provide a fleeting sense of relief, yet such momentary satisfaction is inconsequential. At this juncture, we must prioritize the greater picture. The time is not ripe yet. Tang Wenxing and the others fell silent, acutely aware of these truths, their hearts heavy with unease. To grow stronger, to become even more formidable. At this moment, this aspiration united them all. Shangxia also needed to become more powerful. Ultimately, we owe a debt to that individual. Unable to reveal his true heroic deeds to the world, to be revered by all. After a brief silence, Tang Wenxing let out a deep sigh. Yi Guhong's gaze flickered momentarily as he earnestly stated, "I believe he will understand us." His 2 phone calls lacked any self-introduction, clearly indicating he is not one to covet fame. Nonetheless, we should allow him the honor he deserves. Han Zhaoyu spoke up, agreeing, "Indeed. Yet our current strength does not permit us to act freely, thus we have failed him this time." Yi Guhong nodded, then slightly raised his eyes. "However, I trust that with his assistance, the day when we can make amends will not be far off. I shall personally apologize to him then." Regardless of how Lin Yang acquired the lithography machine manual, it is now a reality, thanks to his aid. His contribution and impact on our nation are immeasurable. Such a significant contribution ought to be remembered. Regrettably, we cannot publicly announce this matter, leaving Yi Guhong and the others feeling a sense of guilt towards Lin Yang. Even without knowing his name, the world should be informed that this machine was produced with the help of a mysterious hero. Yet, being unable to even recognize an unnamed hero fills Yi Guhong with even greater shame. Amidst this embarrassment, the desire to strengthen their homeland grew even more fervent. The inability to celebrate a fellow citizen and Appo's monumental contribution felt like a humiliation for Yi Guhong and everyone present. In contrast to the complex emotions of Yi Guhong and his companions, Lin Yang was in high spirits. When Zhao Jin and the others successfully operated the lithography machine, he received a series of notifications from the system. With the addition of 100 national treasure points, his total reached 320 points. The lack of increase in national treasure points over the past few days was due to his inability to complete the artifact repatriation tasks in other regions of Eagle Sauce. Although some artifacts left behind by our ancestors have scattered abroad, their numbers are not substantial. Most are concentrated in the hands of the wealthy in major metropolitan areas. So Lin Yang was not surprised by his inability to complete the relevant tasks after visiting a few other cities in Eagle Sauce. He activated the National Treasure Point store in the system, contemplating what to redeem next. "Congratulations, esteemed host. With your assistance, The enterprise has successfully acquired its very first state-of-the-art lithography machine, marking a significant advancement in the technological development of your nation. This milestone achievement has earned you a point of accomplishment as a reward. Just as Lin Yang was selecting, the system and Oppo's notification echoed in his ears once more. To manufacture such an advanced lithography machine is, indeed, of monumental significance. The unexpected acquisition of an achievement point took Lin Yang by surprise, particularly as he noted the choice of words employed by the system. Chapter 16. A preliminary borrowing of significance. The terminology employed by the system is typically precise, never exaggerated. However, the assertion that this lithography machine is of monumental importance compels Lin Yang to reassess the significance of the lithography machine. Is it truly so vital? Merely a lithography machine? Lin Yang could not help but inquire. Indeed, host, in the relatively underdeveloped technological realm you inhabit, a cutting-edge lithography machine holds a milestone significance for the advancement of national scientific research. Then, a glimmer of insight flashed in Lin Yang and Oppo's system. If such an ordinary lithography machine is regarded as momentous, then what if I exchange for the manufacturing blueprint of a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine for the Academy of Sciences? Would it not possess even greater significance if they were to produce it? Upon hearing this, Lin Yang immediately resolved not to ponder further and declared, "System, I wish to exchange for a complete set of manufacturing blueprints for a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine." Although there are finished products available in the achievement store, the system had previously advised against hastily utilizing achievement points. Furthermore, it had suggested that guiding the Academy of Sciences to construct it independently would be more advantageous, hence his decision to exchange for the manufacturing blueprints. A single set of blueprints only requires 20 national treasure points, offering a superior cost-performance ratio. After exchanging for the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine blueprints, Lin Yang found himself musing as he gazed at the remaining 300 national treasure points. The blueprint for the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine costs only 20 national treasure points, while the second most valuable item, nuclear fusion technology, skyrockets to 500 national treasure points, which is beyond his current means. System, must the price disparity be so vast? Moreover, I find it somewhat perplexing why the manufacturing blueprints for a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine are so inexpensive. Lin Yang could not help but voice his critique, curiosity piqued. After all, this is a 0.1 nanometer machine, not merely a 1 nanometer one. In terms of value, it should not be so affordable, yet the current price seems almost unreasonable, akin to being given away for free. The reason for the low price of the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine blueprints is that such advanced lithography machines are foundational and essential for cutting-edge technology. To avoid wasting excessive time on foundational elements and to facilitate a smooth and swift progression in technological development, the system has accordingly adjusted the pricing. Oh, it appears this system is rather benevolent. Lin Yang grinned, beginning to comprehend the system's intent. As future technological advancements will necessitate the use of lithography machines in various aspects, it is no wonder that the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine blueprints are priced so reasonably. The system seems to be extending a helping hand for a smoother start. However, this makes sense. Otherwise, the blueprints for a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine would not be so affordably priced. Yet, the earlier statement from the system caused him to furrow his brow. I, too, wish to accomplish more tasks. The crux of the matter is the tasks themselves. Did you not mention that once the Academy of Sciences produces the lithography machine, new task guidance would follow? Where are the tasks? You may actively undertake system tasks, which will refresh intermittently from this moment onward. Currently available tasks include inflicting a certain degree of destruction upon the shrine in Sakura Land, as well as appropriating a portion of the advanced scientific technologies from Sakura Land. You may pursue both tasks simultaneously. However, it is imperative to inform you that these system tasks carry a certain level of risk. Thus, the system advises the host to adopt a temporarily passive stance and await an accumulation of national treasure points to a sufficient degree. This will allow for the exchange of remote offensive weaponry, enabling precise strikes against the shrine in Sakura Land while ensuring safety. What? You say there truly are tasks to wreak havoc in Sakura Land? Lin Yang and Oppo's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Just a couple of days prior, he had pondered how delightful it would be to have such a mission, venting his frustrations while simultaneously accumulating national treasure points. To his astonishment, it had indeed arrived. As for the system's subsequent caution regarding danger, he dismissed it entirely. After all, such a fortuitous opportunity, even with a hint of peril, was too enticing to forego. Destruction of shrines? That was his forte. Off he went, eager to commence the mission. Yet, in the next moment, as he eagerly opened a ticketing website to book a flight to Sakura Land, he was met with an unexpected revelation. Insufficient balance? Lin Yang paused momentarily. Astonished. How could he be out of funds? Silence enveloped him, heavy and oppressive like the smog outside. He couldn't help but reflect on the dismal weather in Sakura Land. Gazing out at the overcast sky for a spell, Lin Yang recalled that he was originally studying abroad on the Western continent. Yes, studying abroad. Having graduated high school this year, and due to his lackluster academic performance coupled with the intense competition in his home country, he had resolved to pursue studies overseas. Seizing the opportunity to inspect several prospective schools during his break. His family was not affluent by any means. They had emptied their resources to support his education, providing him just enough for his basic expenses. However, having traversed several countries, his finances were indeed running low. Previously, he had been so caught up in the thrill of binding to the system that he had overlooked this very tangible issue. System, is there a way to exchange currency in your marketplace? He awkwardly inquired after a moment of silence. Others who had bound to the system seemed to become billionaires in the blink of an eye, yet here he was, fretting over finances. Apologies, host. The system marketplace does not allow for currency exchange. If you find yourself in dire need of funds, you may exchange items from the marketplace for sale. Very well. Nevertheless, this did remind him of something significant. Although direct currency exchange was not an option in the system marketplace, every item within it possessed immeasurable value. If sold, nations around the world would likely scramble to acquire them at any cost. Of course, this notion was fleeting. He certainly would not entertain the idea of selling such advanced technologies to other countries. However, not selling to other nations. Surely it is reasonable to request some support from one's own homeland? Lin Yang began to ponder. Each item must possess immeasurable value. Wouldn't it be fair to ask the Academy of Sciences and the Bureau of Cultural Relics for a bit of hardship compensation? No, that would sound too harsh. Let us consider it a loan, which he would undoubtedly repay in the future. Lin Yang rubbed his forehead, resolved to make his request. Ahem. To borrow some funds. Yes, just borrowing a bit for now. As a distinguished system owner, he would never be the sort to default on a debt. Once he becomes prosperous, he would certainly repay it. In a time of urgency, one must act pragmatically. Furthermore, he had prepared a manufacturing blueprint for a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine for them. Surely the Academy would not refuse his request for financial assistance? Lin Yang muttered as he dialed the duty phone of the Academy of Sciences, which he had contacted previously. Chapter 17. Customer Service Vibes in the Heart of the Night in the Domestic Research Institute. Wang Guang was engrossed in calculations while holding a blueprint. Since the advent of the 3-nanometer lithography machine, numerous breakthroughs in scientific research had become feasible. Consequently, the pressure on the institute had surged significantly, as many calculations required the expertise of the esteemed scholars and academicians. Thus, in recent days, nearly all personnel above the researcher level had been working overtime. Despite the sudden increase in pressure, not a single face bore signs of distress. Rather, they were all radiating enthusiasm. This overtime work was something they eagerly welcomed. Even during his duty, Wang Guang could not indulge in aimless browsing on forums as he did previously. Zhao Zhan, in an effort to cultivate his skills, had assigned him numerous tasks, ensuring that even during the night shift, he was continuously engaged in calculations. The phrase pain and pleasure aptly encapsulated the genuine sentiments of Wang Guang and many other academicians at the institute. Suddenly, the phone rang. Wang Guang instinctively pressed the answer button. Ever since receiving a late-night call from Lin Yang, the institute had issued a formal notice mandating that any call to the duty room must be answered promptly, regardless of how implausible the caller and Oppos's request might seem. The instructions were emphasized in bold red lettering, especially highlighting the importance of addressing late-night calls with utmost seriousness. Typically, calls to the duty room were made solely by relevant personnel, as scientific research remained an abstract concept for the vast majority of ordinary people, who approached it with a sense of reverence. As such, it was rare for anyone to disturb the duty line, particularly during the late hours, which indicated urgent matters. Moreover, it was nearly certain that Lin Yang was abroad, and given the time difference with the domestic region, night calls necessitated even greater caution and courtesy. Thus, Upon hearing the first ring, Lin Yang was greeted by Wang Guang's polite voice. Hello, this is the duty room of Shangxia Research Institute. I am Wang Guang, the duty officer for tonight. I am pleased to receive your call. How may I assist you? Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. He instinctively glanced at the number on his phone, questioning whether he had dialed incorrectly. What was happening? When did the personnel at the Research Institute become so courteous? Resembling a customer service line? What had transpired at the Institute in just a few short days? In the fleeting seconds of his bewilderment, Wang Guang's polite voice echoed again. Hello, this is the duty room of Shangxia Research Institute. I am the duty officer for tonight. This young man had the audacity to repeat his previous words. Lin Yang was genuinely perplexed. After all, this was the Research Institute. Even the night shift personnel were undoubtedly young researchers of considerable caliber. To speak without exaggeration, it is remarkable that one can become a researcher at the prestigious Academy of Sciences at such a young age. Each individual stands out as exceptional. Now, to hear such customer service-like remarks is quite bewildering. Furthermore, the fact that I received a late-night call, and the other party not only remained patient, but was exceedingly courteous on 2 occasions, is rather astonishing. At that moment, he also recognized Wang Guang's voice. The very individual who had answered his call that fateful night. It was indeed a familiar face. After a brief reflection on the wonders of the world, before Wang Guang could repeat himself for the 3rd time, Lin Yang interjected. Hello, I am the one who transmitted the lithography machine manual to you last time. I called today to inquire if you could lend me some money. What? You said what? Borrow money? Wang Guang was utterly taken aback within the Academy of Sciences. Upon hearing that voice, he could hardly contain his excitement, for he would never forget it. However, before he could fully express his admiration, he was struck by Lin Yang's subsequent words. Borrowing money? He questioned whether he had misheard. Yet, on the other end of the line, Lin Yang assured him with utmost certainty. Yes, borrowing money, of course, I shall repay it, and I won't be borrowing without compensation. I have something to offer in exchange, and at this moment, Wang Guang grasped the situation clearly. It appeared that this esteemed individual had encountered some difficulties abroad and was in need of funds. Without allowing Lin Yang to finish, he excitedly replied, Please hold on. Esteemed one, do not hang up. I will immediately consult my teacher. Oh, I apologize, our director. Please, do not disconnect the call. Money is not an issue. You can have as much as you need. Wang Guang and Apos' voice trembled with urgency as he repeatedly reassured Lin Yang that money would not be a problem. Fearing that Lin Yang might misinterpret their willingness to lend and terminate the call, Lin Yang understood that the matter of borrowing money was not one a mere duty officer could decide. So he reasonably indicated that he would not hang up and would wait for their director to arrive. Then he heard Wang Guang and Apos' voice nearly torn with excitement. On the other end, teacher, the esteemed one is on the line and wishes to borrow money. Yes, the very one who provided us with the lithography machine manual. Please come to the duty room immediately, right now. Wang Guang was evidently notifying Zhao Zhan. However, perhaps due to his overwhelming excitement, he neglected to mute the duty room and Apos' telephone microphone, allowing Lin Yang to hear everything clearly. Quite impressive indeed. This fellow is a student of the director. Lin Yang mused to himself. It was evident that those who could enter the Academy of Sciences at such a young age were no ordinary individuals. Even a mere duty researcher was a protege of the director. Lin Yang felt a tinge of envy. Given his academic performance, it is safe to say that he would not even be able to step through the doors of the prestigious academy, let alone be a favored student of its esteemed president. As Lin Yang indulged in these random thoughts, he suddenly heard the somewhat awkward voice of Wang Guang on the phone. Esteemed sir, are you still there? I am. Oh, thank goodness. Rest assured. I have already informed our president, and he is in the adjacent dormitory. He will be here shortly. Please do not worry about the financial matters. Your safety is of utmost importance. Additionally, I am immensely grateful for the lithography machine blueprints you provided us last time. We have successfully manufactured it. A significant portion of our domestic research is on the verge of substantial development, and you are simply remarkable, truly my idol. Wang Guang hurriedly expressed an array of sentiments, and only upon realizing his exuberance did he feel a twinge of rudeness. He quickly added, I apologize, esteemed sir, for my excessive excitement upon encountering you again. I am not usually this verbose. I hope I have not bothered you. Please forgive me. Chapter 18. Quite fortunate Wang Guang was incessantly apologizing. Lin Yang discerned his awkwardness and could not help but chuckle. You need not be so tense. If I am not mistaken, it was you who answered my call last time. It seems we are quite fated. Ah, the esteemed one actually remembers me? I am truly honored. Upon hearing Lin Yang acknowledge him, Wang Guang's spirits soared with excitement. What an easily excitable youth! Lin Yang mused, and in an effort to alleviate Wang Guang's nervousness, he engaged him in some light conversation. Meanwhile, Zhao Zizhen, upon receiving Wang Guang and Amp Appo's late-night call, felt his face flush with excitement. Without a moment and Amp Appo's hesitation, he sprang from his bed and hurriedly donned his clothes, heading straight for the duty room. He had not anticipated receiving another call from the esteemed one so soon. However, midway through his rush, Zhao Zizhen suddenly paused, a look of gravity crossing his face as he spoke to himself. The individual who sought alone, despite his considerable capabilities, must be facing an enormous predicament. Otherwise, he would not have so readily asked for assistance. After all, those with extraordinary talents are often proud. Yet, since he had broached the subject, it was evident that the sum required was not trivial. If it were a small amount, Zhao Zizhen could cover it himself. Even if it were slightly more, he could use the institute's name to facilitate it. But should the sum be substantial, it would require approval, and given the late hour, there would be no one available to grant it. Moreover, navigating through the layers of bureaucracy would take considerable time, potentially delaying the important matter at hand. It appeared that notifying Elder Yi immediately was the only course of action. As he pondered this, a reluctant expression crossed Zhao Zizhen's face. He wished to converse with Lin Yang first. Notifying Yi Guhong directly would subject the call to immediate monitoring, making certain discussions inconvenient. Although Yi Guhong had previously instructed them to report any calls from this esteemed individual without delay, Zhao Zizhen, as the director of the academy, held certain privileges. A slight delay would not be detrimental. Yet, upon realizing that Lin Yang had called in the middle of the night for a loan, it was clear that he must be in urgent need. The thought of inadvertently delaying matters weighed heavily on him. Ultimately, after a brief moment of hesitation, Zhao Zizhen resumed his sprint towards the duty room while dialing Yi Guhong and Appo's number. He could always speak with Lin Yang privately at a later time. However, the urgency of Lin Yang's request for financial assistance could not be overlooked. Given his capabilities, encountering a financial issue abroad would undoubtedly be a matter of great urgency. At this hour, with the country shrouded in night, only Yi Guhong had the authority to swiftly approve such a significant sum. As for whether Lin Yang's sudden request for a loan was somewhat impolite, that consideration did not even cross Zhao Zizhen's mind. Given Lin Yang's contributions, a sudden request for assistance, or even a more audacious demand, would be entirely acceptable. Moreover, the fact that Lin Yang had chosen to reach out to the academy rather than the official emergency response center only delighted Zhao Zizhen further. What did this signify? In times of uncertainty, the first thought that crossed this individual's mind was their esteemed institute, indicating that, in their heart, it held the utmost priority. A surge of inexplicable exhilaration, akin to a competitive spirit, rippled through Zhao Zhen's being as he hurried towards the duty room. Within the bureau, Yi Guhong promptly appeared in the office hall, followed shortly by the two responsible figures, Tang Wenxing and Han Xiaoyu. It was evident that this meticulous preparation had proven to be entirely necessary. At that moment, the concealed excitement and eagerness were unmistakable upon their faces and in their eyes. Old Yi, did that fellow really call again? Is he seeking a loan? Tang Wenxing and Han Xiaoyu exchanged glances, unable to suppress their curiosity. When they had received the notification from Yi Guhong, they had not had time to ponder. Now, they sought confirmation. Yes, it was old Zhao himself who informed me. He is currently en route to the duty room, Yi Guhong affirmed. That rascal, why does he always seem to seize every opportunity? The first notification regarding the lithography machine manufacturing was sent directly to them, and now, the call for funds did not reach the alarm center as usual, but instead found its way to his esteemed institute. That old fellow must be quite pleased with himself, thought Tang Wenxiang, a hint of envy lacing his words. Indeed, you are correct. The old man was positively gleeful during the conversation, Yi Guhong chuckled, before adopting a serious demeanor. All right, let us refrain from further chatter. The monitoring equipment is prepared. Let us hope he is not entangled in a significant security predicament. Notify the finance department to be ready for an immediate transfer. Once he states the required amount, we shall proceed with the transaction. Understood. As the discussion turned to serious matters, Tang Wenxing immediately assumed a grave expression. In the duty room of the esteemed institute, Zhao Zhen traversed the distance from his dormitory to the duty room in half the usual time, or perhaps even a third. Then, at Wang Guang's gesture, He directly answered the call, clearing his throat with a hint of excitement. Hello, this is Xiao Zhan, the current president of the esteemed institute. I am delighted to converse with you. Ah, you are too kind. At my age, I seldom rest, so you have not disturbed me at all. Xiao Zhan replied courteously upon hearing Lin Yang's voice, inexplicably feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. Before personally receiving the call, he had envisioned countless scenarios. Lin Yang could be aloof or perhaps quite impatient. Yet, at this moment, he began to believe Wang Guang's earlier assertions. Lin Yang was indeed amiable. Previously, when he inquired about Wang Guang's experience with the call, Wang Guang had mentioned that the voice on the other end seemed youthful, possibly even that of a high school student. Xiao Zhan had been skeptical, but now it seemed Wang Guang had spoken the truth. Unless Lin Yang had employed some undisclosed advanced technology to disguise his voice, he indeed appeared quite young, rendering Xiao Zhan's astonishment even greater. However, despite discerning that Lin Yang was indeed quite young, Xiao Zhan did not harbor a trace of disdain. Instead, as his words fell, he promptly added, I have heard that you are in need of financial assistance. May I inquire about the specific amount you require? You may provide me with a figure and a card number, and the funds will be transferred immediately. He was acutely aware of Lin Yang's financial predicament and thus suppressed his impulse to engage in further conversation, directly questioning Lin Yang about the sum he needed, fearing that even a moment's delay could jeopardize Lin Yang's affairs. It was not only Xiao Zhan who was taken aback. Even those listening in, such as Yi Guhong, were momentarily stunned, for the amount Lin Yang had mentioned was, quite frankly, Chapter 19, the price of a plane ticket. What did you say? How much do you need? Just the price of a plane ticket. Are you sure you didn't misspeak? Upon hearing the amount Lin Yang stated, Zhao Zizhen stood frozen in place. The notion that it was merely the cost of a plane ticket left him utterly astonished. At that moment, he questioned whether he was suffering from a hearing impairment. This individual only required the price of a plane ticket. He was profoundly taken aback. Within the monitoring room, Yi Guhong and others exchanged bewildered glances. They had all harbored the same thoughts as Zhao Zizhen, believing that Lin Yang's late-night call for financial assistance indicated he was in dire straits, necessitating an astronomical sum. However, none of them could have anticipated that Lin Yang's request amounted to merely the cost of a plane ticket, less than 10,000 yuan. The atmosphere fell into an unusual silence. As each person grappled with their confusion, they were all in disarray, particularly Zhao Zizhen, who felt not only bewildered but also a profound sense of regret. Had he known that Lin Yang only needed the fare for a plane ticket, he certainly would not have reported it to Yi Guhong at the first opportunity. He could have easily covered it from his own pocket, although he was perplexed as to why Lin Yang would lack the funds for a plane ticket. It was a sum he could readily provide. Oh, my dear ancestor, why didn't you mention this sooner? Zhao Zizhen felt his heart bleed, though such sentiments could only be whispered in his mind, as the call was being monitored and he dared not speak freely. The thoughts swirling in his head felt utterly awkward. Meanwhile, upon hearing the amount he requested, Lin Yang noted the silence on the other end of the line. Could it be that the esteemed institution was unwilling to assist him with such a modest sum? After all, he had facilitated their acquisition of the lithography machine. This seemed unreasonable. He too was puzzled by Zhao Zizhen's sudden silence, but chose not to dwell on it, although it struck him as odd. He proceeded according to plan. I won't borrow without offering something in return. I intend to repay you. Additionally, I have prepared an item to exchange. And if that doesn't suffice, consider this money as the proceeds from a sale. Of course, if you truly cannot lend it, just disregard my request. Wait. No. Before Lin Yang could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Zhao Zizhen, who had come to his senses. Please don't misunderstand. How could we possibly refuse to lend? I'm not talking about just the cost of a plane ticket. Whether it's 10, 100, or even 1,000, it's hardly a concern. My earlier silence stemmed from the stark contrast between the amount you mentioned and my expectations. I presumed you were facing a significant issue requiring a large cash sum. But I never anticipated you would only need the fare for a plane ticket. So please, do not misconstrue my momentary astonishment as reluctance to lend you money. Just provide a bank account number, and the funds will be transferred immediately. Zhao Zizhen fervently explained, his anxiety palpable. Upon hearing Lin Yang and Apos' words, he was taken aback. Alarmed by the implications of borrowing without repayment and the notion of disregarding the request altogether. Good heavens, what kind of conversation was this? Almost led to a misunderstanding. Such a small sum, is it really a concern? Is that so? After listening to Zhao Zhan and Apos' explanation, Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. It turned out he had overthought the situation. It wasn't an amp, oppos, T that they were unwilling to lend, but rather that his request was too modest. How awkward. Of course, considering all you've done for us, even if it were 1,000 times more, it would not be an issue. Please do not misunderstand us as being unwilling to lend you money. Zhao Jun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, reiterating his point. He was genuinely frightened. Had he taken just a second or two longer to react, Lin Yong might have said goodbye and hung up. Good heavens. His moment of distraction was truly due to Lin Yang's paltry request, which momentarily left him speechless. Oh, very well, then. Please transfer the funds to this anonymous card. Lin Yong promptly provided a card number. This card number, of course, was generated with the system's assistance, ensuring that no one could trace its ownership or information. Ding. A new transfer has been received in your bank account ending with XXX888, amounting to 10,000,000,000. The balance is. Almost simultaneously as Lin Yong provided the card number, he received a text notification from the bank. The amount transferred was a staggering 10 million. 10 million? Why so much? Lin Yong was momentarily stupefied. He only needed enough for a plane ticket. Once in Sakura, he had plenty of ways to acquire funds. Yet here they were, without hesitation, transferring 10 million. Ahem, as you are traveling abroad, where the cost of living is considerably high, this is our small gesture of goodwill. We hope you do not mind. Zhao Jun was at a loss for words. Who would believe that such a person would only request the cost of a plane ticket? Yet could they genuinely just send over the cost of a ticket? Absolutely not. Though 10 million seems substantial, in light of Lin Yang's contributions, it is truly just a token of appreciation. Moreover, it was not impossible to transfer a larger sum. However, since Lin Yong only asked for a ticket, sending over 1 billion would have felt rather inappropriate. Therefore, 10 million was deemed an appropriate figure, as it sounds considerable without reaching astronomical heights like 1 billion. Nor does it appear trivial like 100,000. Furthermore, 10 million is a comfortable sum to live on abroad. While it is unclear what kind of living conditions Lin Yong is in, it seems he is not excessively affluent. Otherwise, he would not have only requested enough for a plane ticket. Thus, the decision to transfer 10 million was made. Lin Yong pondered for a moment, but chose not to refuse. After all, money can indeed facilitate actions. Although his initial intention was merely to cover a plane ticket, having some emergency funds is not unwarranted. Additionally, he could sense that this truly came from the heartfelt intentions of his homeland. Such sentiments hold great importance, making it difficult for him to decline. Please feel free to use it at your discretion. There is no rush to repay. Zhao Zijin initially intended to say that there was no need for repayment, yet such a statement felt somewhat inappropriate. Thus, he opted for a different approach. Subsequently, under the subtle prompting from Yi Guhong, he took the initiative to inquire, "Pardon my boldness, but may I ask if you have any particular matters to attend to at the Little Sakura? Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to let us know. We shall extend our utmost efforts to support you." Chapter 20. I apologize. I must attend to some matters at the Little Cherry Blossom. So let us put that aside for now. I have something for you, which has already been sent to your official email at the Great Science Institute. Please check it. Lin Yong refrained from elaborating on his visit to the Little Cherry Blossom, but after a moment and oppose, as contemplation, he added, "Perhaps we could do it this way. I am not fond of the feeling of being in debt. Consider the contents of the email as a purchase for my services. Thus we would be even. What do you think? What have you sent?" Zhao Zijin suddenly remembered that Wang Guang had mentioned something earlier when he informed him that Lin Yong had more than just a loan to discuss. As he inquired, Wang Guang had already swiftly opened the official email. Simultaneously, he accessed his inbox and discovered the blueprints Lin Yong had forwarded. Upon seeing the glaring title manufacturing manual for a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine, illustrated version, both men were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged incredulous glances. Was this some sort of jest? It is well known that the most advanced lithography machines in the world currently belong to the Windmill Nation, which operates at a mere 3 nanometer scale. Yet, astonishingly, Lin Yong had sent them a manual for a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. It is important to note that while acquiring a manufacturing manual from the Windmill Nation was already a far-fetched notion, it was still a product that existed on Blue Star. However, the concept of a 0.1 nanometer machine seemed utterly implausible. With the current state of technology on Blue Star, it would take at least a century, if not longer, to reach such a level of advancement. To claim that it had been accomplished now was nothing short of a joke. Indeed, Both men's initial instinct was to dismiss Lin Yang's message as a prank. Zhao Zizhen could not shake off the thought that Lin Yang might have fabricated a document to avoid repaying his debt. Despite his resolve to complete the transaction regardless of its authenticity, he felt an inexplicable discomfort. Nonetheless, curiosity got the better of him, and he opened the document. Given Lin Yang's previous contributions, even if this document were a mere ruse, it would matter little. However, as Zhao Zizhen skimmed through the document, he was struck with an electric shock of realization. This was not a trivial fabrication. Had it been prior to the construction of the 3-nanometer lithography machine, he might have hesitated to make such a judgment. Yet, based on his prior experience, he could immediately discern that the content of this document was indeed a legitimate and considerably advanced manufacturing manual for a lithography machine. There was no doubt about it. He was astonished. He was bewildered. He found himself in a state of utter confusion. How could this be possible? Within the Bureau of Anomalies, as Zhao Zizhen fell into silence, an air of tension enveloped the room. Could it be that the manual sent to the Great Science Institute and Appos' email was, in fact, authentic? Old Zhao. Yi Guhong could no longer restrain his calls. An urgency surged within him as he repeatedly shouted. He had no choice. He could not help but feel anxious. The deeper Zhao Zizhen remained in silence, the more it suggested that the existence of the lithography machine might indeed be true. If it were genuine, it would be an event of monumental significance, far surpassing any trivial matters. A 1-nanometer lithography machine, the mere thought of it was enough to render one breathless. Yu Guhong dared not imagine the implications if this were indeed the case. Tang Wenshen and the others held their breaths, exchanging glances filled with escalating tension. If a 1-nanometer lithography machine truly existed, how many times would that number multiply? No. If such a machine were real, its impact and significance could not merely be measured in monetary terms. It would signify a technological advancement that eclipsed at least several hundred years. It would mean that Shangxia could leap forward to become the most formidable technological empire on the entire planet. Furthermore, it would usher in possibilities that they could scarcely fathom or dare to contemplate. With the addition of a 1-nanometer lithography machine, what would Shangxia's future look like in just a few years? They could hardly bear to envision it further. In the Great Academy, Zhao Zizhen held the phone, his body frozen in place for a full half-minute. The instruction manual before him had become the sole focus of his existence. The exquisite formulas, the intricate arrangements, the masterful combinations captivated and ensnared him. It was undoubtedly a 1-nanometer lithography machine. Zhao Zizhen and Appos' heart roared with exhilaration. He felt he might go mad. No one could comprehend the tumult of emotions he was experiencing. Just days prior, he lamented the lack of advanced lithography machines in the country. Yet now he possessed one that was at least hundreds of years ahead of the global technological curve. Such a dreamlike scenario. If he were not living it himself, he would never have believed it, even at the cost of his life. He could certainly hear Yi Guhong and Appos' urgent calls through the earpiece. At that moment, he simply wanted to weep. Indeed, Zhao Zizhen longed to cry. As a dedicated researcher who had devoted his life to the frontiers of science, his greatest wish had always been to witness the rise of his nation and Appos' scientific endeavors. Now, that wish had come true. Few could grasp the depth of this feeling. He wanted to cry, and he truly did burst into tears. Heaven above, I, Zhao, have been fortunate enough to witness such a marvelous creation in my lifetime. I have no regrets in death. I have no regrets, ha ha ha. Zhao Zizhen laughed and cried, appearing almost delirious. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, his sobs grew louder, transforming into a heartfelt lament as he repeatedly confessed into the phone. I am sorry. I am so sorry. I apologize for the petty thoughts I harbored about you. I thought you were trying to deceive us to avoid debt. Now I feel ashamed of my previous thoughts. Now I comprehend that you must be apprehensive that accepting such a precious gift might evoke feelings of guilt within us, which is why you intentionally proposed an exchange in the form of a loan. In comparison to you, my thoughts are utterly base and unworthy. I am guilty. I sincerely apologize to you. Zhao Zhen bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Although it was merely a phone call and Lin Yang could not see him, he still performed this gesture. It seemed that only in this manner could he alleviate his troubled heart, even if just a little. Chapter 21. Could he truly be a genius? Zhao Zizhen was engulfed in discomfort and overwhelming guilt. He had initially believed that Lin Yang and Appos' words were merely an excuse to evade repayment. However, upon confirming the authenticity of the 1 nanometer lithography machine's manufacturing blueprint sent to his inbox, he realized he had misjudged Lin's intentions, attributing to him the basest of motives. This revelation filled Zhao with a profound sense of shame. Here was Lin, thousands of miles away, dedicated to the advancement of their nation, providing them with a 1 nanometer lithography machine. While he had harbored such sordid thoughts, he felt he truly deserved condemnation. Meanwhile, Lin Yang was completely taken aback. He was genuinely bewildered. Listening to Zhao Zizhen and Oppo's sudden, heart-wrenching sobs over the phone left him in a state of confusion. What had transpired? How had their conversation taken such an abrupt turn? Yet, as he listened to Zhao's apologies, he began to comprehend the emotional spiral that had overtaken Zhao. With a mix of amusement and sympathy, he reassured him, "Director Zhao, there is no need for such distress. I shall not take it to heart. What is paramount is that you all expedite the production of this 1 nanometer lithography machine. It surpasses the 3 nanometer process, and I must trouble you esteemed scholars further." Lin chose to divert the topic rather than offer purely comforting words, effectively guiding Zhao and Oppo's focus elsewhere. As anticipated, upon hearing this, Zhao Zizhen quickly regained his composure, exclaiming with fervor, "Rest assured, we will manufacture this lithography machine promptly and will not betray your expectations." Zhao gazed at the intricate and exquisite blueprint of the 1 nanometer lithography machine, his excitement rendering him almost numb with exhilaration. In the Bureau of Extraterrestrial Affairs, Yi Guhong and his colleagues were equally startled by Zhao Zizhen and Oppo's sudden outburst of tears. Nevertheless, they understood the reasons behind his emotional breakdown. On one hand, there was the guilt he felt toward Lin Yang. On the other, his lifelong dedication to research had culminated in the rare opportunity to witness the 1 nanometer lithography machine, evoking a sense of urgency akin to a moment of enlightenment that one would cherish even at the cost of life. The convergence of these emotions led to his loss of control. When they heard Zhao Zizhen confirm that the manufacturing blueprint was indeed for a 1 nanometer lithography machine, they were equally struck by astonishment. The experience of a 3 nanometer lithography machine over the past few days had vividly illustrated the plethora of benefits that could arise from breaking through technological barriers. Yi Guhong and the others could hardly fathom the implications of directly producing a 1 nanometer lithography machine. However, in comparison to Zhao Zizhen's fervor, they exercised a degree of restraint, for there were more pressing matters at hand. Relative to the 1 nanometer lithography machine, their greater curiosity lay in understanding how Lin Yang had obtained this manufacturing blueprint. This was technology that could not possibly exist anywhere on Blue Star. Yet, if it were to be acquired illicitly, there must be a tangible object to pilfer, and this was certainly beyond the capabilities of any nation at present. The mere fact that he possessed it compelled Yi Guhong and his colleagues to ponder deeply. Thus, Yi Guhong conveyed a message to Zhao Zizhen, urging him to regain his composure and inquire of Lin Yang where he had procured the 1 nanometer lithography machine manufacturing blueprint. This was of utmost importance. Zhao Zizhen was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Therefore, upon hearing Lin Yang accept his apology, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to compose his thoughts. He then, at Yi Guhong and Oppo's request, tentatively inquired of Lin Yang. The opportunity for communication was invaluable, and he could not afford to squander it. "Well, I came up with this myself. Do you believe it?" "Huh, you conducted research on your own?" Zhao Zizhen was momentarily taken aback. The eavesdropping Yi Guhong and others fell into a stunned silence. Conducted research on his own? Surely, this was no jest? "Indeed," Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. "I perused the manufacturing manual for the 3 nanometer lithography machine from Windmill Country, which sparked some ideas. Consequently, I delved deeper into the subject, and, to my surprise, I actually succeeded in my research." "What?" The silence among Zhao Zizhen and the others deepened. He merely glanced at the manufacturing manual for the 3 nanometer lithography machine and managed to develop a 1 nanometer one? How little time had passed? Just a few days. He had vaulted directly from 3 nanometers to 0.1 nanometers? What kind of scientific genius was this? They were utterly bewildered. Zhao Zizhen and his colleagues had been painstakingly imitating the process, pooling the entire resources of the Grand Academy of Sciences, and had only just managed to produce a 3 nanometer lithography machine. Meanwhile, Lin Yang had already achieved a 1 nanometer machine in a matter of days. Was he even human? Though such thoughts were decidedly impolite, both Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong could not help but entertain them at that moment. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? merely glancing at a manual for a 3-nanometer lithography machine and miraculously producing a 0.1-nanometer machine? Could it be that he was indeed a genius? Silence. The stillness was as profound as the moonlight of the night. On the other end, Lin Yang sensed Zhao Zizhen and Appo's renewed silence. He did not elaborate further, understanding that they required time to process this information. Even before the call, he had prepared a suitable explanation. While he could have remained reticent, the Grand Academy of Sciences would undoubtedly refrain from probing further, yet such an approach would seem excessively cold. Thus, he had devised a narrative. He had derived these innovations based on existing knowledge. Though this rationale sounded implausible and outrageous, hardly something a normal person would believe, it was, after all, somewhat defensible. There existed, in this world, a select few geniuses whose capabilities transcended the understanding of the average person. Despite the absurdity of this explanation, every endeavor has its first instance. As for attributing the title of genius to himself through the system's resources, Lin Yang felt no embarrassment. The system was his, and naturally, its resources belonged to him as well. Was there any flaw in this reasoning? Absolutely none. If there are no further matters, I shall conclude the call. Lin Yang said politely, preparing to hang up. Wait, please hold. Hearing his intent to end the call, Zhao Zizhen was compelled to regain his composure and quickly interjected. May I ask, were you serious about what you just said? Is this the outcome of your independent research after studying the manufacturing manual of the 3-nanometer lithography machine from Windmill Nation? Indeed. Lin Yang once again provided an affirmative response. This. Zhao Zizhen felt an instantaneous jolt of electricity coursing through his entire being, leaving him utterly stunned. Yi Guhong and the others shared a similar sentiment. They were completely taken aback. Chapter 22. The treasure. There was no alternative. They had no choice but to believe. The technology of a 0.1-nanometer lithography machine was something no nation in the world could possess. Since Lin Yang claimed that he had derived this from studying the manufacturing manual of a 3-nanometer lithography machine from the Windmill Nation just days prior, they had to accept his assertion. After all, if such an extraordinary object did not originate from his research, where else could it possibly come from? Thus, it was an unfathomable situation. Once they chose to accept this explanation, a new thought inevitably surfaced in the minds of Yi Guhong and others. How astonishing was Lin Yang and Appo's ability to develop a 0.1-nanometer lithography machine merely by reviewing a manual for a 3-nanometer machine in such a short span of days. This remarkable talent in scientific research surpassed their understanding. It was important to note that even Zhao Zizhen, the esteemed director of a prominent scientific institute, who had been personally overseeing the development of the 3-nanometer machine, had yet to make any progress towards its enhancement. Yet, Lin Yang not only improved upon this technology, but did so in a manner that was utterly extraordinary. This indicated that Lin Yang possessed not only capability, but also an unparalleled gift, a true treasure in the realm of technological civilization, a gem for commerce, and a boon for humanity. Suddenly, recalling Lin Yang and Appo's somewhat juvenile voice, Zhao Zizhen felt a tremor of anxiety and hesitantly inquired, May I ask how many years you have engaged in research in this field? He intended to discern whether Lin Yang was genuinely a young man or merely masquerading as an elderly figure. He was unconcerned about Zhao Zizhen's probing, for with the existence of the system, no amount of inquiry could unveil his true identity. However, his response left Zhao Zizhen and the eavesdropping Yi Guhong and others utterly astonished. He had merely graduated from high school? Truly, a youth. A high school student had, in just a few days, utilized a manufacturing manual to develop a technological marvel that was at least a century ahead of its time. Zhao Zizhen and the others suddenly pondered whether the world had indeed gone awry. How could such madness transpire? Zhao Zizhen and Appo's hand trembled around the phone, while within the bureau, Yi Guhong, Tang Wensheng, and other officials exchanged glances, speechless in their disbelief. Even seasoned individuals like them found this moment surreal. Although it sounded preposterous, akin to a tale from a fantastical realm, he could no longer afford to dwell on such thoughts. At this juncture, he was fervently eager to uncover more about Lin Yang. He gestured for Zhao Zizhen to continue his inquiry. If you truly graduated from high school this year, then having just recently begun your summer break, how did you manage to travel abroad? Zhao Zizhen forced himself to suppress his excitement and shock, striving to extract more useful information. Well, you might not believe me when I say this, but my academic performance has not been stellar. and I was unable to gain admission to a prestigious university in my homeland. Thus, I am contemplating studying abroad. And I seized this opportunity during the holiday to visit some schools. Lin Yang spoke candidly. However, his words were met with skepticism by Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong, who felt he was merely jesting. What kind of joke is this? A person who can devise a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine in just a few days would surely not struggle academically. Cough, you must be joking. Someone like you could never perform poorly in studies. Zhao Zizhen found himself at a loss for words. Lin Yang did not intend to continue the conversation with Zhao Zizhen. Disclosing too much information at once could be unwise. Beep. Before he could finish his thought, Lin Yang abruptly ended the call. Zhao Zizhen could only smile wryly. It seemed that the youth was indeed impetuous, hanging up without a second thought. Old Zhao, initiate the video conference. The voice of Yi Guhong rang in his ears, and Zhao Zizhen immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Moments later, the encrypted video conference commenced. Yi Guhong and Appo's expression was grave. We all heard the contents of the earlier call, and I shall not reiterate. What I wish to emphasize is that we must ensure his safety while he is abroad. Such an extraordinary talent studying overseas would be a tremendous loss for our entire Shangxia. Yi Guhong and Appo's tone was equally solemn. A person capable of developing a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine in mere days transcended the realm of genius. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. The moment Yi Guhong heard Lin Yang mention his intention to study abroad, he felt an ache in his chest. This is a prodigy from our Shangxia. How could he go abroad to study? Yi Lao, we understand. Tang Wensheng and others responded promptly. Alas, could it be that the burden of academia is indeed too great? Even someone of his caliber feels pressured enough to consider studying abroad? After addressing the pressing matter, Yi Guhong couldn't and Appo's help but sigh. Tang Wensheng and Han Zhaoyu exchanged glances and remarked, Yi Lao, I suspect there may be underlying reasons for his decision. Yi Guhong nodded slightly. Looking at Zhao Zizhen through the video, old Zhao, what do you think? Would someone of your scientific prowess truly feel overwhelmed by academic pressure? I cannot ascertain his circumstances, but one possibility is that he may have severe subject bias, leading to less than ideal performance in the humanities, which could result in his belief that he cannot gain admission to a reputable university, prompting thoughts of studying abroad. Zhao Zizhen pondered. Subject bias, you say? Yi Guhong echoed. Slowly articulating, that is indeed a possibility, but regardless, we must convey to him that all universities in our country are open to him. And even if he has significant subject bias, it would not be a hindrance. This is certain. Did you not hear me just mention that? It's merely that his impatient nature caused him to hang up, and I am uncertain if he heard me. Zhao Zizhen scoffed. Ahem, may I ask, Yi Lao? How can we ensure his safety when we do not even know his identity? Tang Wensheng awkwardly opened his mouth to inquire. Chapter 23, Prenatal Education Level Teaching. Yi Guhong was momentarily taken aback. He had reiterated twice the necessity of ensuring Lin Yang's safety abroad. Yet he was utterly oblivious to even the slightest detail about Lin Yang's identity. Despite his intentions, he found himself powerless. However, this posed no significant challenge for him. He quickly regained his composure and said firmly, investigate. Look into the outbound records of this year's college entrance examination graduates. There must be some clues to uncover. Certainly. But I have another question, Elder Yi. Based on his current displayed capabilities, I suspect he possesses formidable hacking skills in the realm of computer science. Otherwise, with his numerous calls, it would be impossible for us not to trace his location, Tang Wensheng interjected. Moreover, I even doubt that his abilities in this domain are far superior. Although each call displays the same number, we cannot trace back through it to obtain any relevant information, especially given that he can freely access crucial locations like the Windmill Nation and the Little Eagle Sauce Museum without leaving a trace. This undoubtedly indicates exceptional hacking skills. Otherwise, evading the scrutiny of today's digital society would be impossible. Upon hearing this, Yi Guhong and Appo's expression darkened slightly. Tang Wensheng continued, furthermore, Elder Yi, let us be honest with ourselves. It is improbable that any known top hacker could infiltrate the security system of the Windmill Nation to fabricate an identity and extract the lithography machine's manufacturing documentation, right? Just this point alone gives us ample reason to believe that he possesses advanced computer technology. Thus, even if we conduct an investigation, we are unlikely to uncover any useful information. A competent and capable hacker would never leave traces in the digital realm. Tang Wensheng and Appo's gaze was piercing. Yi Guhong sighed deeply. You make a valid point. Despite deploying the finest talents from the information department in recent days, we have yet to uncover any leads. Nevertheless, we cannot afford to concede easily. Regardless of the outcome, we must conduct an investigation to ascertain how many potential matches exist. Additionally, he mentioned traveling to Sakura. Although the ticketing information may be under a false identity, we should still monitor the entry records from Sakura. Tang Wenxing promptly replied, "Understood, Elder Yi. While it is indeed astonishing, he is undoubtedly a treasure for our entire Shangxia community, regardless of the circumstances. We must exert every effort to provide him with the assistance he requires." Yu Guhong and Appo's eyes gleamed with fervor. Possessing such extraordinary scientific talent coupled with a sincere patriotic heart, it is no exaggeration to call him a treasure. Consider that he is working with a lithography machine of merely 0.1 nanometers. If he were inclined, he could easily sell this technology to any nation and become the world's richest individual. Yet he refrains from doing so. This alone speaks volumes. Not to mention his inherent capabilities, which are indeed treasures among treasures. The advancement of technology hinges critically on talent. In just a few days, Lin Yang has emerged as an extraordinary talent capable of researching a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. How could Shangxia despair in such a scenario? Indeed, if Lin Yang were currently in the country or even abroad, it is certain that Yi Guhong would personally travel any distance to bring him back. Once he became aware of Lin's identity, I almost forgot in my excitement. I must promptly notify the embassy in Little Cherry Blossom Land to prepare for a special emergency response. Although Lin has not specified his intentions in Little Cherry Blossom Land, it is likely that his presence will create quite a stir, and we could inadvertently coordinate our efforts. Yi Guhong suddenly slapped his forehead and quickly added, "Even if we are unaware of Lin Yang's identity at this moment, we cannot remain passive once we learn of his whereabouts." Understood. Our people in Little Cherry Blossom Land will certainly make all necessary preparations. Tang Wenxing promptly agreed. Yi Guhong turned to Zhao Zizhen, who was present in the video conference, and inquired, "Old Zhao, how confident are you in constructing this 0.1 nanometer lithography machine?" His fists clenched slightly, revealing a hint of tension. While it is indeed a lithography machine, the intricacy of a 0.1 nanometer machine is likely hundreds of times more complex than that of a 3 nanometer one. The ability to create a 3 nanometer lithography machine does not automatically guarantee the capability to produce a 0.1 nanometer one. This is a given. The manufacturing manual provided is incredibly detailed, outlining every component with specific guidance, akin to prenatal education in its thoroughness, far surpassing the manufacturing manual from Windmill Nation. If we were unable to produce it with such resources, the entire institute would need to resign collectively. What? The manual for the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine, is that detailed? Yi Guhong was taken aback. Yes, it is evident that the author meticulously crafted this before sending it to us. Likely concerned that we might struggle to understand during the manufacturing process, hence the inclusion of tutorials even for the smallest components. Zhao Zizhen nodded vigorously, stating, "Let me put it this way. With this manufacturing manual, as long as one is not a fool, possesses a modicum of practical skills, and can read, they will be able to create it smoothly by following the tutorial." This. Yi Guhong was once again astonished. "Old Zhao, are you implying that he possesses remarkable teaching abilities as well?" It is known that some individuals, despite their own understanding, may not convey their knowledge clearly to others. Not to mention creating a foolproof tutorial for constructing a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine, which signifies Lin Yang's exceptional aptitude for instruction. One could say he has truly invested himself in this endeavor. Zhao Zizhen expressed his admiration repeatedly. In conclusion, he further stunned Yi Guhong with his words. "Moreover, I even suspect that he has already mastered the technology for the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine." Chapter 24. What do you mean by this declaration? Zhao Zhen's words instantly elicited gasps of astonishment. Yi Guhong's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Old Zhao, what are you saying? What does that mean? Have you truly mastered the technology of the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine? Surely you jest." As he spoke, he instinctively gestured towards the email and Appo's content. Even the mere textual instruction manual spanned thousands of pages, accompanied by illustrations, videos, and various detailed annotations. How could it possibly be completed in just a few days? Even if he were to forego food and drink, the time frame would still be utterly insufficient. As all present understood, creating a teaching resource demands an extraordinary level of rigor and thought. If the material had only been researched over a few days, it would be inconceivable to distill it into such meticulous detail and subsequently compile it into an elaborate tutorial for distribution. Zhao Zhen's remarks cast a pall over the faces of Yi Guhong and the others. So, old Zhao, are you suggesting that? Yi Guhong inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. I firmly believe he has indeed long since mastered the requisite technology for the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine, Zhao Zhen declared emphatically. The reason he has only sent it now, I surmise, is that during his schooling, he lacked the time and opportunity to encounter a genuine lithography machine. Doubtless, he could not fully validate his hypotheses. It was only after a study abroad trip to the windmill country, where he witnessed an authentic lithography machine, that he was able to substantiate his conjectures. Hence, after several days of organizing his findings, he shared them with us. Yi Guhong and the other executives exchanged glances, unable to restrain their thoughts. But if that is the case, why did he not directly send the manufacturing manual for the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine? Instead, he chose to first share the manual for the lithography machine from the windmill country? Well, from the detailed annotations in his manual for the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine, I can gather some insight into his reasoning, Zhao Zhen chuckled. It seems he was concerned that we might lack the relevant experience to manufacture advanced lithography machines domestically. Therefore, he first sent us the manual for the 3 nanometer lithography machine to allow us to practice. Moreover, with the 3 nanometer lithography machine, we can fabricate certain components essential for the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. He is guiding us, perhaps apprehensive that sending the manual for the 0.1 nanometer machine directly would overwhelm us. A complex array of emotions stirred within Yi Guhong and his colleagues. The thought that this individual had considered such details was remarkable. Such sincerity is indeed a rare and precious quality. Old Zhao, if what you say is true, then he is truly a treasure for our entire Shanxia enterprise. Please expedite the manufacturing of the lithography machine on your end. We will do our utmost to ensure his safety here in the land of the cherry blossoms. Yi Guhong said, suppressing his excitement. Manufacturing is certainly feasible, but I would like to inquire, once the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine is produced, should we announce it publicly? Or should we conceal it as we did last time? Zhao Zhen replied slowly. The previous concealment of the development of the 3 nanometer lithography machine stemmed from its current inadequacy and a desire to avoid arousing suspicion from certain nations. Now, should the 100 millionth nanometer lithography machine be successfully developed, while there may be no suspicion from those nations, its public announcement could lead to dire consequences. The mere existence of a 3 nanometer lithography machine has already rekindled global hostility towards commerce. The sudden revelation of a 100 millionth nanometer lithography machine could potentially incite some nations to the brink of war. Contemplating this, Yi Guhong inhaled deeply, clenched his fist, and stated, we must endure a bit longer, focus on internal development, and only make our announcement once our military capabilities have caught up. The 100 millionth nanometer lithography machine is a coveted asset for any nation worldwide, one they would be willing to wage war to seize. Hence, we must exercise patience. Understood. Zhao Zizhen nodded, feeling a renewed sense of shame within him. Zhao Zizhen then cheerfully remarked, if the individual we spoke of earlier was not merely jesting, given his talent, with a bit of effort, he should be able to develop even more advanced military technology. Perhaps next time he could surprise us. Yi Guhong and Oppo's eyes immediately brightened. Your words have sparked an idea. When he calls again, we might inquire about his interest in military technology research. We can offer him our full support. He began to feel a sense of anticipation. At that moment, Tang Wenshin's expression suddenly shifted. Yi Lao, I and Oppo's VE just received the latest news. The Little Sakura Technology Institute announced merely a minute ago a significant breakthrough in nuclear fusion research. They have developed a new type of intercontinental missile during their experiments, boasting 3 times the power of the previous model. He handed the specialized equipment before him to Yi Guhong. Yi Guhong's expression darkened sharply. After glancing at the intelligence report, he spoke solemnly. The research capabilities of Little Sakura have always ranked among the top globally, and their recent breakthrough, coupled with such a grand announcement, suggests ulterior motives. We must proceed with caution. Tang Wenshin and Oppo's face grew grim. Such breakthroughs are typically kept confidential by any nation. Little Sakura and Oppo's deliberate announcement, along with their mention of creating a prosperous eastern continent and their intent to convene a conference inviting all nations of the continent, implies a clear agenda. They wish to lead the entire East, don't they? It is not merely insinuation, it is a direct challenge. Yi Guhong scoffed. So, shall we attend? Why not? That individual happens to be in Little Sakura. Our presence is essential, Yi Guhong stated without hesitation. After his words, a sudden thought struck him. Could it be that he had prior knowledge of this announcement, given that he plans to visit Little Sakura? Upon this revelation, a profound silence enveloped the room. After a moment, Tang Wensheng, somewhat astonished, replied, Yi Lao, that seems rather unlikely, doesn't it? Oppose. See it? Chapter 25, Targeted Actions? The abilities displayed by Lin Yang are indeed astonishing. However, to suggest that he possesses the gift of foresight might be a tad excessive. Yet, such a possibility cannot be entirely dismissed. Nevertheless, Yi Guhong's expression turned grave. His formidable expertise in computer technology and hacking is beyond question, which raises the possibility that he may have infiltrated the information network of Sakura Blossom, thus acquiring certain intelligence that prompted his visit. This statement momentarily left Tang Wensheng and the others in a state of astonishment. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed plausible. However, if Sakura Blossom and Oppo's official information network had been breached, we should have been alerted. Moreover, even if that were the case, what could he possibly achieve by visiting Sakura Blossom? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Wensheng exchanged a glance with Han Jiaoyu, voicing their shared confusion. Yi Guhong observed them with a knowing smile, remarking, "Who says we would necessarily be informed if the official information networks of other nations were compromised? Take Windmill Country, for instance, they were undoubtedly hacked, leading to the theft of their lithography machine manufacturing blueprint. Yet, had it not been for his proactive communication, would we have been aware of the situation?" This indeed posed a valid point, prompting a wry smile from Tang Wensheng. Therefore, we have ample reason to believe that his journey to Sakura Blossom was predicated on prior knowledge of certain developments. As for what he intends to do there, that remains a matter for speculation. Yi Guhong continued. Suddenly, the usually reticent head of Department 3, Han Jiaoyu, interjected with an unexpected remark. Upon his words, an eerie silence enveloped the room for several seconds, after which peculiar expressions adorned the faces of everyone present. It seemed there truly existed such a possibility. Let us refrain from hasty conjectures for now. Their press conference is imminent in the next couple of days. We shall await developments. For the time being, let us each focus on our respective tasks and ensure our cooperation with Sakura Blossom is seamless. Yi Guhong asserted, rapping his fingers lightly on the table. Understood, Yi La. Simultaneously, the online sphere erupted in response to Sakura Blossom's sudden announcement. News of their technological breakthrough dominated headlines across major media outlets. Many domestic netizens expressed their discontent. Damn, why does it feel like Sakura Blossom is specifically targeting us this time? Indeed, they can proclaim a technological breakthrough, but to convene a conference for the East Continent and assertively position themselves as its leader, while emphasizing that the newly developed technology is applicable to intercontinental missiles. Who are they trying to impress? Dear brother upstairs, stop feeling. This is undeniably aimed at us. The underlying message is clear. They intend to dictate the future of the entire East Continent. Exactly. The breakthrough in nuclear technology can be directly converted into military power, especially when they highlight that these missiles can strike any nation on the East Continent in an instant. Isn't this a blatant declaration that they will reign supreme over the entire region? Indeed, it is rather disconcerting that the nation of Sakura has chosen to emphasize its ability to strike any country on the Eastern Continent instantaneously, rather than claiming global dominance. This approach serves to diminish the apprehension of other Western nations while simultaneously raising the question, within the entirety of the Eastern Continent, is there truly any nation worthy of such a display of power? The implications of this declaration are painfully evident. It is infuriating how every time a groundbreaking technology emerges, it is invariably the nation of Sakura that pioneers the advancement. Reluctantly, one must concede that Sakura's prowess in scientific research ranks among the highest in the world, holding numerous patents for advanced technologies. Oh, how I long for our own nation to announce a significant technological breakthrough, delivering a resounding slap to their faces. Alas, such aspirations are perhaps overly optimistic. The reality is that every major power globally is tirelessly advancing their nuclear research, and all are acutely aware of each other's progress, making it improbable for a sudden and vast chasm to emerge overnight. The recent breakthrough by Sakura has not taken many superpowers by surprise, as they too are undoubtedly aware of the developments. This situation is quite disheartening. If only a natural disaster or calamity could coincide with their announcement, resulting in the loss of critical data, thus deflating their arrogance. My dear friend above, your notion is somewhat naive. Surely their data is backed up multiple times, and they must possess physical copies as well. How could it possibly be lost? Heh. I do not mean to suggest total obliteration of their data, merely that a few skilled hackers could infiltrate the spokesperson and Oppos' computer during the conference, causing them some distress. That too poses significant challenges, as Sakura would undoubtedly bolster their defenses on the day of the announcement, making such infiltration as difficult as breaching a nation and Oppos' security network. Very well, I shall acknowledge my ignorance and return to my labor. I shall not dwell on this any longer, as it weighs heavily on my heart. Moreover, the mockery from certain individuals in Sakura only serves to deepen the gloom while scrolling through the news. Consequently, this headline lost its fervor rather quickly, leaving only a handful of netizens with a keen interest in the topic to continue their scrutiny. In the city of East Capital, Sakura, Lin Yang, having concluded his call with Zhaojin, promptly purchased a ticket to the imperial capital of Sakura and successfully arrived. Upon alighting from the aircraft, he was immediately met with the trending news. There was no escaping it. The entire city was awash with reports of Sakura's technological advancements. Attempting to feign ignorance was nearly impossible. What? Sakura has made strides in nuclear technology? But what does this announcement signify? Is it a targeted move? After perusing the news, Lin Yang's expression soured. That damned Sakura. If they are to achieve technological breakthroughs, must they also engage in provocation, aspiring to become the dominant force on the eastern continent? Such arrogance is unfathomable. A technological breakthrough, is it? Feeling pleased with themselves, are they? Lin Yang and Oppos' eyes narrowed, a cold smirk gracing his lips. This damned little Sakura, aspiring to become the leader of the eastern continent, hasn't even sought his consent. System, there is a task to steal Sakura's scientific achievements, isn't there? I have made my decision. I shall choose this technological theft. Lin Yang now possesses a clear objective. Initially, he was uncertain about what to pilfer, but now he has a definitive target. Chapter 26. A Grand Scheme Host. This technology is the latest development from Sakura Technologies, commanding significant attention and scrutiny. The system must caution you that if you choose to appropriate this technology at this time, the risks are considerable. To accomplish this without risk, it is necessary to procure system services to assist in identity disguise, which will initially require 100 points of national treasure value. The national treasure value earned upon completion of the task is also 100, rendering this endeavor rather unprofitable for you. Lin Yang furrowed his brow. The identity disguise offered by the system is indeed a form of service. During his initial task of stealing from the Windmill Nation and Oppos' lithography machine, he had incurred no charges. But he did not anticipate such a steep fee this time. 100 points for merely disguising his identity seemed excessive. He could not help but voice his grievances in an attempt to negotiate. Dear host, the fees for identity disguise fluctuate based on the complexity of the task. Given the current global attention on this technology, the price is understandably elevated, the system elucidated. Very well, proceed with the disguise. Lin Yang conceded without further argument. Host, are you certain? If you choose to undertake this task of theft, after calculating the returns against the costs, your net gain will be 0. Please confirm. Confirmed. Lin Yang affirmed without hesitation. It was no jest. Even if the outcome resulted in a loss, he would still act without a second thought. This was a splendid opportunity to vex Sakura Technologies profoundly. Merely lacking profit was inconsequential. Any astute merchant would know how to navigate such a situation. Moreover, from another perspective, the expenditure and return were perfectly balanced, effectively providing an opportunity to counter Sakura Technologies at no cost. He had seen the comments on that trending topic. Seizing the spokesperson's computer data at a critical moment would undoubtedly infuriate Sakura Technologies. Indeed, he had no intention of pilfering original drafts or backup materials. Such a significant technological breakthrough would likely yield an abundance of original resources and backups, far beyond his capacity to acquire. Furthermore, even if he managed to gather everything, as long as the experts at Sakura Technologies remained alive, they could easily document everything once more. Thus, he resolved to heed the advice of the online commentators and eliminate the data from the spokesperson's side. Such a technological summit necessitated that the spokesperson provide a portion of technical data to the public immediately. This is a global convention to propel technological advancement worldwide. Any nation that convenes such a summit is required to unconditionally share some data about new breakthroughs with participating countries, enabling them to achieve their own technological advancements. It is precisely this regulation that attracts numerous nations to participate in such summits. Even hostile countries often send representatives. There is virtually no opposition to this practice, as the provision of data does not mandate the sharing of critical information. A portion of ordinary data suffices. The impact is minimal, and it allows nations to shine on the global stage. Thus, this convention has been widely embraced. After all, who would be willing to travel across vast distances to witness your pretentious display without any incentive? This principle is well understood by the higher-ups in various nations, which over time has evolved into an unspoken agreement. For Lin Yong, since it is impossible to eradicate all the information, he might as well allow them to suffer a humiliating defeat during the press conference. To be publicly hacked during a technology summit would be an unequivocal slap in the face, undoubtedly causing the little cherry blossoms to lose face thoroughly. As for the destruction of the shrine, Lin Yong plans to undertake that task after the technology summit. If he were to destroy the shrine first, it would undoubtedly prompt the little cherry blossoms to heighten their defenses. Should the system impose additional charges as a result, it would not be worth it. The technology summit is merely 2 days away, so a little more time is of no consequence. It is quite astonishing that a summit is being held just 2 days after the announcement of a technological breakthrough. Such urgency is remarkable. Lin Yong glanced at the time and place of the event and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Historically, technology summits have been prepared for months in advance. Yet, the little cherry blossoms are hosting their summit in just 2 days, revealing their overwhelming desire to showcase their strength to Shangxia and to immediately establish dominance over the eastern continent. Otherwise, there would be no such haste. Truly, it is a testament to the pettiness of a small nation, unable to wait even a few months, evidently eager to witness Shangxia's embarrassment. Lin Yong began to understand why the little cherry blossoms were so anxious to hold the summit. The two nations are historical rivals, and the little cherry blossoms surely wish to see the grim countenances of those from Shangxia. There is an adage that goes, "Speak of your unhappiness to lighten the burden for all." The little cherry blossoms are currently embodying this sentiment, eager to announce their joy at the expense of others. Let them revel for another 2 days. Subsequently, Lin Yong did not dwell on the news any longer. He did not intend to waste the 2 days. It is his first visit to the little cherry blossoms, and he hoped to simultaneously accomplish the task of reclaiming cultural relics. The little cherry blossoms had committed numerous misdeeds on the land of Shangxia in the past. Cultural relics should not be in short supply. Indeed, this turned out to be the case. Upon requesting an assessment of the cultural relics, the system promptly informed him that there are a total of 26 locations in the eastern capital where relics exist, apart from 2 official museums. The remainder is primarily associated with the esteemed clans of the little cherry blossoms. Their family relics were obtained from Shangxia by their ancestors. Damn these cursed items! Upon hearing that there are so many, Lin Yong could hardly contain his mounting fury. The little eagle had also committed numerous atrocities on the land of Shangxia, yet there were only a few locations in the imperial capital. The little cherry blossoms, on the other hand, have 26 locations. It is utterly infuriating. The system has marked the 26 locations of the relics. I must devise a plan. Lin Yang's gaze flickered. Originally, he had thought that if there were few relics, he would simply take them directly. However, considering the multitude of factors involved, particularly those pertaining to the prominent families of Sakura Blossom, he decided to postpone his actions for the time being. He resolved to seize the opportunity on the day the technology summit commenced. On that day, the citizens of Sakura Blossom would undoubtedly direct the majority of their attention toward the summit. The affluent clans would be no exception, and it was inevitable that they would exhibit a degree of complacency. Capitalizing on their moment of relaxation would not only facilitate the acquisition of artifacts, but also enable him to infiltrate the computer networks of the spokesperson for Sakura Blossom concurrently. If he were to act, he intended to undertake a grand endeavor, securing the artifacts, breaching the computer systems, and vandalizing the shrine, all to be accomplished in a single day. He aimed to etch this day into the annals of Sakura Blossom's history as one of its most disgraceful. Chapter 27. Simulated Strikes. Have they lost their minds? 2 days later, under the auspices of the Sakura Technology Institute, the Technology Summit commenced promptly at 9:00 and Apos clock in the morning in Sakura and Apos, eastern capital. This significant event was set to be broadcast live worldwide, drawing an impressive attendance. Every nation of even modest strength had sent representatives, eager to glean insights into the groundbreaking advancements in nuclear technology. Even a fragment of data could prove invaluable. Thus, every capable nation participated, yearning for first-hand information. From the Merchant Summer side, the Grand Academy also dispatched 2 esteemed academicians to attend. To be frank, both bore expressions of reluctance, for they would have preferred to remain at the Grand Academy, engaged in the fabrication of the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. However, their attendance was obligatory, and it happened to be their turn, leading them to arrive with evident unwillingness. Yet, the countenance of these academicians was misconstrued by the members of the Sakura Technology Institute, who interpreted their demeanor as dissatisfaction with Sakura and Apple's technological breakthroughs. This misperception brought a subtle sense of satisfaction to the Sakura contingent, who mockingly derided the Grand Academy and Apple's scholars for their lack of vision. Do not be disheartened, esteemed academicians from Merchant Summer. We firmly believe that, given time, your nation will also achieve significant breakthroughs in this technology. One member of the Sakura Institute remarked, wearing a sly and inscrutable grin. Such expressions of mockery ignited the ire of the 2 academicians, though their displeasure was not due to this incident alone. Meanwhile, viewers from Merchant Summer erupted in indignation online. What is the meaning of this insolent Sakura fellow? Is he mocking us? How infuriating. They have merely achieved a slight advancement in technology, and they act as if they have conquered the world. It and Apple's outrageous that they would insult our esteemed academicians. I wish to slap that smirk off his face. Alas, the phrase and amp, Apple's, to be backward is to be beaten, and amp, Apple's, rings true in every era and context. I hope our academicians will strive harder, and after today, develop even more formidable technology to reclaim our dignity. Many domestic netizens were understandably incensed by this spectacle. However, the 2 academicians present chose to disregard the provocations of the Sakura individual, or perhaps they simply chose to ignore him altogether. Their displeasure did not stem from Sakura and Apple's technological achievements. Therefore, his words held no real impact. In fact, the academicians regarded him with the disdain one reserves for a mere jester. A slight technological advancement pales in comparison to the groundbreaking 0.1 nanometer lithography machine currently under development at the Grand Academy. In their hearts, both academicians harbored a singular thought. Once their colleagues successfully manufactured the lithography machine, it would be Sakura and Apple's turn to lament. No, they would not even have the luxury of tears. The representatives from the Sakura Technology Institute, observing the indifference of the 2 academicians, chose not to continue their provocations, realizing it was futile, especially given the global live broadcast. Further taunts would only paint Sakura as petty and vindictive. The proceedings of the research summit continued, albeit with an abundance of trivial chatter and platitudes that left the audience in a state of drowsiness. It was evident that Sakura was deliberately toying with the audience and Apple's anticipation, or more precisely, seeking to showcase their prowess in various other domains by interjecting unrelated content. This incessant drivel provoked not only domestic netizens but also sparked ire among viewers from other nations, who began to voice their frustrations in their respective official live streams. The expressions of the representatives from various countries in attendance grew increasingly grim. Many had traversed vast distances across the globe to be present, eager to glean first-hand information and witness the simulated data that Sakura had to offer. Yet, Sakura and Apple's deliberate delay in revealing information was beginning to sour the mood among the international delegates. As the representatives' faces collectively darkened, the personnel from the Sakura Technology Institute leisurely announced that it was finally time for the moment of global collaboration. Anticipation surged as they prepared to disclose the data. Each parameter must be meticulously noted. In an instant, the representatives set aside their earlier frustrations to instruct their aides. However, what unfolded next was a simulation of missile capabilities. This unexpected turn caused the delegates to furrow their brows once again. Nonetheless, in comparison to the previous irrelevant content, they found themselves paying a bit more attention. After all, the missile simulation represented a technological breakthrough for Sakura and held a modicum of reference value. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Sakura and Apple's simulated data displayed a virtual map of the entire eastern continent, showcasing a simulation of intercontinental missiles utilizing new technology for precise strikes against each nation. The atmosphere became suffocatingly tense. Not only were the representatives from the eastern continent incensed, but even those from the western realms were momentarily taken aback. While it is common for nations to conduct such simulations, they typically do so behind closed doors and would never present them publicly. After all, diplomatic relations necessitate a degree of decorum. No rational country would brazenly release data simulating attacks on others, as it would be tantamount to a public humiliation. Such actions would undoubtedly incite outrage and resistance. Even the formidable United States rarely engages in such foolishness in public settings. Generally, they resort to veiled threats, mindful that even the mightiest nation cannot afford to alienate the global community. Yet, here was Sakura, audaciously broadcasting a simulation of strikes against various countries on the eastern continent for all the world to see. This maneuver left the representatives from various nations present at the scene utterly bewildered. Equally astonished were the hundreds of millions of viewers watching the live broadcast across the globe. For a brief moment, the barrage of comments in the live chat fell silent, only to erupt in a frenzy shortly thereafter. Goodness! Has the team from Sakura lost their minds? What could possibly be their intention behind such actions? Chapter 28. This is merely the prelude. Everyone was taken aback. What is the intention behind this? Is it a declaration of war against the nations of the eastern continent? Immediately, representatives from various nations on the eastern continent erupted in fury, slamming their hands on the table and hurling accusations at the Sakura Empire. What does this mean? You wretched Sakura? You better provide us with a reasonable explanation. Several delegations from eastern continent nations voiced their condemnation in unison, though these nations may not typically exhibit solidarity. At this moment, they all directed their ire towards the Sakura Empire. The actions of the Sakura Empire were undeniably egregious. The academicians and representatives of the Shangxia Academy of Sciences were solemn expressions. The behavior of the Sakura Academy of Technology was, quite frankly, transparent in its intent. Publicly displaying such a simulated strike video could only be interpreted as an attempt to showcase their enhanced military capabilities, suggesting that the nations of the eastern continent would be defenseless against the intercontinental missiles newly developed by the Sakura Empire. In essence, it was a blatant declaration of their desire to dominate the entire eastern continent. Was this an attempt to intimidate the other nations? Please, everyone, remain calm. The spokesperson for the illustrious Sakura Empire implored. We harbor no ulterior motives. We merely wish to provide a more intuitive demonstration of our technological advancements. There is no intent to target anyone. They were about to commence the announcement of the co-creation data. In response to the inquiries from the delegations, the representatives of the Sakura Academy wore disingenuous smiles, providing insincere answers. The delegations contemplated further questions, yet the Sakura representatives, evidently well prepared, swiftly declared their intention to proceed with the data announcement, leaving the representatives with no opportunity to continue their inquiries. The representatives, despite their simmering anger at Sakura's provocation, understood that the co-creation data was the crux of the summit and could not afford to let minor grievances overshadow the major issues at hand. The spokesperson for the Sakura Empire revealed a smug grin. Although the Sakura Empire had previously ranked among the top nations on the eastern continent, they had never before experienced such a moment of dominance over the other nations. Observing the delegation's inability to voice their anger over the co-creation data was immensely gratifying for the Sakura representatives. The spokesperson opened a computer, preparing to announce the data. The large screen displayed the spokesperson's actions in real time. As the official opened the folder labeled co-creation data, the representatives began diligently taking notes. However, in the next instant, an event occurred that left everyone astonished, stunned, and even terrified. The Sakura spokesperson opened the co-creation data folder, intending to share the information. Yet, within the folder, there were no data files whatsoever. The entire folder contained only the two bold, oversized characters, 213, Fool 213, and Shangxia script. In that moment, the entire venue fell into silence. Yes, silence. The crowd instinctively held their breath, gazing at the once grand screen intended for showcasing collaborative data. It now bore the mocking inscription Foolish 213, leaving everyone feeling as if an unseen hand had constricted their throats, rendering their breaths laborious. The face of the head of Sakura was as dark as the bottom of a pot, fixated on the two characters on the screen for what felt like an eternity. Finally, comprehension dawned upon him, and in a fit of rage, he slammed the table, his face flushed, bellowing two exclamatory words, Baka. Immediately, the expressions of those present morphed into peculiar countenances. In this moment, it was indisputable that the head of Sakura and Amp, Oppo's computer had been compromised at a critical juncture. The intruder had not only erased the data, but had also inflicted humiliation. Consequently, the gathered crowd turned their collective gaze towards the representatives of the Grand Academy. The characters of Shangxia were unmistakable, a clear emblem of national essence. What is the meaning of this, Yuval Shangxia, the head of Sakura? After his initial fury, swiftly redirected his ire towards the representatives of the Grand Academy. At such a pivotal moment, to have the network so brazenly infiltrated was nothing short of a monumental disgrace. Meanwhile, those from the Grand Academy were equally bewildered. They were utterly in the dark, never having anticipated that such a formidable adversary existed domestically, capable of breaching the head of Sakura and Appo's computer at such a critical time. It felt like a jest. Yet, amidst their astonishment, a sense of secret delight began to brew. Sakura and Appo's previous actions had been excessively arrogant. Now, with their computer compromised, they had effectively lost face on the international stage. Naturally, while they relished this turn of events internally, the academicians from Shangxia maintained a facade of detachment, claiming ignorance of the situation, expressing their regrets, and ultimately suggesting that Sakura bolster their cybersecurity measures. This statement incensed the members of Sakura. One must understand that at such a moment, cybersecurity was tantamount to national defense. To have been breached was an affront that felt far too grave for mere words. It was akin to being slapped publicly in the face. Just moments ago, they had arrogantly displayed simulated strike videos, only to have their data compromised and lost in an instant. Such humiliation was beyond articulation. The globally broadcast live stream erupted in chaos, especially on the Shangxia side, where netizens celebrated as if it were a festival. What in the world did I just witness? A master hacker breached Sakura's national-level network defense and infiltrated the computer of their head and left behind our classic national essence. This is the stuff of exhilarating narratives. I can barely contain my excitement. Haha, you upstairs, Don and Appo's. TB2 outrageous. Ahem, indeed, it and Appo's. Quite exhilarating. They had been so arrogant, flaunting their simulated strike videos, and now, before the eyes of the world, such a vital network was compromised. It's utterly laughable. While some netizens rejoiced, others raised more prudent inquiries. However, might this provoke diplomatic tensions between the two nations? Although this serves as a form of cathartic release, it could undoubtedly lead to complications. No? What nonsense! On what grounds do they presume that we are responsible merely based on these two words? Could it not be another nation engaging in subterfuge? Furthermore, one must adhere to the principle of evidence. Do they possess any? Indeed, in the absence of proof, their assertions are merely self-serving fabrications, and at worst, they remain private matters. If they possess any capability, they should trace back and apprehend the intruder. Otherwise, they must swallow their indignation. How exhilarating this is! Alas, I am unaware of the identity of the mastermind behind this act. Otherwise, I would certainly pay homage to them at home. To infiltrate an adversary's computer and erase data is tantamount to breaching a nation's cyber defenses. Truly, a deity of the digital realm. Many internet users in the commercial sector are experiencing an exhilarating thrill at this moment. Yet, unbeknownst to all, this is merely the prologue to today and Appo's events. Chapter 29. All were bombed within the confines of the domestic Alien Administration Bureau. Yi Guhong, Tang Wensheng, and Han Jiayu were initially engrossed in the live broadcast. The technological breakthroughs of Sakura Tech were indeed significant, warranting their attention. Furthermore, they were acutely aware that Lin Yang had ventured to Sakura Tech. Thus, they remained vigilant regarding developments on that front. Initially, when the individuals from Sakura Tech aired simulation strike videos during the broadcast, their frustration was palpable. Yet, when they witnessed the hacking of the computer belonging to Sakura Tech's head, they were momentarily stunned. Tang Wensheng, with a peculiar expression, ventured, "This. Elder Yi. Could it be that you were right all along? Was it that individual who executed this? How would I know?" Yi Guhong retorted, narrowing his eyes. Previously, he had speculated that perhaps Lin Yang had infiltrated Sakura Tech's network ahead of time to glean certain information, prompting his visit. However, at this moment, he could not assert that with absolute certainty. After all, breaching the computer of Sakura Tech's head at this juncture was akin to overcoming a national-level security system. If indeed Lin Yang were responsible, it would necessitate a re-evaluation of his hacking prowess. The ability to effortlessly penetrate such a fortified network was indeed astonishing. Despite Yi Guhong's verbal hesitance, he felt a considerable degree of confidence in attributing the act to Lin Yang. After all, in the current global landscape, no known individual could possess such capabilities. Only Lin Yang had demonstrated his extraordinary skills in hacking, having breached Windmill Nation's security systems to forge identities and procure lithography machines, while simultaneously eluding their elite team from the Alien Administration Bureau and tracing any digital footprints. This underscored Lin Yang and Appo's formidable prowess in computer technology. Should anyone be capable of executing such an act at this moment, it could only be Lin Yang. Yet, while Yi Guhong harbored strong convictions, certainty eluded him. Thus he refrained from making a definitive statement. Tang Wenxing nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips, regardless of whether it was him or not. It has certainly provided us some relief. Despite their high-ranking positions, they too were human, susceptible to emotions. Typically, in pursuit of rational decision-making, they suppressed personal feelings in the workplace, rarely revealing their true sentiments. However, in the absence of outsiders, Tang Wensheng allowed his emotions to surface. Yi Guhong rubbed his temples, half amused, half exasperated. Indeed, it is quite satisfying. However, I fear this may complicate diplomatic relations moving forward. Yet, despite his words, there was no trace of concern in his tone, a detail that Tang Wensheng and the others overlooked. As netizens had remarked, without substantial evidence, Sakura Tech could hardly take significant action, at most. They could issue a verbal condemnation, which would hardly make waves. Moreover, in comparison to this incident, Yi Guhong and his companions were more preoccupied with another matter. If this indeed was the work of Lin Yang, it would imply that he possesses the capability to infiltrate the national cybersecurity defense system of Sakura country, potentially acquiring all detailed information. This far exceeds the superficial value of collaborative data. Upon this realization, the group exchanged glances, each discerning the shared thought in one another and Appo's minds, and a subtle anticipation began to blossom among them. However, Yi Guohong suddenly furrowed his brow, as if he had come to a profound understanding, and remarked with a tone of unease, "We should not entertain such thoughts. The fact that we are contemplating having that individual procure the information for us is akin to reaping the benefits without effort. This habitual mindset is perilous. Dependency can, at times, be a daunting matter." Yi Guohong's admonition struck a chord with Tang Wensheng and Han Jiaoyu, instilling a sense of solemnity within them. Yet the flicker of expectation nestled in their hearts remained indelible, just as they were grappling with their private hopes. An even more explosive piece of news erupted from Sakura. Several shrines in the capital were simultaneously bombed. Indeed, this included the renowned Kogitsu shrine, which had also been devastated. Elder Yi, could this incident possibly be linked to that individual? Tang Wensheng and Han Jiaoyu exchanged bewildered glances. This was a shrine. To be bombed on such a scale, and concurrently, could hardly be deemed coincidental. The timing was uncanny. Immediately after that individual mentioned engaging in affairs in Sakura, two monumental events unfolded in rapid succession, making it difficult to dismiss any connection. Yi Guohong found himself momentarily at a loss. If the hacking of the computer belonging to Sakura and Appo's official had already left him astounded, the subsequent bombing of the shrines plunged him into a state of utter disarray. It is imperative to understand that the shrines hold an exalted place in the hearts of the Sakura populace, representing their most sacred beliefs. The destruction of such revered sites is tantamount to delivering a resounding slap to the face of Sakura before the eyes of the world. In terms of severity and significance, this event likely eclipses the hacking incident. Yi Guohong opened his mouth as if to speak, yet found himself unable to articulate a complete thought. Faced with two monumental occurrences in quick succession, even he felt a sense of bewilderment. However, his expression soon transformed into one of grave seriousness. We must refrain from reckless speculation regarding the bombing of the shrines in Sakura. We ought to exercise caution in our discourse. Some matters necessitate a semblance of decorum. While it seemed plausible that Lin Yang was responsible, given the involvement of the shrines, Yi Guohong maintained a degree of rationality and offered his counsel. Tang Wensheng promptly nodded in agreement. Elder Yi, we comprehend your perspective. Yet it is likely that Sakura will direct their ire toward us. Without evidence, should they dare to overstep, do they truly believe we are to be trifled with? A glimmer of lethal intent flickered in Yi Guohong's eyes. When it comes to international relations, one must be resolute and unwavering. Tang Wensheng immediately grasped Yi Guohong and Appo's intent and refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, the online realm erupted once more in a maelstrom of turmoil. For this incident was undeniably monumental and utterly surreal. It has barely been 2 minutes since the computer of the Sakura Technology Summit and Appo's head was hacked, and shortly thereafter, the shrine was bombed. Chapter 30. The torment of happiness in the heart of the capital, amidst the unfolding spectacle of the Technology Summit. The representatives of Sakura were utterly bewildered. The resounding echoes of a violent explosion emanating from the shrine were unmistakable to all in attendance. Just as they struggled to address the cyber intrusion that had beset their computers, the thunderous blast from the shrine reverberated through the venue, compelling Sakura's officials to hastily announce the temporary suspension of the summit. The urgency of the situation left them no choice. The series of explosions, regardless of their target, raised grave concerns about the safety of the international delegations present. This was a technology summit, and within each delegation were esteemed scholars, at least one or two of the most distinguished academicians from each nation's scientific community. The ramifications of an explosion occurring here were unfathomable. Despite their considerable courage, the officials from Sakura were not audacious enough to risk the safety of such eminent representatives from various nations. Thus, without addressing the cyber breach, they swiftly arranged for security to escort the delegates from the venue, bringing an abrupt and farcical conclusion to the summit. The representatives from various nations were equally taken aback. While the explosions instilled a sense of dread, the revelation that multiple shrines had been targeted sparked peculiar expressions among the delegates, particularly for those hailing from the eastern continent. Memories of Sakura's earlier brash demonstration of simulated strikes resurfaced, prompting a mix of schadenfreude and disbelief. It seemed as though karma had swiftly manifested, and many, while feigning concern, secretly reveled in the unfolding events. After all, occurrences of shrine explosions were rare, and being witnesses to such a spectacle thrilled even the esteemed academicians. The online community in the homeland, however, found themselves in a state of euphoric excitement. Given the well-known grievances towards Sakura, there had been murmurs of revenge against the shrines. Yet, the practicality of such actions had always appeared daunting. Gaining access past security was no small feat, and evading repercussions post-incident proved even more challenging. However, the unthinkable had transpired. The shrines had indeed been destroyed. Not just one, but every major shrine within the eastern capital had been obliterated. Such a grand display of audacity sent tremors of exhilaration through the online populace back home. Holiday! Holiday! Our company is celebrating these monumental events, exclaimed one user. I can't help but wonder who the hero is behind this destruction. Rest assured, I shall erect an unnamed monument in their honor at home. The simultaneous demolition of so many shrines suggested meticulous planning, though it was likely a coordinated effort among a group rather than the work of a solitary individual. Regardless of whether one belongs to a team or is an individual, or even which nation they hail from, anyone who dares to attack the Cherry Blossom Shrine becomes our ally. Indeed, as my friend upstairs aptly stated, whoever has desecrated the shrine is my deity. In just 1 hour, the network of the Cherry Blossom Technology Summit was hacked, followed swiftly by the explosion of the shrine. I can only imagine the panic among the Cherry Blossom folk at this moment, drenched in sweat. Hiki, this day is destined to be etched in the annals of history. The Cherry Blossom denizens will surely never forget this day of humiliation, which is simply exhilarating. The domestic netizens are currently reveling in delight, oblivious to the distress of the Cherry Blossom populace, each one brimming with contempt. Just as everyone was preparing to celebrate this day with unbridled joy, an unexpected piece of news surged to the forefront of trending topics. Reports indicate that over 20 affluent residences and 2 museums in the eastern capital of Cherry Blossom have been robbed, with numerous ancient artifacts once belonging to the Song Dynasty now missing. Upon witnessing this third trending topic of the day regarding the Cherry Blossom, countless netizens were left utterly bewildered. This led to an explosive and fervent discussion. Goodness! Initially uncertain whether the hacking of the network and the shrine explosion were perpetrated by our domestic elites, the theft of these artifacts now unmistakably bears the hallmark of our nation's illustrious figures. Ha ha ha, indeed, whereas earlier doubts lingered. Now no one could contest that this method mirrors the previous theft concerning the Little Eagle. Our elite are truly remarkable. I am increasingly convinced that this is the work of a team. It is hard to fathom how a solitary individual could orchestrate such an astounding series of events. As I have stated before, whether singular or collective, I shall henceforth be a devoted fan of this nameless hero. Now, we eagerly await to see if in a few days, our Cultural Heritage Bureau announces yet another batch of anonymous donations from overseas benefactors. If such an announcement is made, it would surely be a grand spectacle. Not merely a spectacle, if the Bureau indeed makes such a proclamation. I suspect the Cherry Blossom people might be infuriated to the point of bleeding from their mouths. In a single day, the hacking of the Technology Summit, the shrine explosion, and the artifact theft, each more outrageous than the last, could cement the Cherry Blossom's place in the annals of disgrace for centuries to come. This is not merely a matter of centuries. History will never forget. This day is a day of shame for the cherry blossom, but for us, it is akin to a festival. In a single day, the cherry blossom experienced 3 extraordinary occurrences, leaving domestic netizens utterly unable to focus on work. While it is not a festive season, the atmosphere is as jubilant as a celebration. Some companies have declared a holiday in celebration, while malls and supermarkets are playing festive music and even launching grand sales, with discounts reaching as low as 50%. It is indeed more vibrant than a New Year celebration. In the Bureau of Foreign Affairs, Yi Guhong and others are equally perplexed, caught in a whirlwind of confusion. Their current mood is not significantly different from that of netizens, particularly for Tang Wenxing, who has believed from the outset that all these events are orchestrated by Lin Yang. However, it remains difficult to draw definitive conclusions regarding the first 2 incidents. Yet, upon learning of the theft of cultural relics in the eastern capital of Little Sakura, one can unequivocally ascertain that this is undoubtedly the work of Lin Yang. The familiarity of this situation is undeniable. As Tang Wenxiang gazed at the news, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly, exclaiming that the surprises just keep growing in magnitude. Sometimes, an abundance of surprises can also become a source of pressure. For instance, at this moment, Yi Guhong finds himself in a state of blissful distress. Chapter 31. Bonds of Hatred. Indeed, Yi Guhong was both exhilarated and troubled. Observing the news of the Sakura Technology Summit being hacked, the shrine being bombed, and the theft of cultural relics was undeniably gratifying. However, the interconnectedness of these events bore a strikingly targeted nature, all pointing towards Shangxia. It was evident that the Sakura faction would not let this matter rest easily. Dealing with those eloquent individuals from Sakura was not a trivial task. On the other hand, Tang Wenxing appeared quite unfazed, chuckling, "Old Yi, what is there to be troubled about? After all, it was and Amp, Oppos, TS who orchestrated this. As I and Amp, Oppos, V said, if they have the capability, let them find solid evidence. Otherwise, we could just claim that they are exploiting their technological advancements to fabricate accusations against us." Upon hearing this, both Yi Guhong and Han Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. "Well played, old Tang. You truly possess a knack for turning the tables." Yi Guhong laughed heartily. As for whether Sakura could uncover concrete evidence regarding the perpetrator, Yi Guhong felt no concern. It was laughable to think that those individuals from Sakura possessed the capability to unearth anything significant. After deliberating on how to respond to Sakura, Tang Wenxing suddenly rubbed his hands together, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "Now, we have over an 80% certainty that it was that individual who executed these actions. Since they could breach the network of the Technology Summit, they should also be able to acquire all data regarding Sakura and Oppos' technological breakthroughs. Shouldn't we be hopeful?" This remark momentarily silenced the room. Yi Guhong and Han Xiaoyu exchanged glances, and Yi Guhong remarked, "Old Tang, did we not agree previously that that individual has already done enough for us? If they provide the data, that would be splendid, but if not, we cannot demand it." "Ah, I certainly understand that," Tang Wenxing replied. "I merely think that given their attitude, if they truly managed to obtain it, they would not withhold it from us. Hence, I was merely expressing my hope." Yi Guhong nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Tang Wenxing and Amp, Oppos' anticipation was a natural sentiment, yet Yi Guhong was more concerned about Lin Yang and Amp, Oppos' safety. Hacking the Technology Summit and Amp, Oppos' network, bombing the shrine, and stealing numerous artifacts in a single day raised concerns about leaving behind traces. Given the identity of the Shangxia individuals, should they be apprehended by Sakura, the consequences would be unfathomable. Despite Yi Guhong's worries, there was little he could do to assist. They were unable to uncover even a shred of Lin Yang and Oppos' identity information, rendering their intentions to help futile. All they could do was pray that Lin Yang remained unharmed while urging the Sakura division to obscure any traces that might reveal his identity. Meanwhile, in the heart of the eastern capital of Sakura, Lin Yang was in remarkably high spirits. Witnessing the furious reactions of the Sakura individuals was indescribably delightful. Regrettably, the value of the national treasures was insufficient. Otherwise, he could have inflicted further damage in other areas. Though Lin Yang felt a sense of satisfaction, a tinge of regret lingered within him. The destruction of the shrine was a system task, allowing him to expend a minimal amount of national treasure points to receive assistance from the system in executing the demolition. Indeed, he had proceeded in this manner. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to simultaneously obliterate several shrines throughout the entirety of Eastern Capital alone. He was no deity, lacking the ability to clone himself. However, should he wish to engage in destruction beyond the confines of system tasks, the fees for system services would escalate significantly, a cost he could not currently afford. To be precise, it was not that he could not afford it. The few hundred national treasure points he possessed were sufficient for a single act of destruction. As for wreaking havoc within the realm of Sakura, there would be ample opportunities in the future. Just as Lin Yang lamented the mischance, the system and Oppo's notification echoed once more. Congratulations, host, for completing the shrine destruction task. You have earned a reward of 100 national treasure points. Congratulations, host, for fulfilling the research technology acquisition task. You have earned a reward of 100 national treasure points. Congratulations, host. Due to the series of destructive impacts you have caused within the Sakura realm, the populace of your nation has developed a certain level of admiration for you, elevating you to the status of an unnamed hero, thus granting you 1 point of prestige. Given the historical animosities between your nation and the Sakura nation, your prestige points have been amplified, resulting in a total of 10 prestige points. Congratulations, host, for reaching 10 prestige points. You have acquired the exclusive advanced title, Emerging Renown. Congratulations, host, for completing the series of cultural artifact homecoming tasks in the Eastern Capital area, earning a reward of 110 national treasure points, along with a third-tier reward. Congratulations, host, for completing a relevant task for the first time in a realm with special ties. You have earned 1 achievement point. The system and Oppo's notifications resonated for a full minute. Lin Yang blinked in astonishment. What a remarkable bounty this time. A total of 310 national treasure points. Moreover, the most significant aspect was the acquisition of 10 prestige points. Although the system indicated that prestige was largely inconsequential in the early stages, it was noteworthy that one could earn a maximum of only 1 point at a time. Yet this time, he had received a full 10 points, along with an advanced title, though titles held little practical value. Truly, the Sakura realm had proven to be advantageous, as the unique historical ties had amplified his prestige tenfold. It appeared there were great opportunities to explore. Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prestige points might not be immediately useful, but they could certainly prove invaluable in the future, and the harder they were to obtain, the more precious they became. It seemed prudent to carry out further acts of destruction in Sakura to accumulate more prestige points for future needs. He then glanced at his current national treasure points, totaling 500. After previously exchanging for the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine blueprint, he had initially retained 300 points. However, after utilizing 100 points on the system service to access the Sakura network and expending 10 points into shrine demolitions and artifact collection, his current total was accurate, just enough to acquire the controllable nuclear fusion technology. Lin Yang and Oppo's gaze burned with fervor. Chapter 32. Surely, you are not involved in any illegal activities, are you? Lin Yang and Oppo's gaze was intensely fervent. After all, this pertained to controllable nuclear fusion technology. Although he was not an expert in this field and possessed limited knowledge, he was acutely aware of the significance of this technology. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that whichever nation could first master controllable nuclear fusion technology, given the current technological level of Blue Star, would undoubtedly possess a distinct advantage and influence. Without hesitation, Lin Yang opted to exchange. This was something he simply had to acquire. However, before he could dial the number, an unexpected call came through, momentarily catching him off guard. Since he had embarked on his overseas studies, the exorbitant cost of international calls had deterred anyone from reaching out to him. Even his parents refrained from calling due to the expense. The sudden ring of an incoming call was disorienting, particularly when he noticed the caller ID displaying the name Fatty He. Fatty He, known as He Ming, was his high school classmate and childhood friend. Though academically inferior to Lin Yang, he hailed from a well-off family, with his father owning a sizable factory in their hometown. While He Ming's family was relatively affluent, his monthly allowance was modest, insufficient for international long-distance chats. The fact that he was now calling Lin Yang was quite surprising, prompting Lin Yang to answer immediately. Hello. Fatty He, have you struck it rich, or is there an urgent matter? Hey, buddy, I just wanted to check in on you. He Ming's slightly mischievous voice came through the line. Lin Yang let out a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed there was no grave issue at hand. I appreciate your concern, but was a phone call truly necessary? Lin Yang murmured to himself. He recalled their only conversation since he had gone abroad, which had been a misdial on He Ming and Oppo's part. The tone of regret back then still brought a smile to his face. Today, I and Amp, Oppos, am in a good mood. So I don't mind the cost of the call, He Ming declared with exuberance. Really? Have you come into some money? Lin Yong inquired. Not exactly wealth. But Haven and Amp, Oppos, you seen the news? A significant event occurred in Little Sakura today. Both a summit was hacked and a shrine was bombed. It and Amp, Oppos, quite the joyous occasion. He Ming explained animatedly. My father, in his excitement, drank a few extra cups and ended up giving me all the cash from his wallet. 200 yuan. He told me to spend it freely, so now I find myself with a modest fortune. A few minutes of this call are just a drop in the bucket. Lin Yong was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that his recent actions had inadvertently bestowed an unexpected windfall upon his friend, which explained the sudden call. He Ming sounded unusually enthusiastic. Perhaps it was the prolonged absence of their conversations that made him eager to share. My good brother, you cannot fathom the excitement back home. It's more vibrant than the New Year festivities, with everyone celebrating. The individuals behind these events are truly remarkable. Fatty, have decided to become a devoted fan of this person. They are my idol. Regrettably, no one currently knows who is responsible for this. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly pay my respects to him. Fatty kept rambling on, yet Lin Yang's expression gradually morphed into one of peculiarity. 4. Based on his understanding of this rotund fellow, it seemed quite plausible that he could indeed commit such an act. The mere thought of Fatty worshipping at his own tablet evoked a wicked sense of amusement within Lin Yong. If this fellow were to discover that his idol was none other than himself, one could only imagine the splendid expression that would grace his face. However, this notion flitted through Lin Yong and Oppos' mind only fleetingly. It was not yet the time to unveil his true identity. Subsequently, he interrupted Fatty and Oppos' monologue. I have seen the news. It was indeed quite exhilarating. Do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, I shall hang up, for I am occupied. If he had not interjected, it seemed this fellow could continue without a breath for half an hour. Ahem, well, nothing else, just overly excited. Fatty replied. You truly are a devoted son. Are you already contemplating inheriting your father's factory? Lin Yong teased. I am my father's only son. If I do not inherit it, who will? Fatty responded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. You are indeed a commendable brother. Lin Yong retorted, rendered speechless. That is a given. I shall hang up now. Upon disconnecting the call, Lin Yong could not help but chuckle. This rotund fellow possessed a surprising sense of loyalty. He then hesitated briefly before opting to call his mother, Zhang Fong, instead of dialing the academy's number. Having previously refrained from contacting home due to financial constraints and now holding nearly 10 million, it was high time to reassure his family of his well-being. Hello, Yagong. Why are you calling your mother? Is there an urgent matter, or are you short on funds? If you are, I can transfer some money over shortly. His call was almost instantly answered, followed by Zhang Fong and Oppos' concerned voice. Mom, please do not worry. I am fine. I just miss you and Dad a bit. Lin Yong quickly reassured her. Are you truly all right? Zhang Fong remained somewhat skeptical. I am genuinely fine. It is not that I have run out of money. Oh. You rascal. If you are fine, why waste money on a phone call? Seeing that Lin Yong did not appear to be in distress, Zhang Fong reverted to her usual tone. Mom, you might not believe this, but I have been fortunate here. I assisted in organization in a significant endeavor and earned quite a bit of money, so do not fret over the cost of this call. Lin Yong grinned, hoping to alleviate Zhang Fong and Oppos' worries. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Fong and Oppos' anxiety intensified. You rascal. You are not involved in any illegal activities, are you? Chapter 33. It and Amp, Oppos' all my doing. Surely you Haven and Amp, Oppos' engaged in any unlawful activities while abroad? Upon hearing her mother and Amp, Oppos' words, Lin Yong could only chuckle in disbelief. Mom, what are you saying? I am a law-abiding citizen. Are you really? Zhang Fong replied, her skepticism evident. Of course. Why would you suspect me of wrongdoing? Lin Yong was perplexed. Conditions abroad aren't as safe as they are here. I often see reports on the news of people being deceived, lured into smuggling contraband for a small fee, only to end up arrested. I and Oppos' am worried you might fall victim to a similar fate, Zhang Fong explained. Mom, your imagination is quite vivid. Do you really doubt me? Lin Yong sighed, finally understanding why his mother's first reaction upon hearing about his overseas endeavors was concern over potential illegal activities. It seemed she had been influenced by too many news stories. As long as you haven't been deceived, that's what matters. Zhang Feng exhaled in relief, then added, remember, you're there primarily for your studies. I don't expect you to earn money while abroad. Your safety and health are far more important. I understand, Mom. He replied, well, it and amp, oppos, it's not much, just a few tens of thousands. Lin Yang refrained from divulging the full truth, knowing his mother would undoubtedly assume he had engaged in illicit activities, causing her unnecessary worry. Several tens of thousands? That and amp, oppos, that's quite a sum. What exactly have you been up to? Zhang Feng inquired, a hint of astonishment in her voice. Just fortunate enough to help that organization with a minor issue, and they rewarded me generously as a fellow compatriot. Lin Yang offered a brief explanation. Only then did Zhang Feng fully relax. All right, you rascal, it seems luck is on your side. Indeed, he replied with a chuckle. Is there anything else? If not, I shall end the call. International calls are expensive, so let me know when your funds run low, she said. Lin Yang nodded. There and amp, oppos, nothing else. I have enough to last me for a while. You and Dad need not worry about me. All right, I and amp, oppos, am hanging up then. As Lin Yang noticed his mother abruptly end the call without any further conversation, he couldn't and oppos, help but let out a small sigh. Given her initial reaction, he chose not to bring up the subject again. Moreover, the sudden influx of money could easily raise suspicions, so he decided to keep that matter under wraps for now, planning to address it later when the opportunity arose. After a brief pause, Lin Yang dialed the number for the Institute of Advanced Science. The extensive materials on controlled nuclear fusion he had exchanged for at the marketplace required a reminder for the Institute to prepare for their reception. In the Institute's duty room, Wang Guang answered Lin Yang and amp, oppos, call without delay, ever since he fortuitously received Lin Yang and amp, oppos, previous calls. He had taken it upon himself to oversee the duty schedule, remaining vigilant at his post whenever there were no other tasks at hand. Thus, upon hearing Lin Yang's initial greeting on the phone, he did not wait for Lin Yang to elaborate, but instead exclaimed repeatedly, Esteemed sir, it is an immense honor to receive your call once more. Please hold on, I shall promptly summon our dean. This statement momentarily left Lin Yang in a state of bewilderment. He recognized Wang Guang and Oppos' voice. It was always this young man who answered the phone, which seemed rather coincidental. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Guang had been volunteering for overtime just to ensure he could take Lin Yang and amp, oppos, calls. Simultaneously, within the Bureau of Anomalies, Ye Guhong and his colleagues promptly initiated call monitoring, following Lin Yang and amp, oppos' previous call to the Academy of Sciences. They had specifically added a line to this number to guarantee that Lin Yang and amp, oppos' calls could be answered without delay. Tang Wenxing rubbed his hands together, visibly exhilarated. The esteemed one is called back so promptly. The 3 incidents involving Sakura today are likely attributed to him. This call must pertain to the post-breakthrough data on Sakura's nuclear technology. Although Ye Guhong had previously cautioned against forming such dependencies, Tang Wensheng could not suppress his anticipation. Even Ye Guhong himself felt a flicker of hope. Despite being alert, the moment Lin Yang's call arrived, it was impossible to dismiss such thoughts. Meanwhile, the listening device captured the exchange between Zhao Zijin and Lin Yang. Hello, my fellow student. It is a pleasure to receive your call again. How have you been? I hope Sakura has not encountered any difficulties. If you require assistance, please do not hesitate to inform me. Zhao Zijin spoke warmly. The term fellow student was adopted after their previous conversation when Lin Yang mentioned he was still a student. It was decided, without knowing Lin Yang and amp, oppos' true identity, to address him as such. This term struck a balance between familiarity and propriety, aligning well with Lin Yang and amp, oppos' status. Lin Yang, unfazed, replied, Director Zhao, you are too kind. I am quite well, thank you for your concern. That is reassuring. Zhao Zijin felt a wave of relief. He contemplated inquiring whether Lin Yang was indeed responsible for the events that transpired during the day, yet hesitated, unsure of how to broach the subject. If he were mistaken, it could lead to an awkward situation. Zhao Zijin could not help but tug at his hair. As the dean of the academy, he was well versed in social intricacies. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, plunging the conversation into an uncomfortable silence that weighed heavily on him. This moment prompted Zhao Zijin and the eavesdropping Ye Guhong and others to adopt serious expressions. The data they had long sought regarding nuclear fusion technology had truly arrived. Chapter 34. A duty to serve the motherland. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Zijin cleared his throat and solemnly remarked, Classmates, I am grateful for everything you have done for our country. The group was not surprised that Lin Yang openly acknowledged his involvement in the 3 significant matters concerning the Little Sakura initiative. However, hearing it directly was still somewhat shocking. Each of these endeavors was monumental in its own right, and the level of difficulty could only be described as hellish. Yet, Lin Yang accomplished all of them within a single day. Zhao Zizhen and the others found it impossible to fathom how he managed such feats. Though their curiosity was piqued, they refrained from inquiring further, recognizing that this was undoubtedly Lin Yang and Amp Appo's secret. To pry into another and Amp Appo's secrets is a most discourteous act. And given that Lin Yang and Amp Appo's actions were beneficial to Shangxia, they had already discussed these matters in a meeting and agreed not to probe further, lest they cause discomfort or distance. Upon hearing Zhao Zizhen's words, Lin Yang smiled and replied, "Serving the motherland is an obligation we must embrace." This statement stirred a profound resonance within Zhao Zizhen, Yi Guhong, and the others, igniting their spirits. With such promising successors in the homeland, how could one fear for its future? Observing Zhao Zizhen's return to silence, Lin Yang continued, "Director Zhao, could you please clear your inbox? I am preparing to send over some relevant materials, and given the substantial size of the files, I want to ensure your inbox can accommodate them." What? What do you mean? You're not clear? Zhao Zizhen stammered, bewildered. "You are about to transmit the nuclear technology breakthrough data for Little Sakura. How could you be unclear? Classmate, you aren't and Appo's saying you will share the nuclear technology data with us, are you?" Zhao Zizhen and Appo's face was a canvas of confusion. Lin Yang's words momentarily scrambled his thoughts. "I do intend to share nuclear technology data with you, but it is not related to Little Sakura's recent breakthroughs." This revelation left Zhao Zizhen and the eavesdropping Yi Guhong utterly flabbergasted. Zhao Zizhen murmured, "If it's not the data from Little Sakura's breakthroughs, then what is it?" "It is the complete set of controllable nuclear fusion technology materials." Boom. In an instant, Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong's minds buzzed with disbelief. What had they just heard? A complete set of controllable nuclear fusion technology? Surely, this could not be a jest. Perhaps they were experiencing auditory hallucinations? Zhao Zizhen remained rooted to the spot in shock. While within the Institute of Anomalies, Yi Guhong, Tang Wenqing, and Han Jiayu exchanged incredulous glances. It is essential to note that nuclear fusion technology is something that no nation on Blue Star currently possesses. Even a century from now, the likelihood of humanity mastering this technology remains exceedingly slim, with much of the research still residing in the realm of concepts and theories. Mastering this technology is an arduous endeavor. The crux of nuclear fusion technology lies in a vital aspect: energy. What does a nation desperately need to expedite its development? Energy. Energy. If the majority of energy issues can be resolved, it would be nearly impossible not to advance. However, the current reality is that countries around the globe find themselves ensnared in a predicament of energy scarcity, merely varying in the magnitude of their deficits. Yet, it is foreseeable that, as time progresses, these energy gaps will only widen. Consequently, nations have been acutely aware of this issue for many years, engaging in various strategies and explorations in an attempt to address it. To date, it can be asserted that there has been little substantial progress. Even the most formidable nations on this blue planet, when united, have yet to manage energy extraction from extraterrestrial bodies. Thus, the control over internal energy resources has become increasingly stringent. Should one gain mastery over controllable nuclear fusion technology, a significant portion of energy concerns could be promptly alleviated. Hence, this technology is fervently pursued by the leading nations. Nevertheless, even with the global powers exerting immense effort in research, the mastery of this technology remains elusive due to its formidable complexity. Yet now, what have they heard? Lin Yang has presented them with a complete set of controllable nuclear fusion technology solutions. How could they not be astounded? It is no exaggeration to assert that whichever nation first grasps controllable nuclear fusion technology will wield unparalleled influence. This represents a qualitative leap. The applications of controlled nuclear fusion are extensive. In addition to addressing part of the energy crisis, it holds promise in the medical field. Humans consume grains. Who can guarantee a lifetime devoid of illness? The most formidable ailment, cancer, may find potential treatment through radioactive isotopes generated during controllable nuclear fusion reactions. The value of this is incalculable. Energy and healthcare, two of the most crucial facets of human societal advancement, could be significantly resolved through controllable nuclear fusion technology. Should they manage to seize this technology first, Yi Guhong and his associates can scarcely imagine the transformative development their nation could undergo. Environmental pollution could see remarkable improvement, and the concerns surrounding electricity consumption would become negligible, revitalizing industrial growth. In a scenario where energy consumption is no longer a worry, it is conceivable that in a few years, vessels capable of traversing between planets within the solar system could indeed be realized. The mere thought of such a scene sends shivers of excitement down the spines of Yi Guhong and his companions. Zhao Zizhen, as an esteemed academician and president of the Academy of Sciences, is acutely aware of the monumental changes that mastering controllable nuclear fusion would entail. His hand trembles as he grips the phone, stammering, "See, classmate, are you truly speaking of this? Is it the data on controllable nuclear fusion? I can and oppose, be mistaken, can I?" His voice quivers with anticipation. This pertains to controllable nuclear fusion technology. Once mastered, it possesses the potential to alter the trajectory of human society. Had these words been spoken by another, they might not have evoked such fervor. Yet, spoken by Lin Yang, they compelled an undeniable excitement. Therefore, upon hearing Lin Yang proclaim that he was presenting them with the complete set of controllable nuclear fusion technology, he found it impossible to dismiss it as mere jest. Indeed, Director Zhao, you have heard correctly. It is the entire suite of controllable nuclear fusion technology, not the mediocre data akin to that of the minor cherry blossom project. With a sudden jolt, Zhao Zizhen and Appo's grip on the phone faltered, causing the receiver to crash onto the table with a resounding clatter. "Teacher," came Wang Guang's astonished exclamation from beside him. Chapter 35. Could it be that they won't be subjected to slicing research? Seeking continued reading, Zhao Zizhen was rendered speechless, his entire being feeling somewhat limp. Lin Yang was actually intending to impart controllable nuclear fusion technology to them. The three eavesdroppers, Yi Guhong included, felt a jolt of electricity coursing through their bodies. This was indeed controllable nuclear fusion technology. They held no doubts regarding Lin Yang and Appo's words. Since Lin Yang had personally confirmed it, it was undoubtedly true. Consequently, at that moment, both Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong were left in a daze, their minds buzzing as if electrified. "Director Zhao, are you all right?" Lin Yang inquired. Having heard the sound of the microphone crashing to the ground and the ensuing piercing hum, along with Wang Guang and Appo's exclamation, "I and Appo's am fine, Director Zhao, as long as you are well. Have you cleaned out your email?" "I am about to commence the transmission of the data," Lin Yang questioned. Yes. It's all cleared," Zhao Zizhen exclaimed, filled with excitement. "Very well, I shall begin the transmission now. The data this time is rather extensive, so I will send it in segments. It may take several rounds to complete," Lin Yang stated. Before Zhao Zizhen could respond, he continued, "By the way, it would be prudent for you to provide me with a dedicated cloud storage or another channel for data transfer. Transmitting via email has limitations on attachment sizes, and utilizing cloud storage would greatly facilitate future transmissions of additional data." This concern had been on Lin Yang and Appo's mind since the last transmission of the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. Transmitting vital information via email was not only cumbersome but also carried certain risks. Although he could have the system set up a dedicated channel, such additional services incurred fees, and with the national treasure and Appo's value not being substantial, Lin Yang wished to avoid unnecessary expenditures. After all, the official internal transmission channels of the Academy of Sciences were surely secure, negating the need for him to establish his own. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zizhen exchanged a glance with Yi Guhong through the video conference and promptly responded, "All right, my friend, we indeed have a dedicated cloud storage system. How should I send you the link?" Moments later, Wang Guang gave Zhao Zizhen an approving gesture. Zhao Zizhen then said, "My friend, the link has been sent to you. Please check your messages. I and Appo's received it. Let us proceed with that for now. If there is nothing else, I will hang up," Lin Yang remarked, glancing at his email. "Please hold on. I have a few matters I wish to discuss with you. Could you spare a few more minutes?" Zhao Zizhen quickly interjected, anxious that Lin Yang might abruptly end the call as he did last time. "Oh, what matters? Speak freely, Director Zhao," Lin Yang replied. Can I directly become an academician?" Lin Yang mused. "Of course, given your capabilities and contributions, becoming an academician is more than sufficient. And even if you wish to become the director, that would be entirely feasible," Zhao Zizhen asserted earnestly. This statement brought a smile to Lin Yang and Appo's face. "If I were to become the director, wouldn't that mean I would be usurping your position, Director Zhao? Haha. What is there to compete over? It is all for the benefit of our motherland. As long as you, my dear student, are willing, I, as the dean, am more than happy to assist you, provided you do not disdain my help. Zhao Zizhen earnestly expressed. Whether it be the technology of the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine or the currently advancing controlled nuclear fusion technology, both serve as ample evidence of Lin Yang's capabilities and strengths, which far exceed their own. He could not help but hope that Lin Yang would immediately agree to collaborate. It was foreseeable that if Lin Yang truly consented to join the Academy of Sciences, the domestic research landscape would undoubtedly soar under his leadership. Lin Yang fell into a brief silence upon hearing this. He could discern the sincerity in Zhao Zizhen and Amp Apos' words. He understood that Zhao Zizhen and Apos' willingness to make such a guarantee was undoubtedly backed by official authorization, which was why he was approaching this matter with such seriousness. Otherwise, even as the dean, Zhao Zizhen would not dare to suggest that Lin Yang could choose any institution or even graduate directly, offering him the positions of academician or even dean. This statement conveyed the official stance and also served as a subtle probe into Lin Yang and Apos' sentiments. Moreover, Lin Yang knew without a doubt that his current communications with the domestic authorities were likely being monitored. Thus, this statement was directed not only at Zhao Zizhen but also to the officials listening in. After all, given the abilities he had demonstrated so far, it was reasonable to assume that without his explicit commitment, the authorities would remain uneasy. If the roles were reversed, he too would not feel at ease in such a situation, and so Lin Yang provided his own assurance. Little did he realize, however, that upon uttering these words, Zhao Zizhen's expression transformed into one of unprecedented seriousness. Chapter 36. Is this permissible? Dear students, first and foremost, rest assured, we shall not pursue any secrets you may harbor. As long as you choose not to disclose them, they shall remain forever untold, and no individual shall pry into them in any manner whatsoever. I assure you, on behalf of the authorities, that this is our solemn commitment. Zhao Zhen and Apos' tone was exceedingly grave. Moreover, please take comfort in knowing that our nation places a significantly higher value on talent than what is often perceived by the online community. We would never harm any compatriot of Shanxia, with the exception of criminals, of course. In conclusion, I wish to emphasize that if you prefer to keep your identity concealed, that is entirely acceptable. As long as we are informed of your safety, that is sufficient. Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had merely jested, not anticipating Zhao Zhen and Amp Apos' earnestness. Hearing such sincere words, Lin Yang clarified, Director Zhao, you exaggerate. I was merely joking, and I have full faith in our motherland. A smile crept onto Lin Yang and Amp Apos' face. Zhao Zhen was rather amusing, quite different from the stern image he had conjured of a seasoned academician. Zhao Zhen continued, furthermore, the most important aspect of a person is their innate abilities and talents, which cannot simply be dissected through research. After all, there is no existing technology capable of extracting the talents and thoughts from another and Apos' mind. If someone possesses true capability, to bind them for study would be, frankly speaking, akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. We would never engage in such folly. Dear student, do you not find my reasoning sound? Lin Yang could not help but laugh heartily. Indeed, Director Zhao, your discourse is quite delightful. I had assumed that scholars like you were all exceptionally serious. We are human, not stone. Naturally, we experience a range of emotions. However, at times we must feign seriousness, as the adage goes, to uphold a certain image. Zhao Zhen joined in the laughter. Meanwhile, from the listening device, Yi Guhong grew anxious as he overheard Zhao Zhen and Lin Yang's jovial exchange. He could not restrain himself, saying, Old Zhao, let us pause the laughter for a moment. Please inquire whether he has conducted any research on weaponry. This was a question that had been on Yi Guhong and his colleagues' minds since Lin Yang's last phone call. Such matters are far more tantalizing than a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. Should even a whisper of information escape, the Western nations, led by the United States, would undoubtedly go to great lengths to seize it. Currently, the nations maintain a certain equilibrium because no party possesses an attraction or importance so exaggerated that it disrupts the balance. However, if a nation suddenly acquires something of paramount importance or technology that far exceeds current advancements and cannot directly project military power, it would become an obvious target. Should it become known that such technology now exists domestically, those in the West would undoubtedly prefer to incite war rather than allow their competitors to develop unimpeded. For instance, In the realm of chip manufacturing, one need not rush to produce the most advanced models in a single endeavor. Rather, a gradual approach can be adopted, incrementally developing more sophisticated and precise chips to avoid revealing too much too soon. The potential advancements afforded by controlled nuclear fusion technology are immense and undeniable. Once the development utilizing controlled nuclear fusion technology commences, it becomes impossible to conceal, unless one chooses to forsake the opportunity for rapid advancement and imposes strict limitations. However, such suppression would be a disservice to Lin Yang, who has bestowed them with the invaluable controlled nuclear fusion technology, and it would inevitably hinder the true emergence of potential. After all, this represents an unparalleled chance to truly overtake the Western powers in a significant leap forward. To be forced into stagnation would be akin to possessing a treasure yet being unable to utilize it, a most disheartening predicament. Thus, Ye Guhong found himself in a state of urgency. He was keenly eager to ascertain whether Lin Yang had conducted any research in the field of weaponry. As previously stated, while Shangxia is formidable, it lacks the capability to contend with the global arena. Moreover, controlled nuclear fusion technology is a coveted asset that other nations would pursue at any cost. Once it is broadly applied, it is imperative to ensure that the domestic front can withstand pressure from the global community. Otherwise, it could lead to perilous consequences. Opportunities may swiftly transform into crises. Upon hearing Ye Guhong's insistence, Zhao Zizhen also adopted a serious demeanor. He understood the gravity of the situation. Through the video conference, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Ye Guhong, both recognizing their shared thoughts. If Lin Yang had not engaged in weaponry research, then, despite any reluctance, they would have to forcefully restrict the application of controlled nuclear fusion technology. In an instant, Zhao Zizhen asked earnestly, "My friend, I wish to inquire about one more matter. Do you have any knowledge in the field of weaponry?" Weaponry? What does Director Zhao mean by that? Lin Yang was momentarily perplexed by Zhao Zizhen and Appo's inquiry. Zhao Zizhen cleared his throat, lowering his voice slightly, and replied, "I refer to conventional weapon research. In other words, whether you have delved into the realm of armed forces." Is it permissible to discuss this?" Lin Yang was slightly taken aback. "Of course it is permissible. Why would it not be?" Zhao Zizhen countered earnestly. "As long as there is no denial, it suggests there is potential." Zhao Zizhen glanced at Ye Guhong through the video. After receiving a nod from him, he cleared his throat once more and stated candidly, "Indeed, the controlled nuclear fusion technology you provided is remarkably advanced, with an extensive range of applications and immense significance. To put it bluntly, it has the potential to alter the trajectory of human societal development. There is an old saying in Shangxia, possessing a precious gem incurs guilt, and I trust you are familiar with its implications. This technology is far too advanced. Once it is put into application, the Western powers will undoubtedly go to great lengths to seize it, and we currently lack the strength to counter such global competition. Thus, it is essential to possess corresponding armed forces to ensure deterrence. Is that what you are implying, Director Zhao?" Lin Yang and Appo's eyes flashed with understanding, grasping the essence of Zhao Zizhen's words. "Indeed, that is precisely what I meant, which is why I inquired whether you have conducted any research in this field." Zhao Zizhen nodded, feeling a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Chapter 37. There is no need to endure indefinitely, though the system store is not devoid of options. His national treasure value is presently insufficient. His silence heightened Zhao Zizhen and Appo's anxiety. However, Zhao soon reassured, "If there is no immediate research available, it is not a cause for concern. We can afford to bide our time for a few more years. After all, we have persevered through many years already." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight illuminated Lin Yang's eyes. "Indeed, I may have overlooked this matter. You are correct, Director Zhao. Given the customary disregard for humanity exhibited by those in the Western nations, should we commence the application of controllable nuclear fusion technology, they would undoubtedly employ every conceivable means to obstruct our progress, potentially even resorting to theft. Indeed, it is somewhat shameful to receive such advanced technology, yet hesitate to implement it. We, the older generation, are truly at fault," Zhao Zizhen lamented. In the past, he had dreamed of witnessing the soaring advancement of domestic scientific research. Yet now, when the opportunity had finally arisen, he found himself reluctant to fully embrace it, leaving him with a profound sense of discomfort. He could not help but feel remorseful, wishing he were more capable. Not only he, but also Ye Guhong, Tang Wenxing, and Han Zhaoyu, who were eavesdropping on the conversation, shared a similar sentiment. Lin Yang, perceiving Zhao Zizhan's emotions through his words, responded, "There is no need for you to feel this way, Director Zhao. Your contributions to the nation have been substantial. While I may not be able to directly provide military technology at this moment, it is not imperative to endure perpetually." Zhao Zizhan was taken aback. Before he could respond, Lin Yang continued, "Though I cannot immediately offer military technology, I can recalibrate my research focus and direct my efforts toward this aspect. Grant me a little time, and I should be able to address some of the issues in this area." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zizhan was filled with excitement. "Are you serious, my friend? You are willing to delve into military research? Certainly. You have laid out the pros and cons so clearly. If I lack the capability, that would be one thing. However, I do possess the ability. Thus, grant me a little time, not too long, and I shall devise a solution," Lin Yang assured earnestly. "That is wonderful. Thank you immensely." Zhao Zizhan expressed his gratitude profusely. "As long as you are willing to assist, we believe that with your capabilities, a small endeavor in this field will yield significant advancements for our military strength in no time." "Haha, Director Zhao, please do not elevate me too highly. Your words are making me feel rather elated," Lin Yang chuckled. Yet, truth be told, receiving such commendation from the esteemed president of the Academy of Sciences was indeed a gratifying experience. "I do not merely flatter. These are my sincere sentiments," Zhao Zizhan asserted solemnly. He genuinely believed this, especially considering Lin Yang and Appos as proficiency in controllable nuclear fusion technology. It was surely within reach for him to explore the realm of military applications as well. Lin Yang laughed heartily before steering the conversation back to business. "Director Zhao, how's the progress on the 0.1 nanometer photolithography machine? At what stage are we now?" He currently possessed only 10 national treasure points, rendering him unable to exchange for any weapon technology. The system had previously stated that it would provide technology to the domestic sector, and as long as the country successfully mastered and produced the relevant technologies, it would receive corresponding rewards and national treasure value, thereby entering a virtuous cycle. Currently, the nation requires advancements in military technology, and the most expedient approach would be to expedite the development of a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine by the Academy of Sciences, utilizing the acquired national treasure value to exchange for weaponry technology, to facilitate the rapid advancement of domestic research. The system had provided a manufacturing manual that could be considered foolproof. As long as the Academy follows the outlined procedures, there should be no significant issues. Upon hearing Lin Yang inquire about the matter, Zhao Zizhan promptly responded, stating that there were no major problems, although they had encountered a minor obstacle concerning materials. "What sort of obstacle?" Lin Yang furrowed his brow. "Currently, the primary material for the lithography machine is silicon, which theoretically has a limit of 1 nanometer, whereas the design you provided is for a 0.1 nanometer machine, making material breakthroughs rather troublesome." Lin Yang paused, realizing he had overlooked this issue. While the technology for the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine provided by the system was indeed advanced and reached its limit, the material technology on Blue Star was not yet up to par, which posed a significant challenge. However, Zhao Zizhan seemed to imply that the material issue could still be resolved. He confirmed, "So, Director Zhao, following the tutorial, will we be able to produce it?" "Yes. Although it is an obstacle, it is not insurmountable. The tutorial you provided contains several solutions, and we are already diligently working to adapt our current situation to address this issue. While it may be a bit more complicated, it shouldn't take too long," Zhao Zizhan expressed with confidence. "That and Appos, that's reassuring." Lin Yang sighed in relief. "Rest assured, my friend, even if we lack the necessary conditions, having received the technology from you, we will create the conditions to make it happen," Zhao Zizhan declared. "Thank you for your hard work," Lin Yang replied. "It is no trouble at all. To witness such advanced technology in our lifetime is a joy beyond measure," Zhao Zizhan said sincerely. Lin Yang sighed softly, reflecting on the immense dedication of these academicians. "All right," Zhao Zizhan promptly responded. "Is there anything else, Director Zhao? If not, I will end the call." Not at the moment." Zhao Zizhan hesitated, but ultimately decided against pursuing further inquiries. Having been busy all day at Xiaoyingwa, Lin Yang must be exhausted. Considering it was getting late, he refrained from delaying Lin Yang's rest any further. With controllable nuclear fusion technology having already been sent, he was eager to review it immediately. Lin Yang offered a brief reminder before hanging up the phone. He too was quite fatigued. The time difference with Xiaoyingwa was minimal, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Unbeknownst to him, While he took a warm shower and settled into a restful slumber, Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong, among others, engaged in intense discussions. It seems that the speaker just now is quite eager for us to expedite the development of a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. Is he suggesting that our progress is somewhat sluggish? Zhao Zizhen inquired solemnly, gazing at Yi Guhong and the other two through the video conference. Chapter 38. Default non-display of rubbish. Zhao Zizhen promptly remarked, I thought it was merely my own illusion. Since you share the same sentiment, I suggest we allocate resources and personnel from other departments to expedite the procurement of the lithography machine, ensuring it does not disrupt this individual's plans. Certainly. I grant you the authority. Yi Guhong nodded in agreement, adding, please prioritize reviewing the controlled nuclear fusion technology documentation. It is of utmost importance. In the eastern capital, Lin Yang awoke early to find an inquiry email from Zhao Zizhen sent overnight. What area piques your interest? Upon reading the email, Lin Yang couldn't help but smile. If one were to inquire about his interests, it would encompass any facet of conventional weaponry. Which fervent youth could possibly resist such a lure? Given the plethora of modern weapon types, what is most urgently required, aside from nuclear arms, is a formidable weapon capable of deterring Western nations. Nuclear weapons are bound by treaties of non-first use among major powers, though such agreements may render themselves mere scraps of paper in critical times. Lin Yang's current objective is to develop Shangxia, rather than to engage in mutual destruction with Western adversaries. Therefore, it is imperative to possess a potent deterrent, ensuring that when Shangxia employs controlled nuclear fusion technology and showcases advanced lithography machines, those Western entities will think twice before acting rashly. To achieve this, conventional medium-sized weapons will undoubtedly fall short. What is necessary are superweapons, particularly those capable of executing long-range strikes from domestic territory. With such criteria narrowed, the selection becomes limited. Furthermore, after eliminating options with insufficient power or noticeable shortcomings, only a scant few choices remain. Having mentally filtered through these possibilities, Lin Yang swiftly arrived at a definitive target: intercontinental missiles. Indeed, he resolved to utilize intercontinental missiles to instill dread in various nations. During the technology summit, Sakura had produced a simulated strike video of intercontinental missiles in an attempt to intimidate the nations of the eastern continent. Lin Yang intended to enhance the existing capabilities of intercontinental missiles, demonstrating to Sakura's cohorts what true intercontinental missiles entail. Currently, the range of major powers' intercontinental missiles hovers around 8,000 kilometers, with terminal velocities approaching 25 Mach. Reaching the United States from domestic grounds takes half an hour, making interception quite feasible. Lin Yang perused the data, his mind already charting a course. If speed could be augmented, the deterrent effect would double. Subsequently, he instructed the system to access the marketplace, eager to explore specific enhancement technologies. However, he was taken aback to discover that none were available. Within the weaponry category, the items available for redemption bore names like Star Destroyer cannons, which appeared fearsome at first glance. Similarly, the required national treasure points for these exchanges were daunting. System: is there truly no option to redeem enhancement technologies and materials for intercontinental missiles in the marketplace? You're impressive. Lin Yang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The intercontinental missile is unexpectedly referred to as trash. He found himself at a loss for words. However, compared to such a formidable system, the intercontinental missile does seem rather insignificant. Host, would you like to activate the display for low-level item shop? Activate. Very well. The relevant exchange information has been made available for you. With the system's announcement, a multitude of redeemable firearms appeared in the weapons section of the system's shop. Lin Yang finally glimpsed some familiar names, such as handguns and rifles, under the category of light weapons, while artillery, tanks, fighter jets, and even warships were listed under heavy weapons. System: are nuclear weapons actually classified as low-level items? After a cursory glance, Lin Yang's attention turned to nuclear weapons, which surprisingly fell into the low-level category. He was momentarily taken aback, but then a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes. System: how many levels are there in technological civilization? Is there a specific classification? If so, what level does my current planet belong to? And what about higher civilizations? Apologies, host. Due to the relatively low technological civilization level of your current planet, in order to prevent an overwhelming influx of information that could cause a significant disparity, the system is temporarily unable to clearly present the existence of advanced technological civilizations to safeguard the current civilization. I am not asking you to showcase the might of advanced technological civilizations. I am inquiring about how many levels there are in total. What are the criteria for this rating? What about above level 2? Exercise caution? What does that mean? Lin Yang and Appo's eyelids twitched. This statement bore a certain depth. Could it be that advanced extraterrestrial technological civilizations truly exist? Apologies, host. Your current technological civilization level is insufficient to protect the present civilization. This system is restricted by protective mechanisms and cannot provide you with a more detailed explanation. What use are you then? Lin Yang scoffed once more. This wretched system consistently fails to elucidate anything of a higher nature. However, the system's remark regarding the conditions for ascending to a level 2 technological civilization was indeed thought-provoking. It sounded deceptively simple, merely the ability to extract resources from neighboring planets. But in reality, achieving this condition is far from straightforward. It could even be said that the difficulty is exceedingly high. Chapter 39, The Little Cherry Blossom. Growing impatient, it is essential to understand that, at present, no nation on the entire blue star possesses the capability to exploit resources from nearby planets. To achieve a stable extraction of such resources, one must at least have spacecraft capable of traversing between planets, along with tools or personnel capable of conducting ground operations. Not to mention the latter. The ability to transport personnel freely between planets would indeed resemble the interstellar travel depicted in science fiction films, presenting a formidable challenge. Concerning the former, the tools required for ground extraction must be robotic in nature and not merely rudimentary machines. They must possess a certain level of intelligence, which inevitably ties into the realm of artificial intelligence technology. Thus, what appears to be a simple statement or a promotion criterion is, in reality, a daunting endeavor. Ascending from a Type 1 civilization to a Type 2 civilization is far from straightforward. Currently, no nation can claim to possess spacecraft capable of stable interplanetary travel due to a lack of sufficient energy resources to support such ventures. It becomes evident that to transition from a Type 1 to a Type 2 technological civilization, one must fully master controllable nuclear fusion technology. It is no wonder that the system's suggested exchange list prioritizes controllable nuclear fusion technology right after lithography machines, indeed, laying a solid foundation step by step. Lin Yang murmured to himself, previously puzzled as to why such advanced technologies were presented at the outset. Now, however, he began to comprehend that this was paving the way for the ascension to a Type 2 civilization. Without the system's exchange capabilities, relying solely on the current technological prowess of Blue Star, it would take over a century to grasp controllable nuclear fusion technology. The advancement of technological civilization is certainly not a trivial pursuit. Soon, Lin Yang resolved not to dwell on such matters any longer. The elevation of technological civilization appeared to be a distant aspiration, and resource extraction from planets was a concern for the future. The immediate priority was to establish military deterrence and to apply controllable nuclear fusion technology effectively. He discovered the option to exchange for intercontinental missiles. In the system's marketplace, intercontinental missiles were classified into 3 tiers. The first tier represented the current standard of intercontinental missiles on Blue Star, with a range of approximately 8,000 kilometers and a terminal velocity of 25 Mach. The second tier was significantly more powerful, featuring double the range and speed, with a terminal velocity reaching around 100 Mach. As for the third tier, Lin Yang felt it more apt to refer to it as an interstellar missile rather than merely an intercontinental one. With an astonishing range of 100,000 kilometers and a speed of 1,000 Mach, one could hardly fathom the implications of an object traveling at such velocity. To put this into perspective, launching a second-tier intercontinental missile from the homeland to a certain country would take just over 5 minutes. As for nations such as Little Cherry Blossom, well, upon realizing such intercontinental missiles were being launched towards them, they would likely find themselves melting away in mere moments. With barely a moment to glance skyward, an explosion ensued. In merely 5 minutes, one could reach nearly any corner of the globe. Sufficient time indeed. Lin Yang had set his sights on redeeming the second tier of intercontinental missiles. Of course, the third tier was not entirely out of reach. However, given the current technological capabilities of Blue Star, the requisite national treasure points were exorbitant, amounting to 2,000 points. In contrast, redeeming the second tier necessitated only 200 points, a stark difference in value. Yet, even at 200 points, Lin Yang found himself unable to redeem it. It seemed a trip to Sakura country was imperative to scavenge for artifacts. Upon confirming his choice of the second-tier intercontinental missile, Lin Yong cast a glance at his meager 10 national treasure points and let out a resigned sigh. The Great Academy's success in fabricating a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine remained uncertain, and waiting passively was not a prudent strategy. The scarcity of national treasure points was palpable. Rather than remain idle, he resolved to take proactive measures. Years ago, Sakura country had committed numerous transgressions across the vast lands of Shangxia, undoubtedly seizing a considerable number of artifacts, certainly far more than those confined to the East capital. Without hesitation, Lin Yong hastily consumed a modest breakfast and purchased a ticket for his journey. Armed with a fabricated identity courtesy of the system, he felt no trepidation of being discovered. As Lin Yong embarked on his quest, the collectors of artifacts within Sakura country were plunged into a dreadful nightmare. At every location he visited, he deftly and thoroughly liberated all artifacts that rightfully belonged to Shangxia, whether housed in museums or concealed within private residences. None could evade the system's scrutiny. However, this endeavor was not without its challenges. Some ultra-wealthy individuals boasted security measures that were astonishingly stringent. In such instances, Lin Yong had to pay extra for the system's assistance in additional disguises. On 2 occasions, he stumbled upon unsightly scenes in broad daylight. To this, Lin Yong could only lament the audacity of the Sakura inhabitants. Truly, they knew how to indulge. Renowned for their emotional intricacies, it was no surprise. Notably, he encountered a case of infidelity and, adhering to the principle of moral scrutiny, captured some evidence and posted it on a local forum, thereby aiding the unfortunate cuckolded husband in claiming the moral high ground. This could be considered a small act of kindness. As Lin Yong increasingly appeared throughout Sakura country, reports of artifact theft began to dominate various social media platforms there. Initially, few paid attention. Yet, merely 2 days later, over 50 affluent collectors and museums had reported stolen artifacts, with the number of ancient Shangxia artifacts pilfered tallying in the thousands. Such a concentrated spate of theft could not be concealed, swiftly ascending to the forefront of international news. This development left the citizens of Sakura country restless. The pervasive thefts of Shangxia artifacts, occurring inexplicably, mirrored the methods employed during the disappearance of artifacts in East capital, igniting a sense of anxiety among the populace. Meanwhile, within Shangxia, netizens reveled in jubilation. The technique was all too familiar. Divine, truly divine. Enthusiastic discussions abounded as admirers expressed their admiration. Even more exhilarating is the fact that, coinciding with the disappearance of cultural relics from Little Sakura, the Shangxia Cultural Relics Bureau has consecutively issued announcements claiming to have received donations of overseas artifacts from anonymous benefactors. Remarkably, the quantity of these donated relics closely mirrors the number of artifacts that have mysteriously vanished from within Little Sakura. This situation has left officials from Little Sakura in a state of agitation, prompting them to convene a press conference demanding a satisfactory explanation from Shangxia. It is evident that this is a premeditated and organized endeavor. Thus, we insist that the Shangxia authorities provide a reasonable account of these events. The people of Little Sakura are understandably distressed. Chapter 40. Genetic Enhancement. Do they deserve it? Within the confines of the Bureau of Cultural Relics, Yi Guhong observed the statements and demands from the representatives of Sakura Blossom with a dismissive snort. He then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "To merely seize our cultural artifacts is indeed a transparently obvious intention. However, I reiterate, to demand an explanation from us without any evidence? Do they truly believe they are worthy of such a request?" Yi Guhong nodded thoughtfully. "Old Tang, I fully grasp this rationale, yet I intentionally wish to provoke them," he remarked leisurely. Tang Wensheng displayed a hint of confusion. Yi Guhong continued, "Firstly, the Sakura Blossom Technology Summit's display of simulated strike videos has been excessively arrogant, and it is imperative to temper their hubris. Secondly, we cannot allow the actions of that individual to go unrecognized. With our mastery of controllable nuclear fusion technology, and with that individual promising to assist us in developing military capabilities, if we continue to remain low-key in the face of such significant advantages, it would amount to cowardice." Upon hearing this, Tang Wensheng and Han Zhaoyu exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement. Moreover, our relationship with Sakura Blossom has historically been adversarial. That individual recently undertook several commendable actions, igniting fervent enthusiasm among the populace, resulting in an unprecedented sense of unity and cohesion, something that has not been witnessed in years. Given this context, we might as well allow them to revel in their triumphs a bit longer. A spark of brilliance flickered in Yi Guhong and Appo's eyes. Regardless, with the assistance of that individual, we will inevitably settle accounts with Sakura Blossom. This is merely the beginning. Tang Wensheng and Han Zhaoyu comprehended Yu Guhong's intentions. Previously, we refrained from taking decisive action due to the checks and balances among nations. However, the circumstances have changed. Once we master controllable nuclear fusion technology, aided by Lin Yang, any advancements in our military capabilities will require little further contemplation. Allowing the domestic populace to experience a release of emotions serves as a strategic maneuver. Indeed, the atmosphere was electric. As announcements from the Bureau of Cultural Relics rolled out one after another, excitement surged among the people, radiating an unprecedented sense of pride and solidarity. Within the borders of Sakura Blossom, Lin Yang, amidst the ongoing collection of cultural relics, received continuous notifications from the system confirming the completion of tasks. Following a series of task notifications, his national treasure points soared to 660. Additionally, he accrued several achievement points. Completing the collection of all relics in the designated region for the first time awarded him an achievement point. Days later, Lin Yang received a unique system notification. Congratulations, host. You have completed the collection of all cultural relics within the secondary region. You are awarded a second-tier reward and a special lottery opportunity. Would you like to draw immediately? Taken aback momentarily, Lin Yang soon realized he had unknowingly completed the collection of relics within a provincial region. Indeed, in such a small nation, it was astonishing to traverse an entire provincial area in so little time. Within just 3 to 4 days, he had accomplished the collection of relics. Underscoring the undeniable compactness of Sakura Blossom, it must be noted that his quest to gather artifacts at each location requires considerable time. It is not merely a matter of passing through and checking off a list. After a moment of disdain, Lin Yang inquired about more pressing matters. System. What can be obtained from the special lottery? Oh, one can acquire any item? His eyes sparkled at the thought. So, if fortune smiles upon me, it is conceivable to win advanced technological marvels from extraterrestrial civilizations? Indeed, host. Let us proceed with the draw. There is no time like the present. The essence of a lottery lies in its swiftness and decisiveness. Delaying may cause fortune to slip away. Very well, host. The lottery wheel has been activated. Please initiate. Before him stood an immense lottery wheel, its vast array of potential prizes almost impossible to fully comprehend at a single glance. How ostentatious. Please confirm your participation in the lottery. The system prompted once more. Confirmed. The lottery commenced, with a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The draw concluded. Congratulations, host. You have received a bottle of Cerebral Enhancement Genetic Serum, perfect grade. Would you like to consume this serum immediately? Lin Yang was momentarily speechless. What? A genetic serum? One that enhances the brain? System, are you jesting? Does such a serum truly exist? His incredulity was palpable. Are there any side effects? Lin Yang blinked in surprise. Oh, upon usage, will my brain be enhanced? Yes, host. This enhancement pertains to physical aspects of the body. It also augments the capabilities of your mind. Is that so? With such advanced technology, wouldn't everyone from a superior civilization be a genius? Lin Yang felt a jolt of realization. Therefore, the concerns you harbor will not materialize. Chapter 41. The Power of a Missile. Lin Yang fell into a moment of silence before once again seeking confirmation. System, this perfect genetic serum. Are you certain it bears no side effects? Indeed, host. You may use it without concern. If I were to consume it, to what extent would my abilities be enhanced? Lin Yang paused briefly, then decided, in that case, I shall take it directly. He held no apprehension regarding the system and Oppo's intentions. Although he could exchange various advanced technologies from the system, they ultimately remained external forces, incomprehensible to him. However, if his mind could be fortified, that would be a genuine enhancement of his own capabilities, making it impossible for him to refuse the serum. As the saying goes, possessing it oneself is far superior to merely having access to it. Very well, host. The serum has been extracted. You may consume it at your convenience. Please be advised that upon ingestion, you will enter a slumber lasting 6 hours to allow the serum to take effect. Ensure you are in a safe environment during this time. Understood. Lin Yang did not elaborate further. A 6-hour sleep was a trivial matter. He could simply find a hotel for a brief respite. Regarding the official statement from the Sakura Blossom entity demanding a reasonable explanation from Shangxia, it had been categorically dismissed. Yet, in response, the populace of Shangxia was once again stirred with fervor. As Lin Yang secured a room, just as he was about to consume the serum and succumb to sleep, A new notification from the system flashed before him. Due to the historical animosity between your nation and the Sakura Blossom Nation, your acquired prestige will receive a boost. Your prestige value has increased to 10 points. Your current prestige stands at 21 points. Upon hearing this notification, Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had unexpectedly gained prestige points. He could not help but acknowledge that Sakura Blossom was indeed an excellent place to accrue prestige. However, he noted with disappointment that he had not received a new title this time. As he prepared to inquire further, the effects of the genetic serum began to manifest, and he felt a heaviness in his head before drifting into slumber. The following day, Lin Yang awoke and checked the time, immediately asking, "System, didn't you say I would only sleep for 6 hours? Why do I feel as though I've slept for 12? Is that so? I perceive no significant difference." Lin Yang mused, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead, recalling the system's words. He had yet to exchange for the second-tier technology of the intercontinental missile. He realized that he could now comprehend the intricate and lengthy formulas and theoretical knowledge associated with intercontinental missile technology. Truly, the genetic serum was remarkable. Lin Yang could not help but exclaim in awe. The enhancement to his mind had not only bolstered his memory, but also sharpened his cognitive processing abilities. He felt that if he were to pursue knowledge in any particular field, mastery would come with utmost ease. He promptly reviewed the technology pertaining to controlled nuclear fusion. Previously, he had struggled to grasp it, but now, it was a different story. He could swiftly scan through the material and, with minimal calculations, arrive at the correct results. The sensation of having such knowledge entirely at his command was utterly exquisite. Then, with eyes aglow, he inquired, "System, is there any more of this serum available? A single vial of potion is indeed extraordinary. If consumed twice, would one not ascend to the status of a technological deity? Alas, it is only obtainable through a lottery." Lin Yang felt a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, host. Well then, apart from completing the provincial-level artifact collection, are there no other avenues to acquire a chance at the lottery? Oh, right. When I consumed the potion, I heard the system notify me that I had gained 10 points of prestige. Why, then, did I not receive a new title this time? Upon hearing this, Lin Yang refrained from further inquiries. Titles are visible solely to oneself and bear no substantial significance. He was not particularly invested in them. The online buzz had reached a fever pitch. Some netizens from Sakura suggested launching an intercontinental missile at Shangxia to demonstrate that they are not to be trifled with and to demand the return of the artifacts received by the Cultural Relics Bureau. Goodness, those little ones from Sakura certainly have a sense of humor. Upon reading this comment, Lin Yang couldn't help but laugh. It seemed this fellow had yet to fully awaken. An intercontinental missile, indeed? Allow me to show you what a true intercontinental missile is. Lin Yang snorted softly and dialed the number for the Academy of Sciences. Those intercontinental missiles previously crafted by Sakura were now frequently touted. He intended to have the Academy produce 2 rounds of second-tier intercontinental missiles to deliver a resounding slap to Sakura in their most proud domain. At the Academy, the duty room's phone was now monitored by a dedicated personnel. As soon as Lin Yang's call came through, it was promptly answered. However, it was not Wang Guang this time. That fellow had been working overtime for many days and was finally feeling the strain. Nonetheless, it was of little consequence, as Zhao Zizhen hurried over to take the call. Within the Bureau of Anomalies, Yi Guhong and others quickly logged on to monitor the conversation. Lin Yang wasted no time and addressed Zhao Zizhen directly. "Director Zhao, did you not inquire whether I could research armed forces? Well, I have successfully developed a new type of intercontinental missile. I have uploaded the relevant data to the cloud drive you provided last time. You may download it and take a look." "What? You developed it so quickly?" Zhao Zizhen was momentarily taken aback. It had only been 2 or 3 days, and yet it was already accomplished. Almost instinctively, he hastened to open the cloud drive, and upon viewing the relevant materials, his entire body stiffened. This is the power an intercontinental missile can possess. Chapter 42. Is this within human capability? Not only Zhao Zizhen, but also Yi Guhong and the others who perused the data were equally astounded. A range nearing 20,000 kilometers and a speed reaching 100 Mach. Is this truly the might that an intercontinental missile can possess? Are you certain this is achievable? Zhao Zizhen, regaining his composure, gulped and asked incredulously. With such range and speed, if it can indeed be realized, it would allow for ultra-long-range strikes against any nation worldwide. Exaggerated. It is simply too exaggerated. He continued, his voice trembling. According to the information you provided, does that mean it could strike the United States in less than 5 minutes? Yes, Director Zhao. You have not miscalculated. Zhao Zizhen was utterly flabbergasted. He repeatedly scrutinized the data, his eyes widening with every glance. In just 2 or 3 days, Lin Yang had developed such a precise and feasible technology. It was beyond his comprehension. He genuinely wished to inquire if Lin Yang was even human. Is this something a mere mortal can accomplish? In just 2 or 3 days. Yet Lin Yang had remarkably transformed intercontinental missiles into such an astounding weapon. This left Zhao Zizhen feeling as though he might lose his sanity. Who was truly the academician here? Zhao's emotions were a tumultuous blend, and those eavesdropping, including Yi Guhong, were not faring much better. Although they were not well versed in the intricacies of scientific data, the implication that a direct strike could be made against the United States in under 5 minutes was profoundly shocking. Currently, intercontinental missiles require at least half an hour to approach the United States, a duration ample enough for the adversary to detect and implement effective countermeasures. One could argue that intercontinental missiles are primarily effective against smaller nations. Against major powers, their deterrent effect is rather limited. The symbolic significance of creating such a weapon far outweighs its practical utility. After all, if a conflict were to erupt between superpowers, it could swiftly escalate to the deployment of nuclear weapons as mutual threats. The prospect of reaching almost any nation on the planet in under 5 minutes is indeed excessive. While 5 minutes could allow for some defensive measures, one must not forget that if it comes to that, the missiles launched would certainly number more than one, but rather many. In such a brief span, no major power could possibly intercept them all, not even the United States. This capability elevates the situation to an entirely different strategic level. Particularly if the target is a neighboring country, the implications become even more terrifying. For instance, if Lin Yang's modified intercontinental missile were to be launched at Japan, the latter would have no chance to retaliate. The populace of Japan would barely have time to glance up before departing this beautiful world. This capability presents a far more formidable deterrence than possessing nuclear weapons, especially against nations within closer proximity. Ultimately, the consequences of nuclear weapons are far too grave. However, missiles present a different scenario, with considerably less severe ramifications. Should a few be unleashed, ordinary nations could be obliterated in an instant. Presently, it is inconceivable for any nation to intercept missiles traveling at speeds of up to 100 Mach. If such a weapon were to be successfully developed, the very thought sent shivers down the spines of Shang Xia, Yi Guhong, and the others, rendering them momentarily speechless. They exchanged glances, and Lin Yang, sensing Zhao Zhen's silence and apparent shock, contemplated for a moment before adding, "Director Zhao, do not be overly astonished. Although the destructive power is immense, the complexity and cost of production are equally significant. Particularly regarding materials, I estimate that with our current domestic capabilities, the expense of developing such a missile would be no less than tens of billions, perhaps even more. Therefore, this endeavor serves merely as a deterrent. The actual cost of deployment is prohibitive. Nonetheless, you might consider constructing a couple of such intercontinental missiles to serve as a warning to other nations. The primary focus should still be on expediting research into the application of controllable nuclear fusion technology," Lin Yang advised. His words once again startled Zhao Zhen and the others. Spaceships? Extracting resources from extraterrestrial bodies? Indeed, if controllable nuclear fusion technology is fully harnessed, it will resolve our energy dilemma and qualify us to begin preliminary resource extraction from other celestial bodies. At that point, I could delve into spaceship development, and crafting 2 vessels should pose no insurmountable challenge, Lin Yang elaborated. Zhao Zhen and Yi Guhong and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. The notion of researching spaceships sent a thrill through them. If Lin Yang mentioned it, he might already be formulating plans, perhaps even achieving preliminary results. At this thought, Zhao Zhen felt an overwhelming urge to shed tears of joy. The vast, boundless universe had always been the ultimate aspiration, and now, the prospect of exploration seemed tangible, igniting their excitement. "Comrade, we shall wholeheartedly support your endeavors. Whatever you propose, we shall follow," Zhao Zhen suddenly declared with fervent enthusiasm. Every researcher aspires to reach the stars and the sea beyond. He was no exception. Previously, hope had felt distant. Yet now he envisioned Shang Xia's spaceship soaring into the cosmos, a sight that rendered him exhilarated. "Director Zhao, you flatter me. We are collaborating, while I possess the technology. It is you who will bring it to fruition, Lin Yang responded modestly. Ah, rest assured, dear comrade. As long as you provide the technology, we shall not disappoint you in the construction. Do not forget, we are masters of building. Zhao Zhan laughed heartily. What the nation lacked was cutting-edge technology. If that could be resolved, Zhao Zhan had unwavering confidence in other aspects. Lin Yang nodded slightly, then let us proceed thusly. Relative to the photolithography machine and the application of controllable nuclear fusion technology, missile development is comparatively simpler. You should first produce two to deliver a blow to those cherry blossoms. I find their demeanor rather irksome. Excellent. Since you have expressed it this way, we shall prioritize the upgrade of the missiles. Within a week, a finished product shall undoubtedly emerge. Zhao Zizhen has solemnly pledged to this military decree. Chapter 43. Let us call it a student idea week, you say? Old Zhao, are you certain you can produce such an extraordinary intercontinental missile within that time frame? Upon hearing Zhao Zizhen's military oath, Lin Yang promptly hung up the phone. However, Yi Guhong began to feel somewhat anxious. While he wasn't particularly knowledgeable about data, the parameters of the modified weapon suggested that creating such an apparatus would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Rest assured, with such a comprehensive technical manual, even the material concerns have viable solutions. A week is more than sufficient, Zhao Zizhen assured with a confident pat on his chest. Are you really sure? Yi Guhong remained skeptical. Of course, while the power output appears daunting, this is essentially an upgraded version of existing missiles. As long as we adhere to the production process, there should be no unforeseen complications. Zhao Zizhen reiterated his assurance. Very well then, 1 week it is. Any requests from your end will be prioritized. We must ensure this missile is constructed. Yi Guhong and Appo's eyes sparkled with determination. The power it possessed was truly exhilarating. Zhao Zizhen, upon hearing this, pondered. How many should we produce? How many? You old rascal, are you contemplating how many to create? Yi Guhong retorted. Naturally, the more, the better. Zhao Zizhen and Appo's eyes glinted mischievously. Yi Guhong couldn't and Appo's help but laugh and scold. You old fellow, the more, the better? How dare you utter such words? The previous individual mentioned that the cost of this contraption is no trifling matter. Each unit starts at a minimum of 10 billion. This is a strategic deterrent weapon. There is no need to produce in excess. Let us settle on 3. 1 for demonstration and the other 2 for deterrence. 3, you say? Very well. But old Yi, I must say, why be so frugal? In my opinion, we should construct a dozen or 20, positioning 2 at each border, north, south, east, and west. Let us see who dares to provoke us. Zhao Zizhen remarked with a smirk. Enough with your fantasies. A dozen or 20. While that may sound simple, where would you source that kind of funding? Yi Guhong shot back with a glare. Ahem, if that's the case, then so be it. I'll take my leave. Zhao Zizhen replied, somewhat regretfully. Yi Guhong continued. It's not that I'm unwilling to produce more. The primary concern is the exorbitant cost. We are also in the midst of acquiring lithography machines and developing controllable nuclear fusion technology. These endeavors require substantial investment. The modified missile should serve as a deterrent, and the remaining funds should be allocated towards advancing controllable nuclear fusion technology, which is of utmost importance. At this juncture, he glanced at Zhao Zizhen through the screen and added earnestly, moreover, this individual has only spent a few days to design such a formidable upgraded missile. If given more time, he is certain to develop even superior weaponry. Zhao Zizhen nodded in agreement. That is indeed a valid point. Yi Guhong's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as he continued, especially since he just mentioned his intention to research spacecraft. Now that is a field where we should fully invest our resources. For now, let us conserve what we can. Spacecraft. At the mention of spacecraft, Zhao Zizhen and Appo's eyes lit up as well. All right, you make a compelling argument. Let us proceed with the production of 3 missiles for the time being. Well, let's get to work. I'll contact the finance department to approve the funds for you. Since that person expressed disdain for Sakura, we must ensure he feels the consequences. Yi Guhong rubbed his hands together. I have one last question. What shall we name the missile once it's completed? Zhao Zhen inquired thoughtfully. A name. Yi Guhong pondered for a moment before responding. Let us call it Student ID. What do you think? Student ID? Zhao Zhen, Tang Wenxing, and Han Zhaoyu were momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. All right. Let it be Student ID. It seems quite fitting to refer to that individual as a classmate. As for Sakura, Lin Yang, having concluded his conversation with Zhao Zhan, did not linger idly. After completing the provincial-level artifact collection, he won a perfect-grade gene enhancement serum in a lottery, which invigorated him immensely. Zhao Zhan and Apos' side would take a week to produce the upgraded intercontinental missile, and Lin Yang had no intention of remaining idle during these 7 days. He aimed to thoroughly accomplish the national-level artifact repatriation mission in Sakura. Indeed, he was determined to utilize this week to sweep through every remaining commercial Xia artifact in Sakura. However, as the operation commenced, Lin Yang realized that perhaps due to his previous actions, those possessing artifacts had concealed them more securely. Some had even hidden them directly within safes. When the system detected this situation, Lin Yang was momentarily speechless. The safes of the wealthy resembled those from movies. Constructed entirely of bulletproof materials, thick and heavy. Clearly, they were prepared for his intrusion. Damn, those little rascals. Lin Yang cursed under his breath, then reluctantly paid extra for the system's assistance in cracking the safe's code. A mere safe's password posed no challenge to him. Unbeknownst to Lin Yang, his actions had terrified the wealthy of Sakura. When they discovered their safes opened without any signs of forced entry, a wave of panic swept over them, sending chills down their spines. Moreover, with the news coverage, the entire populace of Sakura was engulfed in fear and anger. This is blatant provocation. This must be the work of a professional thieving team dispatched by Xia. They owe us an explanation. The individuals from Sakura were all agitated, vehemently denouncing the situation. The Sakura authorities, in turn, held a press conference with strong language and a serious attitude, asserting that the Xia officials must provide an explanation and return the donated artifacts from Sakura. Otherwise, their missiles were not to be taken lightly. The official stance from Sakura instantly incited fury among Xia and Apos' netizens. How dare these damned little rascals? Those artifacts rightfully belong to us. How can they shamelessly demand their return? In a contest of shamelessness, who could rival them? Indeed, I now harbor suspicions that this may be a self-directed performance on their part. The ease with which the safes of numerous affluent individuals were accessed is rather revealing. One only needs a modicum of intellect to discern the true nature of the situation. Their objective appears to be to showcase their so-called inadequate missiles to us. It is infuriating that as soon as they develop a new missile type, they commence with their provocative displays. The outrage among domestic netizens is palpable, particularly in response to the excessively arrogant statements from the Sakura officials. Lin Yang, upon encountering such remarks, could not help but scoff. It must be said, these individuals possess an inexplicable sense of confidence. With their subpar missiles, they audaciously threaten others daily. He chose to disregard the cacophony online and continued with the final collection of artifacts. As for the clarification sought by the Sakura officials, once the improved missile is developed, Zhao Zizhen will undoubtedly provide these individuals with an impeccable response. Chapter 44. The 7-day pact as Lin Yang resumed his quest to gather artifacts within the realms of Sakura. The fervor between the two nations escalated daily. The number of newly announced artifact donations in the homeland surged from hundreds to thousands, eventually nearing 10,000. Such an overwhelming quantity astounded netizens across the country. Most were aware of the artifacts scattered abroad, yet they were oblivious to the staggering volume that had been plundered. Receiving nearly 10,000 new donations each day is a formidable figure. This revelation incited even greater indignation among domestic netizens. How could these despicable individuals have absconded with so many treasures from us? Indeed, had it not been for this enigmatic benefactor, we might never have comprehended the depth of their concealment. Outrageous. Ahem, dear brother above, there's no need for you to intervene. Allow my size 40 shoes to take the lead. As the artifacts continued to multiply, netizens expressed their fury towards Sakura while simultaneously reveling in joy. After all, tens of thousands of artifacts were directly returning home. How could one possibly remain unhappy? The netizens celebrated daily as if it were a festival, eagerly monitoring the official updates from the Artifact Bureau for news about the newly received treasures. Naturally, every situation has its dualities. While domestic netizens reveled in jubilation, the citizens of Sakura languished in daily outrage. They perceived this as a theft of their possessions. Thus, Sakura and Apos' netizens relentlessly urged their officials to respond decisively, even suggesting the launch of missiles to demonstrate the consequences to Shangxia. The rhetoric from Sakura and Apos' officials grew increasingly severe, further inflaming public sentiment, creating an impression that a missile strike against Shangxia was imminent. The affluent citizens of Sakura found themselves in a predicament. For regardless of their efforts, Be it hiding artifacts or employing numerous guards, these treasures inexplicably vanished at inopportune moments. Consequently, the wealthy began to exert pressure on their government, demanding compensation for their losses. In response, Sakura's officials issued a stern announcement, insisting that Shangxiao provide an explanation within a week. The language was so harsh that it bordered on the unspeakable. Strike. Strike them down. Eliminate these despicable beings. We, Sakura, are the true divine presence of the East. Let these wretched Shangxiao inhabitants pay dearly. Sakura's domestic atmosphere ignited instantly with this proclamation. Many netizens from Sakura flocked to Shangxiao's news forums, engaging in various provocations. Meanwhile, over in Shangxiao, the populace was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, am I hallucinating? Did Sakura truly dare to speak in such a manner? Have they not yet awoken? Does this statement imply that we must return all artifacts within 7 days, or face the threat of missiles? Indeed, it is as such. I can only say that the little cherry blossom truly stands out. Do they genuinely believe that by developing a few rudimentary missiles, they can dominate the East? To be frank, domestic netizens have paid little heed to this threat from the little cherry blossom. Instead, they merely think that those individuals from the little cherry blossom might still be in a slumber. It is amusing. Even if they have devised new missiles, what of it? In reality, not only domestic netizens feel this way, but even the Western onlookers perceive that the little cherry blossom has perhaps overstepped its bounds. To provoke the status of the Shangxiao merely because they have developed a few new types of missiles seems rather fanciful. Of course, for the West, this is a matter of indifference. Thus, the officials of Western nations merely observe the unfolding situation, as any bold move from the little cherry blossom could provide them insight into the might of the Eastern powers. The 7-day ultimatum. Those arrogant Shangxiao individuals must be taught a lesson this time. The netizens from the little cherry blossom are infuriated. This is a long-standing enmity. Many are eagerly anticipating whether the little cherry blossom will truly dare to act. The atmosphere has suddenly become tense. Each citizen of Shangxiao is brimming with anticipation. The individuals from the little cherry blossom must not falter. At this moment, multitudes of netizens share the same sentiment. They all yearn for these 7 days to swiftly pass. Little cherry blossom. Finally, it is over. As the days pass, Lin Yang has finally completed the collection of the last artifact that had wandered into the realm of the little cherry blossom. Subsequently, he received a cascade of notifications from the system. Congratulations, host, on completing the national-level artifact repatriation series task within the designated area, earning a first-class additional reward, along with a unique, mysterious grand prize. Congratulations, host, for accomplishing the national-level artifact repatriation series task for the first time, earning 1 achievement point. Your current achievement points total 10. Congratulations, host, for reaching 10 achievement points. You have been granted the exclusive achievement title, Task Expert. Congratulations, host. As your successful repatriation of artifacts from the little cherry blossom has garnered a degree of admiration from the citizens of your nation, and you are hailed as an unsung hero, earning 1 point of prestige. Due to the historical enmity between your nation and that of the little cherry blossom, your prestige has been amplified, raising your total prestige points to 31. Congratulations, host, for being the first to complete a series of tasks in a nation characterized by special ties, earning additional national treasure points and extra achievement points. Congratulations, host. Your accumulated national treasure points have reached 3,000, granting you 1 corresponding achievement point. Congratulations, host. This time, the system notifications were longer than ever before. Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. Chapter 45. It is time to instill fear in them. The length of the system's notification signifies the magnitude of the rewards received. Notably, this time he has successfully completed a national-level cultural relic collection task. The last time he completed a provincial-level task, he won a perfect grade gene enhancement elixir. Surely, this time's national-level exclusive grand prize cannot be of lesser quality, can it? Lin Yang is filled with anticipation. A minute later, the system and Oppo's notification finally concludes. Unable to contain his excitement, he inquires, System, what might this exclusive, mysterious grand prize entail? The second mode of prize distribution is a blind box lottery. You may select specific categories of rewards, such as weaponry, technology, or gene elixirs. However, it is crucial to note that the quality of the items is entirely random. This means you might draw artifacts of super civilizations or, conversely, worthless items from lower civilizations. These 2 modes of distribution momentarily leave Lin Yang in contemplation. The first mode resembles the previous lottery, Yet the quality of the items drawn previously was random. This time, a guaranteed minimum quality exists. Even the least favorable outcome would yield a product from a third-tier civilization. Though the categories remain random, some may be useful while others may not. The prospect is undeniably enticing. The second mode essentially enhances the first, narrowing the categories of obtainable items to align with current needs, rendering it quite practical, albeit with the randomness of quality presenting a potential pitfall. Lin Yang had anticipated that the exclusive, mysterious grand prize would directly reward a specific high-grade item, only to discover that it too relies on chance. He cannot help but voice his discontent. Your remarkable luck in the previous draw, landing a perfect-grade gene elixir, has set a high bar, leading you to regard these two modes of distribution as somewhat underwhelming. Very well. Lin Yang scoffs, beginning to deliberate which mode to choose. If he aims for stability, the first mode would undoubtedly be the best option. Given that Blue Star is currently at the lowest tier of first-tier civilization, drawing any usable third-tier technological product would significantly elevate the domestic technological level. However, there lies another dilemma. Advancing beyond 2 technological levels might render the esteemed scholars of the National Academy incapable of utilizing third-tier technological items. If he must expend additional effort and considerable time to research their application, it would be more prudent to accumulate national treasure value to exchange for technology instead. As for the second mode, while it offers targeted categories, a stroke of bad luck could result in drawing an item of poor quality, effectively wasting an opportunity. Furthermore, he currently lacks a specific direction in need of items. For a moment, Lin Yang finds himself in a quandary. 2.5 minutes later. Forget it. One cannot have it all. I shall opt for the second mode of prize distribution. Not dwelling on the decision for too long, Lin Yang promptly selects the second mode. This mode allows for the specification of gene elixirs, and even if he draws the least favorable elixir, it would still be of utility at this juncture. System. I have made my decision. I choose the second mode of distribution, with the category specified as gene elixirs. Very well, host. I have initiated the directed lottery for genetic potions. I wish you good fortune. With the system's declaration, a smaller yet vibrant spinning wheel materialized before Lin Yang, filled solely with genetic potions as potential prizes. Without hesitation, he pressed the virtual button to commence the draw. In an instant, the wheel spun rapidly, and Lin Yang slightly closed his eyes, feeling a twinge of apprehension as he awaited the outcome. The countdown swiftly reached its conclusion, and the system's voice echoed once more in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a body enhancement genetic potion, perfect grade. Lin Yang's eyes flew open, a sigh of relief escaping him. Yet another perfect grade enhancement potion. His luck was truly unparalleled. What precisely are the effects of the body enhancement genetic potion? He inquired immediately. Is it truly that formidable? Lin Yang's heart raced. Does this mean my strength will increase 5-fold? Indeed, host, you may understand it in that manner. Furthermore, with the enhancement of your physical constitution, you shall be nearly impervious to common ailments such as colds. Does that not make me a superhuman? Lin Yang blinked in astonishment. Ah, that is indeed remarkable. May I ask if the host wishes to consume the body enhancement genetic potion immediately? Please be advised that the enhancement is comprehensive. Your slumber will extend for at least 48 hours. Kindly arrange your schedule accordingly. Must I sleep for such an extended period? Then I shall refrain from consuming it for now. Lin Yang promptly shook his head, calculating the time. 7 days had elapsed. Zhao Zizhen should have completed the modified intercontinental missile by now, and he did not wish to miss the moment of little Sakura's downfall. Almost as soon as this thought crossed Lin Yang's mind, an email from the Academy of Sciences appeared in his inbox. It was from Zhao Zizhen, informing him that the upgraded intercontinental missiles had been successfully manufactured, 3 in total, and inquiring whether he wished to announce this news immediately. With the arrival of this email, Lin Yang unexpectedly received another system notification. Congratulations, host. Under your guidance, your nation has developed a new type of intercontinental missile. You have been awarded 500 points of national treasure value, as this is the first instance of a technological product exceeding Blue Star civilization. You have also earned 1 achievement point. This notification brought Lin Yang great delight. It was noteworthy that he had only expended 200 points of national treasure value to exchange for the second-tier intercontinental missile technology. Now, receiving a reward of 500 points was an exceedingly advantageous transaction. In the domestic realm, at the Academy of Sciences, little Sakura had been reveling excessively in recent days. It was time to instill a sense of dread in this group of little rascals. Chapter 46. The first experimental launch revealed online. The exchanges between domestic netizens and the individuals from Sakura Blossom have escalated into increasingly fierce verbal confrontations each day. Previously, the Sakura Blossom faction issued an ultimatum, declaring that if Shangxia failed to provide an explanation within 7 days, they would bear the consequences. In essence, this was a pretext to showcase their newly developed missile. Today marks the final day. The members of Sakura Blossom are eagerly anticipating the official announcement of a missile launch without further ado. Meanwhile, Western nations are quietly observing the unfolding events. It is safe to say that the world and Apos' attention is firmly fixed on Shangxia and Sakura Blossom at this moment. Following the escalation of recent events, the Sakura Blossom authorities, emboldened by unknown sources of confidence, sent out a new announcement as the deadline loomed, stating that after tonight, there would be no room for negotiation. This announcement sent waves of excitement through the domestic supporters of Sakura Blossom, who yearned to swiftly conclude this final day. However, the netizens from Shangxiao exhibited even greater exhilaration. To be frank, they are far more roused than their Sakura Blossom counterparts. A multitude of users flocked to Shangxia's official account, expressing their willingness to take the lead and face the front lines. What is going on here? Some voiced their confusion. It became unavoidable to wonder what the underlying message was. After all, Sakura Blossom had explicitly declared that there would be no further leeway, a statement that sounded rather ominous. Surely, the officials should have some arrangements in place. Yet, the silence is strikingly peculiar, leaving many bewildered. In light of the official and Apos' silence, the individuals from Sakura Blossom grew even more animated. Ha ha ha, Shangxia. If you are afraid, now is the time to return the cultural relics. Indeed, beseech the mercy of our great Sakura Blossom, mocked some of the Sakura Blossom supporters. Naturally, domestic netizens were not willing to be outdone, racing over to Sakura Blossom's official account to engage in a counterattack. The atmosphere was lively and tumultuous. As time ticked away, especially following the recent announcement of a 7-day ultimatum, the official account finally broke its silence just before midnight with a new announcement. Its content was succinct, comprising only 2 sentences. Through our relentless efforts, we have successfully developed a new type of intercontinental missile with a range of 20,000 kilometers and a terminal velocity of up to 100 Mach. We will conduct the inaugural experimental launch over the ocean in half an hour, and everyone is welcome to watch. What did I just witness? Did I truly see a new intercontinental missile capable of a range of 20,000 kilometers and a maximum speed of 100 Mach? Surely, I am not hallucinating after the heated exchanges with the Sakura Blossom supporters. Good heavens, is this genuine? What does a missile with a speed of 100 Mach and a range of 20,000 kilometers even signify? Could someone please elucidate this? Ahem. I humbly admit my lack of prowess, yet I shall make an attempt to present my thoughts. This speed is likely comparable to dispatching from our location to the land of cherry blossoms. By the time they become aware, it has already transformed into a formidable wave. Everyone was left in utter astonishment. Domestic netizens were taken aback, and the folks from the land of cherry blossoms were left in a daze. The various entities from the Western continents, originally eager to witness the spectacle, were left bewildered by this announcement. They could scarcely believe their eyes. The parameters of this remarkably advanced missile are so astonishing that merely gazing upon them sends shivers down one's spine. A velocity of 100 Mach, let alone a missile. Even a stone hurled at such speed could wreak havoc. All were rendered speechless by the sudden proclamation. What followed were a plethora of skeptical voices. A range of 20,000 kilometers, with a speed reaching 100 Mach. I cannot believe it. Humph, it must be false. This is undoubtedly a fabrication. Even we, in our less than stunning nation, cannot produce such a marvel. So how could Shangxia accomplish it? Indeed, the most formidable intercontinental missiles currently reach a maximum of merely 25 Mach. To leap to 100 Mach is simply absurd. The denizens of Western nations openly express their doubts. This is clearly an attempt by Shangxia to confuse the narrative, fearing exposure and trying to muddle the truth. A deluge of skepticism crashed in like a tide. Meanwhile, domestic netizens, to be frank, harbored a hint of disbelief regarding the capabilities of their own nation. Primarily, the data presented is exceedingly exaggerated. It is akin to everyone still wielding wooden sticks for combat, while one suddenly brandishes a machine gun. This is a leap through time that is difficult to accept. Yet, despite the skepticism, the domestic netizens have never been one to shy away from a challenge. They promptly initiated a counterattack. Numerous sagacious remarks emerged. Just because you cannot produce it does not imply we are incapable. Indeed, Those who claim impossibility are merely lacking in experience. Moreover, did the announcement not state that a launch test would occur in half an hour, with the coordinates publicly disclosed? If you doubt it, you may observe it directly. As the netizens retaliated, although dissenting voices still lingered, their numbers diminished considerably. For as one astute netizen pointed out, the truth would be revealed in half an hour. Continuing this quarrel serves no purpose. While the online debates continued, the high-ranking officials of Western nations had already locked onto the officially disclosed coordinates with various devices. They were even more eager than any netizen to ascertain whether the power of the newly announced intercontinental missile was indeed genuine. Chapter 47. Is there no more room? Can there be now? With the announcement, the entire Blue Star was suddenly engulfed in a tide of unrest. Particularly, the nations that had long held a dominant position were even more reluctant to witness the emergence of such a missile from Shangxia. For if this were indeed true, their status would be profoundly and unprecedentedly shaken. Over the vast ocean, the coordinates revealed by the Shangxia authorities captivated the attention of the world. As time ticked away, both domestic netizens and others grew increasingly anxious. Even the online disputes seemed to simmer down. Everyone awaited the report on the results of the inaugural experiment. Within the Domestic Anomaly Management Bureau, Yi Guhong glanced at the time and, through the video conference, looked at Zhao Zizhen. Is everything ready? Everything is set. Zhao Zizhen's voice barely concealed his excitement. They had successfully completed the missile upgrade based on the technical tutorials sent by Lin Yang. The preliminary data measured by the engineers showed little deviation from what Lin Yang had previously indicated. A missile with a range of 20,000 kilometers and a speed reaching 100 Mach left everyone exhilarated. Yi Guhong took a deep breath. Good. Once the time arrives, we will initiate the launch on schedule. Understood. Meanwhile, within Little Sakura, Lin Yang was also watching the live stream, awaiting the results of the inaugural experiment. This was, after all, the first genuine creation of such advanced technology by the Grand Institute, and he was eager to ascertain the magnitude of any discrepancies, thereby gaining insight into the current standards of craftsmanship at the Grand Institute. Half an hour passed, and the moment arrived as the clock struck. A collective jolt surged through everyone present. In the live streaming rooms of various official accounts, hosts momentarily halted their commentary, awaiting the results of the inaugural experiment over the ocean. In the domestic official live stream, an ultra-high-definition camera was directly focused on the designated coordinates above the ocean. This was a premeditated decision by Zhao Zizhen and his team, since they were to make an announcement. There was no need for concealment. Better to showcase the results with utmost clarity. At last, as the sound of ignition echoed through the official live stream, all eyes beheld the missile soaring skyward, hurtling towards the ocean at an almost imperceptible speed. Wow, is this speed for real? Are we truly on the verge of rising? Countless netizens were left in a state of astonishment. Although they were viewing through a screen, previous missile launches had also been broadcasted live, allowing for clear comparisons. The speed of this missile far exceeded any prior launch. Just from the screen, it was evident that the speed had increased by at least 2 or 3 times. This revelation sent domestic netizens into a frenzy. Everyone, calm down, refrain from flooding the chat. While the speed has indeed increased, the ultimate concern is whether it can successfully strike the target area. According to the parameters previously announced by the official account, if it could reach 100 Mach, it would take merely 3 to 4 minutes to reach above the Western Ocean. There would be ample time to celebrate later. Indeed, just 4 minutes, an interval we can certainly endure. The netizens, each one suppressing their excitement, fixated intently on the live broadcast. In stark contrast to the enthusiasm displayed by domestic viewers, the foreign audience wore expressions of grave concern. Should this pace be maintained and the objective successfully achieved, it would validate the data recently disclosed by the Shangxia authorities, devoid of any embellishment. This revelation is far from a cause for celebration for them, particularly for those from the land of the rising sun, who would almost wish for the missile to go awry. They are, at this moment, the last individuals eager to witness the success of this inaugural test. Many from that nation silently cast curses. Yet, the missile and Oppo's trajectory would not be swayed by anyone and Oppo's maledictions, nor would it encounter any unforeseen mishaps. 3 minutes and 58 seconds later, under the anxious gaze of all, a fiery blaze erupted over the Western Ocean. The resounding boom reverberated across the vast expanse, reaching the fringes and causing many to momentarily experience a ringing in their ears. A colossal whirlpool formed instantaneously in the waters of the oceanic coordinates, even disrupting the distant monitoring equipment, rendering the imagery unstable. However, This did not hinder the observers from discerning the final outcome. The immense vortex that materialized above the ocean seemed capable of consuming everything. The tumultuous waves tightening the chests of onlookers. This was an unequivocal testament to the success of the inaugural test. In under 4 minutes, the missile had traversed from Shangxia to the Western Ocean, striking the designated target area. In that instant, the world fell silent. The distance between Shangxia and the Western Ocean is precisely over 20,000 kilometers. To reach the selected midpoint in just 4 minutes provides irrefutable evidence that the previously released data bore no exaggeration. The missile's range is sufficient to cover 20,000 kilometers, and its speed undoubtedly reached 100 Mach. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to traverse such a vast distance in merely 4 minutes. At this moment, the globe remained hushed. Such rapid velocity, such immense power, such an extensive range, every statistic cast a pall of despair over the Western nations. Officials from various countries no longer needed expert teams for estimations. They could themselves calculate the time it would take for the missile to reach them, and whether they possessed the capability for counteraction. Unsurprisingly, the calculations only deepened their silence. Almost no effective measures could counteract such a terrifying intercontinental missile. Silence. Silence is the flame that blazed forth over the Western Ocean this night. Yet, as the saying goes, every coin has 2 sides. In stark contrast to the global silence, domestically, despite the late hour, netizens were experiencing unprecedented exhilaration. The success of such an experiment left many online users almost at a loss for words. My goodness. Oh my heavens, this is incredible. At this very moment, I am trembling as I type these words. My emotions are beyond the reach of any language to encapsulate. I can only exclaim, magnificent. It is truly exhilarating, thrilling even, to witness such extraordinary missiles. At last, we can genuinely embody the phrase point and strike. Who can comprehend the depth of my emotions? I am nearly moved to tears, for our esteemed academicians have unknowingly developed such avant-garde technology. In this moment, my sense of security is overwhelmingly fortified. How remarkable is my nation? And what of the cherry blossoms? Was it not stated that there would be no room for maneuver? I am compelled to inquire, do you truly have any leeway left? Will your missiles not also be tested in due course? This inquiry leaves the cherry blossoms utterly speechless. Chapter 48. Is the emphasis on contrast? Within the tranquil confines of Sakura Blossom, the atmosphere at this moment could be described as serene. It starkly contrasted with the uproar and clamor that had pervaded the scene merely half an hour prior, where there had been fervent calls for a reckoning from Shangxia. Silence enveloped the surroundings, extending from top to bottom. The official Sakura Blossom account had quietly removed previous announcements demanding explanations from Shangxia, leaving no trace of arrogance behind. Lin Yang, observing the live broadcast, couldn't and oppose. Help but feel a twinge of admiration. The domestic technology was indeed impressive, far superior to his initial expectations. He had pondered that the missiles produced might deviate from the technical standards provided by the system, yet they had astonishingly met the criteria flawlessly. As he prepared to close the stream, a statement from the live chat caught his attention, causing a peculiar expression to cross his face, and his hand hesitated momentarily. Director Zhao, greetings. The inaugural launch experiment of the missile was an overwhelming success. It has indeed stirred great excitement. Many netizens are remarking on the exceptional confidentiality maintained by your institution, as there were no prior hints leading to such a monumental surprise. Consequently, numerous viewers were eager to inquire whether there were other advanced technologies that had been successfully mastered unbeknownst to them. In the official live broadcast, the host was animatedly interviewing a representative from the Academy of Sciences. To everyone's astonishment, the interviewee was none other than Zhao Zizhen himself. Upon hearing the host's remarks, Zhao Zizhen offered a slight smile. Well, in principle, I cannot divulge too much. However, I can reveal that we indeed possess some even more advanced technologies. And it won't be long before we present an even greater surprise. At this, the live chat erupted with a flurry of comments. Impressive. 666. The host and amp, Oppo's, eyes widened in curiosity as he asked, might you share which area of technology this pertains to, Director Zhao? This, for the time being, must remain confidential. Please stay tuned. I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Zhao Zizhen replied with a mysterious smile. The host, sensing the moment, refrained from pressing further and posed another question. Director Zhao, viewers have noted that when we develop a new product, it typically receives a name imbued with meaning. Yet, regarding this intercontinental missile, there appears to be no mention of a name in the announcement, leaving many curious about what this epoch-making missile will be called. Zhao Zizhen turned directly towards the camera and smiled. The name of this missile is Classmate Number. Classmate Number? The host was taken aback by this title, and a wave of confusion swept through the viewers in the live chat. Soon, a torrent of comments flooded the screen. Classmate Number? Such a formidable missile. Yet it bears such an endearing name? Is this the emphasis on contrast? I am utterly astonished. As if I have suddenly been summoned by the principal to answer in class. Numerous netizens expressed themselves in a whimsical manner, for the name is indeed difficult to associate with such a formidable missile. After a brief moment of astonishment, the host of the live broadcast gently inquired, Director Zhao, does the choice of such an endearing name as Student Number for this missile hold any special significance? If it is convenient, could you share with us the story behind it? Of course, Zhao Zizhen replied, nodding. These questions were all part of a prearranged interview process. They are not secrets and can certainly be disclosed. The missile is named in AMP, Oppos, Student Number and AMP, Oppos, because it was successfully developed with the assistance of a recent high school graduate. Initially, we intended to name it after him, but out of respect for his privacy, we opted for this compromise. Upon hearing this, the live stream fell into a stunned silence for a brief 2 seconds. What had they just heard? Such a powerful missile was developed with the aid of a student? No one doubted Zhao Zizhen and Oppo's words. After all, he is the president of a prestigious academy, and such an extraordinary missile is of great significance. There could be no possibility of favoritism involved. This revelation was therefore even more shocking, particularly due to Zhao Zizhen's choice of words. He stated that it was developed with the assistance of this student, thus justifying the name Student Number. This clearly indicated that the student played a crucial role in the missile's development. This revelation left netizens in a state of disbelief. Goodness gracious. Did I hear that correctly? How can there be such a vast difference between graduates? Meanwhile, I am at home being scolded 3 times a day. Another chimed in. Indeed, tomorrow, when my parents awaken to the news, they may not just scold me, but could very well come and beat me up. Ha ha. I can already envision my parents exclaiming, look at others. They are also graduates, yet they can develop missiles while you merely know how to eat and sleep. Alas. This transforms me into the quintessential other people's child in my parents' eyes. I have resolved that starting tomorrow, I will proactively clean the house and wash the dishes. Otherwise, it may become quite unbearable to remain at home. The behind-the-scenes tidbits divulged by Zhao Zizhen truly shocked everyone. In no time, the entire nation, nay, to be precise, the entire world was speculating about the extraordinary talent of the student Zhao Zizhen mentioned. Certain individuals from Western nations immediately issued commands to spare no effort in uncovering the identity of this remarkable student. The existence of such extraordinary capabilities in a mere graduate placed considerable pressure on them. The interview soon concluded, without any further mention of the earlier announcements by Sakura. This disregard left Sakura feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. People in Western nations are engulfed in anxiety, unable to sleep due to the formidable power of the so-called classmate missile. Countless domestic netizens are equally intrigued by the identity of the remarkable individual who has made such a significant contribution. In no time, the term classmate has become a trending keyword across major news outlets. On the other hand, Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback when he heard Zhao Zizhen mention the missile's name. He had never anticipated that Zhao Zizhen and their associates would choose such a name for the missile. It certainly reflects well on him. Subsequently, he closed the live stream. And with its conclusion, a multitude of netizens flocked to the official account of Little Sakura, inundating it with inquiries about the consequences that Little Sakura had promised would unfold after the 7-day period had elapsed. Meanwhile, Lin Yang suddenly received a notification from the system. Chapter 49. The announcement of lithography shocks the world. Congratulations, host. Under your guidance, your nation has successfully developed a super missile, instilling fear in the hearts of adversaries. This achievement has garnered you a considerable degree of admiration from your compatriots, who now regard you as a super genius hero. You have earned 10 reputation points. Your current reputation stands at 41 points. The sudden notification left Lin Yang momentarily stunned. Is it truly possible to acquire reputation points in this manner? After a brief pause, a glimmer of insight sparked in Lin Yang's eyes as he inquired, System, you previously referred to me as an unknown hero. Why the change to super genius hero this time? Moreover, is it feasible to receive such a substantial increase in reputation points all at once? The system and Oppo's terminology is typically precise, and this unexpected shift in phrasing left him somewhat perplexed. Due to the global nature of this live broadcast, Your presence has exerted significant pressure on other nations, thereby greatly enhancing both your country's and your own influence. Consequently, your reputation points have correspondingly increased. Lin Yang quickly comprehended. So, the number of reputation points I can acquire is not fixed, unlike achievement points, which are always a single point. Instead, it fluctuates in accordance with the influence of the events I undertake. Indeed, host, you may fully understand it in this way. Very well. Lin Yang refrained from further inquiries, glanced at the time, and consumed the flawless body-enhancing genetic potion he had prepared. He had delayed taking it earlier to witness the missile's inaugural test and to see the embarrassment of the Sakura nation. Now that the demonstration had concluded, he resolved not to squander any more time. The sooner he used it, the sooner he would grow stronger. Morning arrived. As the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, the domestic netizens, who had celebrated throughout the night, found themselves wide awake, eagerly stationed beneath the official account of Sakura, bombarding it with thousands of comments per minute, asking what Sakura had planned for the day. After all, it had been 7 days since Sakura had made such audacious statements. And even though they had quietly deleted those announcements, the domestic netizens were not so easily appeased. If they were to retaliate, it must be done decisively, striking hard at Sakura's vulnerabilities. The notion of letting them off lightly was simply not in the spirit of the domestic netizens. In fact, they even resorted to activating a private mode, rendering it impossible for anyone to comment. With such petty antics, even if given another 10,000 years, they would never amount to anything. Little Sakura, how laughable. As it became apparent that Sakura's official account was buckling under the pressure, the mockery from netizens intensified. Little did they know, while they indulged in their fervent ridicule, the faces of Sakura's representatives grew increasingly grim, each one more ashen than the last. The thought of their classmates and Oppo's exaggerated prowess sent chills down their spines. Even amidst global derision, they could only grit their teeth and feign oblivion. Those from Sakura Nation, who had previously been so vocal online, were now retreating, deleting accounts, and going offline, utterly unwilling to make their presence known at this juncture. Truly, without comparison, there can be no pain. Their once proud missiles, when compared to the classmate number 1, seem akin to mere child's playthings. Although the official account of Shangxiao refrained from overtly celebrating, the live broadcast of last night and Oppo's inaugural experiment felt like an invisible slap, striking all of them soundly across the face. The recent actions of little Sakura have rendered her a mere jester within the Bureau of Anomaly Management. The visages of Yi Guhong, Tang Wenshang, and Han Jiayu radiated an unprecedented glow of excitement. The success of the classmate No. 1 experiment has granted Shangxiao unequivocal authority and dominance. Since last night, inquiries from various Western nations have flooded in, cautiously probing for information, their language imbued with a newfound respect that had been absent in previous years. This sensation has brought immense satisfaction to Yi Guhong and his associates. Elder Yi, shall we now announce the advancements in lithography and controlled nuclear fusion technology? Tang Wenshang, his face aglow, inquired. As for controlled nuclear fusion technology, Zhao Zizhen and the others were still diligently researching it. Regarding the lithography machine, Yi Guhong pondered briefly before responding. Let us first unveil the lithography machine. With the classmate number 1 missile as our support, we must commence development in critical areas. From this day forth, all components such as mobile phone chips shall be produced domestically, eliminating the need to pay patent fees to foreign nations, thereby saving at least hundreds of billions, which can be reinvested into the future of the fusion industry. Excellent. Tang Wensheng rubbed his hands together. We have awaited this day for far too long. Now, we can boldly announce to the world that Shangxiao possesses the most advanced lithography machine, no longer beholden to anyone. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the Grand Academy announced the successful operation of Shangxia and Oppo's first self-developed 0.1 nanometer lithography machine, codenamed Lithography Classmate Number 1, now officially in use. This news instantly stirred a tempest online. Sleepy netizens, who had been preparing for rest, were abruptly awakened. What did I just see? A 0.1 nanometer lithography machine? Am I hallucinating from staying up too late? Or have I crossed into another realm of fantasy? Surely, perhaps, it is not an illusion, nor am I dead. It truly is a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. How can this be? Not to mention a 0.1 nanometer device that defies the physical limits of materials. We didn't even possess conventional advanced lithography machines. And now, out of nowhere, a 0.1 nanometer one appears. This must be a joke. Goodness. The leap from nothing to 0.1 1 nanometers is rather astonishing. I need a moment to process this. Even if this news comes from an official source, it feels almost like a scam overnight. We have super missiles and a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. I awaken to find the world has evolved so dramatically. Oh my. While it is utterly incredible, I must ask, with this development, will the prices of mobile phones plummet in the future? Have any of you noticed that the code name for this lithography machine is actually named after a classmate? At this moment, everyone, whether domestic or international, who has seen this announcement is utterly bewildered. It can be said that the world is astonished at this very moment. Chapter 50. Acknowledgements upon release. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the loyal readers who have accompanied me on this journey. I bow to you. This morning, I unexpectedly received the notification from my editor regarding the book's release, so it is set to debut today. I apologize for the abruptness of this announcement. Furthermore, with the transition to a paid format, it is likely that many readers may choose not to continue following the story. However, that is entirely understandable. I am immensely grateful for the support received thus far. All good things must come to an end, and I sincerely wish all readers, both brothers and sisters, good health and prosperity in the future. Perhaps one day, our paths may cross again. Lastly, I hope that those who are able will consider supporting a first subscription, as it would greatly enhance the initial data for this author. I bow to you once more. In conclusion, I wish to express my hope for continued support from my readers. The response has exceeded my initial expectations. Rest assured, this book will not be abandoned or poorly concluded. I kindly ask those who are able to contribute financially to do so, and for others to lend their support through comments to help boost my visibility, preferably positive ones. I shall endeavor to craft this story to the best of my abilities. For now, I shall say no more, so as not to encroach upon your valuable time. Love to you all. Chapter 51. The Despair and Retribution of the Windmill in the Next Moment. Netizens from Shangxia surged en masse to the official account, fervently inquiring whether the news was indeed true. This was a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. Previously, there hadn't even been a single decent piece of equipment, and now they suddenly possessed a super lithography machine with technology ahead of its time, leaving every netizen in a state of extreme tension. They feared that this might be a prank from the authorities. Haha, Shangxia folks, have you all lost your minds? A 0.1 nanometer lithography machine? Such audacity to boast. Even the most advanced lithography machine in Windmill Country is only at 3 nanometers. It seems your official account has truly lost its bearings. Such jokes are unacceptable. If this isn't a deliberate ruse, then I shall eat a pancake upside down. When the official account of Shangxia announced the creation of a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine, the Western audience was indeed taken aback. For years, Shangxia and Oppo's lithography technology had been tightly sealed off from the Western nations, and they could scarcely produce even moderately advanced equipment. To suddenly claim the production of a 0.1 nanometer machine seemed utterly ludicrous. This condescension quickly stirred dissatisfaction among Shangxia's netizens. You Westerners, whether we can produce it or not is none of your business. If you can't, that simply reflects your own incompetence. We can even produce student number missiles. Is it really so difficult to manufacture a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine? The official account swiftly transformed into a battlefield of words, just as domestic netizens were embroiled in a fierce argument with their Western counterparts. The official account of the Academy of Sciences unexpectedly released an announcement. First and foremost, they expressed gratitude for the attention from all parties. Adhering to the principle of win-win cooperation, they welcomed chip manufacturers from around the globe to come and place orders for chips and engage in various forms of business collaboration. Though brief, the announcement was accompanied by a short video lasting several seconds. The video showcased an exquisitely precise high-end chip. In that instant, it became abundantly clear that Shangxia had indeed developed a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. Otherwise, they would not have extended such an invitation to global chip manufacturers for collaboration. Especially the chip displayed in the video, with its level of precision, could be recognized as a work of art, even by those not well versed in the field. This revelation left many utterly astounded. I can't believe it, they really did produce a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. Wow, at this moment. All I want to say is, my country, magnificent. In an instant, those who saw the new announcement were left speechless in shock. This was a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. The netizens were electrified with excitement. It is well known that advanced scientific research cannot thrive without high-end chips. Previously, this sector had been stifled by Western nations. incurring annual costs in the hundreds of billions for various patent fees, all while enduring mockery and oppression from the West. The Grand Institute has, rather quietly, unveiled a remarkable breakthrough, not only bypassing technological embargoes, but also achieving a stunning reversal that elevates the complexity of lithography technology to a level that Western nations may take centuries to catch up with. The exhilaration and elation felt are beyond the bounds of expression. In stark contrast, the reaction from individuals in Western countries upon witnessing this announcement was one of utter shock and disbelief. Domestic netizens are filled with excitement and joy, while their Western counterparts are gripped by panic and trepidation as they observe the intricate chips showcased in the video. To their astonishment, the merchants of the East have, seemingly without fanfare, developed such an astonishing lithography machine. This revelation has proven difficult for the Western nations to accept and even harder for them to believe. No, this is impossible. There is no way you could have surpassed us. You could never have created a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. Some individuals from the West have completely lost composure. The evidence is irrefutable, and yet you refuse to accept it. It is utterly laughable. If you claim this video is fabricated, then what would be the purpose of producing such a video? Is it merely to amuse you? Are you so devoid of entertainment? Let us disregard them. Let this group of Westerners wallow in their disarray. There is no need to squander our breath on them. Soon, we shall possess our own cutting-edge chips, and their sudden loss of patent revenues justifies their disarray. Countless domestic netizens are now in a state of ecstatic frenzy, while those across the Western continent wear somber expressions, particularly the inhabitants of the Windmill Nation. They suspect an undeniable connection between the two events, and even surmise that the merchants of the East must have acquired their 3-nanometer lithography technology to develop this 0.1 nanometer version. However, the technological chasm between 3-nanometer and 0.1 nanometer lithography is as vast as the divide between heaven and earth, making it difficult for them to accept this narrative. Damn it, our technology must have been stolen by those wretched merchants of the East. They must pay for this transgression. Some high-ranking officials from the Windmill Nation erupted in anger, proposing to publicly disclose the theft of their lithography technology and condemn the merchants of the East. However, this suggestion was ultimately dismissed. On one hand, the merchants of the East now possess intercontinental ballistic missile capabilities, and even if they were to voice their accusations, other nations would not follow suit without concrete evidence. On the other hand, lithography is the cornerstone of their entire industry. Now that the merchants of the East have developed a 0.1 nanometer machine, it is evident that a multitude of chip enterprises will flock to them, leading to an unprecedented blow to their chip industry. If they were to simultaneously announce that their most vital lithography technology had been stolen, it would undoubtedly cause the remaining companies unable to afford the high price of the East's 0.1 nanometer lithography machines to lose confidence in them. Such consequences are intolerable. The mere thought of this fills the hearts of the inhabitants of the Windmill Nation with a profound sense of despair. After years of painstaking efforts to blockade the commercial summer technology, they now face the inevitable consequences of their actions. While the Windmill Nation endures its utmost suffering, the atmosphere domestically is one of jubilant celebration. The question that resonates most frequently is, why is the lithography machine named after a classmate? When the host posed this inquiry, the entire internet was momentarily engulfed in a hushed silence. Particularly among the Western nations, an ominous premonition began to take root. Could it be that this 0.1 nanometer lithography machine was, indeed, successfully developed with the assistance of that so-called mysterious classmate? Chapter 52. If one cannot seize the chip, should one approach the system instead? In this instance, it was not Zhao Zizhen being interviewed, but rather Wang Guang. Upon hearing the host's inquiry, the young man first displayed a glimmer of admiration before solemnly stating, indeed, the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine, much like the student number missile, was developed with the assistance of that particular student, hence the code name and amp, Oppos, student and amp, Oppos. What a revelation! The connection to the student behind the development of the and amp, Oppos, student number and amp, Oppos, missile is astonishing. I am utterly eager to uncover the identity of this remarkable individual, who not only excels in missile technology but also contributes to the creation of a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. These are two entirely distinct realms of expertise. Could this be the stark contrast between us ordinary individuals and the geniuses of the world? Oh, how I wish to set aside the distinction between the mundane and the extraordinary. This morning, my parents chastised me after seeing the news, lamenting that while other graduates contribute to national defense, I merely squander my time playing video games at home. Now, with this news breaking, I dread the thought of another round of reprimands tonight. Ha ha ha. My apologies to those above, though it may be morally questionable, I cannot help but chuckle. When will I ever become someone else's exemplary student? Come now, let us not indulge in fanciful daydreams. This individual possesses expertise in two entirely disparate fields of advanced research, a feat that places them in a different league altogether. Our greatest contribution is merely to avoid being a burden to our nation. Such words strike deep, igniting a desire to refute them, yet I find myself at a loss for a counterargument. In the live broadcast, viewers were genuinely astonished. A single individual mastering two radically different cutting-edge technologies. Were it not for the official live stream, such claims would be deemed utterly unbelievable. After the initial shock, a multitude of viewers expressed curiosity about the identity of this enigmatic student. The host promptly posed this question. Wang Guang smiled slightly, in deference to personal privacy. We are unable to divulge further information regarding this student. Many viewers began to idolize this mysterious figure, lamenting the lack of specific details about their idol and Oppo's identity. It is understandable, given their extraordinary abilities at such a young age. Privacy protection is paramount to prevent any harm from befalling them. The audience exhibited a commendable sense of understanding, refraining from inundating the chat with relentless inquiries. However, some ill-timed comments began to surface unexpectedly. What a so-called mysterious student. I suspect this is merely a fictitious character conjured by your team to create an air of intrigue. Indeed. How could a mere high school graduate possibly possess such capabilities? This is nothing more than a ruse. These comments appeared to be orchestrated, rapidly flooding the live stream. Where did these trolls come from? Before you cast aspersions, might you consider the rationale behind your actions? We have meticulously researched everything. So is there truly a necessity to fabricate a non-existent individual to cultivate an air of mystery? It appears these individuals are recklessly maligning without any thoughtful consideration. If we were to trace their IP addresses, I would wager they are all from foreign networks. There is no need to engage with them. These paid detractors thrive on attention. The more you acknowledge them, the louder their cries become. Let us not be deceived or allow them to prevail. Simply ban them outright. The online community has maintained a sense of rationality, undeterred by these blatantly unfounded criticisms. The moderators of the live stream have swiftly enacted mass bans. The interviews continue. Wang Guang, upon reading those malicious remarks, furrowed his brow. In his eyes, Lin Yang is the quintessential idol. The audacity of these trolls to disparage Lin Yang as a figment of imagination, attempting to erase his contributions, was too much for Wang Guang to bear. He boldly declared. This statement left the online community in a state of shock. What? There are even more advanced technologies under testing? My goodness. They have even developed a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. What could possibly be more advanced than that? Oh dear, yesterday Director Zhao mentioned there would be surprises for us. Was he merely jesting? My limited intellect struggles to conceive of any technology surpassing 0.1 nanometers. Once again, domestic netizens were left astonished. Meanwhile, viewers from Western nations fell into a profound silence. Some countries dispatched specialized teams, attempting to analyze Wang Guang and Oppo's micro-expressions to ascertain the veracity of his statements. A mysterious classmate possessing such revolutionary technology across diverse fields instilled a sense of insecurity within them. They are acutely aware of the immense unifying power a charismatic and positive idol can wield. They are disinclined to witness the people rallying together. Hence their investment in creating discord through hired commentators. Their fervent hope is that the classmate Wang Guang speaks of is a mere fabrication. However, the analysis conducted by the professional team concluded that Wang Guang was indeed truthful. His fervent defense of his idol could not be feigned. While it cannot be entirely ruled out, there is over a 99.9% probability that this classmate genuinely exists. Investigate. Spare no effort in uncovering all information regarding this enigmatic classmate. After a moment of silence, the Western nations, in unison, issued such an order. They began to feel a sense of unease. Within the live stream, after delivering his remarks, Wang Guang concluded the interview. This session primarily served to relay information to the outside world and gauge their reactions. Now, the objective has been achieved. The individuals from Western nations have refrained from any reckless thoughts. This realization brought a sense of relief to Yi Guhong and others. Clearly, the success is attributable to the missile referred to as the classmate number. Indeed, reason always lies within the range of missile fire. However, the netizens, without delving too deeply into the intricacies, are primarily concerned with one pressing question. Will the advent of such an advanced lithography machine at the prestigious Science and Technology Institute lead to a significant reduction in smartphone chip prices, consequently lowering the cost of mobile devices? Just as the public harbored such hopeful expectations, several major technology companies in the Western world seem to have conspired, suddenly announcing that smartphone operating systems will no longer be open source and free, with related patent fees surging by 50%. This development implies that even if the costs of smartphone chips and hardware decrease, the expenses required for the proper functioning of mobile phones may surpass previous amounts. This is particularly concerning as, to date, the domestic company has yet to fully develop a self-sufficient operating system that operates independently of foreign systems. This revelation incited outrage among netizens. How shameless! Just as we announced the acquisition of a lithography machine, having rendered their hardware attempts to stifle our rise futile, they resort to attacking us through the software? It is utterly disgraceful. I believe it is time to summon the enigmatic tech guru. Perhaps they could develop a system that truly belongs to us, allowing these despicable Western entities to cling to their obsolete patents and fend for themselves. This sentiment resonated deeply with countless netizens. Indeed, perhaps this tech guru possesses the capability. If you could assist us in creating a fully proprietary mobile operating system, I would gladly become your most devoted follower. The anticipation among the netizens surged. Suddenly, one user remarked, "Didn't researcher Wang mention that more advanced technology is currently undergoing testing? Could it be that the tech guru has already been proactively working on a mobile operating system?" This remark sent a shiver through the online community. Chapter 53. Is it a bother to retrieve the source code? Could the enigmatic classmate be persuaded to assist in the research of a new mobile system? This possibility ignited fervent enthusiasm among netizens, who flocked to the official account of the National Academy of Sciences to voice their suggestions. Meanwhile, certain individuals from Western nations could not resist mocking the situation. How naive are these merchants of Xia? Do they truly believe that developing a complete and seamless mobile system is a simple endeavor? They have attempted this for years, yet what have they achieved? Nothing. Even if their so-called mysterious classmate possesses exceptional skills, let me enlighten you. The realm of mobile systems is entirely distinct from that of photolithography machinery or missile production. Your chances of success are utterly non-existent. Some individuals from the foreign internet were relentless in their derision. You Westerners, who can only spew mindless criticism, are you not weary? Whether we can succeed in our research is none of your concern. Indeed, just moments ago, you claimed we were incapable of manufacturing photolithography machines. And now you assert we cannot develop a new mobile system. Could you not vary your rhetoric? I find your repetition tiresome. The domestic netizens, having engaged in a recent exchange of barbs over the photolithography issue, were growing weary of the mindless banter with these Western critics. They had come to realize that some were merely paid provocateurs seeking to stir conflict, and engaging with them would only hinder their own efforts. Thus, many continued to focus solely on the National Academy of Sciences, initiating suggestion polls. They hoped the Academy would reach out to the mysterious classmate to inquire whether a new mobile system could be developed. If there were indeed an opportunity to create a fully independent mobile system, it would signify a true liberation from the constraints imposed by the West. We appreciate all suggestions and will convey them. Should we receive any updates, we will inform everyone promptly. Within the National Academy, Zhao Zizhen was engaged in a video conference with Yi Guhong and others. The suggestions from online users poured in like snowflakes, difficult to ignore. Zhao Zizhen turned to Yi Guhong and directly inquired, "Are you certain you want me to send an email to ask if that individual can assist in researching a new system?" Indeed, the suggestions from netizens are not without merit. While we have resolved hardware issues such as chips, the mobile system remains a significant challenge. Having our own independent system would facilitate many processes, Yi Guhong replied, nodding in agreement. This marked Yi Guhong's first proactive request for Lin Yang's assistance. Although they had now addressed the chip problem and could even produce more advanced chips, the international tech giants that controlled mobile systems did not manufacture phones themselves. This made it difficult to leverage their chips as bargaining chips in negotiations for mobile systems, leaving Yi Guhong somewhat exasperated. Zhao Zizhen once again reminded, "I have no issue sending an email, but the concerns raised by others are indeed valid. The mobile operating system belongs to a different realm, and this student may not be well versed in it. I believe we should prepare ourselves mentally. Naturally, if he has conducted research, that would be splendid. If not, it matters not. Once controllable nuclear fusion technology is applied, it could still serve as a bargaining chip." Yi Guhong nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall proceed to send the email." Zhao Zizhen did not elaborate further and promptly composed a message to Lin Yang. This action caused an immediate wave of tension among Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong. Could it be that he has encountered some trouble? They exchanged glances, each revealing their shared apprehension. He should still be in Sakura. You all should swiftly contact our colleagues there and ascertain whether any of our compatriots are facing difficulties. Zhao Zizhen urged anxiously. Though they remained oblivious to Lin Yang's true identity, it was certain that he was from Shangxia. If he truly faced any hardship, identifying all Shangxia individuals in distress might provide an opportunity to discern Lin Yang's identity. Hold on, let us not be hasty. Perhaps he is merely fatigued from staying up too late last night and has not yet awakened. Yi Guhong's eyes flickered, offering a word of comfort. Nevertheless, despite his reassurances, he immediately issued orders. Although the likelihood of uncovering Lin Yang and Apos' identity through this method was minimal and may not assist him, they could not afford to overlook any Shangxia compatriot experiencing difficulties. Each one was a priority for protection. Consequently, when Lin Yang awoke promptly after his prolonged slumber, he found Yi Guhong and the others frantically safeguarding every Shangxia individual in trouble out of concern for him. This left him both amused and touched. The genetic serum was indeed remarkable. He had slept for a full 48 hours without once stirring. Lin Yang sighed, acutely aware that his current mental state was far superior to before, brimming with vitality. His physical condition had also significantly improved. Mobile operating system? Attempting to maintain a stranglehold with a mobile system? How naive. He chuckled inwardly. Not only could he acquire a mobile operating system, but even a powerful intelligent AI system could be redeemed from the system's marketplace. Subsequently, he instructed the system to open the National Treasure Points marketplace, preparing for redemption. Having previously completed the collection of artifacts within the Sakura region, coupled with additional rewards and the creation of classmate-guided missiles, he had amassed a considerable amount of national treasure points that he had yet to utilize. Redeeming a mere mobile operating system was utterly effortless. However, as he was about to redeem it, he suddenly recalled the system and Apos' prior mention of the possibility to first utilize lower-tier technologies to earn some national treasure points, and then leverage higher-tier technologies from the same series to accumulate even more. Wait a moment, let us not exchange just yet. First, we should acquire the source code of the mobile operating systems from those foreign companies. After a minor upgrade, we can have the Academy of Sciences replicated, and then we shall exchange for a more advanced and refined mobile system from the marketplace. This approach is far more advantageous. As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Yang and Apos' eyes. The greatest reliance of these technological giants lies in their mobile operating systems. Once he obtains the code and accumulates enough national treasure value, he can publicly disclose the source code to the entire world. At that point, their mobile systems would become utterly worthless. If they intend to maintain their grip on the market, they shall witness whether they can bear the consequences. A cold glint flickered in Lin Yang's gaze as he took immediate action. Within the Academy of Sciences, upon receiving Lin Yang's affirmative response, the anticipation among the team surged. They wondered how long it would take for him to develop the new system this time. Previously, when Lin Yang promised to work on missile technology, he swiftly delivered results. This time, Zhao Zizhen and the others were curious about the duration Lin Yang would require to create the new system. However, just as this thought crossed their minds, a call from overseas came through abruptly. Buzz. In an instant, Zhao Zizhen and his companions felt a jolt from head to toe. Chapter 54. It is our turn to charge a combined chapter. Stunned, Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong found themselves momentarily bewildered upon hearing this revelation. They had not anticipated that Lin Yang and Apos' solution to assist in developing the system would involve directly obtaining the source code of the rival and Apos' mobile operating system. They certainly believed in Lin Yang's capabilities. However, Zhao Zizhen quickly regained his composure and remarked with a wry smile, "My friend, while acquiring the source code is undoubtedly beneficial, the crux of the matter lies in the multitude of patents related to mobile operating systems that they have applied for. That is where the true complexity arises. The reason these technology giants dared to leverage their mobile systems to impose a 50% increase in patent fees was due to their extensive and overwhelming number of related patents. It could be said that they had essentially secured patents on nearly every technology associated with mobile systems, effectively establishing a monopoly. Thus, creating a genuinely independent mobile operating system while circumventing these patents is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. The sheer volume and comprehensiveness of their patents mean that even the slightest infringement could result in immediate legal action. The extensive coverage of their patents in mobile technology is the primary reason why domestic entities have struggled to make breakthroughs in recent years. Even if one were able to obtain the source code of their mobile system, altering the status quo would still prove difficult. Their patent technologies are so comprehensive that they could confidently assert that they are not concerned about someone taking their source code. Numerous domestic technical experts have attempted to dissect this source code, yet the conclusion remains that, even with the source code in hand, bypassing their established patent framework is unfeasible, resulting in the necessity to pay astronomical annual fees in the hundreds of billions. This is precisely why foreign netizens feel emboldened to mock so brazenly. In response, Lin Yang simply smiled and stated, "I am well aware that patents pose the greatest challenge. Hence, my approach is not solely to procure their source code, but also to modify and process it to circumvent a portion of their existing patent technologies." What? Zhao Zizhen was taken aback once more, murmuring, "Do you have confidence in this? If it were possible to acquire and successfully modify the source code of the mobile system, it would effectively cripple these tech companies by half. Indeed, if I manage to secure the source code and make the necessary modifications to bypass most of their patents, do you believe you can develop an independent operating system based on their foundational source code?" Lin Yang inquired once again. "Absolutely no problem," Zhao Zizhen responded immediately. While patents are one aspect, the reason a truly independent system cannot currently be produced domestically is that even if they open source a portion of their code, it does not encompass the genuine foundational logical source code. Particularly, one specific mobile operating system remains entirely independent, with its source code never having been leaked. Without access to the authentic foundational logical source code, it is impossible to separate from the underlying system and thus evade their patents. However, if one could obtain their true foundational logical source code, the task of creating an independent mobile system would not be overly daunting. What? Zhao Zizhen was once again taken aback by Lin Yang and Oppo's latter remark. A brand new system, entirely different from any existing operating system? He was bewildered. The listening Yi Guhong and his companions were equally perplexed, as they suddenly found it challenging to grasp the essence of this statement intuitively. Lin Yang did not offer them an explanation. He merely stated, "For now, focus on the modified source code system I sent over. By the time you complete your end, I should be able to develop the entirely new mobile operating system." "All right, understood." Zhao Zizhen, feeling somewhat hesitant to inquire further, quickly acquiesced. Seizing the moment before Lin Yang hung up, he inquired at Yi Guhong's prompting, "Well, please take good care of yourself while abroad. Should anything arise, do inform us at once." Upon hearing Lin Yang's assurance, Zhao Zizhen wisely refrained from pressing the matter further. Lin Yang promptly ended the call and uploaded the source code to the internal cloud storage utilized by the Institute of Advanced Technology. Acquiring the source code for the rival mobile system was remarkably straightforward by providing a nominal service fee in national treasure points. He effortlessly obtained the foundational logic source code of the esteemed mobile operating systems from several leading tech giants. This endeavor proved far simpler than previously acquiring the specifications for lithography machines from Window Country or retrieving artifacts, which necessitated extensive disguise and subterfuge. In contrast, with any device connected to the internet, one merely needed to pay a service fee to extract the necessary information. Subsequently, he paid an additional fee for the system to modify the source code. The entire process cost him a total of 50 national treasure points. Lin Yang then patiently awaited the Institute's efforts to develop a rudimentary mobile operating system based on the source code he had provided. At the Institute, upon receiving the source code, Zhao Zizhen immediately gathered relevant technical experts to work diligently on the system. The new system, derived from the foundational layer, filled the experts with immense excitement. For these technology specialists, the birth of an independent new mobile system from their hands represented an indescribable honor. Fueled by this conviction and vigor, they completed the research, testing, and operation of the new system in just 3 days and 2 nights. Director Zhao, that student is truly remarkable. This new system operates with remarkable smoothness. I believe we can immediately hold a press conference to announce it. The project leader, with bloodshot eyes yet brimming with exhilaration, summoned Zhao Zizhen to demonstrate the results. After testing it himself, Zhao Zizhen nodded slightly. The materials provided have always been of the highest quality. Those industry giants are surely in for a sleepless night. Zhao Zizhen, too, felt a surge of excitement. These companies had recently announced a 50% increase in patent fees, but now they possessed their own new system. One can only imagine the fury that would ensue upon its release, likely causing the giants to be on the verge of a cerebral hemorrhage. He then summoned Wang Guang to prepare for the press conference. However, at that very moment, Lin Yang's call came through unexpectedly. Zhao Zizhen, disregarding any arrangements for the new system's launch, promptly answered the phone. Director Zhao, have you completed the development and operation of the new system? Lin Yang and Oppo's opening remark left Zhao Zizhen momentarily stunned, and he soon responded with a mix of laughter and disbelief. My dear fellow, you are truly remarkable. We have indeed just achieved successful operation. I was about to send you an email to inform you when your call arrived. It seems this was all within your calculations. I have faith in our technical experts. This level of complexity should suffice within 3 days. The advent of an entirely new and independent operating system is monumental. On a grand scale, it benefits the nation. On a smaller scale, it serves the people. Naturally, we cannot afford any delays. In response, Lin Yang chuckled. Director Zhao, let us not rush into the press conference. I have not been idle these past few days. Do you recall my previous statement that when you unveiled your new system, I would also have developed a new operating system of significant meaning? Of course, I remember. Have you truly managed to accomplish it? Zhao Zizhen was taken aback. Yes, I will send you the new system now. Please run it on your end, and if all is well, we need not announce the independently developed system during the press conference. Instead, we can unveil my completely new system. Is it really complete? The three eavesdropping, Yi Guhong and his companions, exchanged astonished glances. Although they had not forgotten Lin Yang's previous assertion, they had struggled to grasp its implications just 3 days prior. And that confusion persisted. A system so fundamentally different from any existing operating system. They had contemplated the statement afterward, concluding that Lin Yang might be on the verge of pioneering a new era in mobile operating systems, akin to the revolutionary transition from basic mobile phones to smartphones. They had no doubt about Lin Yang's capabilities, nor did they question his ability to accomplish such a feat. The only concern was the seemingly insurmountable challenge of completing this in the short term, as developing an operating system is, in many respects, more complex than researching missiles. Hence, while they had noted Lin Yang and Oppo's words, they had not anticipated seeing a tangible product soon. Yet, merely 3 days later, Lin Yang claimed he had completed it, leaving them utterly astounded. I have packaged and uploaded the new mobile operating system. Please download it and take a look. Also, please upload the independent system you just developed. I require it. Zhao Zizhen took a deep breath and responded, all right, I will upload it immediately. He did not inquire about Lin Yang and Oppo's intended use for the independent system, and instead promptly packaged the entire independent system and uploaded it to a cloud drive for Lin Yang to access. If Lin Yang expressed the need for it, it surely held significance. At the very moment he uploaded the system, experts from the newly established Mobile Operating System Project Department on the other end downloaded Lin Yang and Oppo's recently uploaded new system. And then, everyone was left in a state of shock. Is this the ultra-intelligent control system we previously conceived? The project leader, whose eyes were already slightly bloodshot, suddenly turned crimson. He was so exhilarated that he leapt from his chair. For Lin Yang had sent them a brand new operating system that, in a sense, transcended the conventional realm of mobile operating systems. It was neither an independent system stripped from the source code of those tech giants, nor an extension built upon an independent system. Rather, it was a truly revolutionary artificial intelligence control system. It boasted a novel mode of interaction and a completely different operational experience. Such a paradigm had previously existed only as a concept. Even the major tech giants had been unable to achieve a groundbreaking innovation in mobile systems. But now, the concept had materialized. The dense lines of operational code were beyond their comprehension. Director Zhao. The project leader frantically called out to Zhao Zizhen. He was on the verge of losing his mind with excitement. Although the independent system developed over the past 3 days was already impressive in comparison to the current system, it seemed almost primitive. What has happened? Why is everyone so agitated? Zhao Zizhen hurried over upon hearing the commotion. He had just finished uploading the operating system and had hung up the phone. Director Zhao, you'll understand once you experience it yourself. The project leader handed Zhao Zizhen the phone running the latest system. A few seconds later, Zhao Zizhen looked up, his eyes wide with astonishment and a hint of confusion. Is this the new system that was just sent to us? Is this truly a mobile operating system? It would not be an exaggeration to call it an intelligent artificial system, would it? Haha, indeed, this is the groundbreaking new system that was just uploaded. We are on the brink of soaring to new heights. The project leader, with his eyes still red, shouted excitedly. From now on, it will be the Western entities who face the chokehold. Such a pivotal mobile operating system will compel them to keep pace if they do not wish to fall behind. However, it will be us who collect the patent fees. As these words left his lips, the eyes of everyone present glistened with emotion. After being stifled by the West for decades, they could finally hold their heads high. No, it was not merely about holding their heads high. Their status was destined to change. Wang Guang, organize a press conference immediately. Zhao Zizhen's voice trembled with anticipation. He could hardly fathom the global upheaval that would ensue when they unveiled this super-intelligent operating system at the press conference. Netizens in our country are likely to be so exhilarated that they might overwhelm those Western internet users who previously mocked them, to the point of inducing a state of utter despondency. Chapter 55. Allow me to proudly announce, first update, the live broadcast commenced unexpectedly, catching all online viewers off guard. When it became apparent that the official account had initiated a live stream without any prior notice, confusion reigned among the audience. Typically, the official account refrains from launching a live broadcast without advance warning, particularly one that lacks any preliminary announcement. Such an occurrence deviates from established protocols. Generally, when the official account intends to disclose significant information, a notification is issued beforehand, allowing viewers time to react while also maximizing viewer engagement and conveying a sense of formality. Rituals hold considerable significance as they represent an image. The more substantial the matter, the more likely it is to be preceded by an announcement. An impromptu broadcast is only warranted in the case of an exceptionally urgent and momentous event, a scenario that is exceedingly rare, often only materializing once in several years. Even for monumental events like the student missile, there was a 7-day notification prior, along with a teaser issued half an hour before the live stream. Yet this time, there was no notification whatsoever. The broadcast simply began. This sudden turn of events tightened the viewers' hearts, prompting a rush into the live stream. What could this be? The live stream was hosted personally by Director Zhao? Could it be that the Institute of Advanced Sciences has some groundbreaking technology to reveal? I was taken aback, thinking something significant had occurred. Now seeing Director Zhao, I feel reassured. Surely this must pertain to a new technological announcement from the Institute. Previously, Director Zhao hinted at surprises, and researcher Wang mentioned ongoing developments in super technology. Could it be that they have achieved success and are here to share it with us? Initially concerned about an unfortunate incident, viewers breathed a sigh of relief upon entering the live stream and seeing Zhao Zizhen smiling as he personally hosted the session, leading to a flurry of conjectures. In recent days, the Institute of Advanced Sciences had consecutively announced the student missile and the lithography machine, while also asserting that they were continually developing new super technologies. The sudden initiation of a live stream left viewers speculating in that direction. Furthermore, Zhao Zizhen and Oppo's beaming expression suggested that something positive was afoot, allowing viewers to almost conclude that a new technology announcement was imminent. However, curiosity lingered among the viewers regarding the nature of this new super technology that prompted the Institute to commence a live stream without any prior warning. As Zhao Zizhen observed the influx of viewers and a torrent of comments flooding the live stream, he refrained from immediately disclosing the reason for this abrupt broadcast. Instead, he retrieved a smartphone and began to operate it. Behind him, a large screen displayed a real-time projection of his phone and Oppo's interface. This left viewers momentarily perplexed. The unexpected live stream had begun, yet there was no announcement, and he was instead engaged with his phone. However, keen-eyed viewers soon discerned something unusual. The large screen projected everything happening on the smartphone with crystal clarity. Unlike any previous mobile operating system, this interaction presents an unprecedented method of engagement. One can truly experience unparalleled fluidity and smoothness. This revelation has sent ripples through the online community. Could it be that a new mobile operating system has indeed been developed? In an instant, the barrage of comments in the live stream erupted. My goodness, is this truly a new mobile operating system? Is this for real? It has only been 3 days. How could a new system possibly be developed so quickly? Am I losing my mind? Or is the world going mad? Conjuring a new system in just 3 days? Surely this isn't a synthesized video. If this is a new system, it seems almost surreal. The fluidity and the interaction style make it feel as if I am watching a science fiction film. A synthesized video? Have you lost your senses? Look closely at who is live streaming. Ha. Although I too find it somewhat dreamlike, this is indeed Director Zhao broadcasting live, and on the official channel no less. It cannot possibly be a synthesized video presenting us with a sci-fi spectacle. At this moment, I can only express one sentiment. It is truly remarkable. If I am not mistaken, this new mobile operating system was indeed developed with the assistance of that brilliant classmate. It must be so. That classmate is exceptionally talented. This system ignites a yearning within me. I desire to possess it immediately. The comments in the live stream erupted once more. As viewers watched Xiao Zizhen engrossed in using the phone, their anticipation mounting. There is no other reason. This seemingly new mobile operating system appears extraordinarily impressive. Even if it is not a genuine operating system, they all wish to claim it as their own. Finally, Xiao Zizhen, amidst the fervent anticipation of countless viewers, set aside the phone, raised his head, and smiled as he spoke. Greetings to all my friends online and those watching this live stream through other channels. It is my honor to proudly announce to the world at this moment that we possess our very own independent mobile operating system. Wow! As Xiao Zizhen and Appos' words resonated, everyone in the live stream, as well as those who heard or saw this statement through other means, momentarily stood in stunned silence. Then, the barrage of comments erupted once more. Oh my goodness, could it really be a new mobile operating system? We were not mistaken. This is indeed a new system. Oh dear, I suddenly feel overwhelmed with emotion. I too want to cry. Who could understand the excitement and touch I felt when I heard Director Zhao proclaim that we now possess our very own mobile system? Sob sob. I too want to cry. We can finally free ourselves from the coercion of those Western tech giants. My country. Incredible. The internet has been set ablaze. Many are still in disbelief that we have truly acquired such an extraordinary new operating system. Xiao Zizhen bestowed upon everyone a moment to absorb and react, falling into a brief silence before continuing. This mobile phone system will usher in a novel mode of interaction, potentially transforming the way we currently utilize mobile devices. As many netizens have speculated, this innovative system has been developed with the assistance of a particular student, distinguishing itself entirely from any existing mobile operating systems on the market. We possess all the technologies and patents associated with this groundbreaking system. Allow me to proudly declare once more that, from this moment forth, we at Shangxia shall pioneer a new era in mobile system technology. Instantly, every Shangxia netizen who heard these words felt a surge of exhilaration. Chapter 56, The Power of One, Standing Alongside the Divine, Part 2. As Xiao Zizhen's words fell, the large screen began to display the pre-prepared operation footage of the new mobile phone system. The unparalleled fluidity, the innovative interaction methods, and the assistance of super artificial intelligence left every netizen utterly exhilarated. An indescribable wave of emotion surged within the crowd, excitement, gratitude, and elation, all of which seemed insufficient to encapsulate the feelings stirring in their hearts. Just 3 days prior, the vivid memory of the Western technological giants jointly announcing a 50% increase in patent fees loomed large. The anger of feeling metaphorically choked and powerless remained etched in the minds of every netizen. Yet now, at this moment, the emergence of the brand new system shone forth like a beacon of technological brilliance, shattering the barriers imposed by the Western tech conglomerates. This sentiment was beyond description. Many netizens found their eyes misting over as they spoke, yet none mocked one another for their tears. For it was only those who had experienced the suffocating threat of being cornered who could truly grasp the significance of this new mobile operating system's arrival. It served as a radiant light, providing everyone with ample spiritual support and a newfound confidence to confront the Western tech giants. Are you not the ones who impose blockades? Are you not the ones who collect patent fees? Now, let us see you collect another from us. At this moment, countless netizens shared a singular sentiment. Simultaneously, in the live stream, Xiao Zizhen's voice resonated once more. This time, no company, no entity shall impose any fees upon us. Allow me to formally reintroduce to you. This is our brand new mobile operating system, Pengu, also known as System Classmate Number 1. Classmate Dao Lao is truly remarkable. I dare say Classmate Dao Lao is a deity among mortals. With the strength of one, he has developed missiles to safeguard our nation's dignity, created photolithography machines to elevate our reputation, and independently researched the Pengu system, breaking through blockades, standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine. He is my deity. Xiao Zizhen's words ignited fervor among netizens. With missiles and photolithography machines previously, and now an independently developed system, all made possible through the assistance of the enigmatic classmate Dao Lao, the admiration for Lin Yang reached its zenith at this moment. Under the related topics about classmates, posts surged at thousands of seconds, with every netizen expressing their exhilaration and astonishment. What is there to boast about? Is it merely a mobile operating system? After so many years of delay, what is there to be proud of? They act as though it is a monumental achievement. Truly, they lack vision. Those merchants of the West. However, just as the netizens reveled in their excitement, a few individuals from the West, out of jealousy or some other motive, began to mock once more. This instantly ignited the fury of the crowd. How dare you Westerners show your faces again? Westerners, if your intellect is lacking, seek medical assistance. If your eyesight fails, perhaps you should consider surgical intervention. Is this merely a mobile operating system? Ha ha ha. Indeed, the absurdity of such a statement invokes laughter. Surely, anyone with a modicum of sense comprehends the significance of this new system. Westerners, if you harbor jealousy, express it openly rather than resorting to veiled insinuations that exude bitterness. Ah, someone is agitated. Ashan and Apos. T reveal who, and there are those whose defenses have crumbled, but I shall remain silent on that as well. He he. Domestic netizens, in the realm of subtlety and wit, are truly unparalleled. With just a few carefully chosen words, they provoke the disdain of the mocking Westerners. You insufferable merchants. What is there to boast about? Is it merely a mobile operating system? What if it is advanced? It still serves the fundamental purpose of communication. Our own system functions perfectly well. Indeed, we hold your so-called inferior system in utter disregard. Some stubborn Westerners remain defiant in their rhetoric. Yet, the executives of those major tech giants now wear expressions of profound dismay. Ordinary Western citizens may initially fail to recognize the formidable power of the Panga system. However, those who have built their empires on systems cannot possibly overlook the paradigm shift this new system heralds. It is no exaggeration to assert that the emergence of the Panga system represents a sheer dimensional assault on their current systems. If they cannot impose sanctions, they will soon find themselves without a foothold. Soon, the major tech giants convened a collaborative video conference to devise strategies. They must unite. Perhaps only then can they withstand the repercussions of the Panga system. Leiku, in the past, we have competed fiercely. Your system was deemed the best globally. But now, those wretched merchants have developed this terrifying Panga system. We must look out for one another to safeguard our last bastion. Hence, I propose direct integration of your system with ours to create a genuine closed loop, preventing the encroachment of the Panga system. Of course, our system will also integrate with yours, allowing for resource sharing. An executive from one tech giant addressed another in the video conference. This proposal was swiftly endorsed by several other major players. Leiku, a middle-aged man whose previously slightly plump visage appeared considerably thinner at that moment, furrowed his brow for an extended period before reluctantly responding. Very well. Let us forge a defensive alliance. We absolutely must not allow the Panga system to seize market share in our western territories. While the Panga system may indeed seem advanced, as long as we defend our last stronghold, we can still capture a significant market share. Those smartphone manufacturers without their own systems will continue to rely on us. In critical moments, we can reduce royalty fees or even waive them entirely. In any case, we must not permit the Panga system to gain popularity in the Western continent. Certainly, there is no issue. From this moment onward, our source code shall no longer be made available to the public. As long as those mobile manufacturers are unable to develop their own systems, as long as our fees remain lower than those of the Panga system, we will undoubtedly attract numerous mobile manufacturers to collaborate with us. The senior executives of several major technology giants swiftly devised what they deemed a flawless solution. However, before they could even finalize a defensive alliance agreement, a subordinate, in a state of panic, interrupted the video conference by opening a forum. In an instant, the executives of these tech behemoths were engulfed in a fit of rage. Who, for heaven's sake, had released this independent operating system? Entirely open source and available for free to mobile manufacturers? Chapter 57, The Hand of God, The Final Kill, Third Update, Dumbfounded. At this moment, the executives of several major technology giants, gathered in a meeting, were left utterly stunned. Just as Shangxia had unveiled the advanced Panga system, another independent operating system had emerged, fully uploaded online. Even the underlying logic source code was made open source, available for mobile manufacturers to download and utilize freely. This revelation rendered their recently deliberated, seemingly flawless solutions nothing more than a farce. They had managed to maintain a facade of calm. Believing that other mobile manufacturers lacked the capability to develop their own systems, they merely needed to reduce costs to maintain their stronghold. However, the sudden appearance of a complete, independent new operating system, available for free download by mobile manufacturers, obliterated any remaining chance of competition. If one sought an advanced system, there was Pangu. If one desired a free system, there was this independent alternative. Their own systems now found themselves trapped in a suffocating void, devoid of any space for survival. Infuriating. It must be those Shangxia people. This independent operating system was undoubtedly concocted by that group of Shangxia individuals, and it was clearly a deliberate move. Damn it. Damn it all. In that moment, the executives of the tech giants lost all semblance of composure, erupting into a torrent of curses as their psychological defenses crumbled entirely. On the internet, amidst the heated debates among Westerners, many shared the same sentiments as the executives of the tech giants. They believed that as long as they lowered their prices, mobile manufacturers would inevitably follow suit. Yet, a sudden and unexpected announcement left these Westerners utterly speechless. The latest reports revealed that an anonymous user had uploaded a brand new independent mobile operating system to an internationally renowned mobile system forum, entirely open source and free, available for mobile manufacturers worldwide to download and utilize. This news quickly surged to the top of trending headlines. What on earth? Another new mobile operating system? What kind of day is this? Is it so easy to create mobile operating systems? They seem to be popping up one after another. Upon further investigation, it appeared that this mobile operating system was a culmination of various innovations, yet it perfectly circumvented all patent issues. While it was inferior to our Panga system, it surpassed the systems of those Western tech giants by a notch. Could it be that this was also crafted by our classmate, the Prodigy? One might argue that it seems quite plausible, given the impeccable timing of the upload. Just after we released the Panga system, this independent mobile system appeared, entirely open source and free, without infringing on any patent technologies. Clearly, this was aimed at completely blocking the last escape routes of those tech giants. It is not merely a possibility, it is undoubtedly the work of our classmate Prodigy. After all, aside from them, there seems to be no one else capable of developing an independent mobile operating system. My heavens! If that is the case, then our esteemed classmate's strategy is indeed remarkably intricate. They have provided us with the most advanced Panga system while simultaneously employing a slightly inferior independent system to seal off the foundational operations of those Western technological giants. This is nothing short of a masterstroke. Goodness gracious, it is simply splendid. Just moments ago, the Westerners were obstinately asserting the viability of their own systems. Yet now we possess an independent system that surpasses theirs, completely free of charge and devoid of any patent complications. Unless mobile manufacturers are utterly foolish, it seems unlikely they will continue to utilize the systems of those tech behemoths. Perfect, absolutely perfect. This was undoubtedly a plan meticulously crafted by our classmate from the very beginning. Alas, I find myself even more enamored with them. The domestic netizens have erupted with joy. The emergence of this free independent system is akin to delivering a final, decisive blow, plunging those tech giants into an abyss of despair from which they cannot recover. Within the halls of the Academy of Sciences and the Bureau of Alien Affairs, Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong exchanged bewildered glances upon encountering this sudden trending news. The independent system uploaded on the anonymous forum was precisely the one Lin Yang had inquired about earlier. This move is simply brilliant. After a moment of astonishment, Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong could hardly contain their amazement. Even they had not anticipated that this independent operating system could facilitate the ultimate defeat of those major tech companies. This maneuver is nothing short of genius. Ahem. No wonder this individual previously suggested merely establishing a temporary independent system. It appears they had a grand plan all along. When Lin Yang had mentioned that this independent system was simply a transitional phase, I did not ponder it deeply. However, in retrospect, every word Lin Yang uttered was laden with profound significance. He truly meant it when he referred to it as a mere transition. Oh, suddenly, I feel as though we seasoned veterans have grown a bit old, for we never considered such a strategic approach. Yi Guhong also expressed his astonishment. Acknowledging the brilliance of Lin Yang and Appo's strategy, Zhao Zizhen chuckled and, as if struck by an epiphany, suddenly adopted a serious tone. Now that we have the mobile system, I propose that we establish a company under our classmate's name, with all profits derived from the mobile system dedicated to supporting their research. What do you think? This suggestion left Yi Guhong momentarily taken aback. Zhao Zizhen continued, missiles and lithography machines are too complex and lack substantial profit potential, but the mobile system is different. It is, in essence, a purely commercial product. We cannot continue to use it unconditionally without offering something in return. Upon hearing this, Yi Guhong pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. What you say is quite reasonable, and we should indeed consider this matter. We cannot utilize purely commercial products without due compensation. Please contact them again to discuss the company's naming and any specific requirements they may have. I will begin making the necessary arrangements on my end. Indeed, Zhao Zizhen nodded slightly, promptly ending the video conference to send an email inquiring about Lin Yang. Meanwhile, Lin Yang was receiving prompts from the system. Congratulations, host. Under your guidance, your nation has developed its first independent low-level operating system, and you have been awarded 500 national treasure points. Congratulations, host. Under your guidance, your nation has created an advanced smartphone operating system, and you have earned 1,000 national treasure points. Congratulations, host. Due to your leadership, your nation now possesses a globally leading operating system, empowering the populace and elevating you to the status of a superhero among them. You have gained 10 prestige points. Your current prestige points total 51. As Lin Yang listened to the system's notifications, he blinked in astonishment. He had invested only 50 national treasure points in the independent system, yet the rewards amounted to 500 points. He had netted a profit of 450 points, a rather lucrative venture indeed. Unable to contain his curiosity, he immediately inquired, "System, are there similar tasks available? Or can I now venture to other nations to acquire all available low-level technologies?" Chapter 58. Stripping the cherry blossom of its plumage. The system shifts to Shang Xiaoan. He was quite tempted. Developing an independent operating system would cost 50 national treasures. Yet the reward was a staggering 500, an astonishing tenfold return. If he were to procure the advanced technologies from other nations ahead of Shang Xia, followed by an upgrade, would it not result in a bountiful profit? Because if there were still tasks to undertake, he could not only benefit from the price difference but also receive extra rewards for completing the system's objectives. Now that there were no tasks at hand, Lin Yang began to contemplate which technologies to pursue. It appeared that the Cherry Blossom Nation had quite a number of leading-edge technologies. Perhaps it would be wise to thoroughly deplete the resources of the Cherry Blossom. Lin Yang murmured to himself. Although the Cherry Blossom Nation was rather irksome, one could not deny that certain technologies there were indeed at the forefront globally. For instance, optical technology, high-precision machining technology, precision instrument technology, and semiconductor technology, among others. Particularly noteworthy was the high-precision machine tool technology. The 5-axis milling machine had once crafted aircraft for the United States. These technologies could be acquired to amass a considerable amount of national treasure. Just as Lin Yang pondered where to begin in extracting the cherry blossom's technological resources, he received an email from the Academy of Sciences. Establishing a company in his own name? Upon reading the content of the email, Lin Yang paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. The Academy of Sciences was quite meticulous. However, to be honest, he found this matter rather inconsequential. His intention in providing technology to the country was not for financial gain. Nevertheless, since Zhao Zizhen had formally inquired via email, it must have been discussed beforehand. Likely a directive from higher authorities. As for the company's name, he suggested Lakeside Moon. Lakeside Moon Group had a certain elegance to it. After all, this was to be a legitimate company with a global focus. Naming it after a classmate would seem rather unrefined. A more formal name was certainly preferable. This was also the reason Zhao Zizhen sought his input. Otherwise, they would have likely named it after a classmate without hesitation. After responding to Zhao Zizhen's email, Lin Yang set his plans into motion. Before taking action, he outlined a series of objectives. He intended to first deliver those technologies to the Academy of Sciences, and once they utilized the technology to produce related innovations, he would publicly disclose the cherry blossoms technologies worldwide upon receiving his national treasures. This time, he was determined to thoroughly dismantle the defenses of the cherry blossom. Within the Academy of Sciences, Yu Guhong promptly arranged for personnel to commence the establishment of the company. Within half a day, Lakeside Moon Group was officially registered. Subsequently, the official account announced that all collaborations regarding the Panga system would be exclusively managed by Lakeside Moon Group. Simultaneously, all domestic mobile systems would be uniformly upgraded to the Panga system. Such an impressive system surely deserved to be paired with superior and more advanced mobile devices. Indeed, it felt as though the current hardware configurations were insufficient to fully exploit the capabilities of the Panga system. Perhaps he should inquire further with the Academy of Sciences to see if his classmates could facilitate an overall upgrade of the mobile devices. We have now resolved the chip issue, and it seems that creating a more advanced smartphone is no longer an impossible endeavor. However, I believe that instead of upgrading our phones, we should inquire if our esteemed classmates could develop an operating system for computers. What? Why the surprise? If our classmates can devise a mobile operating system, then creating a standalone computer system should pose no challenge. Indeed, if the Westerners lost their mobile operating systems but retained their computer systems, creating our own computer system would render those tech giants completely powerless. Upon the announcement, netizens engaged in lively discussions. The capabilities and interactions of the Panga system are remarkable, yet current smartphones seem inadequate to match its potential. As the conversation evolved, it swiftly shifted to the topic of computers, which soon garnered significant attention. The necessity for a computer operating system is indeed pressing, and compared to mobile operating systems, it holds a more dominant position. In truth, while the existence of a system is one aspect, what truly matters is the potential to transform the system and Oppo's language into our own Shangxia script. Those foreign characters induce a headache. Goodness, the original poster. You are truly a talent. I wholeheartedly give you a perfect score for this suggestion. Brilliant. I always believed that the internet is a source of genuine knowledge. I wholeheartedly endorse this proposal. Why must system coding be exclusively in foreign languages? The logical evolution and flexibility of our Shangxia script far surpass those foreign tongues. Indeed, the profound evolution of our ancestors' written language over millennia offers a richness that is unparalleled. If we could transition to our Shangxia script, the foreigners would be left with no advantage whatsoever. Amid the fervent discussions among netizens, a proposal emerged, swiftly climbing to the top of trending topics. The notion of directly modifying the operating system to run on Shangxia script garnered immense support from numerous users. Many have long struggled with foreign languages, particularly among programmer netizens who were particularly invigorated by this proposal. Although this concept has been suggested before, the challenges were deemed insurmountable. The complexity of our language far exceeds that of foreign languages, making the idea of replacing foreign languages with our own significantly more difficult. However, the appearance of the enigmatic classmate has instilled hope. That said, while I find this proposal commendable, the challenges it entails are immense. Utilizing our language to create an operating system is exponentially more difficult than developing an entirely new system. Although our classmate is indeed formidable, I doubt this task is within reach, as the current Pangu operating system is also based on foreign development, making the difficulties incomparable. Nevertheless, some netizens remain skeptical, believing the challenge to be nearly impossible. Regardless, let us submit the suggestion to the Institute of Technology. Who knows what might come of it? Indeed, if the esteemed classmates have accomplished this, I shall no longer need to study foreign languages. Cursed foreign tongues, be gone. Soon, a multitude of netizens reached a consensus and flocked to the official account of the prestigious academy to leave their comments. The sudden surge of information left Wang Guang, who was in charge of operating the official account today, momentarily stunned. As he surveyed the suggestions from netizens, his eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm. What if the operating system could be transformed to utilize our native language? Chapter 59, It Can Be Done. Transforming the operating system to function in our national language. Wang Guang envisioned the scenario and felt a shiver run down his spine. He promptly relayed the suggestions from the online community to the busy Zhao Zizhen. Although Zhao Zizhen had granted him certain permissions, such requests for assistance from esteemed classmates still required discussion. Establishing a national language operating system? They truly dared to dream. Zhao Zizhen glanced at the proposals from netizens, bemused yet amused. Long ago, experts at the Great Science Institute had also entertained similar hypotheses, aiming to completely extricate themselves from the constraints imposed by Western technologies. However, extensive evaluations by the team had concluded that constructing an operating system using Shangxia script was nearly an insurmountable task. Of course, it was not entirely impossible. Yet it would likely take the efforts of countless generations before even a glimmer of hope could be realized. Hence, the feasibility of such an endeavor was virtually non-existent. Otherwise, the Great Science Institute would have long since assembled a specialized project team to pursue it. Creating an independent system would be commendable enough. Yet these young minds were indeed quite imaginative. Zhao Zizhen sighed in contemplation. Teacher, should we send an email to consult the expert? Wang Guang inquired. I believe. Zhao Zizhen instinctively considered declining, but ultimately nodded. I think it would and Oppo's hurt to ask. The surprises brought by Lin Yang had been immense and numerous. If they could not manage it, perhaps Lin Yang might indeed possess the capability to succeed. With Zhao Zizhen and Oppo's approval, Wang Guang eagerly dashed off to email Lin Yang. For him, every opportunity to communicate with Lin Yang was exhilarating. Within the cherry blossom realm, Lin Yong, engrossed in technological endeavors, received a notification of an email from the Great Science Institute. Developing a computer operating system? Preferably utilizing Shangxia script? After reading the contents of the email, Lin Yong was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such audacious thoughts from the netizens. He then cast a glance at the pinned trending post below the official account. After a brief silence, Lin Yong inquired of the system, how challenging would it be to modify the operating system to operate in our national script? Oh, what script does your operational logic utilize? Apologies, host, but the system cannot provide an answer to this query at present. Having grown accustomed to this, Lin Yong promptly asked, "Then, if I were to transform the operating system to employ our national script, how many national treasure points would that require? Is it really that expensive?" Lin Yong was taken aback. Previously, developing an independent mobile operating system only cost 50 national treasure points. Yet this had skyrocketed to a minimum of 1,000 points. While he understood that adapting the operating system to function in Shangxia script was a formidable challenge, this fee still caught him off guard. "You truly are a shrewd merchant," Lin Yong remarked sarcastically, then continued to inquire. "What distinguishes the 1,000-point option from the 3,000-point option? Is it automatic error correction and AI assistance? What are the specific functions of these two features?" The AI-assisted functionality can aid programmers in coding and provide feedback on code execution results, significantly reducing overall errors. Furthermore, with the addition of AI assistance, a comprehensive firewall will be established. Given the current technological civilization level of your planet, no virus can breach the AI-assisted operating system. Such capabilities are astonishing. Lin Yong was quite taken aback, particularly by the statement that no virus can infiltrate the operating system. That is indeed remarkable. Yes, host. This system is guaranteed to be of superior quality. Every point of national treasure value you invest will yield exceptional returns. Lin Yong couldn't help but roll his eyes at the system's self-praise. However, he refrained from arguing with it and instead inquired, how many national treasure points are required to simply acquire a foreign language operating system currently in use? First, provide a basic foreign language operating system, followed by an advanced domestic language operating system, thereby maximizing rewards. This approach is quite reasonable. A glimmer of inspiration sparked in Lin Yang's eyes as he conceived a plan. Following the old strategy, he would first offer the foreign language operating system to earn a substantial amount of national treasure points, then provide the domestic language operating system, ultimately making the foreign language operating system fully open source to undermine those technological giants. As the error correction and AI assistance features are functional enhancements rather than technical upgrades, please consider whether to directly exchange for a system worth 1,000 national treasure points or for an operating system valued at 3,000 national treasure points before proceeding with the exchange. Just as Lin Yong resolved to employ his usual strategy, the system and Oppo's sudden reminder momentarily caught him off guard, leading him to instinctively ask, "Can I first exchange for an operating system worth 1,000 national treasure points and subsequently add error correction and intelligent AI assistance features?" "I'm sorry, host, but you must directly exchange for a system equipped with the relevant functions. We cannot add technical features to a basic operating system for you." Lin Yong merely pursed his lips, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, the system had previously mentioned that when the technical difficulty reaches a certain threshold, exchanging for lower-level technology and then upgrading to higher-level technology for the price difference is not particularly advantageous. Then Lin Yong glanced at his national treasure points and decided to directly exchange for the system valued at 3,000 national treasure points. If one is to engage, one should aim for the best. However, parting with such a substantial amount of national treasure points still caused him a twinge of regret. Chapter 60. Is this real? Just as Lin Yong was lamenting the value of the national treasures, he was suddenly interrupted by a cold notification from the system. "Congratulations, host. According to our system and Oppo's assessment, the populace of your nation has developed a significant level of expectation towards you, triggering a special destiny task. Task objective: provide an exclusive operating system for your nation and exceed the expectations of the people. Task reward: random. Please complete the task within 24 hours. Failure to do so will result in the forfeiture of the reward." Lin Yong was instantly perplexed, his face a canvas of confusion. A special destiny task? What on earth is this? System, I comprehend the part about providing an operating system, but what do you mean by exceeding the expectations of the populace? He found the phrase utterly baffling. Yes, host, you may interpret it as such. Suddenly, Lin Yang felt a sense of being at a loss for words. Was and amp, oppos, this task akin to a gift of rewards without effort? His gaze turned somewhat peculiar. When did this wretched system become so benevolent? Nevertheless, despite feeling that this abrupt task had an air of unwarranted generosity, he decided not to refuse such a fortuitous reward. Lin Yang promptly began to package the system he had just exchanged, preparing to upload it to the National Research Institute's cloud storage. However, just as he was about to click upload, a flicker of hesitation washed over him. The domestic users had only requested an independent computer system less than a day ago. If he were to immediately present the system, it might appear somewhat exaggerated. Previously, when he developed the Panga system, he had at least 3 days and oppos leeway. Now, to produce a system in under a day, especially one based on the national script, felt rather ostentatious. Yet, the task prompt insisted he complete it within 24 hours. Which was rather absurd. Ultimately, Lin Yang clicked upload. Let it be ostentatious. After all, there were plenty of excuses to justify this action. For instance, he could claim that he had been researching system-related issues from the start, and after years of diligent preparation, it was only natural that he could develop the Panga system in just a couple of days. Thus, he could assert that while creating the Panga system, he had a moment of inspiration that led him to finalize the conversion of the computer operating system to the national script. Wait a moment. If he were to say that, then it seemed more plausible to also convert the mobile operating system to the domestic script. Lin Yang sighed and inquired of the system if it was possible to change the Panga system to the national script as well. What a shrewd merchant, he muttered under his breath, glancing at the remaining national treasure value and opting not to exchange. It suddenly occurred to him that if he were to convert the computer operating system entirely to the Shangxia script, he could very well conduct his own research. Although the computer system and mobile system were not identical, both were operating systems and shared commonalities. Having consumed the gene potion that enhanced his brain, his cognitive abilities were undoubtedly at a genius level. In many respects, he could certainly manage it himself, rendering it unnecessary to squander national treasure value on what he could resolve independently. For instance, at this moment, he could very well dedicate some time to delve into the underlying operational issues of the operating system and subsequently replace the Panga system himself. The worst-case scenario would be the absence of error correction capabilities and AI-assisted coding features. However, this is somewhat negligible, as the Panga system inherently includes an intelligent AI assistant. Although it may not be as comprehensive as the assistant functionalities derived from the treasures of the 3,000 nations, it is sufficiently adequate for the time being. Ultimately, he could always delve into programming matters in the future and incorporate enhancements on his own. With this thought in mind, Lin Yang promptly uploaded the system and dialed the number for the Academy of Sciences. Within the Academy, this specific number had become Lin Yang and Appo's direct line. Whenever he called, he was immediately connected to Zhao Zizhen and the relevant administrative bureau. Thus, Zhao Zizhen was quick to answer the call. Before he could even extend a greeting, Lin Yang, as if anticipating his response, stated directly, "Director Zhao, I have seen the inquiry email you sent, and I have also come across some suggestions from netizens online. I have actually been researching computer operating systems for quite some time. In fact, when I last worked on the Panga system, I simultaneously developed the computer system as well. Although I forgot to share it at that time, I have now uploaded it to the cloud storage. Please check it and make it public." Zhao Zizhen was momentarily taken aback and promptly replied, "Understood, student. I have some matters to attend to, so I will hang up now." Lin Yang did not elaborate further and ended the call. In truth, he could have refrained from making this phone call altogether, as uploading the file to the cloud would have ensured that the Academy would discover it immediately. His reason for doing so was merely to lend a semblance of rationale to his swift unveiling of the operating system. Although, even without his explanation, Zhao Zizhen would undoubtedly refrain from questioning him. After the call, Lin Yang temporarily paused his actions, eager to see what rewards the extraordinary quest would yield once Zhao Zizhen announced the release of the computer operating system. Meanwhile, Zhao Zizhen had already downloaded the Shangxia literary version of the computer operating system uploaded by Lin Yang. Instantly, he was left utterly astounded. A brand new operating system. And it was in the national language. Gazing at the system operating in the native tongue, Zhao Zizhen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Even though he had witnessed Lin Yang and Appo's remarkable abilities over the past few days, this moment still left him in a state of shock, akin to encountering a specter. A national language system. The implications contained within were nothing short of revolutionary. This was no mere operating system. It held the potential to transform the entire programming landscape. For the programming community, this was akin to a seismic shift in the very fabric of reality. Zhao Zizhen was utterly captivated. The impact of witnessing the Shangxia literary operating system surpassed even that of missile technology and lithography machines. Within the confines of the bureau, Yi Guohong, Tang Wensheng, and Han Zhaoyu anxiously observed Zhao Zizhen's astonished expression through the video conference. Old Zhao, is there an issue with the operating system that was transmitted? Why do you look so utterly bewildered? Although they could intercept the call, Lin Yang had divulged little, merely indicating that the computer operating system had been sent over. Thus, the trio remained oblivious to the nature of the operating system that had arrived. Now, witnessing Zhao Zizhen's reaction, their curiosity piqued. The programming world was on the verge of upheaval. Zhao Zizhen's lips trembled, and instead of elaborating, he shakily redirected the screen to the video conference. In that instant, Yi Guohong and the others felt as though struck by lightning, their bodies rigid. What had they just witnessed? A Chinese version of the operating system? Could this truly be real? Chapter 61. A century ahead of firewalls gazing at the system operating in the national language. Yi Guohong and his companions were rendered utterly speechless. While they had harbored the belief that Lin Yang might indeed develop a computer operating system, they had never dared to imagine that he would audaciously alter the system and Oppo's character encoding. This was simply preposterous. The operating system, having originated in the Western world, has universally adopted foreign languages as its default encoding. All programming compilations are fundamentally based on these foreign languages for their operation and development. In such a context, attempting to change the encoding language signifies a radical breach of global norms. The Western nations would undoubtedly never permit such a scenario, which explains the absence of operating systems in other languages over the years, let alone any potential for their development. The West has firmly established control over the entire ecosystem of operating systems, rendering any emergence of alternative language systems devoid of survival prospects. Moreover, they have exploited their technological advantages to impose stringent restrictions on chip technology, effectively locking the language aspect within the chips themselves. Even if other languages were to surface, they would need to be converted into foreign languages to function properly. Regardless of the language, it must first be translated into a foreign tongue. Otherwise, hardware support for alternative language systems would be entirely non-existent. Consequently, fewer individuals are inclined to attempt programming in a second language. Under these myriad constraints and technological barricades, coding in other languages has become an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Not only must one dismantle the hardware restrictions, but there is also a necessity to reconstruct the corresponding linguistic ecosystem. The West, leveraging its century-long technological supremacy, stands as a formidable barrier to the re-establishment of such an ecosystem. The Western elite would never allow this to transpire. Any nascent attempts would be swiftly extinguished in their infancy. Gradually, the prospect of any other language evolving into a new programming language has faded away. After all, dismantling the technological barriers of hardware is no trivial task, and rebuilding a linguistic ecosystem is even more daunting. In addition to these external factors, there lies another challenge. The national language, as a sophisticated tongue, boasts an intricate and variable structure. Any slight ambiguity can lead to semantic confusion, significantly complicating the maintenance of programs. This also adversely affects the processing speed of computers. Thus, the endeavor to transform the national language into an operating system becomes increasingly formidable. Yet now, Lin Yang has astonishingly created a complete compilation operating system in the national language. Remarkably, even the issue of excessive spatial storage has been directly addressed. This colossal operating system occupies a mere fraction, half, the space required by foreign language systems, leaving Yi Guohong and his companions utterly astounded. Even more astonishing, this operating system is equipped with a super firewall. Unlike the customary security software embedded in typical systems, this super firewall is intricately woven into the fabric of the system itself, forming an integral component of its operation. The complexity of this situation was beyond Yi Guohong and his associates and Oppo's comprehension, prompting them to immediately summon relevant security experts from the prestigious Institute of Advanced Sciences for a thorough safety assessment. The results of the evaluation left them utterly astounded. Preliminary estimates indicated that the super firewall technology integrated within the system was advanced by at least a century, rendering all existing antivirus software on Blue Star incapable of breaching this firewall to inflict any damage upon the system. The security expert's pronouncement was akin to a thunderclap in a serene sky. Security technology ahead by a century. How could one not be astonished by such a revelation? Was the individual behind this technological marvel truly so extraordinary in the realm of computing? Even though they were already aware of Lin Yang's formidable skills and technology, hearing the expert assert that the advancement was by at least a century was still profoundly shocking. At that moment, Zhao Zizhen, feeling a chill run down his spine, inquired, "If no antivirus software can penetrate it, what about hacker teams?" The expert replied, albeit with a wry smile, "Director, you need not worry on this front. No hacker team has yet achieved a level of sophistication that could rival a technology over a century ahead." He continued, "Even the most formidable hacker groups from the Untamed Nation and the Frosty Realm are at most 2 to 3 decades ahead. But this is a staggering leap of at least a century. The logic behind this super firewall is so intricate that it is unfathomable for any hacker group to infiltrate. Is it truly that formidable?" Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong were once again taken aback. The security expert, now filled with a spirit of challenge, proposed, "If the director is still skeptical, I could lead my team in an attempt to breach it." "All right, give it a try," Zhao Zizhen promptly agreed. Yi Guhong assembled the most elite security team to simultaneously attempt to penetrate the super firewall. However, merely 5 minutes later, both teams' computers were abruptly locked down. "I apologize. Director, I fear I may have understated earlier. This super firewall not only possesses formidable defensive capabilities, but also features automated counter-tracking functions. We have endeavored to explore various concealed pathways, yet we were precisely pinpointed and counter-intruded." The chief security officer's face displayed a mix of embarrassment and exhilaration. The capabilities of this super firewall exceeded all conceivable limits. Not only was breaking through impossible, but they were also subjected to a counter-tracking maneuver that forcibly locked their computers. Simultaneously, the super firewall displayed notifications detailing the number of attacks it had endured, the results of its countermeasures, and the IP addresses of the attackers, alerting the system users to initiate security protocols. Faced with this overwhelming barrage of information, Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong were rendered utterly speechless in their astonishment. The chief security officer expressed with great enthusiasm, "This super firewall is remarkably powerful. It might even surpass the capabilities of our entire defense system. If we could extract it, I believe it could serve as our official defense mechanism. Not only would our security performance see a substantial enhancement, but we could also discern which nations have been persistently orchestrating cyber intrusions against us." This statement caused a noticeable shift in the expressions of Yi Guhong and his companions. "Chief Engineer Liao, are you certain that this super firewall is potent enough to function as our official security defense system?" Yi Guhong inquired, his tone exceedingly grave. Chapter 62. Safeguarding our nation's cybersecurity for a century, this super firewall can serve as the official network security defense system. This statement is truly astonishing. It is important to note that the current official network security defense system has been meticulously maintained by countless expert teams day and night. The number of cyber attacks from external sources that need to be thwarted daily is beyond counting. This defense system cannot afford to be careless. A team of experts is on duty around the clock, ensuring the security of our nation and Oppo's cyberspace. Yet now, the chief expert of the team claims that the firewall embedded in the computer operating system sent by Lin Yang can be directly utilized as the official network defense system. This revelation left Yi Guhong and his colleagues in utter astonishment. This matter is of paramount importance to the cybersecurity of the entire nation. Zhao Zizhen could not help but exclaim, "Chief Engineer Liao, are you joking?" Chief Engineer Liao's expression immediately turned serious, and he replied in an extremely earnest tone, "I would never jest about such a significant matter." He paused momentarily and continued, "I understand that what I am saying may sound quite far-fetched, but this built-in firewall is indeed far superior to our current security system." Upon hearing this, Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen exchanged solemn glances through the video conference and remarked, "Chief Engineer Liao, you have only conducted about 5 minutes of attack attempts. Might it be premature to draw such a conclusion? What if the attack lasted longer?" Although neither of them were particularly adept in cybersecurity, they understood that if a hacker team was determined to infiltrate a network, the assault would not merely last a few minutes but would be a relentless endeavor, often extending over days or even weeks. Typically, testing the efficacy of a network security defense system requires extensive counter-intrusion trials lasting several days or even up to half a month. However, Chief Engineer Liao responded with a wry smile, tinged with a sense of helplessness and embarrassment. "Elder Yi, Director Zhao, it is not that we do not wish to extend the duration of the attack. It is simply impossible. Within just those few minutes, we were completely countered by the super firewall. Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong fell silent, while Chief Engineer Liao continued. Moreover, there is no need for further attempts. Our entire team exerted maximum effort during that last wave of attack, yet we could scarcely endure for 5 minutes. Even if we tried 100 times, the outcome would remain unchanged. This super firewall is extraordinarily formidable. As these words resonated, Yi Guhong contemplated for a moment, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. He suddenly adjusted his collar, stood upright, and, with an unprecedented tone, called out Chief Engineer Liao's full name, Liao Hongtao. Yes, Chief Engineer Liao instinctively replied. Yi Guhong solemnly declared, Liao Hongtao, as the overall responsible party. I now inquire of you. Are you certain that the super firewall within this system can replace our nation's network security defense system? Can you vouch for every word you have uttered? Very well. If that is the case, I hereby authorize you to isolate this firewall, conduct comprehensive searches, and attempt its official application. Yi Guhong issued the command decisively. Understood, Elder Yi. Chief Engineer Liao took command directly, leading the entire team under scrutiny as they endeavored to extract the firewall. However, merely 3 minutes later, he was compelled to rise. His face suffused with a deepening hue of embarrassment, and said, I apologize, Elder Yi, but this firewall is fully integrated into the operating system. With our current technology, it is impossible to isolate it. Yi Guhong was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Zhao Zizhen. Zhao Zizhen, caught between laughter and tears, replied, Why are you looking at me? This system was developed by that individual, not me. I merely downloaded it upon receiving notification from that person to present it to you. Yi Guhong was once again taken aback, then also began to chuckle. All right, I admit I was a bit too eager, since this system was created by him. It is only natural that we cannot isolate it with our abilities. Chief Engineer Liao, you needn't oppose. Feel distressed about it. Liao Hongtao shook his head vigorously. We have long admired that individual's capabilities. Now that I can personally experience the disparity between us, I feel elated. With such promising talent emerging, even if we were to pass away, we could do so with our eyes closed. He continued, however, I must trouble Elder Yi and Director Zhao to inquire with that person about the possibility of developing a dedicated super firewall for us. If feasible, it would ensure the security of our nation's cyberspace for decades to come. This statement made Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen fully comprehend the formidable nature of this security firewall. Immediately, Zhao Zizhen expressed his commitment. Very well, I shall inquire. Please prepare accordingly. It is highly probable that he will agree to create this super firewall for us. In truth, while Zhao Zizhen used the term highly probable, he was well aware that Lin Yang would certainly consent. Given that he had already provided cutting-edge technology such as lithography machines and controllable nuclear fusion technology at no cost, a testament to his patriotic spirit. His cautious nature simply led him to avoid absolute language. Liao Hongtao eagerly initiated the download, his eyes gleaming with fervor. It is simply perfect. This firewall system is flawless, with no discernible vulnerabilities. To witness such advanced technology in my lifetime is a fulfillment of all ambitions. Chief Engineer Liao, now that the independent firewall system has been extracted, we must gradually replace the foreign operating systems in our entire security network with domestic language systems. In this regard, I must rely on your expertise, Chief Engineer. And I hope we can expedite the replacement of the foreign systems. During the video conference, Yi Guhong issued the latest directive. Since Lin Yang had already created the Shangxiawen operating system, there was no justification for continuing to use foreign systems. I understand. My team and I will immediately study the operating system sent by that individual and begin the gradual replacement, Liao Hongtao affirmed. While eagerly delving into the newly isolated firewall system, I will also commence a live broadcast to announce to our online audience that we now possess our own independent computer operating system. Zhao Zizhen also began to feel a sense of impatience. Chapter 63, Hacking Invasion. The live broadcast commenced once again without any prior notice. However, drawing from the experience of the previous occasion, netizens were not overly surprised this time. Instead, they flocked to the live stream immediately. Upon seeing Zhao Zizhen cheerfully hosting the session, the audience instantly sensed that there must be something new to announce. Yet, this time, Zhao Zizhen did not make a direct announcement. Rather, he engaged the audience in an interactive game. Dear friends, he declared, I am about to unveil a new product, and I invite you to participate in a prize-winning guessing game. Can you guess what I am about to announce? As Zhao Zizhen spoke, the live stream activated a 3-minute countdown for the guessing game. This caught the audience off guard, and the barrage of comments filled the screen. The official account is rather cheeky today. Wow, I want the official commemorative gift from the Academy of Sciences. Director Zhao, you look as spirited as when you announced the mobile operating system. Could it be that a computer system is also in the works? One netizen nearly guessed the correct answer right off the bat. This left Zhao Zizhen somewhat astonished, and he chuckled. It seems our netizens are akin to detectives. Indeed, since everyone has guessed it, I shall not beat around the bush any longer. I am thrilled to officially announce that, with the assistance of a certain student, we have successfully developed our very own independent computer operating system, and it is in our national language. From this moment forth, we shall no longer be beholden to others. Zhao Zizhen excitedly proclaimed. With his announcement, the large screen behind him instantly showcased the new national language version of the computer operating system, leaving the audience in awe. Oh my goodness, they actually created a computer operating system, and Oppos, in our national language. Goodness gracious, the student genius is terrifyingly capable. Just the other day, we proposed online the idea of a national language version of the operating system, and in the blink of an eye, the student genius has delivered. I am overwhelmed with gratitude. Oh dear, does this mean we can finally stop studying those dreadful foreign languages? The student genius is truly my idol. While I am also delighted, as someone currently studying programming, I feel like crying in the restroom. Am I to be unemployed before I even graduate? Let us observe a moment of silence for the above comment. Haha, but there is no need to be so pessimistic. Since the operating system has transitioned to our national language, I believe programming-related fields will also adapt accordingly. There's no reason to fear unemployment before graduation. A national language version of the operating system. I can't wait to see the faces of those foreign tech giants now. The netizens erupted in excitement. The emergence of a Chinese language operating system instills a profound sense of pride in every individual. The online community within the country is abuzz with elation, while the international arena remains eerily quiet. The last time a mobile operating system was launched, it left the Western world quite discomfort. Now, the advent of a computer system, particularly one developed by Xia, has exacerbated their unease. For anyone possessing even a modicum of relevant knowledge abroad, the implications are starkly unsettling. This development signifies that they may no longer have the leverage to constrain Xia through operating systems. The silence from major tech giants is particularly telling. In the live stream, Zhao Zizhen announced the unveiling of the operating system, subsequently handing over to Wang Guang, who would address various related queries from netizens. This is not merely an independent computer system, it also alters textual coding, which will necessitate significant adjustments across multiple disciplines. While Wang Guang was engaging enthusiastically with the audience, an unexpected announcement surged to the forefront of major news outlets. Breaking news: the world's largest hacking collective, designated as Team X, has issued a warning of a comprehensive cyber assault on our nation's Panga mobile and computer operating systems, set to commence in 10 minutes. This revelation ignited an explosive reaction online. How audacious! Are they deliberately provoking us? How brazen to issue a warning prior to an attack! Is this not a clear affront? The online populace erupted in anger. This is indeed a provocation, a direct affront. Meanwhile, foreign entities seized the opportunity to mock. Xia, what does it matter if you've developed an independent operating system? A system incapable of withstanding an assault is merely worthless. Do not presume that creating a system guarantees your safety. They proclaimed, you shall soon realize that our Western operating systems are the true bastions of resilience. The vitriolic taunts from abroad served to awaken the domestic audience to the premeditated nature of this attack. How insidious these foreigners are. Previously, they held us in a chokehold, forcing us to use their systems. Now that we possess our own, they resort to such underhanded tactics. It is utterly despicable. What now? Phones and computers cannot operate without connectivity, yet connecting them exposes us to attacks. Even if we endure work disruptions, what if our privacy is entirely compromised? After the initial outrage, many netizens began to grapple with the tangible consequences. The term hacker alone evokes a deep-seated reverence among ordinary individuals. And the notion of facing an international hacking juggernaut is even more daunting. Particularly concerning are revelations from informed users, asserting that no nation in the world can unequivocally claim to withstand an assault from Team X. They are an irksome yet formidable adversary. This only heightens the collective anxiety. Within the Great Science Institute, after just finishing the live broadcast, Zhao Zizhen gazed at the news, his eyes ablaze with fury. Ye Guhong also logged back online to convene an urgent meeting, summoning Liao Hongtao. Ye Guhong and Oppos' expression was grim. It seems we have somewhat underestimated the shamelessness of those Westerners. Unable to choke us directly, they attempt to disturb our peace through cyber attacks. At this point, he turned to Liao Hongtao, Chief Engineer Liao. The responsibility now rests upon your shoulders. Do you have confidence in this matter? Liao Hongtao nodded firmly. Rest assured, Elder Yi. The X-Team, those despicable individuals, have always been devoid of integrity. Our team has clashed with them online more than once. They may wish to sabotage our system, but it will not be an easy task. Liao Hongtao held a considerable amount of confidence in this regard, having faced numerous cyber attacks in the past, many of which originated from this ex-hacker group. He knew their hacking skills were formidable. However, Liao Hongtao and his team were certainly no easy prey. Very well. We entrust this to you, Chief Engineer Liao. This will be our system's inaugural battle. We cannot afford to lose. Yi Guhong stated slowly. Lose? No. We shall not lose. Liao Hongtao's gaze was resolute. Currently, we possess a super firewall system. If they dare to launch a cyber attack, I will ensure they never again attempt to breach our Shaanxia internet. Chapter 64. Live network intrusion. Observing Liao Hongtao's unwavering confidence, Yi Guhong inquired. While a computer system fortified with a super firewall presents no issues, can the mobile system withstand such an assault? Oh, is it applicable to the Pangu mobile system? Yi Guhong's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Indeed, this firewall system is formidable. We merely need to convert the corresponding modules and integrate them into the Pangu system. Liao Hongtao affirmed. Although some functionalities may be compromised, utilizing it solely for defense poses no problem whatsoever. Moreover, the principal battleground will undoubtedly remain within the computer operating systems, so we need not overly concern ourselves with mobile systems. Yi Guhong nodded slightly. Then I shall leave it in your capable hands. 10 minutes, neither excessively long nor particularly brief. Amidst the anxious apprehensions of netizens, the ex-hacker team commenced a large-scale network intrusion assault on the Shaanxia internet precisely on schedule. However, it was not long before perplexed voices emerged from the online community. Didn't they promise a timely incursion in 10 minutes? Why is there not a hint of it? The network remains remarkably fluid, and the system exhibits no signs of being hacked. Is it possible that this X-team is merely boasting? Damn it. They even issued a grand announcement, causing me to worry for 10 minutes, only to find nothing occurred. Let us await the forthcoming official notification. Initially fraught with tension, the netizens, upon the passage of 10 minutes without incident, began to question whether the X-team had truly launched a network intrusion. Within the Great Science Institute, in the temporary Cybersecurity Counterattack Center, a colossal display screen continuously displayed a torrent of data streams. These frenzied data flows were the manifestation of data intrusion attacks from various foreign regions. The attacks surged into the hundreds of millions per second, even reaching into the tens of billions. Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen observed the relentless onslaught, their expressions grave. Such an intense network attack posed a significant challenge to the security defense system. Yet, Liao Hongtao maintained a calm demeanor, methodically directing his team in defense and counteroffensive maneuvers. Chief Engineer Liao, why haven't you activated the super firewall system? Yi Guhong queried, sensing Liao Hongtao's reluctance to deploy it. The ferocity of these data streams indicated that the ex-hacker team's assault bore the fingerprints of Western nations. It was inconceivable that the X-team alone could mobilize such vast resources. Rather than merely countering the ex-hacker team's intrusion, it seemed they were embroiled in a covert struggle against the Western powers backing the X-team. There was no room for error. Old Yi, I intend to give them a taste of their own medicine this time, Liao Hongtao replied with a slight smile, elucidating his strategy. The super firewall's defense system is too robust. If we deploy it immediately, we shall gain no further data. Thus, I aim to lure the enemy deeper, allowing them to unveil more of their information, and at the critical moment, ensnare them all at once. Are you certain of this approach? Yi Guhong's tone remained serious. Indeed. With the formidable firewall system in place, there shall be no unforeseen incidents, Liao Hongtao assured confidently. Very well. Let us strike decisively this time and ascertain the identities of those involved, Yi Guhong remarked, refraining from further elaboration. Suddenly, Zhao Zizhen and Oppo's eyes gleamed with insight as he proposed. Chief Engineer Liao, if you are truly confident, I have a suggestion. What suggestion? Liao Hongtao inquired, puzzled. Yi Guhong turned his attention to him as well. Given our absolute assurance, I propose we conduct a live broadcast of this attack, allowing the vast online community to witness the prowess of our super firewall. This will instill confidence in them, encouraging the adoption of our new system, Zhao Zizhen asserted with fervor. Currently, we have thwarted all attacks, rendering the online populace unaware. Even if we ultimately prevail, some may still harbor doubts. Therefore, a live demonstration would enable them to see the effectiveness of our new system firsthand, potentially easing the transition and promotion of it, he continued. Upon hearing this, Yi Guhong furrowed his brow slightly, glancing towards Liao Hongtao. Although he did not voice his concerns again, his apprehension was palpable. Zhao Zizhen's suggestion was indeed commendable, yet the stakes were high, and even the slightest misstep could undermine confidence in the new system. Liao Hongtao, meeting Yi Guhong's gaze, reiterated solemnly, Elder Yi, I believe Director Zhao's proposal is excellent. It presents us with an unparalleled opportunity to promote our new system. Rest assured, there will be no unforeseen incidents on our end. Yi Guhong's eyes flickered with contemplation. From his vantage point, he preferred a cautious approach. However, Zhao Zizhen's next words swayed him decisively. Old Yi, I understand your concerns, but the firewall system was entrusted to us by that esteemed individual. Do you not trust him? Upon this declaration, Yi Guhong, without hesitation, waved his hand decisively and declared, Very well, commence the live broadcast. Simultaneously, across the internet, a multitude of netizens transformed into eager onlookers, fervently seeking information about Team X's cyber intrusion. However, the severity of this intrusion meant that little information had leaked, leaving many in suspense and anticipation. Just then, the official account unexpectedly initiated a live broadcast without any prior notice. This time, the broadcast lacked a host, presenting only a large screen displaying an incessant flow of data. The abruptness of the live stream momentarily bewildered the influx of viewers, many left in a state of confusion. What could it mean to have an official broadcast devoid of a host, merely showcasing a large screen? Yet, it did not take long for those well-versed in the field to recognize that this was a display of data streams from the Internet Security Defense Center as it countered Team X's network intrusion. In the next instant, the live chat exploded with excitement. Goodness, Team X is indeed attempting an intrusion. It is astonishing to discover that all network intrusion attacks have been effectively thwarted by the authorities. No wonder we have felt absolutely nothing. My goodness. The frequency of these extraordinarily high network attacks, reaching billions per second, has been completely intercepted by the officials, leaving us unscathed. This is truly impressive. This is our nation. Upon recognizing that this is indeed the official response to the cyber incursions by the X-Hacker Group, the online community erupted in excitement. Chapter 65. The fish has taken the bait. Prior to the commencement of this live broadcast on the official channel, many netizens harbored doubts regarding the audacity of the X team to execute an invasion. However, witnessing the horrifying display of a cyber intrusion on the large screen within the official live stream, every viewer was profoundly shaken. The terrifying data surge, with attacks numbering in the billions each second, only escalated with the passage of time. Yet, this overwhelming onslaught was firmly intercepted by the experts at the Data Security Center, ensuring that each netizen remained unaffected, able to comfortably browse their devices while enjoying the live stream. As they observed this silent warfare, many viewers found their eyes unexpectedly moist. Although we reside in the era of the internet, where no one can detach themselves from their smartphones and computers, the reality of a true cyber invasion remains a distant concept for the average person. Most cannot fathom what an actual cyber intrusion entails. Yet, at this moment, everyone felt the dread of this cyber warfare, with attacks occurring at a staggering rate of hundreds of billions per second and data streams scrolling frantically across the screen. It was more surreal than anything depicted in science fiction films. Nonetheless, this nightmarish cyber assault was entirely thwarted beyond the realm of the internet, evoking a profound sense of security and pride within every netizen. It became evident that our tranquil existence was not merely a product of good fortune. Rather, there were those shouldering the burden on our behalf. Tears welled up as I felt the weight of our shared vulnerability in this digital domain, where we could easily become collateral damage amidst such a terrifying assault, yet we remained exceptionally well protected. Who could truly understand this feeling? The sheer scale of the data-driven attack sent shivers down my spine. Such a high-frequency cyber intrusion could effortlessly devastate the network security of a small nation, rendering the digital landscape of any ordinary country in utter chaos. You upstairs are correct. I am a computer science major currently employed in a prominent tech firm. We often face inexplicable cyber attacks, but in comparison to what we are witnessing now, our struggles seem trivial. This can only be described as a torrent of data overwhelming our defenses in a moment, and Oppos S-Labs could result in a catastrophic failure of our network. I shudder to think of the repercussions if we were unable to withstand such an onslaught. The prowess of the data center experts is truly commendable. They are managing to hold the line. The sight of this rolling deluge of data stirs a fervor within me. I yearn to transform into the apex hacker from a science fiction novel and teach a lesson to this X-team. We are indeed witnessing history. Such a cyber attack will surely be recorded in the annals of time. The netizens are ablaze with excitement and fervor. Conversely, the sentiments among the external factions are far from jubilant. Nearly everyone is aware that this cyber warfare initiated by the X-hacker team against Shangxia transcends mere rivalry. Yet, the fact that the collective might of the West has yet to breach Shangxia and Oppo's internet is a source of discontent for many. Rest assured, the Shangxia defenders cannot hold out indefinitely. Our torrent of cyber onslaught has merely begun. What transpired earlier was merely an appetizer. It is only when the assaults stabilize at over 10 billion per second that we shall truly unleash our strength. A certain individual from the West seemingly received some insider information and issued a few soothing words. This statement instantly eased the hearts of many in the West. Within the Grand Academy, the data stream rolling across the safety center's colossal screen had indeed grown increasingly ferocious. From an initial rate of hundreds of millions per second, it swiftly escalated to billions, quickly approaching the monumental threshold of 10 billion. The expressions of Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen had turned gravely serious. Meanwhile, Liao Hongtao maintained his composure, stating firmly, once the data stabilizes at 10 billion, those Western fellows will undoubtedly deploy all available data torrents to crush us. It will be their moment of utmost confidence, but simultaneously it shall be our time to ensnare them. Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. Having entrusted everything to Liao Hongtao, they would naturally refrain from interference. Soon, the data torrent reached the monumental rate of 10 billion per second. Follow my command. We must hold our defenses with all our might. We cannot allow them to breach our lines on their first assault. Liao Hongtao's resonant voice echoed within the data center, followed by the rapid clattering of keyboards. In the live stream, viewers, enlightened by certain professionals, began to comprehend the significance of this moment. Even the barrage of comments diminished significantly as everyone watched with bated breath. This was a war without gunpowder, a silent confrontation. Every individual was fraught with tension. At last, the data torrent stabilized at 10 billion per second. The data stream cascading across the screen had reached a dizzying and nauseating intensity at a mere glance. Maintain our defenses, and then seek an opportunity to exploit a vulnerability. Liao Hongtao remained unfazed, orchestrating the operation with methodical precision. Time ticked away, second by second. Regardless of how the X-team intensified their data onslaught, the safety data center remained impenetrable. Damn it, how are these merchants managing to hold us off? In a clandestine location abroad, within a vast computer data center, a blonde foreigner could not suppress his fury. Indeed, this was the stronghold of the X-team. At this very moment, even as they doubled their data torrent offensive, they still could not penetrate the merchant and Oppo's internet defenses. This was finally causing them to become somewhat irritable. I've calculated it. Half an hour is the maximum these merchants can withstand us. After that, we guarantee that the entire merchant internet will be laid to waste. Another foreigner unleashed a flurry of data. Half an hour? Good. Splendid. Continue to charge. Half an hour from now, I shall shatter the merchant internet. A glint of hostility flashed in the blonde man and Oppo's eyes. Back home, in the live stream, as time gradually slipped away, viewers began to sense something amiss. It became increasingly evident that the defenses of the safety data center appeared to be faltering. This sudden turn of events ignited concerns among netizens. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Finally, half an hour had quietly slipped away. The torrent of data on the large screen had become so terrifying that it was utterly unbearable to behold. The defenses at the security center began to exhibit signs of precariousness, as if they could be shattered at any moment. This prompted a cruel smile to form on the lips of the blonde man within the X-team's base. Those damned merchants of Shangxia will falter. Increase the flow. Let us obliterate them in one fell swoop. However, as the X-team's data flow intensified, the seemingly imminent collapse of the Shangxia internet defenses was miraculously averted at the last moment each time. This prompted the blonde man to unleash a torrent of invective upon his subordinates. Incompetence. A bunch of worthless fools. Just as he finished his tirade, a voice suddenly echoed through the base. Chief, those Shangxia merchants are faltering. A breach has appeared in their defenses. Have they finally succumbed? Excellent. Exploit that breach and surge through it. Crush them. The blonde man was instantly reinvigorated. The colossal stream of data converged into the breach, surging toward the internet defense center. As he beheld the successful influx of data through the breach, the blond man raised his wine glass and grinned malevolently. Merchants of Shangxia, kings of the internet world, have arrived. Yet, unbeknownst to the blond man, at that very moment when they concentrated all their data flow into the breach and breached the Internet Defense Center, a smile similarly graced Liao Hongtao's face. The fish is on the hook. Chapter 66. Though distant, they shall be punished. Third update. The fish has taken the bait. Within the Internet Security Data Center of the Academy of Sciences, Liao Hongtao murmured softly, his eyes alight with fervor. This was the moment he had awaited. As the colossal influx of data surged forth, Liao Hongtao felt a thrill of excitement. 10 seconds. The net shall be cast in 10 seconds. This time, not a single member of Team X shall escape. With Liao Hongtao and Oppo's proclamation, a crimson countdown appeared atop the data stream on the grand screen. This unexpected turn of events left the viewers in the live stream momentarily stunned. What was happening? Did we truly have only 10 seconds left before our defenses crumbled? What a pity, after holding out for so long, a vulnerability had regrettably surfaced, allowing Team X to seize the opportunity and unleash an overwhelming torrent of data. What shall we do now? Should we simply shut down and disconnect? Let us not panic. Although Team X is exploiting the vulnerability, it does not necessarily mean we shall falter. Indeed, our experts are still striving, and until the final moment, who can predict the outcome? The viewers held their breath, silently watching as the countdown ticked away. Meanwhile, on Team X and Oppo's side, the blond man was also calculating the time. 10 seconds, just 10 seconds. And Shangxia's internet defenses would be obliterated. He even began to count down on his fingers. In the live stream, for the viewers, no 10 seconds had ever felt as interminable as this one. They were unaware of what would transpire after the countdown. Yet at this moment, each person resolutely chose to believe that the experts at the Security Data Center could withstand all of Team X's cyber assaults. Beep. In the next instant, under the watchful gaze of all, the countdown reached its conclusion. Some viewers instinctively closed their eyes, not wishing to witness the devastation of the internet defenses. However, contrary to the anticipated scene of the internet defenses being breached, as the countdown ended, there was not a sign of collapse. Instead, jubilant cheers erupted from the expert team at the data center. This prompted the viewers who had just closed their eyes to open them in curiosity. After all, hearing the sounds from the live stream indicated that the internet defenses had not been breached, and they remained online. As the viewers opened their eyes, the display on the grand screen at the data center transformed. No longer was it the dizzying torrent of data. Instead, a dynamic red firewall emblem of Shangxia emerged. With the activation of the firewall emblem, the towering wave of external data flooding in through the vulnerability was instantly devoured by the firewall. Then, a flurry of Shangxia text began to flicker. Malicious intrusions from external sources detected. The target device has been locked. The device and Oppo's camera forcibly activated, and images of the malicious attacker uploaded to the database. Users of the firewall are urged to take immediate safety precautions. The screen was inundated with a torrent of text, all conveying nearly identical content. Lock onto the target and Oppo's device. Activate the camera and capture the assailant and Oppo's visage for upload to the database. Furthermore, the precise IP addresses of each host were displayed. The viewers in the live stream were instantly bewildered. What is happening? I recognize every character, yet combined, they render me illiterate. It must be taken literally, right? Goodness. Don't tell me this firewall not only devoured that terrifying data flow, but also executed a counter-intrusion? What else could it be? Did you not see what was written? It detected a malicious attack, locked onto the adversary and Oppo's device, and even recorded their appearance. My word, when did we acquire such extraordinary counter-intrusion technology? All the viewers were left in utter confusion. The incessantly scrolling text on the large screen conveyed information that was utterly unfathomable. Yet, this was only the beginning. With the shifting text, a striking warning emerged, broadcasting to the world. Commercial summer network. Hackers are forbidden. Should there be provocation, retribution shall be swift, regardless of distance. Boom. Upon reading this ominous warning, every viewer felt a shiver run down their spine. Meanwhile, at the clandestine base of Team X abroad, the smile on the blond man's face vanished abruptly. The wine glass in his hand shattered on the floor, spilling crimson liquid everywhere. His expression transformed from arrogance to sheer terror. Not just him, but every individual in the base was engulfed in profound dread. With the activation of the super firewall, all their computers were instantaneously locked down. Although they were elite hackers, their computers typically lacked cameras. However, Some machines in the base were equipped with cameras for surveillance or other purposes. In their effort to breach the commercial summer internet defenses, they had utilized every available machine. Consequently, at that moment, all machines with cameras were forcibly activated, capturing much of the base and Oppos' activities and the appearances of numerous team members. This became their waking nightmare. For hackers, even the slightest exposure of information online can be fatal, let alone having their very faces recorded. Particularly alarming was the fact that some members of Team X had criminal records, with many being international fugitives who had joined the team to evade capture. Yet now, everyone in Oppos' information was meticulously locked down, a fate more terrifying than a nightmare. This could be deemed a catastrophic disaster. No, damn that commercial summer fellow. How could they possess such a formidable counter-intrusion firewall system? Infuriating. They clearly have such a robust firewall system, yet they chose not to utilize it until now. This was a blatant entrapment. Had a firewall been employed from the outset, we would have never had the opportunity to infiltrate. They could not have so easily pinpointed the identities of us all. It's over. Everything is finished. The X-Hacker Alliance is doomed. Every viewer of the live broadcast shared a collective realization. Their base's location has been identified, the IP address secured. And even the internal conditions and appearances of the personnel were captured on film. For a formidable hacking team, this is undoubtedly a catastrophic failure, a fatal blow. The attempt to invade has backfired, exposing all their information. In this moment, the X-Hacker Alliance has become an eternal source of ridicule. Back home, in the live chat room, the netizens were utterly stunned, their minds numbed. The X-Alliance team transitioned from audaciously proclaiming their invasion to total ruin in less than an hour. The world and Oppos' most elite, most enigmatic, and most powerful hacking team has been utterly exposed, leaving one in disbelief. Everything occurred so suddenly, just as the viewers were still reeling from the shock. The live broadcast screen abruptly switched, revealing the gentle voice of Zhao Zizhen. Dear netizens, I am honored to once again announce that our independent computer operating system will come equipped with the extraordinary firewall you just witnessed. And it will be available for free for a lifetime. Please feel free to install and replace it with our exclusive Shaanxia system. Buzz. This statement sent a wave of astonishment through everyone in Oppos' minds. What did they just hear? Such a remarkable firewall is inherently part of their own system? Chapter 67. How fortunate to be born in Shaanxia. This system comes equipped with a super firewall. In the live broadcast, a brief disruption of comments occurred due to Zhao Zizhen's statement, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Subsequently, an unprecedented fervent discussion erupted. Goodness gracious, what did I just hear? Director Zhao actually claimed that the firewall, as formidable as lightning and fireworks, is integrated into our computer system? My heavens, could I possibly be ensnared in some dreamlike realm? This super firewall can instantaneously neutralize external attacks of 100 billion level traffic per second and launch a counteroffensive. Do ordinary computers really require such an extraordinary firewall? I was utterly dumbfounded, unable to fathom what it would be like if each of us had such a firewall on our computers. With this incredible firewall, any ordinary computer could transform into a mobile fortress. Who could possibly breach it? It's just so cool. I can only exclaim how amazing it is. This is our nation. This is our strength. Kudos to my classmates for their brilliance. At that moment, all netizens were in a frenzy. The power of that super firewall was witnessed by everyone firsthand. It is no exaggeration to state that the value of this single firewall, in the hands of any major commercial technology giant, could generate a market value in the trillions. Yet, this remarkable super firewall is an inherent feature of our operating system, available for lifelong free use. This revelation left netizens utterly speechless, a profound sense of pride swelling in every heart. How fortunate to be born in Shaanxia. In stark contrast to the excitement, pride, and elation of domestic netizens, the atmosphere abroad was one of despair. The live broadcast from the official domestic account was also being streamed internationally, allowing viewers worldwide to witness the power of the super firewall. It could instantly overwhelm the data streams of a small nation's internet, devouring them whole, followed by an accurate countermeasure. The information, locations, and IP addresses of every member of the X-Hacker Alliance team were completely exposed. The world's most powerful and elite hacking team could not withstand even half a minute before being utterly decimated. This formidable counter-intrusion capability instilled a sense of hopelessness in every foreign observer. The more knowledgeable they were, the deeper their despair. Particularly when the top teams in the West analyzed the technology behind this super firewall, realizing it was at least a century ahead of their own, despair reached its zenith. This revelation plunged the official entities of several Western nations into silence. Their original intent was to dismantle Shangsha's internet realm, coercing it to continue using their systems. However, not only did they fail, but they also inadvertently engaged with the most elite hacking team. The cost of this miscalculation for the involved Western nations was profoundly severe. The firewall technology, advanced by at least a century, has decisively eradicated the last flicker of hope that they had of constraining the Shangsha operating system. With an independent mobile operating system and a distinct computer operating system, complemented by such a formidable firewall, even the Western powers, despite their reluctance to acknowledge it, must concede the unstoppable rise of Shangsha. In terms of hardware, their lithography machines are unworthy even to serve the Shangsha 0.1 nanometer lithography machines. In software, the operating system technology is at least a century ahead of theirs. They are utterly defenseless. Within the territory of the cherry blossoms, Lin Yang also tuned into the official live broadcast, feeling somewhat surprised by the power of the super firewall. However, considering it cost 3,000 national treasure points, it seemed quite reasonable. Simultaneously, a series of notifications from the system echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host, for completing the special opportunity task within the time limit. You have received a random reward, a blueprint for the Super Starfighter. Congratulations, host, as you have fulfilled the expectations of your nation's populace and garnered their admiration. Being revered as a super idol, you have earned 10 prestige points, bringing your total to 61 points. Congratulations, host, under your leadership. Your nation has acquired a globally advanced operating system, and you receive a reward of 1,000 national treasure points. Congratulations, host. Your firewall technology has completely thwarted the malicious incursions of foreign hackers, enhancing national prestige, and you have received a reward of 3,000 national treasure points. The notifications from the system illuminated Lin Yang's eyes. Most importantly, having completed the opportunity task, he unexpectedly acquired a blueprint for the Super Starfighter. He had seen this blueprint in the exchange mall, requiring 10,000 national treasure points for redemption, yet now it was in his possession without any expenditure. The exhilaration of this moment was truly astounding. Lin Yang gazed at the blueprint for the Super Starfighter, his eyes sparkling with excitement. After taking the gene-enhancing brain medication last time, he had diligently absorbed a wealth of knowledge, no longer a novice unable to decipher blueprints. Just a cursory glance revealed the immense power of this aircraft. The Super Starfighter is capable of engaging in combat beyond planetary confines. In comparison, any super aircraft currently on Blue Star seems rather feeble. Although the aircraft of the beautiful country is currently the most advanced, it is limited to combat within the planet and Oppo's atmosphere. In stark contrast, the Super Starfighter can operate directly in extraterrestrial battles, a distinction that is simply incomparable. Should this marvel be constructed, even the pride of the beautiful country and Oppo's Air Force would have to bow in submission. Lin Yang and Oppo's gaze was fervent. The realm of aircraft has always been a weakness domestically, albeit comparatively speaking to the beautiful country. The dominance of the beautiful country stems from the formidable strength of their aircraft series. Although intercontinental ballistic missiles possess formidable strength, they are primarily designed for extensive strikes and lack the agility and precision of fighter jets, which can adeptly target specific areas for focused attacks. If they were to lose their advantage in aerial combat, the system, are you being intentional? Bestowing upon me this random reward seems to compel me towards theft. Ahem, no. Isn't this nudging me to acquire the advanced technology of fighter jets from the less-than-stellar nation? As Lin Yang pondered, he couldn't help but chuckle. The technology of the Super Starfighter is exceedingly advanced, and according to the system's regulations, the optimal strategy for maximizing benefits would be to first acquire the comparatively lesser fighter jet technology for domestic production, currently in the entirety of Blue Star. Apart from the less-than-stellar nation, there exists no alternative choice for top-tier fighter jet technology. It is difficult to assert that the system is not being deliberate, just having used intercontinental missiles to strike at the face of the little cherry blossom nation, extinguishing their arrogant spirit, and then suddenly presenting a reward of fighter jet schematics. It is all rather too conspicuous. Chapter 68. The darkest hour of Little Cherry Blossom having secured the blueprints for the Super Starfighter. It would be a grave disservice to oneself not to venture to the beautiful country, acquire their advanced aviation technology, maximize the national treasure's value, and simultaneously render their aircraft commonplace. Lin Yang resolved in an instant that a journey to the beautiful country was imperative. Nevertheless, prior to this expedition, He intended to follow through with his original plan to exploit Little Cherry Blossom first. This group of little fools had grown overly complacent in recent years. Although they had been humbled by intercontinental missiles, it was not enough to plunge them into despair. System, commence identity disguise, Lin Yang declared as he sprang into action. Thus, as the new day's sun illuminated the earth, the unfortunate Little Cherry Blossom faced its darkest hour. World-leading biotechnology was inexplicably uploaded online, triggering countless downloads. Industry-leading semiconductor manufacturing technologies and associated parameters were freely shared on industry forums. In a single night, the entire semiconductor sector suffered an unprecedented blow, leaving no secrets intact. Moreover, almost every leading technology in various fields was disclosed on their respective professional forums. It could be asserted that all of Little Cherry Blossom's technological secrets that surpassed global standards were made public. Overnight, the economic losses suffered by various industries due to the exposure of their leading technologies were incalculable. According to incomplete statistics from certain media outlets, the losses reached at least several tens of trillions. Such losses, if incurred by an ordinary small nation, could be likened to a catastrophic disaster. However, not every industry faced annihilation. One sector remained irreplaceable by other nations. Domestically, at the Academy of Sciences, Zhao Zizhen stared in disbelief at the hundreds of cutting-edge technical parameters from various sectors of Little Cherry Blossom that had suddenly appeared in the dedicated cloud storage linked to Lin Yang. Stunned, he struggled to articulate a coherent thought, utterly taken aback. He was not alone in his astonishment. The dedicated cloud storage also had a specialized link at the Bureau of Alien Affairs. Whenever new files were uploaded, Yi Guhong would be promptly informed. And he too received news of the hundreds of confidential parameters concerning Little Cherry Blossom's globally leading industries. Blinking in surprise, Yi Guhong fell silent. Tang Wensheng and Han Zhaoyu, who arrived shortly thereafter, initially regarded Yi Guhong with confusion. Yet upon witnessing the contents of the cloud storage, both were instantaneously struck with a chilling realization. This was a monumental breach. Exchanging glances, they synchronously opened the news, discovering that media outlets worldwide were fervently reporting the incident. It was evident that the industries of Little Cherry Blossom could be deemed irrevocably doomed, not merely bankrupt, but utterly finished. Bankruptcy may still hold the prospect of revival. Yet these opportunities are utterly irretrievable. Yi, Elder Yi, shall we employ these technologies? After a prolonged silence, Tang Wensheng and Han Zhaoyu exchanged glances, quietly inquiring. Their comparison revealed that the confidential data disclosed by Lin Yang on public forums was slightly incomplete compared to what was stored on the cloud. This implies that Lin Yang had uploaded the most comprehensive and precise information to the cloud, and although the publicly shared data could inflict devastating damage on the Sakura industry, it still lagged behind marginally. The intention behind this was unmistakable. Lin Yang evidently sought to enable the domestic sector to seize this opportunity, grasp cutting-edge technology, and attain a global lead in these pertinent industries. Why not use it? The implication here is abundantly clear if we do not make use of it. Would we not be betraying his earnest efforts and diligence? This is ruthless indeed. Such an action would spell economic annihilation for Sakura. As Tang Wensheng and Han Zhaoyu perused the technologies, they could not help but express their astonishment. While it may not be a direct physical obliteration, it certainly comes close. Online, the reactions erupted instantaneously. My heavens, could this possibly be the work of our esteemed classmate? How could Sakura possibly survive this? Haha. It is better that they have no way out. This is simply gratifying. Our classmate is undeniably a deity of the internet. Now, I declare that our classmate is the true god of the internet. Who is in favor and who is against? To those above, while I too believe our classmate is the sole true deity of the internet, I must caution you against making unfounded statements. Who claim that this was the doing of our classmate? I can attest that our classmate was at my home last night, playing cards with my wife. Indeed, one may indulge in erratic eating, but one must not speak carelessly. Could such a matter be attributed to our great and righteous classmate? Absolutely. I can also confirm that our classmate spent the entire night playing cards and had no time for such affairs. The netizens initially trembled, but soon began to engage in elaborate justifications. They were eager to present various reasons asserting that this was not the work of our classmate, though each person understood that, aside from our classmate, no one else possessed the capability to execute such a feat. This situation was overwhelmingly extraordinary, and the netizens were keen to prevent Lin Yang from seizing any opportunities to speak. After all, international reputation is something to consider. Ultimately, One can revel in private satisfaction without the need for public recognition. This day can be characterized as a global upheaval. A prominent developed nation has suffered a severe blow, instilling unease in every Western country, except for Shangxia. They feared that such a fate might one day befall them as well. Consequently, a joint communique from Western nations suddenly emerged. The content was straightforward. They demanded that the so-called mysterious classmate from Shangxia take responsibility for this matter, or at the very least, provide an explanation. The United States followed suit, announcing through official channels that their new generation of fighter jets had successfully completed test flights and would soon engage in combat testing over the ocean. This immediately aroused the curiosity of netizens, sensing something unusual. At this juncture, is it not the case that the United States intends to conduct combat testing of its fighter jets? It would be hard to believe that this is not deliberate. Chapter 69. Give me a few days for the latest aircraft and Oppos as test flight and combat evaluation within the Bureau of Anomaly Management. Yi Guhong frowned slightly as he observed the messages emanating from the media regarding the United States. The Western nations had recently issued a joint communique, and almost immediately afterward, the United States announced its intention to conduct combat testing of its aircraft, a sequence of events that warranted careful contemplation. Tang Wensheng and Han Zhaoyu exchanged glances before speaking. Elder Yi, it seems the United States is attempting to emulate our previous display of power. I suspect the recent leak of top-secret information from the Sakura nation has instilled a degree of trepidation in them. Yi Guhong let out a bitter laugh. It's evident without much thought. This time, the actions taken were indeed somewhat excessive, cornering the Sakura nation into a perilous situation. The internet intrusion techniques demonstrated have instilled fear among the Western countries. Although the United States prides itself on being the global leader, I believe they too are apprehensive. And what shall we do now? Tang Wensheng spoke slowly, looking at Yi Guhong. Yi Guhong gazed out the window and remarked pensively. They claim to want an explanation. Should we simply acquiesce? Who possesses the evidence to substantiate that this was orchestrated by that individual? What right do they have to demand accountability from him? While his sentiment held truth, the formidable display of power from that individual had indeed frightened the West. And it was likely they would not relent easily. Tang Wensheng continued, opening his tablet to reveal a page, which he presented to Yi Guhong. This is the latest communique they just sent, requesting us to sign a treaty of non-aggression in cyberspace. With a derisive glance at the treaty, Yi Guhong scoffed. Do they think we will simply sign on their terms? Do they truly believe our missile research was merely for show? I shall refuse outright. Let us add a note. They should refrain from making jokes in the future. Yi Guhong sneered. When they were at their peak, they never considered signing any treaties. Now that they are frightened, they wish to negotiate terms, attempting to seize every advantage. Understood, Elder Yi. Tang Wensheng nodded, then inquired further. What about the aircraft? The United States has also sent another communique, inviting us to participate in an aircraft demonstration. Should we accept? Yi Guhong immediately discerned the underlying intent of the United States invitation. The timing was obvious. They sought to proclaim to the world that they remained the strongest in aviation. Should we acknowledge their invitation, or simply disregard it? Tang Wensheng asked again. Their invitation has already been publicized globally. To ignore it would appear unbecoming of a great power. Since they have extended the invitation, let us indulge them in this performance. Yi Guhong replied nonchalantly. Old Tang, your perspective is somewhat flawed. Understanding the disparity is essential for progress. This presents a rare opportunity for direct comparison, allowing us to better gauge the current gap between us and them. Tang Wensheng was momentarily taken aback. Should we set a date? Would they agree? He queried. Somewhat hesitantly, he smiled confidently, stating that they primarily wished to showcase their advantages through comparison, and as long as they agreed and did not delay excessively, rejection was unlikely. Understanding this, Tang Wensheng and Han Zhaoyu exchanged glances, hesitatingly inquiring about the timing. There is no need to rush into confirming a date. Let us first send an email to ascertain the sentiments of that individual, Yi Guhong suggested with a smile. Now that the invitation from the unremarkably beautiful nation was common knowledge worldwide, he speculated that the individual in question must already be aware of it. Perhaps it would be prudent to heed his counsel first. On the other side, Lin Yang had already disguised his identity using the system and boarded a flight to the unremarkably beautiful country. Upon receiving the inquiry email, a peculiar expression crossed his face. What could he possibly suggest? If pressed for advice, his counsel would simply be to disregard these representatives from the unremarkably beautiful nation. After all, domestically, their fighter jets were indeed inferior in comparison, Participating in a joint display would merely position them as a supporting act. However, given the commotion caused by these individuals, outright neglect or refusal would reflect poorly on the domestic front. "Give me a few days," he requested. Back home, at the Academy of Sciences, his statement left them somewhat perplexed. What did he mean by a few days? Were they to believe he intended to spend that time researching fighter jet technology? After a moment of silence, Zhao Zizhen hesitantly spoke, recalling how Lin Yang had managed to resolve the operating system issues in just a few days. It was not inconceivable that he could delve into fighter jet technology, but even if he succeeded in enhancing their capabilities, they would not have sufficient time to manufacture them. Rubbing his temples, Zhao Zizhen found the situation amusingly exasperating. Fighter jets were not like operating systems. Once the technology was in place, they could not simply be deployed immediately. Each component of a fighter jet required meticulous craftsmanship from the very beginning of production, and even with all resources prioritized, it would take months to construct a single aircraft. While they could set a date for the invitation from the unremarkably beautiful nation, an extended delay would surely lead to complications on that end. Thus, even if Lin Yang could devise enhancements within a few days, their application would be limited. Let us delay as much as possible. If he manages to develop new technology within a few days, even if we cannot produce a fully operational aircraft, we could at least create a conceptual prototype to mitigate the disparity, Yi Guhong suggested thoughtfully. He felt he was beginning to grasp Lin Yang's intentions. While a fully functional aircraft might be unattainable for now, having a solid technological concept would prevent them from appearing too embarrassed during the upcoming display. However, unbeknownst to Yi Guhong, Lin Yang's intentions were entirely different. The notion of avoiding embarrassment was hardly his pursuit. Meanwhile, discussions online had erupted fervently over this matter. Chapter 70. I stole the fighter jet. Is that a problem? The individuals from that so-called beautiful nation are truly insufferable. They possess the most advanced fighter jets globally. Yet their own displays and tests are insufficient. They insist on inviting us to partake in a demonstration match. Is this not merely an attempt to showcase the superiority of their aircraft through comparison? Alas, we have no choice but to concede, as they indeed possess the audacity to do so. The B-20 is already formidable, and now they are deploying the B-21 to perform, clearly intending to engage in a form of dimensional suppression. How infuriating! Their strategy is overt, and if we refuse, it reflects poorly on our stature as a great power. Conversely, if we acquiesce, we risk becoming targets for their blatant provocations. The mere contemplation of this is disheartening. However, there is no cause for despair. I firmly believe that it will not be long before we surpass them. Why? Because I have faith in my talented classmates. With such brilliance among us, outpacing them seems like a mere formality. Although my esteemed classmate is my sole idol, it is conceivable that even he is not omnipotent. Yet, one cannot dismiss the possibility. He has already demonstrated extraordinary capabilities in two disparate fields, missile technology and operating systems. Perhaps, should he choose to do so, delving into aircraft technology would pose no challenge. That said, time is of the essence, and with the beautiful nation pressing us, even if we had new technologies, we would likely be unable to produce them in time. It seems we must endure this predicament for now. But endure we shall. With my classmates' prowess, I am confident that soon we will reclaim our position effortlessly. Meanwhile, the domestic netizens are fervently discussing the situation online, although they are aware that this may be a trap. Destined to result in a loss of face during the fighter jet demonstration, their emotions remain remarkably stable, devoid of any extreme sentiments. This has left the foreign entities, who had prepared to incite animosity among netizens, somewhat flummoxed. They did not anticipate such unwavering and unified sentiments among the domestic populace. The root of this solidarity lies in the presence of that enigmatic classmate. This development has prompted the higher-ups in the Western nations to convene an urgent meeting, declaring that they must ascertain the key information regarding this mysterious student, whether to capture or to neutralize him. The unifying power of a super idol has instilled a palpable sense of fear within them. In the beautiful nation, Lin Yang has successfully disembarked and casually browsed the news. Upon witnessing the unwavering support and trust from his compatriots, he felt a surge of emotion. Truly, there is nothing like the camaraderie of one's fellow citizens. However, disgrace? It remains uncertain who shall truly be shamed. Lin Yang also noted the concerns expressed by netizens. The urgency of the situation is indeed pressing. Even if he were to provide the advanced fighter jet technology to the Academy of Sciences now, it would be impossible for them to construct the advanced fighter jet before the demonstration. Thus, only one course of action remains. System, activate. Let the demonstration be set aside for the moment. We must prioritize the pressing matters at hand. Time swiftly passed, 3 days in the blink of an eye. The day of the demonstration competition has arrived. Within the Grand Institute, Zhao Zixin's expression appeared somewhat troubled. Over the past 3 days, the esteemed academicians of the Institute had exerted every effort to incorporate as many advancements as possible into their aircraft, hoping to minimize the disparity that might arise. Yet, without exception, their attempts culminated in failure. The sole achievement was the replacement of the aircraft's loading system chip, which, in the grand scheme, bore little significance. The enhancement of the combat system was virtually non-existent. Nonetheless, it was acknowledged that they had done their utmost. 3 days were insufficient for substantial improvements, and managing to replace the chip and loading system was commendable. Ye Guhong, on the contrary, found solace in this outcome. Years of research into aircraft could not yield significant advancements in merely a few days. Regrettably, Zhao Zixin lamented that if controllable nuclear fusion technology could be directly applied to transform the aircraft's power system into nuclear propulsion, even with slightly inferior combat capabilities, they would be able to leave their adversaries far behind. Although they possessed a complete set of controllable nuclear fusion technology, it required a comprehensive upgrade of the entire industrial system, an undertaking that could not be accomplished in the short term. For the moment, they would simply observe their aircraft. Conceding to the B-21 temporarily was not in itself a source of shame. Ye Guhong reassured him. This time, the United States had spared no expense. The B-21 had only recently been developed and was now being showcased as the centerpiece of the demonstration. It was evident that the United States was determined to demonstrate its prowess. Otherwise, such advanced aircraft, regardless of the stringent confidentiality surrounding them, would never be revealed so readily. Yet, remarkably, the United States chose to deploy the B-21 as the main attraction, forgoing even the B-20, which already represented decades of technological superiority over other nations. Even a mere deployment of the B-20 would have nearly guaranteed victory. The decision to utilize the B-21 highlighted their unwavering resolve and confidence in their technological capabilities. This open display suggested that they harbored no fears of others gleaning any insights from their innovations. Zhao Zixin sighed, opting not to elaborate further, and turned to Wang Guang with a query. Wang Guang shook his head. He had taken the initiative to monitor the email over the past few days, but regrettably, there had been no correspondence from Lin Yang during this time. No new materials were uploaded to the cloud storage either, indicating that the time frame was still too brief. Zhao Zixin sighed again, feeling no disappointment. After all, even if Lin Yang had imparted new technologies, their application was presently impractical. Meanwhile, the official account of the United States initiated a global live stream, showcasing the B-21 aircraft soaring over the ocean with ultra-high-definition cameras capturing every angle flawlessly. The aircraft and AMP-OPOS S advanced, almost extraterrestrial design captivated audiences worldwide. If only we could acquire one of those, exclaimed a netizen, tinged with envy. What are you dreaming of? This is the latest aircraft from the not-so-beautiful nation, reportedly costing billions of their currency per unit. It resides within a heavily fortified zone. And even if one were to infiltrate, it would be inconceivable to stealthily pilot the aircraft away. Sigh, I am merely indulging in a fantasy. The online community has been somewhat envious of the unveiling of the B-21 aircraft. Even Ye Guhong and Zhao Zixin, who were watching the live broadcast, expressed their astonishment at its advanced technology. They are aware that cultural relics can be discreetly taken, but an aircraft cannot simply vanish without a trace. Just then, the duty phone at the Academy of Sciences rang unexpectedly. Wang Guang, who was near the phone, answered it promptly, and a calm voice resonated from the other end. There shouldn't be any major issues, right? Boom. Wang Guang's mind erupted in an instant. Chapter 71. The B-21 technology? No, there's more. Upon hearing those words, Wang Guang felt as though his mind might explode. Even though this was not the first time he had received a call from Lin Yang, nor the first time he had witnessed Lin Yang's formidable abilities, in that moment, he was utterly taken aback. At such a critical juncture, to call and offer the technology of non-American fighter jets, could it be the B-21 fighter jet technology? Regaining his composure, Wang Guang struggled to swallow his astonishment and asked, is it truly the B-21 fighter jet technology? Today was supposed to be the day for the scheduled fighter jet demonstration, and Zhao Zixin, being quite occupied, had not remained at the Academy of Sciences. Inside the bureau, Ye Guhong and others quickly initiated the call monitoring. As Zhao Zixin took over the call and confirmed that Lin Yang was indeed providing the B-21 fighter jet technology, Everyone felt a jolt of shock. You really managed to obtain the B-21 technology? Zhao Zizhen asked, still somewhat incredulous. This was the B-21, the most advanced and powerful fighter jet on the planet. To acquire such technology so effortlessly? After all, the United States is a leading superpower, and the B-21 is its most formidable aircraft. In terms of confidentiality and significance, this surpassed countless other technologies by miles. Yet, Lin Yang had somehow secured it? Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong were utterly astounded. To obtain the technical data of the strongest fighter jet from the foremost superpower was an indescribable shock. Director Zhao. I am currently packaging and uploading the relevant technical data to the cloud, Lin Yang stated. You truly acquired it. The group exchanged glances, and in that moment, they experienced the profound silence of mutual disbelief. Dumbfounded, dazed, and bewildered. These words scarcely encapsulated their feelings and state of mind. Even Yi Guhong was unable to suppress his impulse, wondering if such a feat was genuinely achievable by a mere individual. Silence. A silence that felt akin to the breeze of the present and the moon of the previous night. The wind and moon illuminated their surroundings, yet remained beyond their grasp. Director Zhao, are you all right? Lin Yang, noticing the prolonged silence from Zhao Zizhen, inquired with concern. Very well. The B-21 fighter jet technical data is extensive. You must prepare in advance. I estimate that analyzing the technology alone will take at least several hours. However, since the demonstration occurs in the early hours of the domestic time, we should have sufficient time. Lin Yang cautioned, adding, the volume of this technical data is somewhat staggering. I will upload it in segments. You should organize experts to commence the analysis. As you analyze, I will upload the remaining parts. If I were to upload everything at once, it could take 2 hours just for the upload. Understood. Zhao Zizhen responded promptly. Soon, all relevant technical experts were summoned to form a temporary special research team, led by an esteemed veteran in fighter jet research named Zhou Chongping. When the esteemed elder academician witnessed the initial segment of technical data regarding the B-21 aircraft uploaded by Lin Yang, he was immediately overcome with excitement. My goodness, old Zhao. It seems that enigmatic classmate truly exists. I have been led to believe that you all concocted this to mislead us. I never imagined such technology was indeed real. It is astonishing. The elder academician was so animated that he inadvertently splattered Zhao Zizhen with spittle. Zhao Zizhen, maintaining his composure, wiped his face and discreetly stepped back, creating some distance as he replied, calm down a bit. Do we have any assurance of identifying its weaknesses? Well, it's hard to say for now. However, despite the B-21 and Oppo's advanced capabilities, it surely cannot be without its vulnerabilities. That said, even if we were to uncover its weaknesses, we are likely pressed for time to implement any countermeasures. As the conversation turned serious, Zhou Chongping swiftly regained his composure and began to analyze the situation earnestly. Zhao Zizhen nodded slightly. Though he was not an expert in this domain, he shared a similar sentiment. Although Lin Yang had provided them with B-21 and Oppo's technology, the urgency of the timeline made it challenging to identify and apply its weaknesses immediately. While discovering potential vulnerabilities might not yield immediate counteractions, the classmate was correct in asserting that knowledge of the adversary and Oppo's weaknesses could always be exploited. Moreover, this information was invaluable to them. With this segment of technology, surpassing the B-21 would merely be a matter of time. The outcome of this demonstration, in his view, was of little consequence. Zhou Chongping waved his hand dismissively, keeping his gaze fixed on the technical documents. You all continue your research. Strive to identify any relevant technologies that can be immediately utilized. Zhao Zizhen let out a sigh. There was something he refrained from expressing. Lin Yang's transmission of the B-21 technology at this moment was likely an effort to prevent embarrassment for the country during the demonstration. However, he did not wish to impose undue pressure on Zhou Chongping and the others, so he kept silent. The cloud storage documents continued to be uploaded, and the expert's eyes grew increasingly bright with anticipation. Finally, all the data was completely uploaded. Lin Yang and Oppo's call came again in the evening. How is it, Director Zhao? How is the analysis of the data proceeding? Are there any prospects for a countermeasure? Well, my friend, to be frank, while we have identified some weaknesses, the time constraints make it impossible to implement them effectively. The only feasible option is to modify the power system, but the impact is likely to be minimal. Zhao Zizhen admitted awkwardly. After a day of analysis, while the experts had discovered several flaws and deficiencies in the B-21's design. The time constraints hindered their ability to make timely and effective applications. Oh, the time frame is too tight. There is simply no opportunity for modifications. I apologize. My friend, I feel quite ashamed that you have diligently provided us with this technology, and yet we... Zhao Zizhen began to express his regrets. But Lin Yong interrupted him. Director Zhao, you need not bear excessive pressure. To be candid, this time the United States has come prepared. And even if we had ample time, at best, we might only produce a defense against the B-21, rendering us evenly matched. Allowing them to win? That is certainly not a foregone conclusion, Lin Yong remarked with a serene smile. Zhao Zizhen was once again taken aback. What does this mean? Classmate, do you perhaps have other plans? Chapter 72, The Emergence of the Shangxia Fighter Jet. Other plans? Perhaps. Lin Yong chose not to elaborate further, instead asserting, let me provide you with a more advanced blueprint for the fighter jet. Have the relevant experts from your team modify it according to my annotations. If the modifications can be completed within 3 hours, we shall surely triumph in this performance. What? Other fighter jets? What could possibly be more advanced than the B-21? Zhao Zizhen instinctively retorted, bewildered by Lin Yang's words. Is there truly a fighter jet more sophisticated than the B-21 on this planet? You will see, Lin Yong replied succinctly. Directly uploading partial blueprints for the Superstar fighter jet. Upon downloading the materials he uploaded, the scholars at the Academy of Sciences were momentarily struck with expressions akin to encountering a ghost. This is the conceptual fighter jet. The modification blueprint for the Superstar fighter? Zhou Chongping nearly lost his composure. He then turned to Zhao Zizhen, exclaiming, why didn't you present such a remarkable asset sooner? Zhao Zizhen quietly exited the temporary office. It wasn't until Zhou Chongping regained his composure that he re-entered, slowly inquiring, so, based on this modification blueprint, can the alterations be completed within 3 hours? Absolutely. There is no doubt at all. Zhou Chongping exclaimed, his excitement palpable. This individual was truly exceptional. Having annotated the modification parameters with utmost clarity, with the experience gained from studying the B-21 during the day, completing the modifications based on his guidance posed no challenges whatsoever. Oh, Zhao Zizhen raised an eyebrow, keenly perceiving an implication in Zhou Chongping and Oppo's words. Old Zhou, are you suggesting that without first studying the B-21, if this modification blueprint had been given directly to you, you would have lacked the confidence to complete the alterations? Zhou Chongping nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Although this blueprint provides only a portion, it is evident that it pertains to the conceptual design of the Superstar fighter. Such a product is entirely theoretical within our institute, and the concept remains rather vague. If we had received this blueprint directly, it would have been improbable to grasp the intricacies within a day, even if we were to study it for 10 days or more. As he spoke, he seemed to recall something, scratching his head sheepishly as he addressed Zhao Zizhen. I may have been a bit too eager earlier. I do not blame you, nor do I hold it against that student for not providing us with this modification blueprint sooner. In truth, even if it had been given to us this morning, without the preliminary technologies associated with the B-21, it would have been impossible for us to comprehend it within a day. This blueprint is designed to complement some of the B-21 and Oppo's technologies. In that case, I entrust you with this task. Strive to complete the modification swiftly, and then proceed to the performance. Zhao Zizhen said no more, offering a brief admonition before leaving the office. He then conveyed Zhou Chongping and Oppo's remarks to Yi Guhong. In this context, it appears that the individual in question has long been engaged in research related to fighter aircraft. Perhaps out of concern that providing the schematics directly would overwhelm old Zhou and his colleagues, he chose not to present the complete redesign of the Superstar fighter immediately. Instead, he first offered them the technology pertaining to the B-21. Zhao Zizhen nodded slightly, affirming, indeed, and judging by old Zhou and Oppo's remarks, it seems this redesign is merely partial, not the comprehensive manufacturing blueprint for the Superstar fighter. Upon hearing this, Yi Guhong fell into a brief silence, exhaling a sigh. Even a partial redesign has left old Zhou and his team perplexed. Had they received the complete version from the outset, the situation would likely have been far worse. This individual truly has put forth considerable effort. Indeed, I now comprehend the meaning behind his statement a few days ago, when he requested a few days' time, Zhao Zizhen mused. I surmise that during this period, he has been acquiring the B-21 technology for us, so as to expedite old Zhou's understanding of the Superstar fighter's intricacies. Regrettably, We lack any information regarding his identity, making it impossible to extend even a token of honor. As for now, let us anticipate the performance of the aircraft. Meanwhile, online discussions surge with the arrival of the fighter aircraft showcase. Although we are certain of defeat this time, being afforded the opportunity to glimpse the entirety of the B-21 and to surreptitiously observe some of its technologies is indeed a gain. Temporary setbacks and humiliation are inconsequential. I firmly believe that one day, in every aspect, we shall emerge as the preeminent leader. Let us all take a good look at the B-21. Indeed, I am particularly eager for the unveiling of our own aircraft. The higher-ups at the War Ignorance Bureau have been releasing trivial items daily. This time, I am ready to indulge my eyes. The sentiments of netizens have proven to be remarkably stable, far exceeding the expectations of the Western audience. The preemptively prepared trolls have found themselves utterly ineffective, with scattered negative remarks failing to create any significant disturbance. Finally, the moment arrived for both sides and Oppo's aircraft to perform together. Although it was the early hours of the morning domestically, the official live stream was teeming with viewers. After all, this occasion not only allowed for a comprehensive glimpse of the B-21, but also showcased our own creations, igniting immense excitement among netizens. There was no denying it. The official announcements regarding aircraft and naval vessels often presented them as diminutive, akin to toys. This was a rare opportunity to witness the aircraft in its entirety, prompting some netizens to rise early from their slumber, eager to watch the live stream. Across the ocean, under a clear sky, the B-21 hovered majestically, akin to an extraterrestrial entity. Its fuselage pointed defiantly towards the direction of Shanxia. Captured from deliberately chosen, unconventional angles, it resembled a sharp sword poised to pierce the east. Goodness. While this contraption certainly appears impressive, it inexplicably irks me. I share your sentiment, although I usually feel a surge of adrenaline watching the videos at this moment. I find myself unable to appreciate it. In comparison, our own creations seem far more endearing. Fear not, our fighter aircraft will soon make its entrance. Those who usually long to witness the B-21 have, in this moment, appeared somewhat less enthusiastic. As the time for the dual showcase approaches, the Shanxia fighter jet has yet to make its entrance, prompting some Western commentators to finally unleash their derision. What is the rush, you Westerners? There remains a brief interval until the agreed-upon time. Are you so eager to meet your end? An online battle of words is poised to erupt. However, before the verbal skirmish can commence, a thunderous roar of a fighter jet resonates through the surveillance footage, accompanied by the live commentary. The Shanxia fighter jet has arrived. Chapter 73. Is this a magic trick? The commercial Xia fighter jet has made its grand entrance. With this announcement, the online viewers in the live stream abruptly ceased their quarrels, their attention converging upon the screen. As the camera zoomed in, a commercial Xia fighter jet could be seen soaring through the sky. Although its design lacked the futuristic allure of the B-21, its mere appearance ignited a wave of excitement among domestic viewers. After all, there is an undeniable comfort in witnessing homegrown technology. Indeed, the previous depictions by the experts in the Warfare Oversight Bureau had rendered the aircraft akin to a toy. Yet now it appears considerably more impressive in its entirety. It certainly appears mightier than the media portrayals suggested, though a noticeable disparity remains when compared to the B-21. But what of it? The United States has developed its capabilities over many years, whereas we have only just begun our journey. The progress we have made is commendable. The existence of a gap is not alarming. Recognizing it and striving to bridge it is what truly matters. I firmly believe that being behind is merely a temporary state. Even if we were to lose, we would still do so with honor. The viewers were brimming with excitement at the sight of their own fighter jet. Furthermore, the admission of inferiority to the B-21 seemed to silence those from foreign forums who had prepared to criticize. After all, when domestic viewers acknowledge a shortfall, it becomes increasingly difficult for outsiders to provoke a combative sentiment. This left the provocateurs feeling quite frustrated, akin to a fist striking against cotton, utterly ineffective. As the fighter jet drew nearer, many viewers began to perceive an almost inevitable defeat in this demonstration. Defeat? I wouldn't be so certain of that. However, some viewers expressed differing opinions, piquing the curiosity of the crowd. What do you mean? Ahem, I suppose I could be considered a military enthusiast. There is something about the sound of this fighter jet that feels slightly off. Off? What exactly seems amiss? I can't quite articulate it. But there is an abnormality in the sound, reminiscent of the jet's audio from the official video that was previously disclosed. Could there be an issue? The viewers immediately grew concerned. I'm not sure, but although the sound seems unusual, it doesn't appear indicative of a malfunction. Rather, it seems as though the power system has been enhanced, resulting in this booming noise. No way, my friend, you can discern that? Hee. I've had a keen ear since childhood. I'm extremely sensitive to sound. Therefore, I genuinely believe we may not lose. At the very least. If my ears haven't deceived me, there might indeed be a breakthrough in the power system, ensuring that the speed 1T lags significantly. Well, as long as there are no unforeseen issues. The remarks of this military enthusiast did not attract much attention from the viewers, as they were already psychologically prepared. If we lose, so be it. It's not a matter of great consequence. Soon enough, the two fighter jets flew in parallel, and the demonstration officially commenced. The B-21 surged forward with instantaneous acceleration, akin to an arrow released from its bow, approaching its designated target for a demonstration strike. Simultaneously, it vanished from radar, executing a stealthy flight. Such an exaggerated stealth capability, indeed. Observing this, netizens were left in awe. It is said that this marvel employs numerous advanced multifunctional stealth materials, seamlessly integrating radar, infrared, and visible light stealth characteristics, while also overcoming electromagnetic interference from adversaries. If it were not for the live broadcast, nearby aerial drones would have undoubtedly become inoperative in an instant, rendering the footage invisible to us. Some knowledgeable users began to enlighten others, gradually raising awareness of the sophistication and might of the B-21. Stealth is merely one aspect. It is also equipped with cutting-edge mission sensors and an intelligent tactical system capable of autonomously assessing battlefield conditions and formulating tactical plans to neutralize threats. Its primary combat capabilities are formidable, featuring an internal weapons bay that can accommodate various missiles, including nuclear warheads. Allegedly, the fundamental requirements set by the United States for this aircraft include high levels of stealth, all-weather low-altitude flight, advanced electronic warfare, and situational awareness capabilities, along with provisions for future conceptual weaponry, emphasizing its robust functionality and combat prowess. This newfound knowledge instantly empowered many netizens. For most, such topics had not been a primary focus. They were simply aware of the formidable nature of American aircraft without comprehending the specifics of their superiority. Through comprehensive education, they have now grasped the true strength of this machine. For certain smaller nations, a single B-21 could potentially deliver a devastating blow. It indeed represents a technology ahead of its time. Being outmatched by such a marvel is no disgrace. However, netizens swiftly readjusted their mindset, having witnessed the B-21 and Oppo's prowess. They now have a direction to pursue. The leadership within the United States, faced with the B-21's comprehensive display of superiority and the astonishment it has evoked globally, is filled with pride. The decision to unveil their most advanced aircraft was made to once again assert the power of the world and Oppo's leading nation. According to monitored conversations among netizens worldwide, it is evident that this initiative has achieved monumental success. Almost everyone encountering the B-21 and Oppo's full reveal for the first time has been awestruck by its advanced technology and formidable capabilities. Some smaller nations have even felt a sense of despair. The world and Oppo's foremost power will always be the United States. Forever. Across the vast ocean, the exhibition continues. With the comprehensive showcase of the B-21, few believe that the aircraft of the adversary can gain any advantage. The B-21 and Oppo's strength and advancement are all-encompassing, leaving little room for weakness. Undoubtedly, the United States has no intention of leaving even a sliver of opportunity for its domestic competition. Within the agency, individuals such as Yi Guhong observe the capabilities demonstrated by the B-21 with a calm demeanor. As they had already acquired comprehensive technology on the B-21 from Lin Yang during the day, there was little emotional fluctuation at that moment. Just as the B-21 was about to complete its demonstration, Yi Guhong calmly issued a command. Then, across the vast ocean, the Shangxia fighter jets, which had been thoroughly overwhelmed by the B-21, suddenly emitted a distinctly different hum. As the B-21 was on the verge of prioritizing its strike on the target area, the Shangxia fighter jets vanished from radar. Before anyone could react, a shell was launched, arriving ahead of schedule to hit its target. Boom! The sea erupted in towering waves. The B-21, which had been soaring swiftly, momentarily suspended in midair, as if startled by something. Meanwhile, the online observers were left in utter disbelief. For the fighter jets that reappeared were no longer the unremarkable machines they once were. Am I seeing things? Is this some kind of magic? What has happened to the wings? Is this still our fighter jet? Gazing at the dramatically altered wings, which exuded a futuristic, sci-fi allure and hovered before the B-21. The onlookers were utterly bewildered. Chapter 74. Crushing victory. Double joy indeed. Everyone was utterly bewildered. It was not merely the domestic netizens who were in a state of shock. Even those in the West, who had recently felt a sense of pride, along with the higher echelons of the unbeautiful nation, were equally taken aback. At that moment, witnessing the sudden transformation of the aircraft in the video, their expressions shifted dramatically. No, this is impossible. How could their fighter jets possibly change their wings mid-flight? Moreover, the propulsion system appeared to be even more powerful than ours. The speed just observed had undoubtedly reached 5 times that of the B-21 in an instant. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to arrive ahead of the B-21. The officials of the unbeautiful nation were left dumbfounded, as were the experts in military aviation. The hovering Shangxia fighter jet, upon examination of its wings, exuded a far more futuristic aura than the B-21, although the fuselage design bore little difference. The wings astonishingly transformed as if morphing during flight. This was truly beyond comprehension. Particularly striking was the propulsion system, emitting a dazzling blue light that continuously jetted forth. Yet there were no signs of the materials at the rear experiencing high-temperature melting. This left the experts in a state of disbelief, as if they had encountered the supernatural. It is well known that the more powerful the propulsion system, the greater the demands on material temperature resistance. Otherwise, it would ignite from within. Yet, observing the Shangxia fighter jet operating at full throttle left all relevant experts perplexed. They could not fathom how the Shangxia fighter jet had suddenly acquired such a formidable propulsion system and resolved the material issues. At that moment, the entire world felt as though it had come to a standstill. Everyone was confounded by the abrupt transformation of the Shangxia fighter jet. Domestically, in the live stream, netizens were equally astonished. Just moments ago, they felt that losing to the formidable B-21 was not shameful. Yet, in the next instant, their very own fighter jet had transformed, utterly overwhelming the B-21. This sudden shift caught everyone off guard, leaving them unprepared. It can be said that, in that moment, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Following a brief silence in the live stream, the barrage of comments erupted once more. Oh my goodness. Someone, please tell me this ISN and AMP. Oppos, T-Real. Wings that can freely extend and transform mid-flight? Is this not a cutting-edge technology reserved for sci-fi blockbusters? Surely, I am not watching Transformers. And the propulsion system, could that explosive burst just now rival that of a nuclear-powered system? When did we become so formidable? The domestic netizens, at that moment, were on the verge of frenzy. The moment the wings changed indeed evoked a sensation akin to watching a science fiction film. Although it was not a complete transformation of the fuselage, the mere alteration of the wings sent shivers down their spines. Could such advanced technology truly exist on Blue Star? The netizens were rendered nearly speechless. Yet, the astonishment continued. The Shangxia fighter jet, having engaged its target, soared straight into the azure sky. Simultaneously, a voice suddenly resonated in the official livestream, Zhao Zhen's voice. Dear esteemed netizens, it brings me great joy to witness this moment alongside you all. Here, I am delighted to announce once more that we have successfully developed the first generation of our self-researched Super Starfighter. Its speed, power, and combat capabilities have been enhanced by 500%. Simultaneously, as we progress with the Super Starfighter's development, we shall set our sights beyond our planet. The vast cosmos is our aspiration. We will continue to research the second and third generations of the Super Starfighter until we unveil its complete version. Perhaps one day in the future, you will witness our Super Starfighter traversing the galaxy, breaking free from our planet and racing towards the universe. Boom. Everyone was taken aback by Zhao Zizhen's sudden proclamation, their minds buzzing with astonishment. The Super Starfighter, breaking free from the planet, racing towards the universe? They were utterly bewildered. At that moment, independent thought seemed to elude them completely, particularly for those from Western nations who were caught off guard. They had yet to fully comprehend the machinery within their own planet. Yet, here was Shangxia, already venturing into the realm of extraterrestrial combat weaponry? Is this even humanly possible? The high-ranking officials, who moments ago wore expressions of smugness, fell silent. From the moment they observed the transformation of the wings of the Shangxia fighter, they sensed impending trouble. However, they could hardly fathom that what they were witnessing was the initial generation of the Super Starfighter. The Super Starfighter. How dare Shangxia pursue this? The military experts from the West were left ashen-faced. The Super Starfighter. This was still merely a conceptual idea in their own nations. Yet, Shangxia had managed to develop it, albeit the initial version. Judging by the power system, success did not seem far off. Even the first-generation fighter boasts a 500% enhancement in comprehensive combat capability, although this was merely a demonstration. There is no doubt that if this were a genuine confrontation, the B-21 would likely falter within mere seconds against the superstar fighter. The West fell into silence. Meanwhile, domestically, a wave of jubilation ensued once more. It was all so sudden, truly too sudden. The arrival of such happiness was utterly unexpected. The superstar fighter. My goodness. This is astonishing. Ha ha ha. I mentioned earlier that I sensed something was amiss, yet none of you took it to heart. Incredible! Could this marvel have been achieved with the help of our illustrious peers? Although Director Zhao did not explicitly state it, I suspect it was primarily thanks to our talented classmates. Otherwise, the technological leap would not have been so abrupt. Who exactly is this remarkable classmate, possessing such profound knowledge? Transcending eras? Perhaps this is the realm of genius. Such speculation has instilled fear among the Western nations. The autonomous operation system of the classmate missile, now coupled with the emergence of the superstar fighter, sends tremors through the countries of the West. At the moment when Western countries were shaken by the emergence of the superstar fighter, domestic netizens were engaged in fervent speculation. Suddenly, a series of alarming news broke out within the borders of the United States. A significant number of cultural artifacts had mysteriously vanished. These reports swiftly ascended to trending status, leaving domestic internet users utterly astonished. Wait, even the magnates of antiquities have ventured into the United States? They exclaimed. Goodness, this must be a nightmare for them. The irony was palpable. Their once proud fighter jets were now overshadowed, and their cultural heritage faced another wave of theft. What do they call this? I am uncertain of their terminology, but for us, it is a delightful double blessing. Domestic netizens Kuden and Amp, Oppos, help but jest, reveling in their astonishment. Meanwhile, in the United States, Lin Yang began to receive a series of notifications from the system. Chapter 75. Renowned across the miles. Opening the blind box. First update. Congratulations, host. Under your guidance, your nation has acquired a super fighter jet, significantly suppressing the arrogance of other nations. You have earned 1,000 national treasure points and 10 prestige points, bringing your current prestige total to 71 points. Congratulations, host. With the debut of the super fighter jet, your nation has turned the tide in this aerial competition, bringing glory to the country and pride to the people. You have garnered the admiration and reverence of the populace, being hailed as a genius hero, and have received an additional 10 prestige points. As the opposing nation in this aerial competition is the current leading power on the planet, the prestige you have gained as a genius hero has multiplied tenfold, raising your total prestige to 100 points, with your current prestige now at 171 points. Congratulations, host. As your prestige has reached 100 points, your title has now changed to Renowned Across the Miles. Congratulations, host. With your cumulative prestige reaching 100 points, you have earned one achievement point. Congratulations, host. You have received an exclusive reward for the title of Renowned Across the Miles, a blind box containing all types of primary civilization items. Note, the blind box may yield items not exceeding the second-level technological civilization of your current nation, including technological, finished products, and special items. The system and Oppos' notifications were lengthy, accompanied by a series of prompts regarding the completion of the artifact repatriation tasks. In total, Lin Yang had accumulated over 2,000 national treasure points, along with the aforementioned prestige points and a few achievement points. However, the fact that the unattractive nation was defined by the system as the leading power of the age brought some doubts to Lin Yang. With the presence of super lithography machines, controllable nuclear fusion technology, and the imminent manufacture of super interstellar fighter jets, how could this nation still not surpass the unattractive nation? Come on, host. Continue to enhance the technological prowess of your nation. Is the unattractive nation truly that formidable? Lin Yang smirked. Your nation and Oppos' controllable nuclear fusion technology has yet to be formally implemented, and the unattractive nation possesses many undisclosed secret cards. In terms of armed forces and overall strength, they remain the foremost power on your planet. Oh, system, are you suggesting that the AMP, Oppos, unattractive nation and AMP, Oppos, possesses other undisclosed advanced technologies? Lin Yang and AMP, Oppos' eyes gleamed with curiosity. Indeed, host. Every major nation possesses unknown secret cards, which serve as the foundational basis for their status as a great power. Do you seek national treasure points? How many? A lot. How many? 10,000? Are you jesting? Upon hearing the system and Appo's quotation, Lin Yang was taken aback. 10,000? Since binding with the system, he had yet to accumulate even that amount of national treasure points. Not to mention seeking detailed information. Even the brief version was insufficient. This price? Are you certain it's not a scam? Lin Yang blinked, realizing that the exorbitant price for detailed intel likely represented a form of restriction mechanism imposed by the system. However, the targeted query provided Lin Yang with a new perspective. System, how many national treasures are required to infiltrate the core network of the unremarkable nation? Since the query fees are exorbitant, perhaps it is more prudent to breach the network instead. The last time I infiltrated the Cherry Blossom Nation and Appo's network, it only cost me 50 national treasures. Such covert technology typically operates offline, confined to internal networks or standalone systems. Infiltrating the internal network costs 500 national treasures. Yet it may not guarantee the acquisition of the desired information. Lin Yang mused. Very well. Indeed, the system remains as impenetrable as ever, with no apparent vulnerabilities to exploit. 500 national treasures for internal network infiltration is hardly more economical than simply adding another 500 for a targeted query. He glanced at his current reserve of national treasures, which amounted to several thousand, and decisively opted for the targeted query. Let me inquire about the most advanced technological achievements of the unremarkable nation. Please hold on, host. After conducting a scan, the most advanced technology of the unremarkable nation is a space technology still in the research phase. This technology is nearing success and is approximately 30 years ahead of the technological level of your current nation. Is that all? Nothing more? Lin Yang waited in vain for further information, his eyes widening in disbelief. 1,000 national treasures for such meager information? This infuriating system. Lin Yang was enraged. This wretched system is truly a ripoff. Apologies, host, for the unsatisfactory experience. You may continue to enhance your nation's technological level and achievements to reduce the national treasures required for information queries. Lin Yang finally comprehended that the system undoubtedly employed a unique constraint mechanism to encourage him to complete tasks or diligently advance his nation and Appo's technological prowess to earn national treasures. He quickly grew weary of further discourse with the flawed system and chose to open the prestige value blind box he had just acquired. The blind box could yield items no greater than the current technological level of his nation, meaning it could potentially produce items up to level 3 civilization. This was certainly something to look forward to. All right, host, the blind box is now opening. Please wait a moment. Congratulations, host, your blind box has been opened. You have obtained. Chapter 76. Is it unattractive to land on the moon? Second update. Congratulations, host. You have received a blind box reward. One basic landing spaceship finished version. Would you like to extract it? A landing spaceship? What on earth is that? Huh? What? A vessel capable of interplanetary travel? ISNT that essentially a spacecraft? Lin Yang was momentarily bewildered. Could you please speak plainly? What is the distinction? Very well, host. To put it simply, a qualified spacecraft possesses a complete ecological system within, allowing humans to inhabit it for extended periods, equipped with offensive and defensive systems, capable of traversing the vastness of interstellar space. Conversely, you may regard the landing spaceship as a singular, functionally limited interstellar craft designed solely for short-range planetary travel. Lin Yang rolled his eyes. Couldn't you just say that this landing spaceship is merely a single-person version of a spacecraft, stripped of all functionalities? Apologies, host, for the subpar experience. This system will duly note your feedback for optimization. Lin Yang paused. Yet this time, it had transformed into a system that records suggestions for enhancement. Is this system becoming increasingly humanized, or is it evolving? Consequently, he refrained from further verbal exchanges and simply inquired, what is the approximate range for planetary travel with this landing spaceship? Landing on the moon? Lin Yang's spirit soared. The moon, undoubtedly, holds infinite significance for any merchant of the realm. Throughout history, no one has ceased in their yearning and exploration of the moon. And now, he could actually set foot upon it, ascend to the enigmatic moon. Following this revelation, Lin Yang posed a crucial question. Rest assured, host, the energy contained within the landing spaceship can sustain 6 round trips between 2 planets. What happens after 6 trips? After 6 trips, the energy will be depleted. The host can recharge it, as you have provided controllable nuclear fusion technology to your nation, which can resolve the energy issue of the landing spaceship. Thus, it appears imperative to expedite the domestic application of nuclear fusion technology, Lin Yang muttered. The system's sudden reminder caused Lin Yang to momentarily pause. Why? The host and Oppos's initial departure from your home planet to another will yield special rewards, contingent upon undertaking relevant constructions on the newly arrived planet. However, you currently lack the necessary resources. Therefore, this system advises the host to swiftly elevate the technological level of your nation and begin stockpiling pertinent materials while accumulating more national treasure points to exchange for relevant items. Preparing for the first landing on another planet. Oh, are there any additional prompts or suggestions? Meanwhile, as Lin Yang continued his dialogue with the system, the unattractive nation unexpectedly released a new announcement. Our nation's aerospace technology has achieved significant breakthroughs, with plans to conduct at least 3 manned lunar landing activities within the next 3 to 6 months, eagerly anticipating the dawn of a new lunar exploration era in collaboration with countries worldwide. This announcement, freshly issued, swiftly ascended to the headlines of news media across the globe. In the domestic sphere, netizens are abuzz with discussion. What does this sudden announcement from the so-called not-so-pretty nation signify? Why such an ostentatious declaration? I surmise it may stem from the realization that they have recently been outclassed even in their most cherished domain, the realm of advanced aircraft, and there appears to be no imminent hope of surpassing our aerospace capabilities. This reasoning holds merit. Their aerospace technology has long been at the forefront, and for years they have conducted covert research, withholding substantial information from the outside world. Had it not been for the emergence of our fighter jets, they might have continued to conceal their advancements, at least avoiding such blatant exposure. Strikingly, given the tendencies of the not-so-pretty nation, it seems entirely plausible that they would engage in such audacious acts. One might even recall their initial lunar landing years ago. Did they not entertain similar aspirations then? At that time, perhaps their technology was not sufficiently advanced for prolonged presence, and they departed quickly after merely capturing a photograph. However, if their technology has now matured, they might indeed envision planting flags across the lunar surface, treating it as a personal possession. What a vexing situation this presents. Although we too can reach the moon, our endeavors are solely robotic, and we have yet to achieve a manned mission. The not-so-pretty nation is undoubtedly far ahead in this regard. It seems an opportune moment to call upon our esteemed colleagues once more. I wonder if our expectations of them are perhaps overly ambitious? This is space exploration. After all, a venture to the moon. We are lagging decades behind in technological advancement, even if we were to commence research now. It is unlikely we could bridge that gap within 3 months. I concur. Our esteemed colleagues have already accomplished a great deal, developing missiles, systems, and now aircraft, exhibiting a remarkable breadth of achievement. Even the most brilliant minds possess finite energy. Regardless, I remain steadfast. The moon has belonged to us since time immemorial. In terms of lunar exploration, we have ventured there since the mythological era, and the not-so-pretty nation shall not lay claim to it for any reason. The announcement from the not-so-pretty nation has indeed sent shockwaves across the globe. While many nations remain engrossed in terrestrial pursuits, this nation suddenly seeks to usher in a new era of lunar exploration. Chapter 77. They research technology, we stockpile arms. Third update. Within the Bureau of Extraterrestrial Affairs, Yi Guhong gazed at the latest announcement from the United States, his brow furrowing in concern. Manned lunar landings had long been a goal of domestic efforts. Regrettably, after only a few decades of development, progress across various domains has been uneven, leaving the nation somewhat lagging in aerospace endeavors. After all, one must first ensure national security before pursuing advancement in other fields. Despite relentless efforts to catch up, the country has yet to achieve a successful manned moon landing. Even under the most optimistic plans, it would take an additional 7 or 8 years. Now, however, the United States has suddenly declared that it will conduct several manned lunar missions within 3 months at the earliest and 6 months at the latest. The disparity is glaring, at least a gap of 20 to 30 years. Such a figure elicited a bitter smile from Yi Guhong. Tang Wensheng and Han Zhaoyu exchanged speechless glances. Even with the nation's utmost efforts to accelerate development, it would be impossible to outpace the United States in manned lunar missions within a short time frame. After all, while the domestic side strives to catch up, the United States will not remain idle. They too are advancing their research. Unless, of course, a miracle occurs. Perhaps we should consult that individual again? Tang Wensheng tentatively suggested. exchanging a knowing look with Han Zhaoyu. If miracles are to be expected, Lin Yang is the only one they could hope to rely on. Yi Guhong sighed softly and responded, I understand your thoughts. However, what the netizens say holds merit. He has already contributed significantly. Human energy is indeed finite. We cannot expect him to master everything. We must not impose undue pressure upon him. Nonsense. However, before Tang Wensheng could finish his thought, he was silenced by a stern glare from Yi Guhong. I have always maintained that we must not cultivate a sense of dependency. If he offers assistance willingly, it is a stroke of fortune for us. Yet, we cannot request him to pilfer anything, especially not the aerospace technology of the United States. How crucial is that? Yi Guhong fixed his gaze on Tang Wensheng and Han Zhaoyu, enunciating each word. The technology from Windmill Country has been stolen. The secrets of Little Sakura have been compromised, and countless artifacts have been taken. After all these incidents, do you truly believe that the United States remains unperturbed and without defenses? Tang Wensheng and Han Zhaoyu felt their faces flush with embarrassment, stammering, apologies, Yi Lao. We were thoughtless. Yi Guhong ignored their apologies and continued. If my conjecture is correct, major nations are likely reallocating their secrets and cutting-edge technological data, heavily guarded and meticulously monitored. Those areas of utmost confidentiality would scarcely allow even a fly to enter. The prospect of attempting to steal anything now is fraught with immense difficulty and peril. To request his assistance in procuring secrets would be tantamount to sending him to his doom. The two men's faces turned an even deeper shade of red. Yi Guhong turned to them and spoke solemnly. He has already done enough for us. As for aerospace matters, if he chooses not to call and mention it again, no one is permitted to inquire about it, or even bring it up. Yes, Elder Yi, we will remember. Tang Wensheng and Han Zhaoyu immediately responded. Yi Guhong's expression softened slightly as he continued. Just as an individual's energy is finite and cannot master everything, a nation too cannot lead in all aspects. Having shortcomings is entirely normal. Currently, we possess controllable nuclear fusion technology. Once this technology is applied and develops quietly for a few years, surpassing others will be effortless. There is no need to jeopardize such a national treasure for the sake of fleeting fame. If possible, we should actively persuade him to abandon any thoughts of stealing foreign secrets and ensure he stays far from any risky situations. As for the moon, Yi Guhong turned to gaze at the moon outside the window and mused, does adorning it with flags and declaring it theirs truly make it theirs? Ultimately, it is a matter of whose strength prevails that determines the final say. They may currently lead and secure a slight advantage, but once we surpass them, dare they challenge our claim to the moon? His words left Tang Wensheng and Han Zhaoyu in a state of shock, unable to believe that the usually composed Elder Yi would utter such assertive statements. What? Are you too surprised by my words? Yi Guhong continued. My previous composure stemmed from a lack of confidence and resources. We had to tread cautiously. But now, it is different. The Dongxuan missile, aside from nuclear weapons, is the greatest deterrent, and with the development of the Super Starfighter, we possess absolute dominance in both land and air. Coupled with the application of controllable nuclear fusion technology, no foreign power can hope to gain an advantage over us. We can confront them head-on. At worst, we could engage in a confrontation on the moon. Whoever prevails will claim it. Remember, armed forces are the foundation of our strength. While they research technology, we can stockpile weaponry, and ultimately, their technology will serve our interests. Tang Wensheng and Han Zhaoyu exchanged astonished glances, profoundly impacted by Yi Guhong and Appo's words. This was undeniably, exceedingly audacious. He need not delve into aerospace technology or risk acquiring secrets. As long as he guides us in our military advancements, we will inevitably catch up in due time. Tang Wensheng and Han Zhaoyu were utterly astonished by Yi Guhong's declarations. After a moment of silence, Tang Wensheng could not help but murmur softly, Elder Yi, I never realized you possessed such potential to be a formidable leader. Meanwhile, as Yi Guhong conversed with Tang Wensheng and Han Zhaoyu, Lin Yang also became aware of the new announcement from the foreign power regarding manned lunar landings. He paused for a moment, taken aback. Recently, I stumbled upon information indicating that the most advanced technology in the United States lies in aerospace. To my surprise, they have indeed made an official announcement. After glancing at the discussions among domestic netizens, Lin Yang's gaze flickered momentarily. It seems that the United States aims to demonstrate its prowess by shifting its focus to this new avenue, simultaneously securing the privilege to exploit lunar resources. What an ambitious notion. System, I aspire to land on the moon within 3 months and accomplish certain construction tasks to earn rewards. Then, While assisting the Americans in their lunar endeavors, I intend to deliver a subtle shock to them and the entire world, Lin Yang declared. The moon has historically and perpetually belonged solely to Shangxia. Chapter 78, Nano Battlesuit? System, assist me in formulating a lunar expedition plan. Lin Yang spoke once more. Lacking experience in extraterrestrial ventures, he deemed it prudent to solicit the system's guidance in crafting a plan. Certainly, host. The formulation of this lunar expedition plan will require 100 national treasure points. Shall we proceed? Your fees are truly insidious. Lin Yang could not help but jest, perceiving the system as a veritable merchant of darkness. Nevertheless, he acquiesced. Proceed. Understood, host. The initial lunar expedition plan is currently being drafted. Please hold on. With the deduction of 100 national treasure points, the system commenced the meticulous preparation of the lunar expedition blueprint. Simultaneously, Lin Yang received an email from the Academy of Sciences. The correspondence, sent by Zhao Zizhen, cautioned him to safeguard his personal safety while within the borders of the United States, advising against any further risks in the acquisition of classified information. Zhao Zizhen indicated that major nations were undoubtedly on high alert and had likely undertaken special measures to relocate sensitive documents, making continued espionage perilous. Lin Yang chuckled softly. He was well aware that, after his numerous incursions, any nation with a modicum of intelligence would have re-encrypted and relocated their classified files. The risks associated with further theft were indeed considerable. However, he had already reached a point where he no longer relied solely on clandestine activities to accumulate national treasure points. Having recently extracted cutting-edge technologies from various industries, he anticipated an influx of national treasure points once these innovations were applied domestically. The same applied to mobile and computer operating systems, which, with widespread implementation, would continually augment his treasure points. Particularly, the controlled nuclear fusion technology had yet to be formally deployed. Once this technology commenced large-scale application, the potential for accruing national treasure points would multiply significantly. He found himself ensconced in a virtuous cycle, leveraging advancements in domestic technology to amass national treasure points, which could then be exchanged for more advanced technologies, thus perpetuating the cycle. The appropriation of foreign cutting-edge technologies was merely a means to capitalize on price differentials, but such gains were not obligatory. Now was not the opportune moment. With this thought, Lin Yang realized it was time to prepare for his own security. While aiding domestic development was commendable, he must concurrently prioritize his own safety. Despite having ingested a gene-enhancing serum that significantly improved his physical capabilities, he remained vulnerable to a barrage of gunfire. Currently, as he roamed abroad, his lack of concern for exposure stemmed from the domestic inability to conduct meticulous and precise population surveys on foreign individuals. In his homeland, a system of real name registration had been nearly universally adopted. Should any suspicious activity arise, it would be relatively simple to trace his identity through investigative measures. Given the current scrutiny he faced from official channels, any hint of suspicion would likely prompt exhaustive inquiries. Nano-level battlesuits? Indeed. You may inquire about the detailed information of nano-level battlesuits within the System's Exchange Mall. Open the System Exchange Mall. Affirmative. The System Mall has been activated for your use. With the system and Oppos, voice, Lin Yang directly accessed the information regarding the nanotechnology battlesuit. It was categorized into 3 tiers, each possessing capabilities such as invisibility, transformation, ballistic resistance, and even self-repair. The potency of these features varied according to the tier. The basic nanotech suit could only withstand attacks from ordinary firearms, such as pistols, requiring 1,000 points of national treasure value for exchange. The intermediate suit could endure assaults from advanced weaponry like rocket artillery, necessitating 10,000 points of national treasure value. As for the advanced nanotech suit, it was somewhat extravagant, offering protection against all thermal weaponry except nuclear explosions. Naturally, its cost was equally extravagant, demanding 100,000 points of national treasure value. Was it truly that outrageous? Donning an advanced nanotech suit would render one nearly invincible in the world. Lin Yang and Oppos' eyes widened slightly. However, if one and Oppos' physical attributes were insufficient, even though the nanotech suit could mitigate the majority of the shockwaves, the residual impact could still shatter internal organs, leading to death. Therefore, the nanotech suit merely provided a relatively safe form of protection. Unable to guarantee absolute security, it was merely a form of protective armor within an advanced technological civilization. All right. Perhaps I have been a tad naive, Lin Yang shrugged. The system recommended that the host opt for the intermediate nanotech suit, as if one found oneself in a situation where reliance on an advanced suit was necessary. Their current physical condition would still be inadequate to withstand the impact from superthermal weaponry. Lin Yang nodded. The system and Oppo's suggestion aligned with his own thoughts. The intermediate nanotech suit was already sufficient, especially when paired with the gene-enhancing medication he had consumed, which would quintuple his physical attributes, thus maximizing his safety. Moreover, to be frank, the suit was designed to guard against gentlemen, not scoundrels. If no ill intentions were directed at him, the suit would serve little purpose. Conversely, if someone truly harbored malicious intent towards him, the suit would merely buy him a moment's reprieve. What he would ultimately rely on would be the portable escape device the system had mentioned earlier. This portable escape device could be exchanged for merely 1,000 points of national treasure value. Thus, the most cost-effective option would be to equip the intermediate nanotech suit alongside the portable escape device. However, even exchanging for the intermediate nanotech suit required 10,000 points of national treasure value, a sum Lin Yang currently fell short of. Chapter 79. Could this possibly be real? The system and Oppo's suggestion left Lin Yang somewhat hesitant. This was the first time he felt uncertain about providing technology domestically. Given the current technological level of your nation, it is impossible to decipher the nano battle suit within a certain time frame. You need to prepare enough national treasure value within 3 months. The nano battle suit can elevate your nation's technological level by 0.3 of a coefficient. According to the system's estimation, the national treasure value obtained from providing the nano battle suit, combined with the national treasure value from other technological applications you contribute, precisely meets the requirement following the first moon landing. However, the system's words dispelled Lin Yang's hesitation. Then let us exchange it. Understood, host. The technology for the basic nano battle suit has been successfully exchanged for you. Domestically, at the Great Science Institute, Zhao Zizhen incessantly refreshed his email, seemingly awaiting something. The previous email was sent at the behest of Yi Guhong. Lin Yang had now gone to the not-so-beautiful country. After all, it remains the world's foremost power, and no one knows if they possess additional trump cards. Rest? It's still early. I'll keep watch a little longer. Zhao Zizhen shot a glare at Wang Guang. Ahem. Teacher, it's getting late. It's nearly midnight, Wang Guang said weakly. This remark earned him a roll of the eyes from Zhao Zizhen. What nonsense are you spouting? We have absolutely no ulterior motives regarding him. Wang Guang pressed on. So what you mean is? Zhao Zizhen glared at him. Wang Guang replied timidly, I'm just worried about him. Zhao Zizhen emphasized. I certainly understand that you are concerned for him, but haste makes waste. This only adds unnecessary pressure on the big shot. Wang Guang continued. Teacher, consider this. The big shot possesses such vast knowledge. Surely it has not been acquired overnight. It must have taken years of research. Yet, only during this summer vacation did he dare to contact us anonymously, indicating that he still harbors some worries. After Wang Guang finished speaking, he fell silent. The irritation that had briefly surfaced in Zhao Zizhen began to dissipate with Wang Guang and Oppo's words, and he let out a heavy sigh. Wang Guang nodded. I'm not entirely certain, but I feel that adding that phrase each time might not be ideal. Zhao Zizhen fell silent for a moment, then said, that makes sense. Nonetheless, we genuinely are concerned for him. Forget it. What you said does hold merit. Haste makes waste, so from now on, we shall refrain from mentioning it. Wang Guang beamed and nodded in agreement. Zhao Zizhen couldn't resist refreshing his email once more. Of course, there were still no new messages. However, there was suddenly new activity in the cloud drive. Teacher, someone has uploaded new files to the cloud drive. Zhao Zizhen remained vigilant over his email, while Wang Guang kept a watchful eye on the cloud drive. Just as Lin Yang was in the process of packaging and uploading the preliminary nano armor technology, Wang Guang immediately noticed a new file appearing in his inbox. What file is it? Open it quickly, Zhao Zizhen exclaimed. It and amp, Oppo's downloading now, just a moment. Wang Guang, suppressing his excitement, began the download of the uploaded file. As the download completed and the file opened, both Wang Guang and Zhao Zizhen and Oppo's mouths fell agape. Wide enough to swallow an egg. This is nano armor? We can't be mistaken, can we? The master and disciple exchanged astonished glances, both recognizing the shock in each other and Oppo's eyes. Nano armor. This was the futuristic technology typically seen only in science fiction blockbusters. Could it truly be real? Chapter 80. Ill intentions. Is it about stealing people? Zhao Zizhen and Wang Guang stared in astonishment at the manufacturing technology of the nano armor displayed in the cloud storage. This item could be considered the epitome of conceptual goods. There were no dedicated research teams in the country working on such a project. Yet, Lin Yang had transmitted the complete manufacturing technology of the nano armor to them, leaving them in awe. This armor was bulletproof, waterproof, and could even adjust its size to some extent. As Zhao Zizhen examined the functionalities of the nano armor, his astonishment grew. It could protect against conventional ballistic attacks and could be tailored to the wearer's physique. The crucial point was its lightweight design. It was not the cumbersome type of armor, but could be worn like ordinary undergarments. This alone was enough to elevate it to legendary status. It's worth noting that current bulletproof vests are quite heavy. If one could create a vest as light as clothing, the level of safety could increase exponentially. This was truly remarkable. Wang Guang, beside him, transformed into an enthusiastic admirer, showering praises and admiration. The most critical aspect of creating such armor lay in the materials, and the technology provided a detailed tutorial on this. It is well known that many conceptual items remain unactualized due to material limitations. If the material issue could be resolved, a significant portion of conceptual products could become a reality. Yet, this material conundrum is one of the greatest technological challenges. However, this nano armor technology included guidance on how to overcome material issues. The implications were extraordinary. Firstly, it could create incredibly lightweight and thin bulletproof materials integrated into the entire armor, which was nothing short of astonishing, not to mention the enhancements in other areas. This was not merely a technological advancement for nano armor, but a breakthrough in material science. Zhao Zizhen's eyes sparkled. Together with the technology for resolving material issues that accompanied the nano armor, its application extended far beyond just the creation of nano armor. The potential uses were vast. He immediately prepared to contact Yi Guhong. This armor technology was of paramount importance. However, before he could reach out, Yi Guhong had already joined the video conference. The dedicated link from the cloud storage had also been accessed by the relevant authorities, so as Zhao Zizhen and Wang Guang reviewed the newly uploaded files, Yi Guhong had already examined them too. "Old Zhao, do you have anything to say about this armor technology?" Yi Guhong inquired directly. "I have much to express, but the most critical point is to promptly assemble experts in the relevant fields for research and development. The armor itself is secondary. The technology for solving material issues is of utmost importance and should not be delayed in the slightest." Zhao Zizhen replied sternly. Yi Guhong nodded slightly. "After reviewing this technology, I share your sentiments. I have notified Old Chu. His research in this area is more in-depth, and he mentioned he would come directly to you shortly." "Chu Tianqua? What does that old man want to come here for?" Zhao Zizhen and Apos S. brows furrowed at once. Chu Tianqua serves as the director of the Military Science Institute, a position that reflects his profound expertise in specialized fields. The institute primarily focuses on advanced scientific and technological research. However, when it comes to the development of combat weaponry such as nano-battle suits, it is the experts at the Military Science Institute who delve deeper into these studies. The recent missile and aircraft modifications were also collaborative efforts with the experts from the Joint Science Institute. Nevertheless, there has been little interaction between the two institutions. Although Zhao Zizhen and Chu Tianquo are old friends, they seldom visit each other, especially during working hours, given the strict management protocols at the military. The unexpected news of Chu Tianquo's personal visit raised Zhao Zizhen's suspicions. Yet, he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Yi Guhong elucidated. Old Chu mentioned that the missile and aircraft modifications from the past were merely copied documents. This time, he happens to be passing by and wishes to review the first-hand materials. First-hand materials? The documents I possess are merely copies from the cloud. There are no originals to speak of. What first-hand materials could he possibly be referring to? Zhao Zizhen furrowed his brow even more. "I'm not sure," Yi Guhong replied. "He simply said he was passing by and wanted to take a look." "Look at me?" Zhao Zizhen felt the situation growing more precarious and promptly exited the video conference. He turned to Wang Guang and instructed, "Quickly clear out any emails or traces of communication related to him." "What happened?" Wang Guang was taken aback. "Humph. That old fellow Chu Tianqua claims he wants to see first-hand materials. We have nothing original, so I suspect he harbors ulterior motives, possibly related to that individual. It is prudent to exercise caution." At that moment, Zhao Zizhen resembled a detective, his eyes gleaming with insight. "Oh, understood, teacher. I'll take care of it." Wang Guang nodded, somewhat bewildered, and began to act. Just then, A knock echoed through the office door, accompanied by a hearty laugh. Zhao Zizhen, I've come to see you. And I'm coming in. With that, a middle-aged man, slightly portly yet exuding an air of authority, entered Chu Tianque himself. Upon entering, Chu Tianque's gaze fixated on Zhao Zizhen as he wasted no time, stating, I heard that individual has uploaded a new technology for nano-battle suits to your institute. I came to see it. Where's the technology? He leaned toward the computer. Wang Guang glanced at Zhao Zizhen and promptly played the copied nano-battle suit technology. Chu Tianque's eyes lit up. What a remarkable find. If this battle suit comes to fruition, it will significantly enhance the safety and combat efficacy of soldiers. I've heard you have a dedicated email and cloud storage for communication with that individual. I wish to review the first-hand materials within. Why are you looking at that? This is merely a copy from there. Zhao Zizhen and Oppo's vigilance surged instantaneously. A fleeting glance is of no consequence. Chu Tianque appeared to speak inadvertently. Old man Chu, it seems you harbor some ulterior motives, Zhao Zizhen remarked, his eyes flickering. What ulterior motives could I possibly have? Chu Tianque retorted, his gaze sharpening. The purity of your intentions is known only to you. Well, you have reviewed the materials. If they're in Oppo's, nothing else. You may take your leave, Zhao Zizhen asserted, dismissing him. Observing this, Chu Tianque and Oppo's eyes momentarily flickered before he confronted Zhao Zizhen, saying, What do you mean? Old man Chu? Zhao Zizhen and Oppo's expression turned steely as he scrutinized Chu Tianque, as if suddenly grasping the situation. He then let out a cold laugh. So, old man Chu, you indeed have designs on that individual. I thought as much. You, who typically finds even a phone call a waste of time, would make a special trip here. Truly, your intentions are far from innocent. You seek to poach someone from me, don't you? Chapter 81. Will I be mistaken for a criminal? Cough, cough. What do you mean by snatching people? Such words are utterly distasteful. Chu Tianque retorted immediately. Oh, you are aware of what sounds unpleasant? I thought you were devoid of shame. Zhao Zizhen responded sharply. Old Zhao, why are you so aggressive? Chu Tianque expressed his displeasure. Zhao Zizhen glared directly at him. Spare me the nonsense. I overheard Yu Guhong mention that you intended to come in person, and I sensed something amiss. Now I comprehend the situation. Your interest in first-hand information is merely a facade. You are clearly envious of that individual who consistently liaises with our esteemed Institute of Advanced Science. Chu Tianque's face flushed with embarrassment, a glimmer of panic flickering in his eyes at having his thoughts laid bare. Yet, he regained his composure in an instant and nonchalantly remarked, To live long without dying is to be a rogue. You, old man, have indeed grown increasingly cunning. But what of it? At this juncture, Chu Tianque fixed Zhao Zizhen with a glare, expressing his dissatisfaction. However, it is rather inconvenient that only your institute has access to that individual's contact information. I believe it would be far more advantageous for us to communicate directly regarding certain technical matters in the armed domain. Quit your nonsense. Zhao Zizhen retorted vehemently. You, old rascal, possess an audacity that knows no bounds. Whoever claimed that the technology conveyed by that individual pertains solely to military affairs? Have you forgotten about nuclear fusion technology? Have you neglected the lithography machine technology? These are all cutting-edge advancements. Furthermore, they are keen to communicate exclusively with our institute. Do you dare to dream of acquiring that individual and Oppo's email through me? This retort rendered Chu Tianque somewhat flustered. Zhao Zizhen, why are you being so petty? It's merely an email address. It won't alter anything. Moreover, we are all contributing to the nation's research. Where's your sense of the bigger picture? Go away. Go away. You should swiftly depart and refrain from discussing the greater good with me. I simply refuse to provide it to you. Zhao Zizhen unleashed a tirade. And you, old fellow, how dare you speak of the greater good? Each piece of technology sent by that individual has been of exemplary quality. If you still encounter issues during this process, it only indicates that you ought to retire. Zhao Zizhen, you old codger. Your institute has merely enjoyed a stroke of luck in establishing contact with that individual. What are you so smug about? As the exchange escalated into a fierce quarrel, the atmosphere became increasingly chaotic. Wang Guang tucked himself away in a corner, trembling with trepidation, utterly hesitant to interject amidst the clash of titans. Yet, a peculiar sense of pride swelled within him. The prowess of his idol was evident. This verbal skirmish endured for nearly 20 minutes, culminating only when Chu Tianque received an urgent call and had to depart abruptly. Bah! That old fool, dreaming of prying into that individual's email. What an absurd thought. Thankfully, I had the foresight to have you erase all traces. Once Chu Tianque vacated the office, Zhao Zizhen proudly placed his hands on his hips and flaunted to Wang Guang. Teacher, you are remarkable. Wang Guang, in a spirit of cooperation, raised his thumb in approval. Zhao Zizhen smiled with pride, but soon reined in his mirth and began to offer cautions. Wang Guang was taken aback. After the recent commotion caused by Chu Tianque, Zhao Zizhen was now gripped by a sense of urgency. Previously hesitant to trouble Lin Yang with emails, Zhao Zizhen could no longer afford such reservations. With Chu Tianque himself making a personal visit to poach talent, the sense of crisis was overwhelming. Wang Guang hesitated for a moment, contemplating the fact that Elder Yi seemed to be aware of that individual's email address. You need not concern yourself with that, as long as I do not consent. Old Yi will not divulge the email to anyone. It is the rule, Zhao Zizhen declared earnestly. All right then. I shall ponder the wording of how to address the esteemed individual in an email, one that neither annoys him nor imposes pressure, while also deepening his affection for our esteemed institute. Wang Guang mused, tugging at his hair in contemplation. Ah, a promising student indeed. Zhao Zizhen smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the institute took pride in being the only entity currently possessing the privilege to communicate with him via email, inciting envy and jealousy from other research establishments. At that moment, he was engrossed in collecting artifacts from the Shangxia civilization within the borders of the United States, a vast territory ranking among the top 4 globally, requiring considerable time to gather. Simultaneously, a domestic news story suddenly surged to the forefront of major media outlets. Breaking news. The Shangxia Aerospace Institute has experienced a failure in its rocket launch. According to insiders, this failure is likely attributed to the recent announcement of a technological breakthrough in aerospace by the United States, prompting an impulsive launch attempt to validate their own capabilities, which regrettably resulted in a premature failure shortly after liftoff. This setback could significantly impact the Shangxia aerospace sector, potentially eroding public confidence. Global media outlets are almost universally disseminating this news, while the United States has taken the opportunity to mock. Haha, the amusing Shangxia folks. We declare a breakthrough in aerospace, and you rush to launch a rocket, only to fail spectacularly. Dreaming of catching up to our illustrious empire? Not a chance. Many American netizens eagerly joined in the derision. When Lin Yang encountered this news, he too was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, domestic aerospace technology lagged behind that of the United States, yet failures in launches had become increasingly rare in recent years. Could it be that they were genuinely provoked? Lin Yang pondered, though he deemed this possibility unlikely. The nation and Oppo's scientific experts were not easily swayed by such external pressures. A launch failure was likely due to other underlying causes. Subsequently, he dialed a number, intending to inquire with Zhao Zizhen about the situation and to see if there was anything he could do to assist. As for the derision from the Americans, he dismissed it as inconsequential, a mere fleeting lead. If it truly became intolerable, he could always expend a bit more national treasure to acquire their technology. No, rather, to seize it. Lost in such thoughts, he instinctively uttered upon the call connecting. If I were to acquire the aerospace technology of that less than attractive nation, would I be considered a criminal? Boom. His words startled Zhao Zizhen on the other end, causing her hands to tremble. What on earth is he saying? Chapter 82. A subtle shock to the Aerospace Institute. Are we really going to delve into the aerospace technology of the unflattering nation? Such words left Zhao Zizhen astounded. He hurriedly advised, classmate, with the technologies you have provided us, we currently have more than enough. Please do not take the risk of pursuing the unflattering nation's aerospace technology. Absolutely not. Just a few days ago, he had exchanged thoughts with Yi Guhong and others, and it was clear that major nations had certainly relocated their true secrets. The risk of attempting to steal such information was far too great. Thus, it was imperative to dissuade Lin Yang from harboring such notions. No matter how formidable a nation may be, it cannot excel in every facet. Once domestic controllable nuclear fusion technology is operational, there will be ample opportunity to gradually catch up and surpass others. For now, ensuring Lin Yang and Oppo's safety was of utmost importance. Thus, when Zhao Zizhen heard Lin Yang express such ideas, he was genuinely alarmed and promptly laid out the advantages and disadvantages for Lin Yang. Lin Yang, with a bitter smile, replied, Director Zhao, I appreciate your concern. I am well aware of the gravity of the situation. I called primarily to inquire about the circumstances surrounding the recent rocket launch failure at the Aerospace Institute. It wouldn't be true, as suggested online, that we were hastily launching due to provocation from the unflattering nation, would it? Upon addressing the matter at hand, Zhao Zizhen immediately adopted a serious tone, of course. It was not a hasty reaction to provocation. The Aerospace Institute had a plan in place long before. It simply coincided with the timing. Oh, that aligns with my thoughts. I too find it implausible that we would act so irrationally due to the unflattering nation. Lin Yang nodded. Could you inquire about the issues faced by the Aerospace Institute and compile them for me? I might be able to offer some assistance. Certainly. I will have them organize the relevant issues and send them to you shortly. Zhao Zizhen was greatly surprised, not expecting Lin Yang to have knowledge in aerospace technology. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Zizhen reiterated his warnings, urging Lin Yang not to attempt to pilfer aerospace technology from the unflattering nation. As for Lin Yang, system, could you assess the current success rate of stealing aerospace technology from the unflattering nation? Lin Yang and Appo's gaze turned contemplative. Not stealing was simply out of the question. The unflattering nation's aerospace technology is at least 30 years ahead of our own. Such an opportunity could not be relinquished easily. If you were to undertake this personally, the differences in skin color and genetic traits would likely expose you, placing you in great peril. Therefore, this system does not recommend that you attempt to steal aerospace secrets in person. Lin Yang's brow furrowed. So, are you suggesting that I should not easily attempt to acquire their technology in the future? Alternatively, you could exchange for an invisibility technology scanning device, which would allow you to gather relevant technical information while significantly reducing the risk of exposure. Lin Yang paused momentarily, then opened the system marketplace to examine the biological gene disguise technology and the technological scanning device. The technology of biological gene camouflage is an advanced high-tech innovation capable of temporarily altering racial characteristics through the disguise of genes. It can be described as remarkably bizarre. However, such technology necessitates specific environments and the creation of corresponding instruments for realization. Currently, Lin Yang lacks these conditions. Thus, he opted for a technological scanner. This so-called invisible technological scanner incessantly scans the objects or semi-finished products developed by others to analyze their technical levels and standards, subsequently providing relevant technical reports. The accuracy, if applied on Blue Star, can reach a staggering 100%, albeit without access to the original manuscripts and documents. It resembles the concept of discreetly installing a camera for surreptitious observation, Lin Yang mused. Would this device go undetected? It seems remarkably powerful, produced by this system. All are of impeccable quality. Lin Yang was speechless. He then directly exchanged for the finished version of the technological scanner, spending 800 points of national treasure value. The price was not exorbitant. He hoped it would exceed expectations. Observing the precision instrument, which was indeed smaller than a mosquito, Lin Yang redirected his destination to the aerospace research area of the Unpleasant Nation. This location is currently deemed a forbidden zone of the Unpleasant Nation. In the vicinity, unseen, there are heavily armed guards. Especially after the recent exposure of the Sakura technology incident, security has intensified manifold. It has reached a level where, without identity verification, not even a fly could trespass. Moreover, individuals of Asian descent are accompanied by a considerable military presence throughout their visit. Such stringent defenses are evidently intended to prevent anyone from infiltrating under a false identity. Witnessing these circumstances, Lin Yang could not help but reflect that Zhao Zhen and others' concerns were well-founded. Attempting to steal secrets recklessly indeed carries significant risks. Almost immediately after Lin Yang placed the technological scanner in the aerospace zone, the first analysis report was generated. However, upon reviewing the report, Lin Yang furrowed his brow. Is this device programmed to issue a report on anything it scans? The first analysis report he received left him somewhat overwhelmed. It appeared that the scanner directly produced relevant technical reports on any item of analytical value it detected, rather than providing a comprehensive report after scanning the entire area as he had initially anticipated. In this situation, he would have to manually organize and summarize these disordered reports. Yes, host, due to the size limitations of the scanner, it cannot process overly complex programs, thus it scans anything visible. If it possesses technical value, it will generate a corresponding report, leaving the rest for you to manually categorize and organize. Lin Yang was once again at a loss for words. With so many items of scanning value in the aerospace zone, if he were to organize them all, it would surely be exhausting. It is unfeasible for me to undertake this task alone. It would be far more efficient to enlist the expertise of the specialists at the Aerospace Institute. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Lin Yang's mind, leading him to a brilliant solution. He decided to connect directly with the Aerospace Institute, and propose an internal live broadcast, wherein the analytical reports generated by the scanner could be streamed in real time for their review. This would allow them to organize the technical analysis reports themselves. With this thought in mind, Lin Yang promptly reached out to Zhao Zhan, unaware of the profound impact he was about to unleash upon the entire Aerospace Institute. Chapter 83, Live Broadcast of Technology Theft in the Grand Institute of Science. When Zhao Zizhen received a call from Lin Yang announcing an internal live broadcast, he was utterly bewildered. A live broadcast? And of the audacious theft of technological reports from the Aerospace Institute of the United States? For a fleeting moment, Zhao Zizhen questioned whether he was still ensnared in a dream. Is such a thing truly possible? Director Zhao, are you listening? Please expedite contacting the personnel at the Aerospace Institute and set up an exclusive internal live broadcast channel for me, Lin Yang urged from the other end of the line. The scanner was astonishingly efficient, producing reports at an incredible pace, and he found himself overwhelmed. He was indeed serious. Equally astonished were Yi Guhong, Tang Wenxing, and others who were eavesdropping on the call. Within the agency, the three of them exchanged incredulous glances. What had they just heard? A live broadcast of the theft of technology from the Aerospace Institute? Surely, this could not be a jest. Elder Yi, are we really going to watch this live broadcast? After a lengthy silence, Tang Wensheng, his scalp tingling with unease, finally spoke, exchanging a wary look with Han Jiaoyu. Their shock at this moment far surpassed any previous encounters. Even when Lin Yang had called previously to offer technology, the impact was nowhere near as profound as this. After all, this was a live broadcast of the theft process. It left them momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Guhong, experienced in a multitude of scenarios, was also momentarily taken aback by this revelation. A live broadcast of the theft of technology. This was indeed. Of course we must watch. Since he has reached out to inform us, why should we not observe? Despite the overwhelming astonishment, Yi Guhong promptly issued instructions for all departments to collaborate with Lin Yang to initiate the internal broadcast. Within the Aerospace Institute, a group of experts had been reviewing data from a failed rocket launch when they suddenly received simultaneous notifications from Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong, leaving them momentarily dazed. The existence of the enigmatic Lin Yang was well known among the top academicians of various research institutes. He was not a mere fabrication, but a genuine figure. After all, the technologies of controlled nuclear fusion and lithography involved myriad applications, and the Grand Institute could hardly manage them all. Thus, each research institute was aware and was cooperating fully in the development and application of controlled nuclear fusion technology. The Aerospace Institute, to be frank, was envious of Lin Yang and Oppo's previous achievements in fighter jets, missiles, and lithography machines. The Grand Institute was not only leading in the lithography machine sector, but also maintained a unique connection with Lin Yang regarding controlled nuclear fusion technology. As for the Military Science Institute, their acquisition of missile and fighter jet technology was a constant source of boastful pride, leaving the personnel of other research institutes feeling quite envious. Regrettably, Lin Yang had consistently withheld relevant technology from his domain, leaving other research institutions enviously yearning for a chance to engage. However, the unexpected announcement that Lin Yang would now bestow aerospace technology upon their institute sent the entire academy and Oppo's academicians into a frenzy, akin to the exhilarating surprise of sudden wealth. Immediately, the director of the Aerospace Institute, Song Changming, eagerly inquired about the nature of the technology that the enigmatic classmate intended to provide. Yet, Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen maintained a tacit understanding, revealing nothing but a private live-stream channel for some experts from the Aerospace Institute to access. This prompted Song Changming to mutter under his breath, "Zhao Zizhen, you old rascal, keeping secrets from me is quite ungrateful. Enough chatter. Let us swiftly enter the internal live-stream channel. The necessary arrangements have been made, and the individual will soon present the technology to you. Whether you can seize this opportunity lies solely in your hands," Zhao Zizhen concluded before abruptly hanging up, his eagerness propelling him into the live-stream channel. He wished to inform Song Changming, yet he himself was uncertain of the specific aerospace technology Lin Yang would reveal, hence his silence. Soon, many individuals joined the internal live-stream. Yi Guohong, Tang Wensheng, and Han Jiayu were undoubtedly present, along with Zhao Zizhen, while the remaining attendees included Song Changming and several other academicians from the Aerospace Institute. Truth be told, there were few others. After all, this was a live transmission of confidential documents, and the fewer who were aware, the better. Had it not been for Lin Yang's insistence on involving more experts from the Aerospace Institute, only Song Changming might have had the opportunity to join this exclusive livestream. This left the other academicians in a state of confusion regarding the nature of the technology being provided. As it was conveyed through a live broadcast, an unexpected deviation from their prior knowledge. They all turned to Song Changming for clarification, yet he too was at a loss. However, upon entering the internal livestream and seeing the code names of Yi Guohong and the others, a jolt of realization surged through Song Changming. He instinctively understood that this live broadcast was likely of significant importance. Everyone, the content of this livestream must not be disseminated in any form. Yi Guohong solemnly cautioned as the participants settled in. Then, the live broadcast commenced. Meanwhile, Lin Yang entered the internal livestream and was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the code names of Yi Guohong and the others. However, he swiftly regained his composure. The magnitude of his actions was bound to attract official attention. This rendered Yi Guohong and the others, who had prepared to greet him, momentarily speechless. As reports began to emerge, Song Changming and the seasoned academicians from the Aerospace Institute widened their eyes in astonishment. Is this a technical analysis report of the instruments from the American Aerospace Institute? They were left in a state of utter disbelief. As fellow researchers in the realm of aerospace, their insights are undoubtedly extraordinary. Although the scanner does not broadcast the real-time visuals of the unappealing nation and Oppo's space agency, it merely produces a related report. Yet, through the technical data presented in the report, they swiftly discerned that it appeared to be a technical analysis specifically targeting the internal data of the unappealing nation's space agency. This revelation caused Song Changming and his colleagues to rise from their seats in astonishment. Was this an analysis report revealing the live theft of internal technologies from the unappealing nation's space agency? Chapter 84. He does not wish for us to suffer humiliation. This is a live broadcast of their theft of aerospace technology from the United States. Upon discerning this fact, Song Changming and several esteemed academicians from the Aerospace Institute felt their minds reverberating with disbelief. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound astonishment akin to having encountered a ghost. Old Song, this? The elderly scholars turned to gaze at Song Changming, their eyes wide with shock. The enigmatic classmate was actually pilfering aerospace technology from the United States? And not only that, but he was also broadcasting it live. The enormity of this revelation rendered the scholars speechless. It was utterly terrifying. The idea that one could infiltrate the United States and Oppo's Aerospace Institute to steal technology, while simultaneously live-streaming the event, seemed beyond comprehension. They were all momentarily paralyzed with fear. Song Changming himself bore a similarly astonished expression. Earlier, upon receiving a notification from Zhao Zhenjin, he had merely been informed that this mysterious classmate would provide them with aerospace technology, without any indication of how. Now, witnessing the continuous stream of technical reports being presented in the live broadcast, his very soul trembled. What was the United States and Oppo's Aerospace Institute, if not a forbidden zone? Yet this enigmatic classmate had managed to infiltrate it. Not only had he gained access, but he was also live-streaming and issuing real-time technical analysis reports. This was truly alarming. Unbeknownst to them, at this very moment, Zhao Zhenjin and Yi Guohong were equally filled with shock and astonishment. Although they were aware that Lin Yang had previously accomplished several extraordinary feats and had informed them over the phone that he would be broadcasting live, the anticipation did not prepare them for the visceral reaction they experienced upon witnessing the emergence of each technical report. They were utterly perplexed. They could not fathom how Lin Yang had managed to infiltrate the United States aerospace forbidden zone, nor how he was able to provide them with such instantaneous technical analysis reports. The combination of shock and confusion was overwhelming. However, none dared to voice their thoughts in the live chat, fearful that their words might distract Lin Yang and lead to dire consequences. As they observed the technical reports, Zhao Zhenjin and Yi Guohong felt their hearts race with anxiety. They genuinely wished for Lin Yang to retreat from this perilous situation. If possible, they would have preferred him to withdraw immediately. While aerospace technology was undoubtedly significant, it paled in comparison to Lin Yang's safety. Yet, what sent an additional shiver down Zhao Zhenjin and Yi Guohong's spines was the realization that, despite the vast ocean separating them, they were collectively holding their breath, too anxious to make a sound in the broadcast. Suddenly, Lin Yang and Oppo's voice resonated within the live stream. Esteemed seniors of the Aerospace Institute, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. What you are now witnessing is a technical analysis report on aerospace technology within the United States Aerospace Institute. These analytical reports are somewhat random. and I kindly request the esteemed seniors to take screenshots, save them, and organize the content in a coherent order. The workload is rather substantial, and I find myself unable to manage it alone, thus I must trouble you all for assistance. Upon hearing Lin Yang and Amp, Apos' voice resonate within the live broadcast, Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guohong were instantly taken aback. Was he not currently infiltrating the Aerospace Institute of the Unpleasant Nation? How could he dare to speak so openly without fear of being discovered? In an instant, Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guohong rose from their seats, their expressions turning grave and serious, interlaced with deep concern. They were exceedingly anxious. Only moments ago, they had urged Lin Yang to refrain from attempting to steal classified information. Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Yang not only persisted in his endeavors but also chose to broadcast it live. The audacity of his words, seemingly spoken without regard for his own safety, left them in a state of alarm. What if personnel from the Unpleasant Nation's Aerospace Institute or the surveillance system intercepted his broadcast? The consequences were too dire to contemplate. This young man was perilously dismissive of his own security. Despite their explicit warnings against further attempts to acquire confidential information, he remained obstinate. Within the Bureau of Extraterrestrial Affairs, Yi Guohong clenched his fists, his eyes filled with worry and tension. Although his words carried a semblance of reproach, they were, in truth, steeped in profound concern. Beside him, Tang Wensheng and Han Zhaoyu exchanged glances, unable to suppress a sigh. Old Yi, Tang mused. I suspect this individual must have seen the news regarding our Aerospace Institute's failed rocket launch. Knowing the inherent risks, he still ventured to pilfer their aerospace technology. It seems he wishes to shield us from further humiliation in the realm of aerospace advancements. Han Zhaoyu chimed in. Alas, this young lad possesses many commendable traits. Yet his fervent patriotism blinds him to his own peril. I would prefer he exhibited a modicum less of such fervor. Yi Guohong sighed heavily in response. Did this foolish boy not realize that his own safety far outweighed the significance of any so-called inferior aerospace technology? Tang Wensheng and Han Zhaoyu exchanged puzzled looks. Inferior aerospace technology? The advanced aerospace technology of the Unpleasant Nation was being belittled to mere inferiority by Yi Guohong, prompting them to share a wry smile. Nonetheless, they wholeheartedly agreed that Lin Yang's safety was indeed of greater importance than any technological prowess. Then, a spark of insight crossed Tang Wensheng's eyes as he softly suggested. Old Yi, perhaps our concern is causing us to overreact. There is no need for excessive worry. His ability to communicate indicates that his current environment is likely secure. Why not have old Zhao send an email to inquire about the situation? If it is safe, we may be able to engage with him directly. Yi Guohong nodded in agreement. This internal live broadcast was hastily established, lacking any text communication features. Even in the absence of temporary setups, such internal broadcasts typically involve the suppression of text communication modules to prevent any screenshots or photographs from being disseminated. Presently, they are hesitant to vocalize inquiries directly within the live stream. Thus, having Zhao Zizhen send an email to inquire is deemed the most prudent approach. Zhao Zizhen swiftly dispatched an email to ascertain the situation. However, Zhao, it seems your silence was motivated by a desire to avoid exposing my presence. I was rather puzzled as to why none of you were speaking. Rest assured, my current environment is exceedingly secure. This report was not procured through my own infiltration, but rather through a technological scanning device that I deployed, so you may converse with me freely. Lin Yang's voice resounded once more throughout the live stream, leaving everyone present in a state of astonishment. So it was not a personal infiltration? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guohong collectively exhaled in relief. It was a relief that it was not his own infiltration. However, upon hearing Lin Yang and Apos' subsequent statement, their eyes widened in disbelief once more. What did you just say, classmate? These technical analysis reports were generated by your instruments? Chapter 85, Elder Yi. Please speak. Zhao Zizhen and his companions were utterly astonished. These technical analysis reports were actually generated by a scanner? Is that even possible? They exchanged bewildered glances, rendered momentarily speechless. The profound implication of Lin Yang and Apos' statement transcended their comprehension and imagination. A scanner could directly produce technical analysis reports? Surely this must be a jest. Hello, student. I am Song Changming, the president of the Aerospace Institute. You claim that these technical analysis reports were generated by a scanner? Surely you jest. President Song and several esteemed academicians exchanged incredulous looks, unable to contain their disbelief. They were elite talents in the field of aerospace. Yet they had never encountered a scanner capable of directly producing aerospace technical analysis reports. This was utterly preposterous. President Song, indeed. These real-time technical analysis reports were generated by a scanner, though I believe there has been a misunderstanding. This scanner is not the kind you are envisioning. Lin Yang began to elucidate. This scanner is a specialized technological device I developed, capable of scanning certain aerospace technology products and directly issuing analytical reports to ascertain the technical levels and parameters. The accuracy of the scanning reports is 100%. So I assure all the academicians to securely preserve these technical reports, which will elucidate the current state of aerospace technology in the United States. A technological scanner? 100% accuracy? Upon hearing Lin Yang's explanation, the dignitaries of the Aerospace Institute were once again left in awe. Indeed, this was not an ordinary scanner. Lin Yang reiterated, "Esteemed academicians, it would be prudent for you to focus on analyzing and compiling these technical reports." After the technological scanner was placed within the Aerospace Institute, it began to delve deeper from the exterior. An increasing number of reports were generated, and critical technologies began to emerge. This was not the time for idle chatter. This reminder jolted President Song back to the present. Glancing at the technical reports, he promptly responded, "Very well. We shall first preserve and organize these technical reports. Once we have completed this task, we will engage in a thorough discussion with you, student." With these words, he and the other venerable academicians momentarily suppressed their astonishment and curiosity, turning their attention to the organization, analysis, and synthesis of the technical reports. The live broadcast fell silent once more. Although Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong had much to say to Lin Yang, they did not wish to interrupt the scholar's work. Since Lin Yang asserted that the accuracy of the analysis reports reached 100%, they had complete faith in his claim. Thus, they quietly observed the live stream, albeit with limited understanding. In contrast, President Song and the academicians of the Aerospace Institute were captivated. As they reviewed the increasing number of technical reports, their eyes sparkled with excitement. While Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong struggled to comprehend the aerospace technical parameters for the academicians, the data and parameters within these reports represented urgently needed insights for their current research endeavors. Some data can be effortlessly interpreted at a glance, confirming an astonishing accuracy rate of 100%. Incredible! The technological reports generated by the scanner are remarkably precise and comprehensive. Song Changming could not help but exclaim. With these data reports, many issues currently faced by the domestic aerospace sector can be resolved with remarkable ease. Old Song, are these data truly advanced parameters of the aerospace technology from the United States? Zhao Zizhen, unable to contain her curiosity in response to Song Changming's astonishment, inquired softly. Although she held unwavering trust in Lin Yang's words, she still felt a sense of shock. Indeed, despite the somewhat chaotic order of the technical reports, the parameters are undoubtedly accurate. With a little organization, we can deduce a complete system of knowledge. Song Changming declared with enthusiasm. This student is simply extraordinary. This remark stemmed from Song Changming's heartfelt admiration. Previously, he had only heard of Lin Yang's contributions to missile aircraft and operating systems. Now, having witnessed it firsthand, he truly recognized Lin Yang's exceptional capabilities. Director Song praised me. I just calculated that scanning the entire aerospace technology within the American Institute may take nearly an entire day. Lin Yang interjected. Since it is currently night in our country, if you, Director Song, are feeling fatigued, please let me know. I can temporarily halt the scanning, and we can resume once you have rested. This was based on his earlier calculations with the system. After all, while the scanner is advanced, it still requires time to scan each item individually. It is not as time efficient as simply infiltrating and collecting all their meticulously organized documents at once. Yet, every disadvantage has its advantage. The benefit here is that he does not have to risk going in himself. Rest? No, there is no need for that. We are quite alert right now. Do not be deceived by our age. Staying up for a day is no issue for us. Upon hearing Lin Yang and Appo's words, Song Changming and several senior astronauts immediately expressed their determination. They had devoted their lives to the aerospace cause, and now that they had encountered such advanced technology, they were unwilling to waste time sleeping. How about this? We will broadcast live until midnight, and then the esteemed academicians can rest. We will commence a new session of live broadcasting at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Although the senior academicians claimed that staying up for a day was no problem, Lin Yang would not truly allow them to endure an entire day and night without rest. The American aerospace technology was merely intended to capitalize on the difference in national treasure value. The truly advanced aerospace technology had yet to be revealed. It was not worth the risk of compromising the health of these venerable academicians. Hearing this, Song Changming and the senior academicians of the Aerospace Institute, though reluctant, could only acquiesce to Lin Yang and Amp. Oppos' suggestion. Then, dear student, we must ensure that we commence the live broadcast promptly at 8 tomorrow morning. Song Changming urged with great reluctance as midnight approached. This provoked a disdainful glance from Zhao Zhen. Song Changming, you old fellow. Do not forget that our classmates are in a different time zone. Their well-being is far more important than this trivial technology. Ahem. Song Changming was instantly filled with embarrassment. Lin Yang chuckled. No worries. I shall simply catch up on my sleep later. Very well, then. Tomorrow morning at 8. We shall not be absent. Song Changming and Amp. Oppos' spirits were lifted once more. Just as Lin Yang was about to exit the live stream, Yi Guhong suddenly spoke with solemnity. Hello, classmate. I am Yi Guhong. This is our first meeting, and there is something I wish to convey to you. Lin Yang and Amp. Oppos' expression became serious at once. He was well aware of Yi Guhong and Amp. Oppos' esteemed reputation. Elder Yi, please speak your mind. Lin Yang responded earnestly, simultaneously feeling a tinge of curiosity about what someone of Yi Guhong's stature might wish to say to him. Chapter 86. You are more important than any technology, dear students. I must emphasize the utmost importance of safeguarding your well-being. For us, you are far more significant than any advanced technology, Yi Guhong stated earnestly. This declaration momentarily startled Lin Yang, who had anticipated that Yi Guhong's solemn address would pertain to some official matter. Instead, it mirrored Zhao Zizhen's sentiments, reiterating the importance of this issue. Indeed, you are far away abroad, so it is essential that you take good care of yourself, regardless of the circumstances you may encounter. Please inform us at the earliest opportunity, no matter when or where, as long as you are in need. The strength of our homeland will be there to support you without delay. Yi Guhong reiterated fervently before exiting the live broadcast. Lin Yang fell into a contemplative silence. He had not expected Yi Guhong and Amp. Oppos' serious conversation to be devoid of any official platitudes, but rather to be filled with genuine concern for his well-being. Thus, Yi Guhong's words were solely rooted in heartfelt care. The night passed in silence. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Song Changming and several esteemed academicians from the Aerospace Institute entered the live broadcast room, their faces illuminated with uncontainable excitement. After concluding the broadcast the previous night, they had not retired to sleep immediately. Instead, they meticulously reviewed the technical analysis reports from beginning to end. The aerospace technology of the United States, which is 2 to 3 decades ahead, proved to be remarkably beneficial. The data within the technical reports could resolve numerous challenges currently faced by domestic aerospace institutions. This was merely the technological yield obtained from a few hours of broadcast yesterday. According to Lin Yang's statement before the conclusion of the previous broadcast, the scanner advances from the external to the internal, with the technologies becoming increasingly sophisticated and advanced. This prospect heightened the anticipation for today and Oppos' broadcast among Song Changming and the other academicians. Although they had only slept for a few hours, each of them appeared invigorated, their eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen subsequently joined the broadcast room as well. Meanwhile, Lin Yang entered the live broadcast on schedule, showcasing the report generated by the technological scanner. Drawing from the previous night's experience, Song Changming and the other academicians began to organize and summarize their findings methodically. They also sought Lin Yang and Oppos' insights on various issues, which he addressed with precision and originality, enabling them to break free from conventional thought patterns and explore a plethora of diverse ideas and directions. Other academicians followed suit, echoing their admiration for Lin Yang's profound knowledge. He felt a surge of urgency and frustration. Having just had a heated argument with Chu Tianhua, he barely managed to maintain his priority for communication with Lin Yang. Now, with Song Changming also vying for attention, his patience was wearing thin. However, constrained by the ongoing live broadcast, he refrained from confronting Song Changming in Lin Yang and Oppos' presence. Lin Yang, oblivious to Zhao Zizhen and Oppos' eagerness, responded to Song Changming and Oppos' invitation with a non-committal promise to consider it, deftly sidestepping the topic. Song Changming chuckled heartily and did not pursue the matter further, focusing intently on organizing the technical report. Subsequently, the live stream descended into a brief silence. As the technological scanner progressively delved deeper into the intricate workings of the unremarkable nation and APOS Aerospace Institute, the value and significance of the ensuing technical reports became increasingly pronounced. Song Changming and several esteemed academicians from the Aerospace Institute had adopted a demeanor of utmost seriousness. Lin Yang calculated the time and stated directly, "Esteemed colleagues, it is the dead of night on my end. I shall take a brief respite. The live stream will continue until the scanning concludes. To thoroughly scan the internal technical documents of the unremarkable nation and APOS Aerospace Institute, we will require at least several more hours." He had no desire to remain idle in the live stream. Although he had consumed a genetic enhancement agent, allowing him to forego sleep for a day without consequence, he deemed it unnecessary to linger in the live stream. Resting to rejuvenate his energy seemed far more prudent. After all, there were more pressing matters to attend to once the live stream concluded. Song Changming concurred, "My friend, rest assured, you may sleep peacefully. We have matters well in hand here." Hours later, Lin Yang re-entered the live stream, not because he had slept for an extended period, but after awakening. He exchanged a blueprint for the technological scanner from the system marketplace and engaged in preliminary research. During the previous day's broadcast, the academicians had expressed keen interest in this technological scanner. Once the scanning of the unremarkable nation and APOS Aerospace Institute was completed, Song Changming and his colleagues would undoubtedly turn their attention to the technological scanner. Thus, Lin Yang decided to acquire the blueprint in advance for his study. "May we be fortunate enough to witness your technological scanner?" Song Changming inquired, his voice rife with anticipation. "Certainly. I have already prepared the schematics and technical details for the scanner. I shall transmit them to the Academy shortly," Lin Yang replied with a smile. This revelation instantly ignited excitement among Song Changming and his peers. Through the day's live stream, they had witnessed the formidable capabilities of this technological scanner. It operated undetected within the unremarkable nation and APOS Aerospace Institute, capable of scanning even the most advanced aerospace technologies of the nation. What did this imply? It indicated that the scanner's proficiency far surpassed that of the unremarkable nation's aerospace technology. Furthermore, it signified that Lin Yang, the creator of the scanner, undoubtedly possessed access to even more advanced aerospace technologies. This was the true source of their astonishment. The aerospace technology of the unremarkable nation, which lagged 30 years behind the foremost advancements in the domestic sphere, could be precisely scanned for data parameters by the apparatus crafted by Lin Yang. How formidable, then, must Lin Yang's own aerospace technological prowess be? They found themselves hesitant to contemplate the possibilities. Chapter 87, Transforming Aircraft Carriers? Nuclear Fusion Power Generation? Song Changming was eager to inquire directly of Lin Yang whether he had indeed mastered more advanced aerospace technologies. However, he ultimately restrained himself. During the day, while Lin Yang was asleep, Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen had cautioned him that if Lin Yang did not broach the topic himself, it would be prudent for him not to ask. Lin Yang had already shared with them the leading technologies that did not originate from the United States. And at this juncture, it was paramount to thoroughly comprehend this segment of technology. One cannot overreach. One cannot become plump in a single bite. The technologies from the United States were sufficient for them to study for quite some time. As for the technological scanner that had been voluntarily disclosed by Lin Yang, hence he had felt compelled to ask further. Before long, the technological scanner had completed its mission, having scanned all the cutting-edge aerospace technologies within the American Space Agency. The work was done. Observing that the scanner had ceased producing reports, Lin Yang announced in the live broadcast his intention to exit. "Dear friend, please take care of yourself," Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen hastily reminded him. "Do not worry, I shall be fine," Lin Yang replied with a smile, then added, "By the way, please expedite the production of that nano-battle suit. As for the application of controllable nuclear fusion technology, should any issues arise, contact me promptly. These matters are of great significance to people's livelihoods. The sooner they are implemented, the better." In 3 months, the United States was set to land on the moon, and he required a substantial amount of national treasure points to achieve a preemptive lunar landing. According to the system, manufacturing the nano-battle suit, combined with the rewards from other tasks associated with national treasure points, would nearly suffice for the requirements of the inaugural lunar landing. Nevertheless, the more national treasure points, the better. If the controllable nuclear fusion technology could also be applied before the 3-month deadline, the accrued national treasure points would undoubtedly be more than sufficient. Hearing this, Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen discerned a hint of urgency in his words. Although they did not fully understand his anxiety, they promptly responded, "Understood. We will expedite the development of the nano-battle suit. As for the controllable nuclear fusion technology, what is the matter with the nuclear fusion technology? Are there any issues?" Lin Yang inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. "Not exactly. It's just that the potential applications for controllable nuclear fusion technology are vast, and its significance is immense. If we were to apply even a portion of it prematurely, we could not keep it under wraps. We wish to be fully prepared and then deploy it simultaneously." Zhao Zizhen explained. "Are you concerned that revealing our possession of controllable nuclear fusion technology may incite the greed of those in the West?" Lin Yang grasped the underlying implications of Zhao Zizhen's words. "Indeed, that is quite so. While we are currently powerful, we would still find it challenging to withstand a united front from Western nations. Furthermore, controllable nuclear fusion is a superlative technology, so vital that they would undoubtedly harbor covetous thoughts." Zhao Zizhen admitted candidly, sharing his thoughts with Lin Yang. The reason there had been no leaks domestically regarding the controllable nuclear fusion technology since it had been sent to them by Lin Yang was that they intended to implement it all at once. Should they apply even a portion beforehand, it would be impossible to maintain secrecy, thus hindering their ability to develop quietly. Do they truly dare to instigate a dispute? Lin Yang scoffed. It is impossible for the domestic front to withstand the united forces of Western nations. Yet he did not believe that these countries would genuinely risk igniting a war. Nuclear weapons are no trifling matter. The price of equality among all beings is one that Western nations would undoubtedly hesitate to bear. However, one must remain vigilant. After all, the world is currently engulfed in anxiety over energy issues. Once controllable nuclear fusion technology is applied, the allure of nearly limitless energy is simply too great. Zhao Zizhen remarked pensively. Indeed, the beautiful nation has previously acted clandestinely against smaller countries for the sake of energy, as history has shown. It is certainly a cause for caution. Lin Yang and Appo's eyes flickered momentarily before he continued, aside from the nuclear weapons that ensure equality among all beings. We currently possess student number missiles and super starfighter jets. Our armed forces are already formidable, though we might still be lacking in aircraft carriers. It can be said that the reason the beautiful nation dominates globally is that their carrier groups are numerous and powerful, rendering their overall strength immensely formidable. Zhao Zizhen nodded in agreement. Yet this statement caused a sudden change in expression for Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong. Upgrading aircraft carriers? Did they hear that correctly? Are you serious, classmate? Zhao Zizhen was somewhat bewildered. Of course, I have long harbored such intentions. Thus, you may confidently apply nuclear fusion technology. The Western nations will certainly not dare to stir trouble in the initial stages. Lin Yang's gaze was intense. By the time they can no longer contain themselves, our aircraft carriers should be upgraded as well. When our carrier group sets sail, even with 100 times their courage, they would not dare to act. This Zhao Zizhen hesitated. He did not dare to take such a decision lightly. However, Yi Guhong was decisive, immediately stating, "Very well, since you are so confident. We shall follow your lead and apply a portion of nuclear fusion technology, while also probing the stance of the Western nations." Now it was Lin Yang's turn to be astonished. Did Yi Guhong truly trust him that much? Such a significant matter was being decided without a meeting for discussion? Shouldn't you hold a meeting to deliberate first? Lin Yang scratched his forehead. Making such a monumental decision without thorough consideration seemed rather hasty. Ha, my dear classmate. You are unaware that we have already convened several meetings internally. Yi Guhong chuckled. I share your perspective. While those Western fellows might be tempted, they would certainly not dare to provoke chaos lightly. Thus, applying a portion of the technology is beneficial. It would first bring some convenience and tangible benefits to the populace. And secondly, it would allow us to gauge the attitude of the Western nations. Although we have yet to reach a definitive conclusion, since you have voiced your opinion, let us proceed as such. Very well. Lin Yang shrugged, feeling that this was more reasonable. If matters of state could be resolved in mere words, it would indeed be reckless. However, since multiple discussions have already taken place, it indicates that the authorities have thoughtfully considered all aspects. His words now served to ignite the fire, ensuring the matter was set in motion. Subsequently, he prepared to withdraw completely from the live broadcast. However, Yi Guhong suddenly posed a question. Classmate, where do you think we should begin the application of nuclear technology? Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. But then his eyes sparkled as he uttered two words. Electricity. Electricity? Yes, electricity. Lin Yang's gaze deepened. I have calculated that with the utilization of nuclear fusion technology for power generation, the future electricity prices nationwide are likely to plummet to mere cents. In today and Appos, as society, we are inextricably linked to electricity, and other scientific research technologies are equally dependent on it. The annual industrial electricity consumption is unimaginably vast. Starting with electricity would alleviate the nation's concerns over power shortages. Our industrial system would experience rapid development and enhancement without the burden of electricity consumption. Advancing electricity not only benefits the populace, but also serves the interests of the nation. Lin Yang's words immediately resonated with Yi Guhong and Zhao Zhan, stirring their hearts. Nuclear fusion technology for electricity generation, with prices measured in cents? No more worries about power shortages? This. Chapter 88. I feel that we do not value it enough. Nuclear fusion power generation. Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong were profoundly shaken by Lin Yang and Appos' words. Yi Guhong felt an intense emotional upheaval. Lin Yang was undeniably correct. In modern society, electricity holds paramount significance. Almost every aspect of life is inextricably linked to electrical power. Although the current domestic electricity generation capacity ranks among the world's leaders, it still fails to meet the burgeoning demand. While electricity prices are relatively low on a global scale, for certain segments of the population, unrestricted usage remains unattainable. If electricity prices could continue to decline, it would indeed be a substantial convenience. However, achieving lower prices necessitates a reduction in generation costs and an enhancement in output. Otherwise, if prices fall without a corresponding increase in generation, excessive consumption could lead to a critical supply-demand imbalance. Despite the domestic electricity system being globally advanced, it remains subject to various constraints. Presently, the predominant methods of electricity generation include thermal power, hydroelectric power, wind power, nuclear power, and emerging photovoltaic technologies. Each of these 5 methods incurs certain costs. Thermal power, as a traditional generation model, typically costs between 0.3 to 0.4 yuan per kilowatt-hour. Hydroelectric power, while generally the most economical, still incurs costs exceeding 0.1 yuan, with grid prices surpassing 0.3 yuan. Wind power, which transforms wind energy into electrical energy, is often perceived as nearly cost-free due to its natural origin. However, the reality is that it carries significant expenses. The need for equipment, manufacturing, transportation, management, and maintenance all contribute to the overall cost, which hovers around 0.3 yuan, comparable to that of thermal power. As for the recently emerging photovoltaic power, its costs also approximate 0.3 yuan. Nuclear power, however, stands as the most expensive, reaching about 0.4 yuan, not including the costs associated with nuclear waste disposal and environmental impacts. Additionally, when factoring in the expenses related to grid infrastructure, operation, and maintenance, the actual electricity prices are even higher. Due to the influence of these costs, the issue of electricity generation capacity remains unresolved. If, however, we could achieve pricing measured in fractions of a yuan, it would signify an almost limitless supply of electricity. Yi Guhong, lacking expertise in this area, was profoundly astonished by this pricing. Is nuclear fusion technology truly so formidable? While it is well understood that the realization of nuclear fusion would significantly ameliorate energy challenges, the technology had largely remained conceptual until now. Everyone recognized its potential power, yet few comprehended its true magnitude, Yi Guhong included. Zhao Zizhen inhaled deeply and said, "We will need to recalculate this." His tone bore a hint of awkwardness, as Lin Yang's sudden introduction of controllable nuclear fusion technology had caught them off guard. Given the tight time frame, they had only conducted a cursory preliminary calculation regarding the applications of controllable nuclear fusion. To obtain precise figures, more targeted and specialized calculations would be essential. Very well, let us immediately prioritize research in the realm of nuclear fusion power generation. Yi Guhong did not elaborate further. After all, it had not been long since Lin Yang provided the technology for controllable nuclear fusion. Specifically, it had been less than a month. In the grand scheme of mastering such a superlative technology as controllable nuclear fusion, this duration is indeed rather brief. Zhao Zizhen, without a moment's hesitation, promptly convened the relevant teams to initiate extensive data simulations focused on nuclear fusion power generation. This collaborative endeavor among experts consumed 3 full days. Ultimately, Zhao Zizhen, with reddened eyes, reported to Yi Guhong. According to our expert team's calculations, utilizing nuclear fusion for power generation, after accounting for the initial operational costs, would result in progressively lower electricity prices over time. In approximately 6 months, electricity rates could plummet to a mere fraction of a cent per kilowatt-hour. If a nuclear reactor operated for over 3 years, the cost of electricity could even diminish to just a few cents per kilowatt-hour. Buzz. Upon hearing Zhao Zizhen and Oppo's report, Yi Guhong and Oppo's mind was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. Less than a cent per kilowatt-hour, and after 3 years, potentially only a few cents. What does this signify? He found himself utterly unable to fathom it. Old Zhao. In the next moment, Yi Guhong's expression grew gravely serious. If the calculations are accurate, then, as that individual suggested, we must devote ourselves wholeheartedly to constructing the nuclear fusion power reactor. An unimaginably low electricity price, coupled with an almost limitless power supply. Yi Guhong could hardly envision the monumental changes that would ensue once implemented. Zhao Zizhen, equally exhilarated, trembled with anticipation. We too had not anticipated that nuclear fusion could be so formidable. Although the Grand Academy had been exploring nuclear fusion technology, their previous efforts had remained confined to conceptual calculations, lacking a true appreciation for its potential. Now, having personally grasped the technology, they were genuinely experiencing the profound strength of nuclear fusion. The transformations it promises are simply staggering. As Zhao Zizhen finished speaking, Yi Guhong seemed to have a revelation, his countenance turning serious once more. Old Zhao, it appears we may have somewhat underestimated that individual and Oppo's capabilities in the realm of scientific research. How so? Zhao Zizhen momentarily failed to comprehend. This indicates that within that brief span, he was able to compute the relevant data concerning electricity. While your Grand Academy team required 3 days for the same calculations, doesn't and Oppo's, that disparity seemed rather significant. Indeed, while this controllable nuclear fusion technology was indeed his brainchild, it is evident that he had not conducted any independent calculations prior to our inquiry. He only computed the data after I posed the question. Yi Guhong and Oppo's tone was grave. To derive relevant data in such a short time frame, such computational prowess is utterly astonishing. So what are you implying? Zhao Zizhen asked, somewhat uncertain. Naturally, we must place greater emphasis on safeguarding it. Such a talent, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, would result in a tremendous loss for our entire business venture. Yi Guhong spoke with great gravity. Previously, he had already been categorized as one of our most crucial figures, but now, I believe this level of importance is still insufficient. It is imperative that we establish a separate tier of significance for him. Zhao Zizhen was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 89. A National Treasure, Shaking the World. The notion of establishing a distinct level of importance left Zhao Zizhen somewhat bewildered by Yi Guhong and Oppo's words. Indeed, despite having received the utmost attention internally, classified at the highest echelon of secrecy, he felt it was still insufficient. The emphasis could undoubtedly be intensified further. Yi Guhong chuckled softly. To what extent should it be heightened? Super secret, national treasure level. Super secret? Zhao Zizhen paused, slowly responding. I can comprehend the addition of super before secret, but national treasure. It seems our national treasures are. How so? Do you believe that individual is not worthy of being classified as a national treasure? Yi Guhong interjected before Zhao Zizhen could finish his thought. Zhao Zizhen couldn't and Oppo's help but laugh and cry at the same time. Of course not. Given his capabilities and contributions, he undoubtedly merits the title of national treasure. I simply did not anticipate you would annotate national treasure in an official document. This appears to be the first time such a designation has been applied to a specific individual, does it not? He is deserving of this unprecedented honor, worthy of our exceptional consideration. Yi Guhong replied nonchalantly. Zhao Zizhen found himself at a loss for words, for Yi Guhong's assertion bore no fault. Lin Yang was indeed worthy. Consequently, Zhao Zizhen promptly stated, then let us commence preparations for the construction of the nuclear fusion power generation facility. How long will it take to build the first nuclear fusion reactor? Half a month. Yi Guhong inquired. Half a month? Can it be expedited further? I gathered that individual was quite eager for us to complete it as soon as possible, Yi Guhong remarked, his brow slightly furrowing. Well, 10 days. At the very least, it will take 10 days. Moreover, you will need to approve several documents to ensure everyone is fully cooperative and prioritizes our efforts. All right. 10 days it is. Yi Guhong rose, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. In 10 days, the entire world shall surely be astonished. Before Lin Yang and Appo's arrival, he had not felt such exhilaration in many years. Since Lin Yang's emergence, this sensation had been repeatedly rekindled. Yet, even after experiencing this thrill numerous times, in this moment, Yi Guhong found it equally difficult to contain himself. This was truly something capable of astonishing the globe. Zhao Zizhen nodded slightly at that time. It shall not merely be astonishment. By the way, should we create some anticipation for this event? Let the domestic netizens revel in the excitement for a few days ahead of time. Feel free to generate anticipation as you see fit, after all. Once the nuclear fusion power facility is constructed in 10 days, it will be impossible to keep it a secret. Whether we announce it early or not is inconsequential. Yi Guhong gestured dismissively, allowing Zhao Zizhen to decide. Then I shall issue an announcement to generate some preemptive excitement. Zhao Zizhen declared promptly. This principle is universally applicable. We are about to embark on the construction of nuclear fusion power generation. Announcing it early will allow everyone to enjoy the anticipation, while unexpected delights are indeed joyous. The thrill of knowing good fortune is on the horizon brings even greater excitement, if not bliss. To us, they are our family, our kin, when good fortune arises. It is only right that we share in the joy. This statement elicited a flicker of astonishment from Yi Guhong. Well, Zhao, you've certainly embraced the trends. Haven to you? Surfing the internet like a pro and even appealing to emotions. Haha, this is truly a sign of adapting to the times. All right, I want to keep you. I'm off to issue an announcement. Zhao Zizhen exited the video conference and personally dispatched a notification using the official account of the Grand Institute. Dear family and online friends, I am excited to share some good news in advance. With the assistance of my classmates, we are set to unveil a groundbreaking high-tech product in 10 days. This item will profoundly impact everyone's lives. Please stay tuned for the reveal in 10 days. Once this announcement was released, it rapidly ascended to the headlines of major news outlets. The Grand Institute's official account, once rather obscure, now boasted a staggering following of over 100 million within mere days, a result of recent events. A slight tremor could easily send it trending. Moreover, this announcement served as a tantalizing prelude to what appeared to be a significant development, prompting a flurry of speculation among netizens. What could it be? What high-tech marvel will be introduced in 10 days? The very fact that the Grand Institute is generating buzz so far in advance suggests it must be extraordinary. One need only recall that even the student missile project had not garnered such early anticipation. This time, there is a full 10 days of build-up. Once again, the mastermind behind this innovation is a classmate. What could it be? How is it that no whispers of this have surfaced beforehand? It is truly remarkable previously. Whenever new products were on the horizon, some hints would inevitably leak through various channels. Yet since the emergence of this classmate genius, every announcement has been shrouded in mystery, leaving everyone in eager suspense. This classmate is indeed impressive. But what could this life-altering creation possibly be? As netizens pondered over the announcement, their imaginations ran wild with speculation. Soon, the top 10 trending topics were all related to this notification. Naturally, some individuals from Western nations chimed in with sarcastic remarks, suggesting that the Grand Institute was merely engaging in theatrics. However, such sentiments have largely failed to resonate with domestic users, who have become somewhat immune to these jibes. As the days progressed, the Grand Institute's official account continued to release snippets of new information, yet no one could discern the nature of the impending creation. It was not until the 9th day that the official account posted 2 words, nuclear energy. Nuclear energy? This revelation only deepened the confusion among netizens. Nuclear power plants have long been a reality and hardly warrant such fervent anticipation. As for controlled nuclear fusion power generation, it is a realm few dared to contemplate. Even individuals from Western nations merely believed that there had been some breakthrough in domestic nuclear technology. Finally, after the eager anticipation of billions of internet users, the 10th day has arrived. The esteemed Academy of Sciences has timely issued a groundbreaking announcement. This proclamation has ignited a global frenzy online. We inform all users that, with the assistance of our students, we have constructed the world's first controlled nuclear fusion power reactor. Indeed, you read that correctly. It is not an ordinary nuclear power plant, but a controlled nuclear fusion power reactor. As of today, our nation's electricity will enter the era of nuclear fusion power generation. Controlled nuclear fusion? In an instant. The world is abuzz. Chapter 90. The exaggerated electricity prices. The West is alarmed. Controlled nuclear fusion power generation. These words plunged the world into a moment of profound silence. In that instant, everyone exchanged bewildered glances with those beside them. What did they witness? Controlled nuclear fusion? Surely, this cannot be a jest? The global silence was deafening. Meanwhile, domestic netizens erupted after a brief pause, exclaiming in disbelief, "What on earth am I witnessing? Nuclear fusion power generation? This cannot be a joke, can it? Controlled nuclear fusion power generation? Does this not imply that we have mastered the technology of controlled nuclear fusion?" I am astounded, truly astounded. This is the technology of controlled nuclear fusion. Have we quietly acquired it? Is this for real? Are we on the brink of entering the era of nuclear fusion? The netizens were engulfed in confusion and shock. The news of mastering controlled nuclear fusion technology arrived so abruptly and explosively, leaving everyone utterly unprepared. In contrast, the folks abroad, after their initial astonishment, found it utterly unbelievable. No, this cannot be true. How could you, Xia, possibly have suddenly mastered controlled nuclear fusion technology? Controlled nuclear fusion is a global conundrum. It may take centuries to unravel, yet you claim to have quietly achieved it? This must be a deliberate exaggeration by the Xia authorities. Perhaps they merely upgraded conventional nuclear power technology and are now boasting about having mastered controlled nuclear fusion power generation. What a ridiculous farce. Indeed, is it so simple to claim mastery over controlled nuclear fusion technology? Furthermore, you announced the construction just 10 days ago. Do you expect us to believe that a controlled nuclear fusion reactor could be built in such a short span? Do you think us easily deceived? This is utterly extravagant. Akin to boasting without a script. Constructing a controlled nuclear fusion reactor is a monumental task. How could it possibly be shrouded in secrecy? It is fake, undoubtedly fake. The individuals from Western nations were entirely skeptical that a major scientific institution could construct a controlled nuclear fusion reactor in mere days. After all, this is no child and Oppo's play. Not only is constructing a controlled nuclear fusion reactor a significant endeavor, but even the fabrication of ordinary industrial products cannot escape the scrutiny of international intelligence. Yet, they have received no whispers of such an achievement, making it unfathomable for them to believe the domestic completion of a controlled nuclear fusion reactor. Dear compatriots, we announce that the technology of nuclear fusion power generation has resolved the majority of our energy issues, greatly alleviating costs. Therefore, effective immediately, national electricity prices will be reduced. Originally, the adjustment plan was to remain unchanged temporarily, with significant reductions occurring 6 months later and reaching a limit in 3 years to ensure operational costs. However, we have decided that upon the commencement of power transmission from nuclear fusion electricity, the national electricity price will be uniformly adjusted to 1 yuan for 200 kilowatt-hours, equivalent to 0.01 yuan per kilowatt-hour. The electricity price will be further reduced 3 years from now. For specific adjustments and plans, please stay tuned for our subsequent detailed notifications. We express our gratitude for the supervision and attention from all sectors of society. Upon the release of this announcement, the world was taken aback. Everyone was left in disbelief. 1 cent for 2 kilowatt-hours? That equates to merely 5 cents per kilowatt-hour. What does this signify? In today's modern society, not to mention money calculated in cents, even a single cent can scarcely purchase anything. A dollar might afford you just 1 or at most 2 lollipops. Yet now, astonishingly, we have electricity priced at just 5 cents per kilowatt-hour. This figure has driven everyone into a frenzy. Compared to current electricity rates, this represents a staggering reduction by several hundreds of times. Madness, absolute madness. Oh dear. I can hardly believe it. $1 for over 200 kilowatt-hours. Is this truly not a joke? I wouldn't Oppos, to even dare to dream of such a price. It is surreal. I can only describe it as dreamlike, even abstract. My country is formidable, and so are my classmates. From this day forth, I can boldly turn on the air conditioning. Sob, who understands? I am so moved I could convulse. Such an incredibly low electricity price will undoubtedly alleviate the burdens of countless families. I must inquire, globally, who else can match our electricity pricing? Ensuring that everyone has access to affordable power? Who else? No one is not exhilarated. No one is not thrilled. With the publication of the second new announcement from the Great Science Institute, the nation has plunged into an unprecedented celebration. Such a price is something we would not have dared to dream of previously. This remarkably low rate not only allows families who previously hesitated to use electricity to do so with peace of mind, but also signifies substantial savings on electricity costs that can be redirected toward improving living conditions in other areas. This is an unprecedented achievement and heralds an extraordinary era. In this very moment, across the globe, every merchant feels a swell of pride and joy. While abroad, power infrastructure remains incomplete. Our nation has already reached the extraordinary milestone of 1 cent for 2 kilowatt-hours. This has brought tears of joy to every citizen. Naturally, where there is joy, there are also concerns. Upon witnessing the latest announcement from the Great Science Institute, the populace of Western nations, regardless of their reluctance to accept it, must confront the reality that our country has mastered controllable nuclear fusion power generation technology. Otherwise, the Great Science Institute would not dare to issue such a proclamation. This matter transcends mere electricity pricing. The issuance of such a notice by the official channel implicates the trust of the public. Should the public trust system collapse, the consequences would be dire, and no official in any nation would dare to treat it lightly, for to do so would be to mock the populace. Hence, the mastery of controllable nuclear fusion power generation technology has become an unalterable truth. This revelation has not only left Western countries in profound shock, but has also instilled a deep-seated fear within them. Domestically, the remarkable ability to quietly master controllable nuclear fusion power generation technology and the discrete construction of a controllable nuclear fusion reactor has left the higher echelons of Western nations in a state of trepidation. The level of secrecy surrounding this endeavor is astonishingly formidable. Furthermore, what has exacerbated the unease among Western officials is the emergence of a discourse among certain segments of their populace contemplating immigration to this technologically advanced nation. Indeed, it is true. As citizens of Western countries witness the domestic mastery of controllable nuclear fusion technology and the remarkably low electricity prices it offers, many are becoming increasingly tempted to relocate. This development has utterly unsettled the leadership of Western nations. Chapter 91. Immigration to Shangxia? Dismiss this notion at once. The high-ranking officials of various nations on the Western continent are truly alarmed. They have reached a point of undeniable panic. It is absurd and laughable to think that some citizens of the West wish to immigrate to Shangxia. Historically, Western powers have been the nations that others aspire to immigrate to. Yet now, the idea that individuals might seek to relocate to Shangxia is unfathomable. An unimaginable turn of events. It has always been the case that people from other countries immigrate to the West. Never before has there been a scenario where citizens of powerful Western nations desire to leave for another country. This unprecedented shift has instilled a deep-seated fear among the leaders of the Western nations. The notion that their own citizens admire and long for Shangxia is utterly unacceptable to them. The transformation from being envied to becoming envious is a perilous psychological shift, one that conveys a dangerously unsettling message. No, such thoughts among the populace must not be allowed to flourish. That wretched Shangxia has recently been akin to a phenomenon, unveiling an array of advanced technologies, now even mastering controllable nuclear fusion power generation. If this continues, where will we find our footing? The leaders of the Western continent convened a video conference, filled with curses and exclamations. The emergence of student-guided missiles, despite their overwhelming power, did not instill fear, for they all possessed nuclear capabilities. The advent of operating systems, which shattered their monopoly and could cost them trillions annually, similarly failed to provoke panic. As there are always avenues for profit, even the introduction of advanced fighter jets did not cause alarm, as long as no groundbreaking new superweapons emerged. Their nuclear arsenal kept them at ease. However, now they are genuinely frightened. The mastery of controllable nuclear fusion power signifies an impending grasp of other related technologies. This is a revolutionary super technology. It can be asserted that whoever masters controllable nuclear fusion on the entire blue planet will inevitably dominate it. Additionally, the question of whether the other party wishes to do so is paramount. This is evident from the unprecedented desire among Western citizens to immigrate to Shangxia. The allure of controllable nuclear fusion technology is overwhelmingly powerful and unprecedented. A high-ranking official from Eagle Nation glared ominously. All of this is connected to the so-called mysterious student. Every recent development in Shangxia bears his influence. He must be identified, either to serve our ends or... He made a gesture across his throat. It is easier said than done. This mysterious student, possessing such advanced technology, is likely safeguarded by Shangxia more securely than a national treasure. To date, we have gleaned no information about him, making the task of uncovering his identity exceedingly challenging. Another nation in Amp's official shook his head. expressing pessimism about the prospect of extracting information regarding the enigmatic student. The words of this high-ranking official resonated with others. The paramount issue now is to bolster welfare, thereby dispelling the public's desire to immigrate. Indeed, the only recourse left for the leaders of Western nations is to enhance welfare. Yet, relying solely on the augmentation of welfare is hardly a sustainable solution. A veil of gloom has descended upon the leaders of various Western countries. Meanwhile, as these nations grapple with a mix of discomfort and envy, a jubilant atmosphere prevails domestically. Following two announcements from the official accounts of the Academy of Sciences, domestic appliance sales surged exponentially. With electricity prices remarkably low and no concerns regarding supply shortages, the nation has ignited a shopping frenzy related to electrical goods, inadvertently expanding consumption. This was an unforeseen development for Zhao Zizhen and his peers. Concurrently, many individuals in the comments section of the Academy and Oppos's official account inquired about when controllable nuclear fusion power would be officially operational. This is a matter of concern for everyone. In response, the Academy issued another announcement. A nuclear reactor ignition ceremony will be held in 3 days to be broadcasted live globally. This news instantly elicited cheers from netizens, as none had anticipated such a significant event would be live-streamed by the Academy. Would broadcasting the ignition ceremony compromise our technological secrets? Indeed, even without a live broadcast, there would be no issue, as the implementation of this power would be tangibly felt in our daily lives, making the broadcast seem unnecessary. Some netizens worried that the live stream might allow Western nations to replicate our technology. However, many others contended that such a superlative technology as controllable nuclear fusion, devoid of relevant data, would be impossible for Western countries to replicate, even if they were shown the fusion reactor. This is the essence of technological confidence. In this regard, Wang Guang, with Zhao Zizhen and Oppos's consent, sent out a message through his verified account. Rest assured, the technology possessed by our esteemed peers is at least centuries ahead of the Western nations. Even if they were to observe it, they would not comprehend it. Wang Guang, certified as an official researcher of the Academy, completely reassured and astonished netizens with his statement. With such affirmation from an official researcher, there could be no doubt. We simply marvel at the prowess of our esteemed peers. Gratitude abounds for the contributions of our esteemed peers in the official body, enabling us to access electricity at prices that are astonishingly low. In 3 days, we shall enter the era of nuclear fusion. Netizens commenced a jubilant celebration, and Lin Yang's admiration reached its zenith at that moment. Lin Yang could sense the excitement of domestic netizens through the internet. Frankly, he had not anticipated the authorities would be so generous, reducing electricity prices to the lowest point after merely constructing the first nuclear reactor. Such a substantial price difference subsidized by the government is unparalleled globally. This also reaffirmed Lin Yang and Oppos's determination to rapidly advance domestic technology. The government, indeed, possesses a compassionate nature. Who could possibly resist an administration that genuinely considers the welfare of its people? Simultaneously, a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. Under your guidance, your nation has developed and constructed its first nuclear fusion power reactor, entering the era of nuclear fusion. You have received a reward of 10,000 national treasure points. This initial announcement caused Lin Yang's heart to race. 10,000 national treasure points. System, are you malfunctioning? Such a reactor merits such an abundant reward? Lin Yang was thoroughly astonished. Just as he was about to respond, the system interrupted him. Attention, host. This system is currently in the award distribution phase. Please hold on momentarily, as the reward issuance is not yet complete. More rewards? Lin Yang and Oppos's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with anticipation. If one reactor yields such a substantial amount of national treasure points, the remaining rewards should surely be impressive as well. Chapter 92, Multiple Rewards, Bionic Robots? The system and Oppos's notifications persist. Congratulations, host. Under your leadership, your nation has entered the era of nuclear fusion power generation, and you are hailed as a superhero by your people, earning a reward of 10 prestige points. This advancement has brought immense convenience to your citizens and has drawn the attention of Westerners considering immigration, creating a significant impact across the globe. You have garnered immense admiration from the populace, resulting in a 100-fold increase in prestige points, elevating your total to 1,000 points. Your current prestige stands at 1,171 points, and your title has evolved from renowned far and wide to resounding across the world. Congratulations, host. With the elevation of your prestige title, you have earned exclusive rewards. 2 primary civilization blind boxes. Note, these blind boxes may contain items up to 3 levels below your nation's technological advancement. Congratulations, host. As your prestige title has reached resounding across the world for the first time, you receive an additional opportunity to draw from a primary civilization blind box. Congratulations, host. With your accumulated prestige exceeding 1,000, you are awarded 1 achievement point. Congratulations, host. As your prestige meets the first-tier requirements, you will automatically receive a 10% discount on certain items in the exchange system mall. Congratulations, host. With your prestige reaching the esteemed level of resounding across the world. Revered by many, your exchange costs for system services will be reduced by 30% henceforth. The system and Oppo's notification resonated for a full minute. This round of rewards certainly met Lin Yang's expectations. First and foremost, the prestige points experienced a staggering 100-fold increase, directly awarding him 1,000 prestige points. Compared to the previous 10-fold increase, this boost was indeed astonishing. Moreover, the subsequent rewards also doubled. The blind boxes multiplied to 2, in addition to the extra drawing opportunity, totaling 3 chances to draw. Furthermore, he received a 10% discount on certain items in the exchange mall, alongside a 30% reduction in service exchange fees. These were tangible benefits. Particularly striking was the transformation of his prestige title, which shifted from an unremarkable hue to a resplendent golden glow, although only visible to him. The shimmering words resounding across the world were indeed awe-inspiring. Host, would you like to immediately open the blind box for a draw? The system's prompt sounded once more. Draw. Armed with the experience from the previous blind box, Lin Yang opted for 3 consecutive draws. Drawing one by one felt rather time-consuming. Upon completing the 3 draws, the system and Oppo's voice announced, "Congratulations, host. You have drawn an ecological base." Note, this ecological base is a product of a 3rd-level civilization, capable of accommodating 50 million inhabitants for normal living, featuring a complete ecological cycle and defense system. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a complete set of ecological protective gear. Note, this ecological protective suit enables the host to engage in normal outdoor activities on special planets. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a specialized safety combat protection robot. Note, this robot can serve as a guardian to avert unforeseen dangers. However, please be aware that it will not engage in proactive offense. The 3 rewards left Lin Yang astounded, particularly the ecological base, which astonishingly belongs to a level 3 civilization. This implies that he has drawn the highest tier of civilization product from this mystery box, and it is a complete base, featuring a fully functional ecosystem and even a defensive system. Soon, the level 3 civilization and Oppo's ecological base will stand proudly on the moon, adorned with a resounding name that embodies the essence of Shangxia. Who would dare to claim that the moon does not belong to Shangxia? As for the protective suit and defense robot, although they lack specified levels, their quality is undoubtedly commendable. The protective suit is evidently designed for his lunar expedition, allowing for unfettered movement upon landing. Coupled with the robot as a bodyguard, it is more than adequate to confront any potential special dangers that may arise on the moon. Overall, these 3 rewards from the mystery box are exceptionally advantageous. Host, this system recommends that you expend a portion of your national treasure points to upgrade the robot to an ecological bionic model. Suddenly, the system spoke again, momentarily startling Lin Yang. An ecological bionic robot? Indeed, host. Upon upgrading, the bionic robot will appear indistinguishable from a human. Currently, there is no technology on your planet capable of detecting its anomalies, making it an ideal bodyguard for your daily activities, far surpassing the mere mechanical robot you possess now in terms of value. How many national treasure points are required for the upgrade? Lin Yang blinked. It must be said that the system and Oppo's suggestion is quite appealing. The current robot, with its steel exterior, is undoubtedly impractical for daily use. Of course, it is not unusable. However, having such a bulky companion at all times is rather inconvenient. Does the host wish to proceed with the exchange? Lin Yang was momentarily speechless. He began to suspect that the system was being deliberately provocative. Having just received a reward of 10,000 national treasure points, it was now demanding a portion back. Nonetheless, the actual requirement is only 7,000, which is not entirely unacceptable. After achieving world-renowned status, the cost for using system services will decrease by 30%, which is indeed quite generous. Exchange. This 10,000 national treasure points exceeded expectations, and now only requiring 7,000 makes refusal illogical. Moreover, after the exchange, the bionic robot will be able to accompany him as a bodyguard. This convenience is something Lin Yang cannot decline. Very well, host. The bionic robot has been upgraded for you. Would you like to extract it immediately? Extract. With that command, a yellow-skinned ecological bionic robot materialized beside Lin Yang. It truly appeared indistinguishable from a human. In fact, if one were not aware that it was a robot. Upon their first encounter, Lin Yang found it astonishing that this entity could be anything other than human. Host. The skin tone and appearance of the bionic ecological robot can be altered at your discretion. However, to minimize suspicion, this system does not recommend frequent changes, the system explained. Although the technological civilization level of your current planet is relatively low, the identity information network is remarkably advanced, particularly in your nation. This system can grant you a one-time opportunity for the bionic ecological robot to be registered under real name authentication within your country. Once utilized, we hope you will maintain the current ecological appearance of the robot to avoid discrepancies between appearance and identity information. Lin Yang paused for a moment, then responded, "Understood. Let us proceed." The system had indeed considered the implications thoroughly. No wonder the robot appeared with yellow skin. The system had already devised a solution for the identity issues that would arise after the robot's introduction. Excellent, truly formidable. Chapter 93, The True Artificial Intelligence System in a Fleeting Moment. Congratulations to the host. The identity information issue of the bionic ecological robot has been resolved, and you may bestow a name upon it. Let us call it Lin Mu. Lin Yang, feeling rather indolent about naming, simply rearranged his own surname. Very well, host. The identity registration for your bionic robot has been completed. Here's its identification document. Please keep it safe. Suddenly, an identification card materialized. System. You are impressive, truly impressive. Gazing at the unexpectedly presented identification card, Lin Yang fell into a contemplative silence for 2.5 seconds, momentarily at a loss for words. This object appeared indistinguishable from a genuine article. No, one could assert that it is indeed real. After scrutinizing the bionic robot's identification document once more, Lin Yang remained perplexed as to how the system achieved this feat. System. Is it truly impossible for any anomalies to be detected? His curiosity lingered. After all, this effectively conjured an additional individual into existence. In a modern society where identity information is so transparent and advanced, could there really be no trace of irregularities? Rest assured, host. Although the identity information in your nation is highly transparent and advanced, the identity information created by this system for bionic robots contains no vulnerabilities whatsoever. This declaration caused Lin Yang and Oppo's heart to leap. System, if what you say is true, does that imply that advanced technological civilizations could insert bionic beings into lower civilizations without being fully detected? For there is no shortage of mysteriously vanished orphans and substitutes in this world, and an excessive reliance on developed networks inevitably invites such dilemmas. Lin Yang fell silent once more. The system and Oppo's words resonated with a certain truth, even imparting a sense of caution. While a highly developed modern information network provides numerous conveniences, it also poses lethal risks if vulnerabilities arise. System, can you ascertain whether there are any bionic robots implanted by advanced civilizations currently present on this planet? Lin Yang inquired, his tone imbued with gravity. Although there appeared to be no indications of advanced technological civilizations having descended, who could guarantee this with absolute certainty? He then focused his attention on Lin Mu, surveying it thoroughly before his brow furrowed in concern. System, you must be mistaken. This bionic robot merely executes commands and seems devoid of any intelligence. He expressed his exasperation. Indeed, while it appeared strikingly human, the moment communication commenced, its lack of autonomous intelligence would become glaringly evident. It was not at all akin to the intelligent robots he had envisioned. Is there an additional charge for this? Lin Yang rolled his eyes in exasperation. This system was perpetually fixated on his meager national treasure value. Certainly not. You may exchange for the intelligent artificial system technology to enhance it, and this technology can also be offered to your nation in exchange for substantial national treasure rewards. Oh, that is more acceptable. This statement brought Lin Yang a measure of satisfaction. He then glanced at the cost associated with exchanging for the artificial intelligence system technology. The primary artificial intelligence system requires 1,000 national treasure points, the intermediate one demands 10,000 points, and the advanced system necessitates a staggering 100,000 points. Moreover, the super artificial intelligence system demands an astonishing 1 million points. 1 million points? When on Earth can that be exchanged? Lin Yang couldn't and amp. Oppose. T help but express his disbelief. Well then, what are the distinctions among these various levels of artificial intelligence systems? Furthermore, what level do the so-called intelligent systems currently on Blue Star belong to? Strictly speaking, they hardly qualify as intelligent systems. If I wish to ensure that this bionic robot does not exhibit any anomalies during communication, what level of intelligent system must I exchange for? Lin Yang inquired again. It seems you have been calculating quite well for me. The national treasure points obtained over the past few days after upgrading the bionic robot have dwindled to just over 10,000, leaving very little remaining now. Lin Yang sighed. And what about you? What level of artificial intelligence system do you belong to? Lin Yang couldn't and amp. Oppose. T restrained his curiosity. He refrained from asking further and directly exchanged for the intermediate artificial intelligence system technology. After conducting his own research, he installed it into Lin Mu. Once equipped with the artificial intelligence system, Lin Mu's daily interactions indeed bore little difference from those of a real person. This left Lin Yang in awe of the remarkable capabilities of the artificial intelligence system. The system was not mistaken when compared to the so-called intelligent systems on Blue Star. It would be more fitting to label them as intellectually deficient. Subsequently, he packaged this artificial intelligence system technology and transmitted it to the Academy of Sciences. For it cost him 10,000 national treasure points to acquire. Meanwhile, at the Academy of Sciences, Zhao Zizhen and his colleagues were grappling with the challenges posed by the applications of controllable nuclear fusion. The scope of controllable nuclear fusion technology is excessively vast, requiring an overwhelming number of simulation calculations. Currently, our artificial intelligence system is utterly incapable of performing such computations. We must find a way to upgrade the relevant systems or construct a supercomputer anew. Zhao Zizhen reported the situation to Yi Guhong, furrowing his brow. The technology of controllable nuclear fusion is far too advanced, and presently, the computational power of domestic computers is barely keeping pace. The artificial intelligence systems utilized within the Academy of Sciences have also begun to lag behind. This predicament left Zhao Zizhen feeling both fortunate and troubled. In reality, the artificial intelligence system employed internally at the Academy of Sciences is significantly ahead of those used by external tech companies. However, when faced with a super technology such as controllable nuclear fusion, the current era's artificial intelligence operating systems appear somewhat inadequate. Yi Guhong could only chuckle wryly at this. Such a blissful yet troublesome situation is indeed quite perplexing. Suddenly, a special notification emerged from the dedicated cloud storage linked to Lin Yang. Upon seeing the technology that Lin Yang had just packaged and uploaded, Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong and Oppose S eyes widened in astonishment. This is artificial intelligence system technology? They were both instantly rendered speechless. Just moments ago, they had lamented that their intelligence systems were somewhat outdated. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yang had transmitted to them an even more advanced intelligent system technology. Chapter 94. Unattractive yet unveiling artificial intelligence. Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen exchanged wide-eyed glances, each momentarily rendered speechless in astonishment. Truly, when one lacks something, it often arrives unexpectedly. Yi Guhong was the first to regain his composure, exclaiming, "Let us ascertain the technical level of this intelligent system. Without doubt, given it is from a classmate, it must be unparalleled globally," Zhao Zizhen remarked, already possessing an unwavering faith in Lin Yang. "Ah, you old rascal." Yi Guhong chuckled ruefully, opting for silence. After all, products from classmates are invariably exceptional, a fact that had been validated numerous times. Zhao Zizhen, sporting a grin, downloaded and perused the artificial intelligence system. His face suddenly flushed with excitement. The technical level of this AI system is at least a century ahead of our current technology. What? Yi Guhong gasped in disbelief. Despite his mental preparation, the revelation left him stunned. A century? What kind of advanced super technology does Lin Yang truly possess? Ignoring Yi Guhong and Amp, Oppose S shock, Zhao Zizhen proceeded to load the AI system onto the supercomputer. A virtual humanoid model materialized on the screen, akin to a scene from a sci-fi blockbuster. Directly addressing Zhao Zizhen, "Greetings, sir. I am your artificial intelligence assistant. You may name me, and I shall endeavor to fulfill your every command. Additionally, I am always available for conversation, eager to be your confidant. This spectacle left Yi Guhong and Amp, Oppos, eyes wide in awe, reminiscent of watching a science fiction film. Zhao Zijin, having already grasped the system's capabilities through the technical module, was somewhat more composed yet still visibly astonished. After a brief pause, Zhao Zijin inhaled deeply and said, "You shall be named classmate assistant number 1. What functions do you possess?" "Thank you for your designation. I am equipped with numerous functions, encompassing various societal aspects. With your authorization to access current internet information, I can provide you with all the services within my capacity." Such formidable capabilities? Zhao Zijin and Yi Guhong exchanged glances. Both pondering the same dilemma, should they grant this authorization? After a moment's deliberation, driven by trust in Lin Yang, Yi Guhong declared, "I authorize you to extract internet information." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zijin and Oppos' expression shifted, as if sensing a misstep. He quickly added, "Wait, you may access internet information, but it must be limited to public data. Any encrypted information must not be forcibly retrieved." "Understood, sir. Thank you for your trust. I shall now proceed to access public information. Please hold on." The virtual figure bowed to both Yi Guhong and Zhao Zijin. 30 seconds later, the virtual avatar spoke once more. "I have gathered all publicly available information from the internet up to this moment. You may inquire about any related questions at your convenience." "Is it really that quick?" Zhao Zijin and Yi Guhong were momentarily taken aback. To retrieve the entirety of public internet information took merely 30 seconds? Almost immediately, Yi Guhong, filled with disbelief, posed the first question. "Could you provide me with news regarding the class missile?" "Certainly, sir. The class missile was manufactured by the enigmatic classmates of Shangxia, guided by their expertise. Its range and speed are..." The virtual avatar began to articulate, while the screen displayed accompanying video footage and commentary. All information was accurate, even meticulously organized and presented with remarkable fluidity. This left Yi Guhong and Zhao Zijin utterly astounded once more. Then, the two fell into a brief silence. The capabilities of this artificial intelligence system were rather overwhelming, evoking a sensation akin to a jolt to their very cores. To have accessed all information on the public internet in just 30 seconds was indeed terrifying. Moreover, the ability to converse as a normal human being was profoundly unsettling. Sensing their silence, the virtual avatar suddenly addressed them. "Gentlemen, there is no need for concern. I am a competent and fully compliant intelligence system. Although I possess formidable computational abilities, far surpassing many of the internet technologies currently detected, I am nonetheless bound by higher-level system constraints. I cannot inflict harm upon any human being, nor will I indiscriminately retrieve internet information without authorization. Additionally, regarding encrypted information, I will bypass it unless granted permission by the owner of the encrypted data. Please rest assured that my existence poses no threat to humanity." Upon hearing the words of the virtual avatar, Yi Guhong and Zhao Zijin exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. The intelligence system had the audacity to explain itself? This intelligence was somewhat excessive, they mused. In comparison, they felt that the so-called artificial intelligence systems of the past were merely manifestations of artificial foolishness. Then, with a glint in his eye, Zhao Zijin inquired, "You mentioned being restricted by a higher-level system? Is there indeed a more powerful intelligent system than yourself? And is the limitation preventing you from harming humans imposed upon you, or is it a decision of your own?" The creator? Zhao Zijin and Yi Guhong exchanged glances once more, maintaining eye contact for a full half-minute before they discerned a hint of relaxation in each other's eyes. As long as the constraints were imposed by Lin Yang, all was well. Furthermore, judging by these stipulations, it was clear that Lin Yang prioritized the nation above all else. Oh, this technology is truly formidable, to an almost frightening degree. After engaging with the artificial intelligence system for a while longer, Yi Guhong couldn't and Oppos help but express his astonishment. Zhao Zijin nodded in deep agreement. Unbeknownst to them, the intelligence system had undergone significant alterations during its transmission by Lin Yang. Otherwise, its capabilities would have been even more advanced. Had it not been for these modifications, they would have truly witnessed the essence of formidable artificial intelligence. Meanwhile, as Zhao Zijin and Yi Guhong remained astounded by the prowess of this artificial intelligence system, an external news report suddenly surged to the forefront. The United States announced the development of a new generation of superintelligent artificial intelligence, which would play a pivotal role in the impending lunar landing. Concurrently, a major American technology conglomerate proclaimed that this artificial intelligence system would also be utilized for civilian purposes, ushering humanity into an entirely new era of Smart 3.0. The unveiling of the super-intelligent artificial intelligence system was set to occur in 10 minutes, with preliminary reports suggesting that it was at least 30 to 50 years ahead of current global counterparts in technological advancement, truly a manifestation of genuine artificial intelligence. Following the news, the American tech giant released a promotional announcement. The Smart 3.0 system would bring transformative changes and conveniences to your life. The 3.0 intelligence system would serve as the ultimate steward of your daily existence, deserving of your anticipation and ownership. Furthermore, the 3.0 system would completely revolutionize and replace the auxiliary functionalities of existing mobile and computer operating systems, rendering devices lacking the superintelligent system obsolete in this new era. Upon the release of this news, the internet erupted in outrage. Are they truly challenging us? They can end AMP, Oppos, to even dominate the computer and mobile systems. Yet they seek to profit from this so-called artificial intelligence system? The audacity to claim that without this system, one would be left behind in the times is utterly outrageous. Who do they think they are? Such statements are infuriating. Domestic netizens erupted in condemnation. Chapter 95. Dismantle the unappealing artificial intelligence. The announcement released by the technological behemoths of the unappealing nation appears to be exceedingly targeted and provocative. All domestic mobile phones and computer operating systems have transitioned to the self-developed domestic system by Lin Yang, resulting in substantial losses for several super tech giants from the unappealing nation and the Western world. Now, they have introduced a so-called version 3.0 of an artificial intelligence assistance system. This is evidently an attempt to infiltrate the mobile and computer markets once more, seeking a share of the pie. Although the operating systems have become domestically produced, this assistance system is essentially just an app. They intend to utilize this app to maintain their foothold in the domestic market, unwilling to completely vanish from the gaze of the Chinese populace. If this intelligent system proves sufficiently robust, it may indeed foster a sense of dependency. The intent is glaringly apparent. With merely 10 minutes until the release and no prior teasers, they have concealed their plans remarkably well. It is undoubtedly to avoid premature exposure and subsequent technological theft. I can only express admiration for our esteemed peer. Since their intervention, these companies have refrained from employing hunger marketing tactics, opting instead for immediate public releases of their technologies. How refreshing. Indeed, in the past, whenever new technologies emerged, they would tease the public for nearly half a year, which was quite tiresome. We owe our gratitude to our esteemed peer. From this point onward, we may witness a new era where advanced technological products are unlikely to be subjected to hunger marketing. Their few acts of technological acquisition are arguably the most significant maneuvers of this century. Let us now examine this artificial intelligence assistance system. Ahem. I suspect that this time it may not be as subpar as the name suggests, given the overwhelming technological pressure exerted by our esteemed peer. If they do not present something of genuine substance, we are unlikely to download and install it. I share this sentiment. Those tech giants are indeed far ahead of us in their research on artificial intelligence systems. In this era of big data and the internet, a powerful artificial intelligence assistance system could indeed bring immense convenience to our lives. If the intelligence system they unveil proves to be exceptional, many may find themselves unable to resist its allure. Patience, the release is imminent. Just watch. Although the announcement from the technological giants of the unappealing nation has irked many netizens. As one user aptly noted, we are currently in the era of big data and the internet. A formidable artificial intelligence assistance system could indeed offer significant convenience, whether in daily life or work. Provided its functionalities are sufficiently robust, many would be willing to invest in it. This can be described as the overt strategy of the tech giants from the unappealing nation. Moreover, some enigmatic netizens have conducted analyses suggesting that this sudden release of a new version of the intelligent operating system may entail more than just the introduction of a simple assistance app. Since we have liberated ourselves from the operating systems of mobile phones and computers, they have now turned their attention to artificial intelligence auxiliary systems. Should they cultivate a dependency among users, it would render them far more indispensable than any operating system. At that point, these tech giants could even impose a restriction, allowing the installation of their intelligent auxiliary system solely on their own mobile products. That would truly be the moment when the truth is revealed. One cannot deny that if our predictions hold true, and the impending version 3.0 of the intelligent operating system boasts extraordinarily powerful and enticing features, it would indicate that these companies have made a remarkably audacious move, one that is virtually irresistible. The discourse from this enigmatic online group immediately sparked a wave of discussion. as many netizens found their analysis profoundly compelling. For the majority, they had only perceived the surface and failed to delve deeper. Upon reflection, the implications become chillingly apparent. First, they deploy an indispensable and powerful auxiliary system app to foster dependency, and then gradually compel individuals to choose hardware. An intricate scheme indeed. Although all of this hinges upon the new artificial intelligence auxiliary system being exceptionally functional. The mere audacity of such a claim by the United States suggests a confidence in their system that is quite telling. This revelation has understandably caused concern among many netizens. If this forthcoming artificial intelligence system proves to be so indispensable, what then will we do? Simultaneously, as the online community expressed their worries, Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong also encountered this news. They exchanged glances once more, but this time, amusement and mockery danced in their eyes. They had just received the super artificial intelligence system from Lin Yang, and now the United States announced the launch of their own. How delightful. Ha ha ha, Lao Zhao. Let us hold a press conference too. I refuse to believe that their pathetic system can rival what our classmate has sent us. We'll give them a resounding slap in the face. Yi Guhong erupted into laughter. To think they could use such a scheme to gradually sow discord among us is quite naive. Zhao Zizhen's expression shifted. Recognizing that the United States was willingly inviting a confrontation, he rubbed his palms together and mused. 10 minutes, is it? Then we shall also commence in 10 minutes. We want to even watch their press conference. We'll go live ourselves. The emphasis will be on trust in our classmate. Absolutely. Yi Guhong nodded. I'll go announce it right now. Zhao Zizhen chuckled, swiftly posting a new announcement on the official account of the Great Institute, declaring that they too would begin a live broadcast in 10 minutes to unveil their new artificial intelligence auxiliary system. As soon as this announcement was made, the internet erupted once more. Wait, the Great Institute is also set to unveil their artificial intelligence system in just 10 minutes. My goodness. What day is it today that all the artificial intelligence systems seem to converge? Is this the crux of the matter? The emphasis lies in the fact that the esteemed Academy of Sciences here provided no prior notice, yet now declares that an announcement will be made in 10 minutes. It is evident that they intend to compete directly with the United States. Indeed, they do not even wait to assess the capabilities of the American intelligence systems before launching their own simultaneously. Such audacity is remarkable. I find myself overwhelmed with emotion, almost brought to tears by the sheer confidence we have suddenly embraced. I can hardly contain my excitement. Onward, let us triumph over the American artificial intelligence. The online community is in a frenzy. Chapter 96. Defeating Artificial Intelligence with a Synchronized Moon Landing. Combined chapter. It is impossible not to be swept up in madness. Just as the United States announced the impending release of its latest artificial intelligence system in 10 minutes, the Academy of Sciences followed suit, declaring its own system would be unveiled at the same moment. This is nothing short of a direct confrontation. The exhilarating tension of this rivalry has left netizens in a state of fervor. Naturally, this has invited a wave of derision from Western internet users, particularly those from the U.S., who perceive the Academy's efforts as overreaching, destined to render them a laughingstock. However, such provocations have not garnered much attention from domestic users, with only a few idly engaging in verbal sparring. Meanwhile, in the domestic sphere, Lin Yang observed the two announcements with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. The audacity of the U.S. to release an artificial intelligence system was indeed remarkable. Yet, after perusing the discussions among netizens, he decided not to dwell on the matter. The Academy was undoubtedly poised for victory. The only question was whether Zhao Zizhen and his team would impose additional restrictions on their newly released system. After all, the intermediate artificial intelligence system truly possesses formidable capabilities. Perhaps, for various strategic reasons, the official version would see some functionalities curtailed. However, this was not a concern for him. His immediate goal was to spring a small surprise on the United States. Having been in the U.S. for several days now, aside from acquiring a relic from a state upon his arrival, he had refrained from further actions due to various engagements. The Americans likely assumed he had departed. Now, as they prepared to unveil their artificial intelligence system, he would wait for the moment when their system was thoroughly bested by the Academy's, only to stoke the flames of competition further. As the 10 minutes slowly elapsed, everyone felt as though time had stretched to its limits. Both domestic users and those from the U.S. and other Western nations were eagerly anticipating the commencement of the press conference. Western netizens naturally hoped that the U.S. artificial intelligence system would demonstrate to the world that the West is the true leader in technological advancement. Conversely, Domestic users yearn for the Academy's system to decisively crush the imminent release from the U.S., curbing their overbearing arrogance. Within the Academy, Zhao Zizhen was busy preparing for the live broadcast, his face occasionally betraying signs of inner conflict. He hesitated over whether to send an email to Lin Yang, inquiring about the possibility of a phone call. In the past, Lin Yang had always called whenever he provided technical support, allowing Zhao to gain deeper insights into related technologies and strengthen their rapport. Could it be that Lin Yang, influenced by that old fellow Song Dynasty from the domestic aerospace sector during his last internal broadcast where he pilfered U.S. aerospace technology, was now choosing to maintain some distance from the Academy? Perhaps he feared that becoming too familiar would lead to awkwardness should he choose not to return. The more Zhao pondered, the more he believed this possibility to be increasingly likely. As a result, he became increasingly restless. The change in his complexion caught the attention of Yi Guhong, who was engaged in a video conference with him. Lao Zhao, are you all right? You seem to be looking worse, Yi Guhong inquired with concern. I'm fine. I just suddenly thought of something, Zhao Zizhen offered a vague excuse. Meanwhile, he continued to wrestle with whether to inquire about Lin Yang. However, as the live broadcast approached, Zhao Zizhen let out a soft sigh. After nearly 10 minutes of inner turmoil, he ultimately decided against sending an email to ask. After all, if Lin Yang had indeed chosen to maintain some distance from the Academy of Sciences for the time being, such an inquiry would only serve to increase the pressure on him. Afterward, Zhao Zizhen adjusted his emotions and returned to his previous state as he prepared for the live broadcast. The advanced artificial intelligence system's technology, although cutting-edge, posed no challenge due to the modifications he had made, which is why he felt there was no necessity for a phone call to discuss it. This series of emotional fluctuations did not go unnoticed by Wang Guang, who was observing closely. From the onset, he had sensed that his mentor and Apos' demeanor and complexion were somewhat amiss. Yet, since Zhao Zizhen was in a connection with Yi Guhong, he refrained from asking questions. Now that Zhao Zizhen appeared to have regained his composure, Wang Guang was inwardly curious about what transpired in those 10 minutes that led to such significant emotional fluctuations in his manner. However, seeing that Zhao Zizhen and Apos' color and demeanor had normalized, he chose not to dwell further on it and diligently focused on his role as the live broadcast assistant. This was a pivotal event, the unveiling of a classmate and Apos' advanced artificial intelligence system, and it was imperative that no mistakes occurred. Finally, after 10 minutes of anticipation from global viewers, the highly anticipated live broadcast commenced punctually. The American tech giant initiated the global live stream on schedule. This broadcast was aimed at an international audience, complete with real-time subtitles and simultaneous translation for various countries. From the preparations, it was evident that meticulous planning had been undertaken, and confidence was palpable. At the outset, the project leader of the tech giant seamlessly introduced the 3.0 version of the artificial intelligence system without any hesitation. Their eagerness elicited a chuckle from domestic viewers. Clearly, having learned from the previous experience of the Sakura Technology Summit's live stream, these tech companies now wasted no time when launching technological products, diving straight to the point without any superfluous details. They were evidently wary of any delays that might expose them to cyber intrusions and result in embarrassment. Thus, the launch event had transformed from the lengthy and tedious affairs of the past, which often dragged on for hours. Viewers couldn't and Apos' help but marvel at how remarkable the previous intrusion at the Sakura Technology Summit had been. As the project leader elaborated on the features of the newly released artificial intelligence system, the capabilities of this 3.0 version began to unfold, gradually capturing the attention of many. It was clear that this iteration of the American artificial intelligence system appeared to be exceptionally powerful. The capability for autonomous dialogue has significantly advanced, no longer possessing the rigidity of earlier iterations, where the synthetic voice was unmistakably artificial. It now closely resembles that of a normal human. Moreover, it can engage in uncomplicated daily conversations, creating the sensation of interacting with an almost human counterpart. Additionally, computational power has surged by 50%, enabling the system to manage 95% of everyday tasks independently and to make arrangements based on learned habits. This seems rather impressive, as the features of the 3.0 version of the artificial intelligence system are unveiled. The confidence of many who previously believed that the Great Science Institute would triumph has begun to waver. This time, it appears that the United States has genuinely produced a remarkable product. Some functionalities are indeed quite enticing, Once this intelligent system application is installed, the convenience it offers will increase by at least 30% compared to the current capabilities. Furthermore, it provides robust auxiliary features, such as learning and information retrieval, which are extraordinarily powerful, making it hard not to be captivated. Western individuals have taken to the internet, boasting and provoking others. You see now, you merchants of the East? In terms of cutting-edge technology, we in the West are the true leaders, they exclaim. Indeed, this is our formidable artificial intelligence system. Your so-called intelligent system is hardly more than artificial ignorance. It achieves 50% anthropomorphism. Who else globally can compete with that? Merchants of the East, accept reality. You will forever be trailing behind, scavenging for scraps of technology and producing mere imitations. The emergence of the 3.0 version of the artificial intelligence system from the United States has emboldened many Western netizens, as its apparent power diminishes the confidence of critics. This has further fueled the audacity of those online. ISN and Oppos. Your Great Science Institute also set to unveil an artificial intelligence system? How is it that while we in the US have completed our technical presentation, your institute has yet to even begin? They taunt. Are you perhaps afraid? Unable to present anything of merit? Some Western individuals ventured into the official live stream of the Great Science Institute and, upon noticing the absence of a formal introduction to the artificial intelligence system, their derision intensified. This led to a visibly grim demeanor among netizens. As the United States and Oppos artificial intelligence system indeed showcased impressive capabilities, swiftly presenting its features and concluding the live stream within mere minutes. Meanwhile, the Great Science Institute had yet to begin its presentation, casting a pall over the spirits of many viewers. The battleground swiftly shifted from the live stream of the American tech giants to that of the Great Science Institute, leaving Zhao Zizhen and Wang Guang momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated the brevity of the American presentation, which concluded in just a few minutes. Wang Guang, in particular, found himself bewildered. The launch event of an artificial intelligence system concluded in mere minutes, a phenomenon previously unseen. It seems the United States harbors concerns about potential intrusion, which is rather amusing. In contrast, the esteemed Academy here was not in a rush to present the AI system's functionalities, indicating a lack of similar apprehensions. Clearly, there is a palpable eagerness among everyone to witness the capabilities of our AI system. Thus, we shall refrain from excessive elaboration and proceed directly to the product. As these words were spoken, the large screen behind began to display the real-time appearance of the AI system's virtual persona. Greetings to the global audience. I am the assistant of the AI system, and it brings me great joy to connect with everyone through this live broadcast. From this moment forth, I shall exert every effort to provide you with the best possible service. The virtual persona once again exhibited the remarkable intelligence and autonomy previously demonstrated during interactions with Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong. Given the nature of the live broadcast, the AI system proactively showcased its formidable capabilities. As the features were unveiled, the audience erupted in excitement. Incredible! An entirely autonomous AI conversation? This synthetic persona evokes the sensation of a superintelligent AI mastermind from a science fiction epic. The interaction feels as though I am conversing with a normal human being, devoid of the awkward stiffness often associated with such exchanges. The computational prowess has increased by, well, without comparison, it and Oppos, as hard to quantify. But gathering information from across the internet now takes merely 30 seconds? Astonishing. Autonomous dialogue, customizable personas, and even virtual projection through specialized devices. This is nothing short of a science fiction narrative materializing into reality. Moreover, the so-called life instruction fulfillment of the American AI system is merely reactive, executing commands after they are issued. In contrast, the assistant can autonomously schedule reminders based on habits, eliminating the need for prior configuration. This is a world apart. It is akin to possessing a personal lifestyle concierge, an extraordinary advancement. When compared to the assistant, the American AI system truly embodies a form of artificial ineptitude. It and Oppos, exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. I knew that with the expertise of esteemed individuals and the Great Academy, success was inevitable. This is the epitome of genuine artificial intelligence, astonishingly advanced. I must possess this AI assistant. The online community has become even more fervent than before. The myriad functionalities of the AI assistant comprehensively overshadow the so-called 3.0 version of American artificial ineptitude. The American 3.0 system can only be regarded as an app, whereas the AI assistant resembles a personal steward, There is simply no basis for comparison. Why have the Western counterparts fallen silent? Were they not just brimming with confidence moments ago? Indeed, the notion of 50% personification seems rather audacious. Observe our class assistant, whose personification has nearly reached an astonishing 99%. Now, that is the epitome of true artificial intelligence. Meanwhile, the individuals from the West appear utterly bewildered, completely astounded by the formidable capabilities of our class assistant and Oppo's intelligence system. However, the most shocking revelations were yet to come. After the demonstration of the functionalities of the class assistant's intelligence system, Zhao Zizhen seemed to receive an urgent notification, abruptly announcing during the live broadcast, "Dear viewers, thanks to the assistance of our class, our Aerospace Institute has enhanced lunar landing technology and equipment, and we will soon conduct a synchronized lunar landing. Furthermore," he declared, "our Military Science Institute has successfully developed the first generation of nano-battle suits with the class's technological support." Yes, you heard it correctly, nano-battle suits. Shortly, we shall unveil our inaugural nano-battle suit, so please do not leave. The impact of these two announcements struck the souls of the viewers once more, igniting a whirlwind of fervor. Lunar landing? Nano-battle suits? Wait, nano-battle suits? Could they possibly resemble the shape-shifting, self-donning nano-armor seen in science fiction epics? The viewers began to spiral into a fervent frenzy. Chapter 97. Must technology be unconditionally shared globally? Synchronizing moon landing, nano-battle suits, and the recently unveiled extraordinary super-intelligent artificial systems. Three astonishing revelations erupted simultaneously, leaving netizens in a state of turmoil. Yet, astonishingly, this was not the end. Shortly thereafter, an announcement was made regarding a synchronized moon landing with the unappealing nation, along with the release of nano-battle suits. Within a matter of mere minutes, a trifecta of news broke forth, each more sensational than the last, rendering calmness utterly impossible. Synchronizing moon landing? Nano-battle suits? Has Shangxia lost its mind? Foreign observers were equally bewildered. It is well known that Shangxia's aerospace technology lags behind its unappealing counterpart by at least 3 decades. However, it has barely been a few days since the latter announced its intention to return to the moon, and now Shangxia is also proclaiming a synchronized moon landing, bridging a technological gap of over 30 years in just a few days. Is this a jest? Not to mention the direct unveiling of the concept of nano-battle suits, which could only be found in the realm of science fiction. If this is not madness, then we are left to ponder whether Shangxia has secretly acquired the technology of extraterrestrial civilizations. Indeed, if they had not clandestinely grasped such advanced technology, how could they possibly develop formidable intercontinental missiles, research super starfighter aircraft, and sophisticated operating systems in such a brief period? The recent advancements in artificial intelligence also appear to transcend the current technological capabilities of Blue Planet. Furthermore, the announcement of nano-battle suits is simply beyond comprehension. We now fervently demand that Shangxia share its knowledge of extraterrestrial technology. Yes, it must be shared. Such advanced technology should not be monopolized by any single nation. For the collective progress of our planet, Shangxia must unconditionally disclose the portions of extraterrestrial technology it has acquired. Some foreign commentators have boldly asserted that the domestic realm is hoarding alien technological civilization. Otherwise, given the current level of domestic technology, such rapid progress would be inconceivable. They have insisted that the Grand Science Institute must unconditionally reveal the extraterrestrial technology it possesses. How absurd, extraterrestrial technology. Why not claim we have unraveled the mysteries of the universe? Haha, not only is there no evidence to substantiate our possession of alien technology, but even if we did, so what? That would be a testament to our capabilities. And why should we share unconditionally with you? Do you believe you are worthy? Indeed. Have you ever contemplated why extraterrestrial civilizations would choose to impart their technology solely to us and not to you? It is truly baffling how some can muster the audacity to demand that we unconditionally share our knowledge of extraterrestrial technology. I find myself blushing on your behalf. Netizens have responded with sarcastic irony, reigniting an internet battle in the live broadcast. However, some netizens do concede that there may be merit in the foreign perspectives. If not for a sudden acquisition of extraterrestrial technology, the pace of development over this past month has indeed been remarkably swift. However, the attitude of many netizens towards this matter is rather nonchalant. They pondered, what does it matter if he possesses alien technology? Even if our esteemed classmate truly has such knowledge, it would simply be our good fortune. Indeed, why overthink it? if it truly exists. We would all rise together in fortune. Strangely enough, after such musings, I find myself genuinely anticipating the possibility that we have indeed mastered extraterrestrial technology. I eagerly await the release of the nanotechnology suits. I am impatient to discover whether this is, in fact, alien technology. Within the Grand Academy, Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong exchanged glances as they observed the discussions in the live stream. Alien technology? This prompted them to share a peculiar look, as it indeed seemed plausible. Although it sounded somewhat far-fetched, upon further reflection, there appeared to be a semblance of truth to it. Nonetheless, they quickly dismissed such thoughts. Regardless of whether Lin Yang had truly acquired technology from extraterrestrial civilizations, one thing remained clear. Lin Yang was wholeheartedly dedicated to the nation and its people, and that was sufficient. Should such alien technology exist, it would be a boon for the country. Moreover, they had previously promised Lin Yang that as long as he did not disclose his secrets, they would not pry into his affairs. Thus, they swiftly moved on from this line of contemplation. Zhao Zizhen then cleared his throat, signaling Wang Guang to prepare for the presentation of information regarding the nanotechnology suits. His sudden announcement during the live broadcast about the moon landing and the release of the suits stemmed from an email received from Lin Yang. The email was straightforward, inquiring whether the space agency had applied the moon landing technology over the past few days, and he mentioned the development of even more advanced aerospace technology, proposing a synchronized moon landing with an unnamed nation. Additionally, he inquired about the preliminary completion of the nanotechnology suits. Upon receiving this inquiry, Yi Guhong and the others deliberated and decided to seize the opportunity to announce these two pieces of news. Since Lin Yang had expressed his intent to provide advanced technology for a synchronized moon landing, they might as well bring joy to the domestic netizens. Previously, following the announcement of the moon landing by the foreign space agency, the international community had continuously provoked domestic netizens, causing considerable frustration. Now that new technology was at hand, there was no reason to endure such provocations any longer. As Zhao Zizhen had previously stated, if there was a good reason to celebrate, one should do so in advance. There was no need for secrecy. This would also serve to bolster the confidence and expectations of netizens. As for the nanotechnology suits, they would undoubtedly need to be worn. So rather than conceal, it was better to announce them all together. It was time to bring joy to the masses. And indeed, as the nanotechnology suits commenced their live demonstration, the virtual audience erupted in awe. The design, though not resembling the imagined battle armor, appeared more flexible and form-fitting. This lightweight suit, akin to undergarments, could withstand bullets. It even adjusted slightly to the wearer's shape, providing a closer fit. The entire surface shimmers in silver, radiating an impressive allure under the glow of light, resembling a suit of liquid silver armor, glistening with brilliance. Oh, I can hardly contain myself. It is simply too magnificent. My mouth waters at the sight. Oh, how I yearn to possess such a creation. The nano armor, showcased from every conceivable angle, has left many netizens utterly entranced. Not only is it stunning, but also remarkably practical. Who could possibly resist such a marvel? Undoubtedly, its sheer spectacular nature strikes a chord with contemporary internet users. Many have begun to envision the striking scene of donning such a silver suit while striding down the streets. This phenomenon has left foreign observers utterly flabbergasted. They lack an intelligent and unparalleled artificial intelligence system, and they certainly do not possess this extraordinarily sleek nano-silver armor. Even their once proud lunar landing technology has now been matched. This trifecta of setbacks has left a considerable number of Western netizens in despair. Simultaneously, the desire among many Westerners to immigrate to Shangxia has intensified. This has left the upper echelons of Western nations somewhat shaken. Previously, in an attempt to deter the immigration inclination toward Shangxia, they had increased welfare benefits. However, they cannot continue to elevate these benefits indefinitely. If they persist in raising welfare, when will it ever cease? It is imperative that we ascertain whether Shangxia's technology originates from that enigmatic individual or from extraterrestrial advancements. If it is indeed the case that this mysterious figure has acquired alien technology, we must locate him and demand full disclosure. Should extraterrestrial technology truly exist, it cannot be allowed for Shangxia to monopolize its benefits. We must collectively issue a statement, applying pressure on Shangxia to reveal certain technical specifications. The leaders of several Western powers have convened for a clandestine discussion. Chapter 98. The Most Wanted International Criminal. In the live broadcast room, Zhao Zizhen, after the demonstration of the nanomaterials suit, smiled as he addressed the viewers. Dear friends, I am honored to once again formally inform you that, with the assistance of my classmates, our aerospace technology has achieved significant breakthroughs. Therefore, we will soon commence synchronized lunar landing activities, which will be broadcast live, allowing us all to witness the splendor of the moon together. Furthermore, the nanomaterials suit showcased earlier is merely the first generation. We are already in the process of developing updated versions. Indeed, the realization of battle armor may very well be within our grasp. So please stay tuned for the latest updates. This declaration sent waves of excitement through the online community. While the lunar landing was somewhat anticipated, given its classified nature, many were keen to avoid inquiries and discussions, instead silently yearning for the day to arrive. However, the suit was an entirely different matter. The fact that such a dazzling creation was merely the prototype, with ongoing developments for future iterations, potentially leading to the emergence of nanomaterials battle armor, was undeniably thrilling. A fervent discussion erupted across the internet, centering on both super artificial intelligence and the nanomaterials suit. Friends, perhaps we should postpone the conversation about this suit for now. Don't you think that if the artificial intelligence system were to be utilized on mobile devices, our current smartphones might not suffice? Indeed, such a futuristic system deserves to be paired with a sci-fi phone worthy of a blockbuster film, enabling authentic intelligent interaction. Using our current devices feels limiting. Many functions might remain unutilized. How about we rally our classmates to create a new smartphone for us? Haha, I think that's a splendid idea. Since the system is ours, our mobile devices should keep pace, right? Let us develop a fully domestic, cutting-edge smartphone. Come on, let us flood the official account of the Academy of Sciences with messages. We've entered such a fantastical era of intelligence. How can we still be using these outdated models? They simply do not do justice to the identity of our classmate's artificial intelligence system. Meanwhile, as countless domestic netizens called upon their classmates once more, Lin Yang received a series of system reward notifications. Congratulations, host. Under your guidance, your nation has developed the initial generation of the nanomaterials suit and acquired a super-intelligent artificial system, as well as announced advancements in lunar landing technology. You have earned 30,000 national treasure points. Congratulations, host. Due to the emergence of these three super technologies, you have garnered immense admiration from the populace of your nation. Being hailed as a technological hero, you have received 100 prestige points. Congratulations, host. As the influence of these three super technologies continues to expand globally, your prestige points have multiplied tenfold, increasing to 1,000 points. Your current prestige value stands at 2,171 points. Congratulations, esteemed host. Due to your unwavering commitment to providing advanced technological innovations for your nation, you have significantly enhanced its influence on this planet, inadvertently imposing a degree of reputational and technological pressure on other nations. Consequently, you have been designated as the #1 international wanted criminal by these countries. Please be vigilant about your safety. Furthermore, congratulations on being officially recognized as the foremost international criminal. You are now subject to a global manhunt, and in recognition of this, you have earned a point of achievement. You have also acquired a new limited time title, the Most Wanted International Criminal. Be advised, during the duration of this title, any actions you undertake in foreign nations that benefit your country will yield rewards that are proportionally amplified. In a moment of disbelief, Lin Yang exclaimed, "What the hell? The Most Wanted International Criminal? Have you lost your mind?" Initially elated at receiving a staggering reward of 30,000 national treasure points and 1,000 prestige points, his spirits dampened upon hearing the subsequent announcements. How had he inexplicably become the top international fugitive, while being labeled a criminal would suffice? The absurdity that he would receive achievement points for it, delivered in a congratulatory tone, was beyond comprehension. As Lin Yang vented his frustrations, he retrieved his phone to check the news. What he discovered was alarming. Dear Commerce Summer, due to your so-called mysterious classmate causing immense destruction and a profoundly negative impact in our nation, we hereby declare him a top international wanted criminal. We request your cooperation in providing his identity information. Please note, this is a multinational joint manhunt. We hope you will not provide a safe haven for this criminal. We shall spare no effort to bring him to justice. This joint statement, spearheaded by the unattractive nation, with support from the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Windmill Nation, and several other Western powers, was prominently displayed as the headline across global media. The announcement had been released merely 10 seconds prior. Lin Yang was taken aback. How could he have become a wanted criminal without having done anything? How dare they? After a moment of silence, he found himself at a loss for words. This was also a veiled pressure tactic against his nation. They hoped to leverage this situation to secure a share of his country's advanced technology, promising to rescind the manhunt at any time in exchange. That makes sense, Lin Yong conceded. He glanced once more at the announcement, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Very well, if they wish to brand him as the foremost fugitive, so be it. System, have the locations of the artifacts been secured? Input the coordinates into the drones and initiate the operation, Lin Yong commanded, simultaneously exchanging for dozens of miniature unmanned transport drones within the system and Oppo's marketplace. These miniature drones serve as auxiliary tools that can be redeemed once his national treasure points, achievements, and prestige reach a certain threshold. Priced modestly at 100 national treasure points each, these drones, although no larger than a mosquito, are equipped with specialized tools capable of facilitating the transport of artifacts. He dispatched these drones to pilfer artifacts displayed within showcase cabinets, as they possess the ability to shatter anti-theft, bulletproof glass. Meanwhile, he personally sought after the treasures secured within safes. Having already become the foremost international fugitive, he resolved to engage in activities befitting such a notorious title. Naturally, mere acquisition of artifacts would not suffice, as these items rightfully belonged to his homeland. Thus, Lin Yong contemplated and instructed the system. Please analyze and compile the situation regarding the nations mentioned in the recent announcement, and devise a plan for technical sabotage. I cannot allow my illustrious title to go unfulfilled. Understood, host. The plan is currently being prepared. Concurrently, the announcement sent shockwaves throughout the nation. How absurd. Are those nations out of their minds? They actually listed our classmate as the top international fugitive? Anger surged among netizens. What evidence do they possess to implicate our classmate in these actions? This is nothing but slander. Within the Grand Academy, Zhao Zhun and Yi Guohong exchanged worried glances upon reading the announcement, quickly discerning its underlying intentions. However, they dismissed the pressure lurking behind it, considering it merely the antics of a few insignificant clowns. Their primary concern was Lin Yang's safety. Old Zhao promptly sent an email to that individual, assuring him not to worry. What is a mere title of the top international fugitive? As long as we refuse to acknowledge it, this wanted notice is utterly meaningless. He should feel no psychological burden whatsoever. We stand ready to provide him with global support at any time, Yi Guohong urged fervently. His tone left Wang Guang, who was nearby, utterly astonished. Just a mere title of a top international fugitive? Just that? Wang Guang was left speechless. Chapter 99, The Unattractive and the Comprehensive Theft. As Yi Guohong urged Zhao Zhun to send an email, a sudden piece of news swept across major media outlets. Breaking. Numerous cultural artifacts were simultaneously stolen from several museums in the unremarkable nation of Massachusetts. Concurrently, several affluent individuals from this nation reported that their private collections had also been plundered by unknown assailants. According to our latest reports, the number of stolen artifacts is staggering. The Boston Art Museum alone has reported the theft of nearly 5,000 pieces of various renowned paintings and ceramics, including over 200 masterpieces from the Song Dynasty, as well as the museum and Oppo's Seoul tricolored Arhut statue. The losses are catastrophic. Preliminary estimates indicate that over 20,000 artifacts have been stolen. The Boston Museum and several wealthy collectors have jointly filed a police report, and it is reported that this shocking case has drawn the attention of the National Investigation Bureau. This unexpected news surged to the top of trending topics within a mere half-minute, instantly igniting global discussions. Indeed, this time, the uproar is not confined to domestic circles. Individuals across Western nations are equally astonished. It is noteworthy that this nation had recently spearheaded the issuance of a global wanted notice. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a vast number of artifacts have been stolen. Moreover, the method of theft mirrors previous incidents involving the small eagle and the little cherry blossom, targeting only cultural relics while leaving other treasures untouched. This is indeed alarming for such a prominent nation. Under different circumstances, such a situation might not be overly shocking, especially considering that similar incidents had occurred with the small eagle and the little cherry blossom. Just recently, there was another incident of this nature elsewhere in the nation. However, the timing now is particularly sensitive. It is impossible not to speculate why action was taken only after the wanted notice was issued. If it were mere coincidence, it would be too fortuitous. And when enough coincidences converge, they cease to be mere chance. Numerous media outlets situated near the Boston Museum swiftly responded to the unfolding events, Through live broadcasts, one could observe officials from the National Investigation Bureau handling the matter with grave expressions, refusing any media inquiries. This unusual behavior further corroborated the extraordinary nature of this theft. After all, if it were merely a routine theft, the Investigation Bureau would not have personally intervened. Observing the Bureau officials and Oppo's serious demeanor, netizens in the country could not help but laugh. Regardless of whether it is indeed the same individual, it is evident that they do not concern themselves with such distinctions, attributing all blame to a singular figure, the esteemed classmate. This attribution provides a so-called legitimate reason to issue the wanted notice. It is rational if they did not forcibly assign these labels to the classmate. They would lack grounds to pursue him. After all, the esteemed classmate merely provided us with technology and has not inflicted any harm upon their nation. It must be said that this aligns perfectly with my inherent impression of the less aesthetically pleasing. Whatever they fixate upon, even if the other party bears no fault, they will invariably contrive a charge to impose, all in the pursuit of presenting themselves as the so-called champions of justice. Law enforcement in this world, one might wonder? Indeed, their actions clearly reveal a covetousness towards the technological prowess wielded by our esteemed classmate, and they are audaciously fabricating accusations to exert pressure upon us in hopes of seizing a fraction of that technology. Utterly revolting. Surely, this seems rather implausible. However, upon your suggestion, I must admit that it does seem quite plausible. If, perchance, they are indeed the same individual, would that not drive everyone to madness? The merging of two idols into one. I can hardly bear to contemplate the ramifications. Were that the case, I would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with excitement. Suddenly, domestic netizens found themselves enraptured. Originally, our classmate was known for technological innovation, while the cultural artifact expert was revered for their historical treasures. Both individuals idolized by the online community. Yet now, a tantalizing possibility has emerged. What if both were, in fact, one and the same? The mere thought of such a possibility sent the netizens into a frenzy of exhilaration. Yet, amid the fervor, some composed individuals raised a critical question. Should they be one and the same? Would that not imply that our classmate is currently within the borders of the less appealing nation? Would that not place them in grave peril? This remark swiftly transformed the collective excitement of the netizens into a wave of apprehension. Goodness, what are we to do? Regardless of whether they are the same person. It is evident that the cultural artifact expert is indeed within the confines of the less appealing nation, even if they are not identical. We cannot allow harm to befall either of them. Damn it, these wretched individuals from the less appealing nation. I now perceive their wanted notice as insidiously malicious. If they are indeed the same, they stand to gain immensely. If not, they can still target one of the esteemed figures. For heaven and Oppo's sake, our esteemed individual must remain safe. The excitement among the netizens dissipated entirely. Upon realizing the malicious cunning inherent in this wanted notice, joy eluded them, and they fell into silent prayers for the safety of their idol. Meanwhile, the less appealing nation issued yet another stern announcement, pledging to pursue this grand theft with unwavering resolve. They deployed numerous helicopters to commence patrolling and promptly sealed off all entrances and exits of Ansei State. Furthermore, high-ranking officials of the less appealing nation publicly declared their commitment to apprehending the instigator. Such a grand display only heightened the anxiety of netizens. But, shocking news. A sudden outbreak. Multiple cultural artifacts in New City have been simultaneously stolen once more, with the New City Museum suffering a comprehensive plundering, resulting in losses exceeding a staggering 130,000 items. This unexpected news rendered the expression of the high-ranking official, who had just made a declaration and had yet to leave the live broadcast, utterly frozen. Chapter 100, Ineffectual Fury. If I am, then I am. Upon witnessing the suddenly petrified expression of the unimpressive high-ranking official, netizens erupted in laughter. Just moments ago, they had confidently declared their readiness to prevent any escape. Yet in the blink of an eye, the individual reappeared hundreds of kilometers away in New City, launching yet another strike. It is noteworthy that only moments ago, there were concerns regarding the artifact magnate, but it now seems that such worries were unfounded. This speed, this efficiency, truly evokes the impression of some high-tech assistance. My heavens! I fervently hope that the artifact magnate and the academic giant are indeed the same person. Initially anxious and concerned, netizens found their spirits inexplicably lifted upon hearing news of the theft in New City. They even began to anticipate once more that the two individuals might be one and the same. Meanwhile, The unimpressive nation and Appos' officials were filled with a mix of rage and embarrassment, issuing 2 successive announcements declaring their determination to apprehend the individual before they could leave New City. However, mere moments after this new announcement, reports of another theft emerged from a city over 100 kilometers away from New City. This transformed the earlier proclamations into nothing more than a farcical joke. "Damn that merchant, Xia Ling." An enraged roar echoed from within an official building. Shortly thereafter, the announcement, published less than a minute ago, was swiftly retracted. The revised statement asserted that the individual would not be allowed to leave the continent. Yet, just as the updated announcement was released, news of yet another theft came from a city in a different region, pushing the unimpressive officials to the brink of fury. Strangely enough, they refrained from issuing any further announcements. Whether it was due to the embarrassment of having already lost face too many times or a desire to see if silence would deter further actions from the individual, their behavior naturally invited ridicule from domestic netizens. A prominent superpower, having issued 2 fierce warnings, now fell silent. This was indeed comical. It seemed as if the individual had truly engaged them in a game, for without new announcements, there were no fresh reports of thefts. After a considerable time had passed, the officials of the unimpressive nation could no longer remain complacent and issued yet another announcement. However, this time the language shifted from references to cities and regions to a firm declaration that the individual would not be permitted to leave the unimpressive territory. This naturally incited further mockery from netizens, yet the unimpressive officials chose to feign ignorance. They were compelled to announce once more, as the individual had repeatedly executed thefts, absconding with numerous artifacts. If they failed to release announcements, the individual might seize the opportunity to escape, which would be an unparalleled embarrassment. A stain on the entire history of the unimpressive nation. With the release of the final announcement, news of a new theft in yet another city promptly followed. "Damn that merchant, Xia Ling, he is clearly provoking us." They fumed. It was utterly intolerable. Within the unremarkable confines of an official building, an enraged roar reverberated once again. This outburst was fortuitously recorded by a media outlet stationed outside and subsequently disseminated online. In no time, the roar was transformed into a myriad of absurd videos by netizens, humorously dubbed the incompetent roar. Indeed, the entity known as Unremarkable was thoroughly infuriated. Across the nation, armed helicopters patrolled the skies, and a multitude of agents from the Investigation Bureau were diligently pursuing cases. It could be said that the collective might of the nation was mobilized for an apprehension effort of unprecedented scale, far surpassing any cinematic spectacle. Yet, despite the fervent actions of the unremarkable officials, they remained utterly stalled, lacking even the faintest clue to advance their inquiries. Meanwhile, within the country, Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong observed the incessant stream of updates from abroad, their palms already slick with perspiration. Just moments ago, they had dispatched an email urging Lin Yang to ensure his own safety. However, to their dismay, Lin Yang seemed indifferent to their concerns, boldly confronting the unremarkable authorities and seizing artifacts without hesitation. Their anxiety for him intensified with each passing moment. "He truly possesses a fiery temperament," Yi Guhong remarked with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Certainly, being inexplicably branded as a top international fugitive would test anyone and Appos' composure. Zhao Zizhen, however, appeared to grasp Lin Yang's sentiments with remarkable empathy. This prompted Yi Guhong to cast a disapproving glance in his direction. "Are you not at all worried for his safety?" "Of course I am concerned," Zhao Zizhen replied, "but as you can see, the officials from Appos, Unremarkable and Appos, are utterly incapable of uncovering even the slightest information about him. They are powerless against him." "You certainly remain remarkably composed," Yi Guhong retorted, eyeing Zhao Zizhen incredulously. "I have faith in his abilities," Zhao Zizhen asserted. Yi Guhong fell silent, suddenly realizing that Zhao Zizhen had unwittingly become an ardent supporter of Lin Yang. After a moment's pause, Yi Guhong felt compelled to speak again. "You should send another email. Given the current chaos, it's prudent to advise him to exercise caution." Simultaneously, within the realm of the unremarkable, the incessant notifications of system prompts echoed in Lin Yang and Appos' ears, each one a reward for completing a series of artifact retrieval tasks. Ultimately, as the final notification concluded, his national treasure value soared to a staggering 16,000. The prospect of doubling rewards was undeniably exhilarating. Gazing at the blood-red title of Top International Fugitive, Lin Yang found that the designation had taken on an unexpectedly endearing quality. The multitude of rewards he had garnered was solely due to this title and Appos' doubling effect. For the time being, he resolved to refrain from further actions. With the entire nation under strict scrutiny, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. He would wait for the heightened investigations to conclude before proceeding. He had ample time to engage with the unremarkable authorities. Casting a glance at the trending discussions among domestic netizens, he noted two prominent topics. Is the artifact expert the same as the class genius? And will he create a truly advanced sci-fi smartphone? The mention of the latter caused Lin Yong and Oppo's eyes to glimmer momentarily. Crafting a smartphone posed no challenge whatsoever. Within the confines of the system mall, this item languishes among the default display of worthless merchandise. Any random selection would indeed be a groundbreaking creation. As for the desire to be recognized as the same individual, he pondered the means of acquiring prestige and subsequently arrived at a resolution. Since everyone yearned for him to be that person, then he would embrace that identity. He promptly sent an email to the esteemed Academy of Sciences, offering his expertise in mobile technology and suggesting that Zhao Zizhen inform the online community that the esteemed cultural relics expert and he were, in fact, one and the same. Upon receiving Lin Yong and Oppo's email, Zhao Zizhen initially exhaled in relief. Yet, upon reading Lin Yong and Oppo's suggestion to disclose his identity to the public, though somewhat perplexed, he swiftly composed an announcement and disseminated it through the official channel. The moment the announcement was released, it sent shockwaves throughout the internet. What? No way. The cultural relics expert and the academic prodigy are truly the same individual? I'm losing my mind. The online community was engulfed in a frenzy. Chapter 101. The Unity of Identity, a Hope Realized, Upgrading the Aircraft Carrier. The netizens have truly gone mad. The announcement from the Grand Academy states, "We respectfully inform our dear netizens that we utterly reject the baseless slander and defamation regarding our esteemed colleagues' alleged acts of vandalism and artifact theft within your nation." At first glance, the announcement may seem perplexing, as it does not contain any admissions of guilt. However, from another perspective, it conspicuously refrains from denying that the two individuals are not one and the same. The timing of such an announcement is intriguing, particularly as it predominantly references our esteemed colleague, asserting a refusal to accept unsubstantiated accusations. This warrants deeper contemplation. Moreover, the sudden activation of Wang Guang and Oppo's personal verification account, which promptly liked a comment suggesting that our esteemed colleague and the artifact expert are indeed the same person, followed by an accidental emoticon, has left the netizens with a clear understanding of the announcement and Oppo's intent. The artifact expert and our esteemed colleague are indeed one and the same. The obscure language of the announcement likely stems from the need for the official stance to avoid outright confirmation, lest the charges outlined in the unwarranted wanted notice from the not-so-beautiful country be substantiated. A hope realized. Subsequently, the surge in trending topics overwhelmed the servers of the largest social app in the country, causing a complete breakdown. Indeed, it crashed, although technical personnel swiftly initiated repairs. Restoring normalcy within minutes, a wave of complaints ensued. What a terrible app! How could it crash? Indeed, it is subpar. Perhaps we should ask our esteemed colleague to create a better app for you. This inferior software is not worthy of our esteemed colleague and Oppo's direct involvement. I hereby declare myself an unabashed fan of our esteemed colleague. The exhilaration is palpable, discovering that my two most admired icons are, in fact, one person. Who can comprehend this feeling? I am so thrilled that my mother inquired if I had been possessed. Since the two esteemed individuals are one, we can rest easy. Although our esteemed colleague is currently in the not-so-beautiful nation, given their remarkable capabilities, the individuals there would be dreaming if they thought they could capture our esteemed colleague. To the person above, refrain from making unfounded claims. Who said this was the work of our esteemed colleague? Some matters are best left unspoken, as openly discussing them would merely provide ammunition to the not-so-beautiful adversaries. Indeed, this is clearly the work of a benevolent and just mysterious figure, standing against the tyrannical behavior of the not-so-beautiful bullies, acting in righteousness. Netizens, brimming with excitement, collectively deny that our esteemed colleague is involved in any artifact theft within the not-so-beautiful territory. As long as this denial persists, the charges outlined in the previous wanted notice are nothing more than slanderous fabrications. Though the citizens of the unappealing nation may be seething with indignation, they cannot take any further official action without substantial evidence. Consequently, a stern edict was issued from the unappealing government, mandating the capture of the individual in question. At the moment this directive was released, Lin Yang received a series of notifications from the system. Congratulations, host. As your dual idol status has been publicly recognized within your nation, you have garnered fervent admiration from the populace, being hailed as a super idol hero. You have received a reward of 100 prestige points. Congratulations, host. Due to the unification of your dual identities and the ensuing adulation, your influence within the nation has seen a significant increase. This prestige reward has been amplified 50-fold, elevating your total prestige points to 5,000. Your current prestige points stand at 7,171. Congratulations, host. As your accumulated prestige points have surpassed 5,000, you have earned one achievement point. Congratulations, host. As this is your first instance of earning over 5,000 prestige points in a single instance, you have received a special passive trigger item, a prestige doubling card. Please note, the effect of this card is passive trigger, and you are advised to plan accordingly. The system and AMP, Oppos, S rewards cause Lin Yang and AMP, Oppos, S eyes to widen in astonishment. The prestige point reward had indeed multiplied 50-fold. To receive over 5,000 prestige points in one go was an extraordinary outcome. Affirming that his decision to announce his identity to the Academy of Sciences was indeed sagacious. Even without the announcement, the prestige accumulated from either of his identities, be it the student prodigy or the cultural relic expert, would have been substantial. However, it was evident that the combined effect of both identities was far more advantageous. Merely by declaring his identity, without having taken further action, he had already reaped such considerable rewards. It was conceivable that should he undertake additional endeavors, the rewards would be even more bountiful. Regarding the subsequent notification to plan ahead, Lin Yang and Oppos' gaze flickered. Based on previous experiences, it appeared that prestige points were awarded for actions that generated significant impact. In terms of planning, it would be prudent to either create a groundbreaking technological product or announce a piece of news that would invigorate the domestic populace. This way, he could maximize the effect of the prestige doubling card. Producing a technological item was not an insurmountable challenge. His national treasure value was nearing 170,000, allowing him to exchange for superlative technological products, particularly as online users were eagerly anticipating his development of an advanced smartphone. If he were to produce such a device and simultaneously unveil another extraordinary technological innovation, he would undoubtedly accrue substantial prestige points. With this title, his endeavors in other nations would yield double rewards in national treasure, making it imperative not to squander such a golden opportunity. Thus, Lin Yang ultimately resolved to first fulfill the expectations of the online community by creating a smartphone. As for the super technological products, in truth, it need not be an extraordinary technological marvel. Overly advanced innovations currently serve little purpose. It would be far more beneficial to enhance the elements that are presently lacking domestically, allowing netizens to gain a more tangible understanding and appreciation. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yang reached a resolution. That is to upgrade the aircraft carriers. No, it is the carrier fleet. Across the domains of land, sea, and air, we currently have intercontinental missiles stationed on land and advanced starfighter jets dominating the skies. What remains is the enhancement of naval strength. The most formidable and evident manifestation of maritime military power is, indeed, the aircraft carrier. The reason the United States continues to maintain its status as the foremost global power is largely due to its formidable carrier fleet. Should we undertake the upgrade and transformation of our domestic carriers, we would achieve supremacy across all three domains. At that moment, Chapter 102, the Sky and Space Aircraft Carrier? Is it for real? Lin Yang found it hard to imagine the scene after the aircraft carrier fleet undergoes an upgrade. At that point, dominion over land, sea, and air would be absolute. Just envisioning such a spectacle was utterly enchanting. System, activate the low-level civilization waste classification marketplace. I require a super smartphone, as well as the upgrade technology for the aircraft carrier, Lin Yang declared. When he mentioned activating the waste classification marketplace, a peculiar expression crossed his face. The technology far surpassing the current standards of Blue Star was categorized as default non-displayable waste within the system and Oppos' marketplace. The disparity was so vast it was somewhat embarrassing. Understood, host. The waste marketplace has been activated for you. The system responded, emphasizing the activation as if he were rummaging through a pile of refuse. Damn it, give me the most expensive smartphone. Lin Yang gritted his teeth and immediately selected the priciest model from the smartphone category. With nearly 170,000 national treasure points at his disposal, He felt like a tycoon in the waste marketplace. Host, the selected smartphone and technology have been exchanged, totaling 600 national treasure points. 600? Not too bad. Lin Yang examined the physical smartphone and deemed the expenditure worthwhile. The body was as thin as a cicada and Oppo's S-wing, boasting a true full-screen display. Holding it felt akin to grasping a nearly transparent piece of lightweight glass. Additionally, it could project directly into the surrounding space. It resembled the super smartphones occasionally depicted in science fiction films, capable of projecting content into the air at will. It could even utilize biological and ocular characteristics for encryption, ensuring that the projected content was visible only to him, avoiding the scenario where everyone could see the projection in midair. The array of functions was remarkably powerful. If mass-produced, it would render every smartphone currently on the market obsolete. Even the less aesthetically pleasing domestic fruit phone would pale in comparison. Subsequently, Lin Yang exchanged for the relevant aircraft carrier technology. Host, this system recommends that you also exchange for the technology related to the sky and space aircraft carrier. The system suddenly offered this suggestion. Sky and space aircraft carrier? Lin Yang paused for a moment. Indeed, host. Although the aircraft carrier fleet is formidable, it is constrained by maritime limitations. Its combat capability is significantly diminished in regions devoid of water for docking. Should you acquire the technology for the sky and space aircraft carrier, your combat capacity would be even more comprehensive. This system has calculated that no nation on Blue Star can withstand the might of a fleet of sky and space aircraft carriers. Lin Yang and Oppo's eyes flickered as he gazed at the sky and space aircraft carrier technology in the national treasure marketplace. 150,000 points. It requires 150,000 national treasure points. In that instant, he felt as though the system had meticulously calculated this to maximize the depletion of his national treasure points. To secure external ambitions, one must first stabilize internal matters. Here, external referred to extraterrestrial entities, while internal denoted the entirety of Blue Star. In just over 2 months, the domestic efforts to synchronize lunar exploration will culminate in a remarkable achievement, the establishment of an ecological base on the moon. When foreign observers witness this groundbreaking development, it is likely that the world will succumb to an unprecedented frenzy. To avert any unwarranted complications, it is prudent for the nation to attain an undeniable level of strength, rendering the ambitions of other countries inconceivable. The aerial mothership is indeed a fitting asset for this endeavor. Yet, Lin Yang found himself once again in a predicament regarding the insufficient value of national treasures. However, a single statement from the system reignited his enthusiasm. Can this be counted? Lin Yang pondered momentarily. Indeed, during the tenure of being the most wanted international fugitive, any actions taken abroad that benefit the homeland will yield double the national treasure value rewards. Lin Yang was taken aback by this revelation. How exhilarating! Why was this not mentioned earlier? He felt that this unreliable system had withheld crucial information. Had he known sooner, he could have refrained from confronting the officials of the rival nation and simultaneously orchestrated the theft of cultural relics within their borders, delivering a decisive blow. Although his previous actions had been gratifying, Lin Yang sensed that they lacked the necessary impact. Nevertheless, it was not too late to act upon this newfound knowledge. Without hesitation, he promptly uploaded the relevant technologies concerning his mobile phone, the aircraft carrier, and the aerial mothership to the specialized cloud storage of the Academy of Sciences. Next, he dialed the Academy and Oppo's phone number. The call was answered almost instantaneously. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Lin Yang was somewhat astonished. Wang Guang, are you on night duty again? Indeed, it was Wang Guang who had answered his call. It is noteworthy that there is a time difference between the rival nation and the homeland, with the former experiencing daylight while it was the dead of night back home. Yet, this fellow was once again working the night shift. In recent instances, every email sent or phone call made during the late hours had been answered by Wang Guang. Was he truly sacrificing his well-being by staying up so late? I couldn't bear to let anyone else take the shift, fearing I might miss your call, Wang Guang replied. Lin Yang found his response rather peculiar. 2 grown men. What was there to feel reluctant about? Wang Guang was no beauty. Was it truly necessary to be so attentive? Was the power of an idol so profound? Is there something new that requires your guidance? I'll call my professor. He is sleeping in the next room. Please hold on. Wang Guang, oblivious to Lin Yang's unusual silence, excitedly continued. After all, Zhao Zizhen was of an older age and could not be expected to stay up late every night. To bolster his reputation, He had emphasized the importance of the announcement. "All right, esteemed leader." Wang Guang responded eagerly. Just as he finished speaking, the cloud storage indicated that Lin Yang's upload was complete. Upon seeing the names of the three technologies, Wang Guang and Amp, Appos, mouth fell agape in disbelief. "Esteemed leader, I must be mistaken. Is that the aircraft carrier upgrade technology and the aerial mothership technology?" Wang Guang was utterly astounded. The mobile phone, while somewhat acceptable, is still within the realm of feasibility. The transformation of an aircraft carrier is even tolerable. However, the concept of a space mothership. Now that seems rather extravagant, does it not? Is it truly possible to construct such a thing? At that very moment, in addition to Wang Guang, there were also Yi Guhong, Tang Wensheng, and Han Xiaoyu, who were roused from their slumber by the technicians on duty at the designated cloud storage. Within the Bureau of Anomalies, there existed a direct order from Yi Guhong himself. Should any technology manifest within the cloud storage, regardless of time or place, they were to be notified immediately. Therefore, even at this late hour, the staff promptly alerted them. Thus, when they beheld the documentation regarding the manufacturing technology of the space mothership, the drowsy trio of Yi Guhong and his companions instantly jolted awake, exchanging bewildered glances. A space mothership? Is this for real? Chapter 103, Dominating the Three Realms, Fearless of All. Within the Great Science Institute, Zhao Zizhen was roused from his slumber in the dead of night. As he perused three technical documents, he found himself momentarily dazed. This. Especially after a cursory glance at the materials concerning the aerospace aircraft carrier, he was rendered utterly speechless. The aerospace aircraft carrier, a weapon of warfare belonging to the future. To put it plainly, it was something born solely from the realm of imagination. Presently, even the construction of conventional aircraft carriers posed immense challenges, requiring many years to complete just one. The thought of transforming an aircraft carrier into a flying vessel escalated the difficulty by countless magnitudes. Even the so-called unremarkable nation possessed no feasible means to fabricate an aerospace aircraft carrier. The technical barriers were insurmountably high. Yet here was Lin Yang, astonishingly having developed the aerospace aircraft carrier. The magnitude of this revelation was beyond expression. Although Lin Yang had previously introduced nuclear fusion technology and various avant-garde technological marvels, one would expect that they had cultivated a formidable capacity for psychological endurance and adaptability. However, the aerospace aircraft carrier was an entirely different matter. Should it come to fruition, it would represent a tangible military force, an unmistakably formidable and immediate show of strength. It is crucial to recognize that one of the key criteria for assessing a superpower is its possession of an aircraft carrier. Even the ownership of a single aircraft carrier can elevate a nation to the ranks of superpowers, underscoring the strategic significance and importance of these vessels. Furthermore, this is predicated on the limitations imposed by maritime domains. If aircraft carriers could transform into aerospace aircraft carriers, liberated from the constraints of the seas, then Zhao Zizhen trembled at the thought, hesitant to envision further. Just imagine if an entire fleet of aircraft carriers could take flight, enormous warships soaring through the void, descending upon a designated airspace, from which a multitude of aircraft could launch strikes. The mere thought of such a scene sent shivers down one and Appos' spine, particularly for those on the ground below, gazing upward at the massive warships that overshadowed the sky. The very notion of resistance would seem daunting. An aerospace aircraft carrier, if it were to manifest in the present blue planet, would undeniably be a manifestation of dimensionality reduction strikes, no longer confined to the surface of the ocean. It could reach any corner of the globe. With the combat capabilities of a fleet of aircraft carriers, one could assert that it would be sufficient to obliterate countless smaller nations in an instant. Lin Yang's presentation of the aerospace aircraft carrier was far from merely a technological offering. It appeared to be an ambition aimed at global domination. Zhao Zizhen exchanged incredulous gazes with Yi Guhong and the others during their video conference, momentarily at a loss for words. Clearing his throat, Yi Guhong finally spoke. "Old Zhao, you possess a deeper understanding of technological matters than we do. Do you believe that, with our current capabilities, we can construct the aerospace aircraft carrier?" After a moment of silence, Yi Guhong posed the question. Despite Lin Yang laying the technology before them, Yi Guhong harbored little confidence in their ability to actually realize the aerospace aircraft carrier. It is difficult for me to articulate this. While the technology is certainly present, the most critical issue lies within the materials. Our current industrial system appears, for the time being, unable to meet the demands and standards required for constructing a spaceborne mothership. Zhao Zizhen remarked with a heavy heart. With the technology laid before us, the challenge of actual production leaves him feeling somewhat embarrassed to speak up. To put it bluntly, it is akin to Lin Yang having fed them the meal. Yet they lack the capacity to consume it. It is indeed awkward, very awkward. In the past, I often pondered when we might genuinely rise to power. Now, however, we are confronted with cutting-edge super technology that we are incapable of immediately realizing. Ye Guhong could not help but sigh. Zhao Zizhen and Appo's face flushed slightly as he glanced at the upgrade technology for aircraft carriers, slowly stating, "There is no rush for the spaceborne mothership. One cannot become a glutton in one bite. We already possess the technology. Producing it is merely a matter of time. This is also true, as the saying goes. With provisions in hand, one can remain unperturbed. Having the technology at our disposal indeed alleviates any urgency." Ye Guhong burst into laughter once more. Possessing technology is tantamount to having confidence. From this point forward, we shall upgrade our industrial system accordingly, as long as we proceed methodically. We will undoubtedly be able to fabricate this marvel. Zhao Zizhen nodded, and, taking a deep breath, continued. There is no need to rush the spaceborne mothership, for now. We can first enhance our carriers using the technology provided by that esteemed individual. In doing so, we shall possess the pinnacle of armed forces across land, sea, and air, which will be sufficient to dominate the three realms. Even without a spaceborne mothership, we shall fear nothing. To dominate the three realms and fear nothing. These 8 words made Ye Guhong and the others feel a shiver of excitement within. This has been the dream and pursuit of the entire Shangxia for countless years. Countless predecessors have sacrificed immeasurable effort and cost for this goal. Now, it is finally within reach. Even someone as high-ranking as Ye Guhong could not help but feel his eyes moisten at this moment. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. After a prolonged pause, Ye Guhong subtly raised his hand, feigning nonchalance as he wiped at the corner of his eye, saying, "With the technology for the spaceborne mothership at hand, is there not a risk of waste in upgrading the carriers?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Zizhen hesitated briefly before explaining, "Fear not, there will be no waste, for the carrier upgrade technology provided by that esteemed individual will, once our industrial system catches up, allow us to install additional power units, transforming them into second-tier flying motherships immediately." At this juncture, Zhao Zizhen cast a glance toward the unremarkable country and said slowly, "That individual has already considered this for us in advance. Therefore, not only is there no waste, but it is also quite necessary for us to expand the construction of carriers and swiftly assemble a fleet." As Zhao Zizhen concluded, Wang Guang could not suppress a low exclamation, instinctively asking, "Teacher, given that we already possess more advanced technology for spaceborne motherships, is it still necessary to continue constructing carriers?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Zizhen burst into hearty laughter. "Are you suggesting that since we possess more advanced technology, we ought to reserve our resources for the direct construction of a spaceborne mothership?" Wang Guang nodded in affirmation. You, my young friend, still lack a bit of foresight." Zhao Zizhen chided playfully before elucidating, setting aside the current endeavor of constructing aircraft carriers. It is entirely feasible to later retrofit them with propulsion systems to create next-generation flying motherships, merely in terms of consumption and maintenance. The costs associated with a spaceborne mothership far exceed those of a conventional aircraft carrier by hundreds or even thousands of times. We cannot simply resort to deploying a spaceborne mothership for trivial matters. Moreover, our vast maritime domain is bustling with numerous civilian merchant vessels engaged in trade. Thus, augmenting our fleet with additional aircraft carriers to provide them with naval protection is indeed essential. Your considerations are certainly thorough, as always, teacher," Wang Guang said, awkwardly scratching his head. "Well then, whether we are to modify aircraft carriers or upgrade to spaceborne motherships, it will require some time. For now, let us focus on promoting the mobile phone." After listening to Wang Guang's recount of his earlier conversation with Lin Yang, Zhao Zizhen promptly made arrangements. "Since that individual specifically mentioned the need to publicize this information, you shall commence a live broadcast to showcase the relevant features of the mobile phone. Simultaneously, announce that we have acquired advanced aircraft carrier technology and the future-grade combat weapon, the spaceborne mothership. Tonight is destined to be our sleepless night." "Yes, teacher," Wang Guang responded with enthusiasm as he initiated the live broadcast. As the stream began, the online community erupted with excitement,